Chapter 151. Before they officially entered the desert burial ground. Nearly one-fifth of the warriors had been lost. The large troops who came later saw that the group in front of them were deeply trapped in the quicksand whirlpool, and they were also cautious. Take a long way around. However, some of the warriors who were hanged by quicksand were relatively weak. Most of them were warriors at the bottom of the brass 1-star or even silver 5-star ranks. They all had an adventurous heart and wanted to be the first to gain some advantage over themselves. Raise a very large treasure. It's a pity that they don't have such a good life to enjoy it. Let's keep moving forward. Lu Chuan put his arms around the waists of Jana and Ari. After regaining his composure, the wings behind him started to move again, fluttering forward. But this time, Lu Chuan slowed down his flying speed a lot, because the quicksand just now forced him to be careful of other dangers. After walking a certain distance, not far ahead was a pillar of light visible to the naked eye, shrouding down from the moon, slowly emitting a faint silver light, as if it was the guidance of the gods. Lu Chuan first stayed in the air for a while and observed the warriors who had entered the silver light column first. They stood inside and quickly disappeared under the pillar of light, seemingly leading to a desert burial ground. Let's go in too. Lu Chuan slowly descended and turned his head to glance at Jana and Ari. The two girls nodded calmly, with expressions like, "You have the final say." Although in terms of leading speed, Lu Chuan was not too fast, because there were already hundreds of warriors who had entered the light pillar before them. But it turns out that those who lead may not necessarily get the best treasures. You can know one or two from the quicksand just now. More often than not, those who rush to the front will become the stepping stone to the ultimate winner. As Lu Chuan and the others stood under the silver moonlight, feeling a slight chill, the scene around them gradually became blurred. Until finally it was completely plunged into darkness. Lu Chuan. Two girls shouted in unison beside him, both of them a little panicked. Lu Chuan held their little hands respectively and said softly, "It's okay, I'm here." The darkness did not last long. After a while, the field of vision in front of me became brighter again. The entrance looked more like a hall, and at the front, there was an earth-yellow door that seemed to be made of sand, standing in front of me. Something was marked with a strange character, but Lu Chuan couldn't quite understand it. In addition, they were surrounded by warriors and mercenaries who were teleported in together. At this time, hundreds of people were already crowded in this hall, and people were entering continuously. Is this the desert burial ground? Ali looked around. It feels like I'm in a palace made of yellow sand. The pillars around are all made of yellow sand, and dust will fall off when you touch it. Come down. As he spoke, Ari stretched out his hand and touched the tall pillar next to him, and some fine sand and ash fell from it. Strictly speaking, this is not a burial ground. Have you seen the door in front? Only when you can enter that door can you truly enter the desert burial ground. Now we are still on the periphery. A few days ago, judging from some information collected by Fat Rat, the yellow sand gate mentioned above should be the one in front of him. It is recorded in the data that only when you enter Huangsha Gate can you truly enter the desert burial ground. Then go in quickly. Why are you waiting outside? Ali rolled his eyes, looking very cute. It's not that everyone doesn't want to go in, but because, just when Lu Chuan was about to explain something, he suddenly heard a dull thunder in his heart. He turned his head and glanced at Ari and Jana, and found that they also had blank expressions on their faces, as well as everyone else. Presumably everyone felt the thunder just now. Then, a long and vast sound was heard in everyone's heart. Every adventurer who has come from afar, welcome to the world of sand. Everyone was looking around, as if looking for the old man who spoke. Behind the yellow sand door in front is the desert burial place you are looking for. However, since ancient times, if you want to take something away, you must leave something in exchange. It seems that you have brought enough this time. Soul. As soon as the vast voice said this, the faces of everyone who entered the outer palace changed. Lu Chuan also frowned slightly. Such a thing has never happened before when the desert burial ground was opened every year, and the data does not show that anyone heard such a sound when entering the peripheral palace. And judging from the words of this voice, it needs human souls. Ari's face turned pale. Ari has done things like robbing souls before. Although she has corrected herself now, because she was forced to do these things before, she still has some shadows. Perhaps you have also heard that the desert burial ground was just a boundary line of Shurima's empire back then. So today, the real Shurima Empire is about to untie its boundaries. What is needed is your soul's deeds. Worship. The vast voice spoke slowly again, in everyone's heart. What exactly do you want to do? Tell me clearly. Some impatient warriors couldn't help but roared loudly in the air, which was echoed by a group of warriors. Yes, if you have anything to say, just say it. Everyone comes here to find opportunities and treasures. Haha. The old voice smiled and said slowly, we still need the souls of 500 people as sacrifices. The Shurima Empire, which has been sleeping for 1,000 years, will untie the enchantment. And everyone present, only 15 people can enter the real Shurima Empire and obtain precious opportunities and treasures, while the rest will sleep here together with the yellow sand. That is to say, the samurai who came to the desert burial ground this time, excluding those who died outside, are now in total 515. And judging from what the guy just said. That is to say, if you want to get opportunities and to find the treasure, or just to get out alive, the remaining 500 people must be killed. Lu Chuan's voice became alert, and he quietly pulled Janna and Ari towards him. Now it seems that the real purpose of this voice is obvious. It wants the more than 500 people here to kill each other and automatically donate their souls. Although I don't know whether this sound is true or not, the effect is more or less effective, because the original area of the main hall is not too large, and after more than 500 people come in together, it will seem a bit crowded, but in that sound after the fall, people consciously separated some distance from each other, gathered together in small groups, and looked around with some vigilance. Stop kidding. Do you think you can make us kill each other just by relying on these few words of yours? We are not that stupid yet. At this time, another warrior retorted. It also received support from many people. Although everyone should be vigilant, it is obviously too naive to instigate everyone to fight with each other with just a few words. I hope so, haha. The confused voice sounded again, the next step is your free time. I hope you can stick to the justice in your hearts and not waver until the moment the death bell comes. After all, the ugliness of human beings is always exposed when they kill each other. As the vast voice fell, the sound of sneer also spread in everyone's heart. It always gives people a chilling feeling. Janna frowned and said softly. Well, although everyone is in harmony at this time and will not fight each other because of 2 sentences, but trying to snatch the treasure is a matter of, you have to live or die. What will happen in the end? It's really hard to say. Ali also nodded. In short, you two must follow me closely and don't get separated. Lu Chuan warned with some worry. Then, after the vast voice fell, the yellow sand door in front of the palace was slowly opened, and a bright golden light was revealed from inside, as if to attract everyone to jump in and find out. Chapter 152. The yellow sand gate exudes bright and dazzling golden light, as if it contains countless treasures. There are indeed a lot of treasures that were buried in the yellow sand with the fall of the Shurima Empire. At this time, many warriors who were not afraid of death had already rushed into the opened Huangsha gate. There will always be some people who are obsessed with the theory of first come, first served. As if he was afraid that the 2 girls would be lost, Lu Chuan held their soft little hands on the left and right, and then slowly walked into the Huangshaman. Janna was fine, but Ari's cheeks were a little red at the moment, and she looked at Lu Chuan from time to time, letting him hold her little hand, not knowing what she was thinking in her heart. After entering the Huangsha gate, what they saw was not the main palace in a kingdom palace, but a thick wall made of earth and sand, surrounded by earth and sand walls, surrounding them like a cage. What are you doing? I saw a bunch of people rushing in just now, but now I can't see anyone when I come in. Ali curled her lips and quietly took her hand out of Lu Chuan's palm. Although it felt good to be held by his hand, but Janna was right next to her, and she always felt a little bit uncomfortable. It seems that these walls cannot be penetrated. Lu Chuan tried using Engine just now and found that the thickness inside the wall was unusually strong. After Engine penetrated in, it could not be conveyed back. If it's not made of some special sand that we don't know about, then it's a barrier that can't be destroyed. Lu Chuan added. Are we trapped here? Janna asked softly. Wait a minute, this shouldn't happen, because from the information revealed by that voice, we can learn something. Lu Chuan paused and then said, according to what the voice said, to lift the barrier at the true entrance to the Shurima Empire, we need the souls of 500 warriors as supplies. Yeah. The 2 girls nodded in unison, listening to Lu Chuan's analysis attentively. If that's the case, why doesn't the body of the voice do it himself? Someone who can accurately grasp the Shurima Empire's enchantment and break the restrictions will not be too weak. Right? And the Shurima Empire is here. It was a very powerful country thousands of years ago, so it is not unusual for the voice to be platinum level. But why does he want us to kill each other through sound transmission? Is it because he cannot attack these warriors due to certain limitations? Ari raised a finger. Yes. Lu Chuan snapped his fingers, because he couldn't do it himself, he encouraged us to kill each other. I'm afraid that the next tests will intentionally or unintentionally guide us to plunder and kill more warriors. Isn't that a little too cruel? Janna frowned, although if someone came to provoke her, Janna would not be lenient if she had the ability. But she didn't have the consciousness to step on other people's corpses to get to the top. Whether it's cruel or not, it's just because we are the ones in the game. If the trouble has to come to that point, let's make plans again. Lu Chuan's eyes became cold. We don't have to take the initiative to provoke others, but if others provoke, come to the door, so I can only say sorry. You're so handsome, young man. Ali winked at Lu Chuan in a puzzled manner. At this moment, Janna whispered, come here and take a look, there are words on the wall. Lu Chuan Ali leaned over and found a light yellow mark slowly emerging on the sand wall. If you want to get out of this maze, you must collect enough earth. Step on the blood of your opponents and lead to the door of opportunity. Ari read out that paragraph. And at the same time, there were several small square blocks on the earth and sand wall that slowly protruded from the wall. Ari fiddled with it with her hands, and one of the squares made of earth and sand fell into her palm. Maze? Lu Chuan also reached out and took out an earth cube and tossed it in his hand. Does everyone only have one earth cube? If we want to get out of the maze, we need to collect more earth. In other words, we need to plunder other people's earth. How much do we need to plunder to qualify? Ali glanced at Lu Chuan. This is unclear at the moment, but what can be confirmed is that the killing game has begun. Lu Chuan stared at the earth and sand wall that was gradually drifting away like dust in front of him. It seemed to be indestructible a moment ago, but now it is like water vapor. Gradually evaporated and dissipated. What appeared in front of them was a huge maze made of yellow sand. There were roads in front, on the left, and on the right. But the top was sealed by yellow sand. Perhaps it was to prevent some warriors from having the ability to stay in the air and have a panoramic view of the entire maze. When Ali was about to speak, Lu Chuan stopped her with his eyes, and then curled his lips to the side. Ali's pointed ears shrugged, and he listened carefully to the sound against the wall. Then he nodded gently to Lu Chuan and whispered, 2 people, on the left, are coming towards us. They are about 100 meters away. Not far. The ears of the orcs are surprisingly useful. Lu Chuan subconsciously reached out and touched Ari's ears. Ari's whole body trembled suddenly and his body froze. What's wrong? Lu Chuan gave her a strange look. No, nothing, Ari shook his head mechanically. Lu Chuan and the others stayed still, and then they heard the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer, accompanied by a rough voice. Damn, this is the second time I've been to this desert burial ground. This is the first time I've encountered this situation. In the past, after entering the Huangsha Gate, I completely entered the burial ground. Can I encounter treasures and opportunities? It all depends on luck, but now these crooked things are coming out. It's really disappointing. Are you still playing through the maze? Do you think we are just children? Hehe, I believe that this level of difficulty will definitely not be a problem for Brother Sko. With your silver star strength, you can be considered the best among these samurai. You will definitely have a share among the 15 places. Even if you really encounter a strong opponent, you can just avoid it for the time being. We will specifically find some lone and less powerful samurai to attack and seize the earthwork from them first. Another voice sounded a bit flattering. Echoed. What you said makes sense. When we encounter a strong opponent, we should be patient and select some warriors with lower strength. The man named Sko had already walked to Lu Chuan's side as he spoke. In the maze area, when he saw Lu Chuan, he hesitated slightly and took a few steps back. When he felt the 5-star silver strength exuding from Lu Chuan, Scott suddenly became bolder. At the same time, he glanced at the 2 beauties behind Lu Chuan, and his eyes flashed with greedy possessiveness. I thought it was who it was. It turned out to be a lost little lamb. Don't call my brother a bully. If you hand over the soil in your hands, I might consider sparing your lives. Sko took out a bright knife. Scimitar stared at Lu Chuan teasingly, looking at Janna and Ari unscrupulously. That's right. Do what my elder brother said, leave Hijikata behind, and spare your lives. The thin-looking younger brother said forcefully. Chapter 153. Seeing their aggressive looks, Lu Chuan crossed his arms with interest. Which country are you 2 from? It's none of your business. Hurry up and hand over Hijikata, and let us have fun with those 2 girls behind you. Bang. Before the thin guy could finish his obscene words, Lu Chuan slapped him with the hilt of the storm sword. On the cheek. The force of the storm sword was so powerful that Lu Chuan suppressed a lot of power. The guy was sent flying to one side and hit the sand wall next to him heavily. I'm afraid you're tired of living. How dare you hit my people? Seeing that Lu Chuan was arrogant, Sko immediately pulled out his machete and slashed him down. Sko is a force warrior, which can be seen from the blood-red light that continues to emit from the handle of his sword when he drops it. But it's a pity that the low-grade silver scimitar he held in his hand was really not enough to defeat the storm sword. Lu Chuan just drew his sword to block it casually, and the scimitar broke in response. After a crisp sound, it broke into two pieces and scattered on the ground. You! Sko was horrified. Although the weapon in his hand was not particularly good, it was made of low-grade silver and could be cut off so easily. I think it's me who should say this. How dare you tease my woman? Lu Chuan grabbed Sko's sleeve and lifted him up. Let me go. Sko punched Lu Chuan hard in the face and tried to break free. The realm of arrogance. Lu Chuan shouted softly, and an invisible barrier opened. Bang! Sko's punch seemed to hit something heavy, and it felt like the bones in his hand were about to break. Lu Chuan threw him to the ground and looked at him condescendingly. Hijafang, please hand it over. Yes, yes, Sko also realized that he had stepped on a nail, and hurriedly took out a small earth cube from his arms and handed it to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan glanced at the thin guy next to him. The guy shrank his neck in fear and hurriedly handed over his earthwork. I heard that you came here once last year. Lu Chuan threw Tufang into the storage bag and looked at the two people lying on the ground. Yes, yes, Sko looked up at Lu Chuan with some confusion, and was also wary of his next move. You must know that killing two people is a trivial matter here. I wonder if the very young-looking young man in front of me will be ruthless. Was it the same when you entered the desert burial ground last year? Lu Chuan asked. Although some things have been written in the documents, it is obviously more meaningful to investigate these people than what is in the documents. No, everyone's teleportation point after entering the yellow sand gate was different last year, let alone this situation. This is the first time I have encountered this maze. Sko replied honestly. Is that so? Lu Chuan nodded slightly, then turned to Jana and Ari and said, let's take a walk first. After the two girls nodded, Lu Chuan took them in from the road on the left. Sko then breathed out softly, this year's desert burial ground looks not peaceful. A 5-star silver warrior is actually like this. Strength. Brother, what should we do next? We can only take one step at a time. It may be good to save our lives. Sko said with a solemn face. It's really troublesome, walking through a maze or something. Lu Chuan and his group have circled the same place for more than 10 times, but they have never found a correct path. During this period, I met two groups of people. They all had the same idea as Sko and wanted to possess the earthwork on Lu Chuan's body, but in the end their results were the same as Sko's. The maze is actually not difficult to walk. The main question is, even if we reach the exit of the maze, will the earthwork on us be enough to get out? Lu Chuan picked up the storage bag and counted it. Ari and Jana had put away all the earthwork. It was kept in his hand. So far, we have obtained a total of 11 pieces of earth. When divided evenly, each person has a surplus of 3 pieces and a shortage of 4 pieces. Then just grab more. Ari was very direct, anyone else doesn't have any good intentions, so just grab it when you encounter them. I feel that you are very suitable to be a bandit. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes at Ali, this little girl wants to rob other people's things all day long. Yeah, I also regret why I didn't become a bandit. I can snatch anything, including things that don't belong to me. At this point, Ali gave Lu Chuan a meaningful look, and then quickly withdrew his gaze. You just said that the maze is not difficult to navigate. Is there any way? Jana asked aloud. Perhaps you haven't heard of a rule called the left-hand rule. The left-hand rule? The two girls looked at Lu Chuan with some confusion. Well, when you are in a winding alley or a maze, keep taking the left-hand path and you will definitely go around. Lu Chuan raised his left hand at the same time. Then what if we reach a dead end? Similarly, as long as you follow the direction of your left hand, you will definitely go around. Lu Chuan made a V-shaped gesture and said, assuming this is a dead end. We face the side of the V, even if it is a dead end, we will go around inside and come out again. By then, the direction of your left hand will have changed, and you will never pass this dead end again. It seems to be a very reasonable and fresh setting. Ali nodded and expressed his approval for the time being. So now is not the time to care about this. Let's collect more earth first, follow the method Ali just said. Lu Chuan sighed. Now that the matter has come to an end and everyone is rude. Go ahead and collect more earth. It seems silly to think about it that much. Then let's split up and collect it faster. Ari suddenly suggested. Huh. It's not good to split up. The warriors wandering here are at least silver level. Lu Chuan hesitated. Don't worry, in this place with very low visibility. My ears are equivalent to very good life-saving tools. If I were not sure, I wouldn't be so confident. The main reason is that we go around like this to find something. The people from Hijikata are making too slow a progress. After a word of reassurance, Ari waggled his tail and ducked into the corridor beside him. This guy is real. Lu Chuan shook his head helplessly. Maybe she just wants to prove herself. Jana suddenly said at this time. Prove what? Didn't you notice? Jana glanced at Lu Chuan before he could speak. Do you women always like to show off your words? Forget it if you didn't notice it. Jana shook her head slowly. So don't give me any trouble. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Hey, uncle, you have dirt on you, right? A head suddenly popped up in a corridor, smiling lightly at a mature man with a beard, a pair of charming eyes flowing like water, but secretly releasing some fascinating abilities. Yes, the strong man nodded dully. In his eyes, Ari was like a white and tender lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Then leave the earthwork to me, okay, Li Jiao hummed. Okay, the uncle took out the earth cube from his arms and handed it to Ari as if he was possessed by a demon. Thank you so much, uncle, you must be a good person. Ari took the earth and smiled evilly at the big man before pulling away and leaving. After a while, the uncle stood there and came to his senses, patted his head and said to himself with a confused look, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What a cute uncle. Ari smiled slyly as he leaned behind the sand wall, and threw away the small bag in his hand. It's enough now. I have collected more than 20 by myself. Lu Chuan and the others should not be too bad at the progress. In this way, we can finally get out of the maze. Well, let's go back and meet up first. I remember leaving a mark at that place. I'm really sorry that I suddenly disturbed your leisurely mood. But if possible, could you hand me the little bag in your hand? Suddenly, a sinister voice came from behind Ari. Ari's pupils shrank and she turned around suddenly, only to see a dagger with a cold light stabbing her heart quickly. Chapter 154. She has beautiful red hair hanging on her shoulders. She is wearing a tight-fitting black leather jacket that wraps her slim and graceful body. There is a clearly visible scar on the right side of her almost coquettish eyes. And her eyes carry murderous intent without hesitation. She waved the dagger in her hand, and when Ari turned around, she stabbed the dagger straight into Ari's chest, and at the same time snatched the bag from Ari's hand. Ali was so shocked that she broke out in a cold sweat. She didn't expect that while she was constantly collecting earth, she would become someone else's prey. She activated all the magic power in her body and her eyes suddenly stared. Charm! As she shouted. The red-haired woman in front of her was stunned for a moment. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between the two was a bit big. The charm Ari used with all her strength was only enough to make her he was stunned for a moment. At the same time, Ali pulled away and stepped back quickly. Are you ready to deal with trouble? Little fox, there is no point in running away. The red-haired woman showed a cold smile, and the dagger in her hand quickly spun into a sword. Whoa! The next moment, her figure disappeared from where she was. Ali made a pretty face, and raised her ears to listen to the flow of air around her. What I smell is fear. The red-haired woman suddenly appeared behind Ari, sniffing Ari's hair next to her ear and saying, You! Ari's face was shocked, but a dagger was already placed on her neck. Thank you for your hospitality. The red-haired woman mercilessly snatched the small bag that Ali was holding tightly in her hands. Just as she was about to cut her throat with a knife, a faint sound of breaking wind came not far away. Who? The red-haired woman turned her eyes and saw a white light rushing towards her. Temporarily letting go of Ari in her arms, the red-haired woman took a step back, spinning the dagger in her hand, and suddenly struck the white light with a stab. Bang! After a slight sound, the white light was chopped away with a knife. At the same time, the red-haired woman took 2 steps back in a slightly embarrassed manner before she stabilized her figure. A handsome guy like me is usually the protagonist. It would be too sad to call me, who? Not far in front of the red-haired woman. A blond man crossed his arms and leaned against her gently. On the wall beside him, an extremely handsome smile appeared. Those who meddle in other people's business will always die the worst, do you believe it? After the red-haired woman calmed down, she took out another dagger from her waist. The famous Miss Catalina from Noxus suddenly appeared here and did some shady things. If this kind of thing spreads, it will damage your reputation, right? Ezreal lazily said yawned. Catalina's eyes became wary. Do you know me? My memory of beautiful ladies has always been very good. Ezreal pointed at Ahri and said, she is my sacrifice. If you can, please let her go now. I'm really sorry, there is no such word in my dictionary. Catalina looked coldly and suddenly threw the dagger in her hand. The dagger cut through the air, leaving a blood-red trail. In an instant, the dagger split into two, then two into four, and finally turned into 5 afterimages, flying towards Ezreal quickly. The speed was too fast. In just a blink of an eye, the dagger struck Ezreal's face with the sound of howling wind. So let him go. I don't want to make the entire Noxus an enemy because I hurt you, young lady. The next moment, Ezreal's voice suddenly sounded from behind Katarina. Katarina was suddenly startled. When she turned around, she found a strange-looking pendant tied to Ezreal's wrist, which was flashing a dangerous white light. Whoa! Catalina's reaction speed was not slow. Just when the white light was about to eject, her figure disappeared in an instant. This kind of trick is really boring, the essence is jumping. As Ezreal shouted, the white light on the pendant in his hand quickly dissipated, replaced by a ray of yellow light that gathered together. Energy fluctuations. Ezreal instantly turned his head and pointed his wrist behind him. A wave of light yellow energy shot out, shaking the air and spreading in all directions like ripples on the water. Bang! Catalina was caught off guard and was hit by the wave of energy. Her entire body was blasted out and hit the wall heavily. As I said, irrelevant people should not damage my sacrifice. Ezreal showed the same faint smile as always, stepped forward and pulled Ahri up. Are you okay? Ezreal's voice was very gentle. No, Ahri seemed to have not yet recovered from the shock. Is this your thing? Ezreal picked up the small bag from the ground and handed it to Ahri, then patted the back of her hand. Go back quickly, don't let them worry. With that said, he waved his hand and walked towards the end of the road. Wait, you, Ahri bit her lip. You want to ask why I came to save you? The answer is very simple. Ezreal turned around slowly, smiling like a spring breeze, because you are my sacrifice. Before I sacrifice you, I have to make sure that you are intact. Isn't this the agreement between us? Ezreal disappeared, leaving only a bewildered Ahri in the area, and Katarina, who had to take a break because she had received some damage and was unable to care about the earthwork in Ahri's hands. You're back. What took you so long? Didn't you say you would come back to this place in an hour? I almost went out to look for you. When Ahri returned to the marked area, Lu Chuan came forward anxiously, but saw Ali with his head lowered. Looking lost, and his 2 furry ears drooped feebly on his head, looking very lethargic. Hey, this is the earthwork that I just collected. Ali weakly stretched out a hand and handed the bag to Lu Chuan. What's going on? Lu Chuan took the bag but did not let Ali go. It's nothing. Ahri shook his head and turned away, his eyes dim. Don't ask. When Lu Chuan was about to say something, Janna gently held his hand, winked at him quietly and said, every girl has her own little secret and it is too ungentlemanly to ask for details. No, if it were under other circumstances, I could pretend not to see it. But this is inside the maze. She just went out for a while and she came back like this. Something must have happened. Lu Chuan refused. Rao grabbed Ali's shoulders and said softly, if something happens, I hope you can tell us. Maybe we can help you. We have been together for so long. Ali just raised his head sadly, but with a lot of tears in his eyes, he choked and said, if one day I am no longer here, will you miss me? Chapter 155. If, one day, I am no longer here, will you miss me? Ahri bit her lips and whispered with tears in her eyes. Why did you suddenly say such things? Lu Chuan frowned slightly. It's nothing, it's nothing. Ahri looked a little flustered and wiped away her tears. I'm sorry, it's really nothing. How could you suddenly be gone? Aren't you always by our side? Lu Chuan gently rubbed Ali's head. Although I don't know what happened during this period, if she really doesn't want to talk, then I won't force her. All he had to do was reach out to her when she felt helpless, smile at her, and tell her that he and Janna would be by her side no matter what. It's really great to meet you. Ali choked with tears and a smile. Why do you always say such unreasonable things? Lu Chuan added with a bit of blame, including the earthwork you just collected, we should have more than 30 pieces now, which should be enough. If we ask for more if it were higher, I'm afraid no one would be able to get out of the maze. Then let's go find the exit of the maze together. Ari wiped away her tears and regained her smile. But in the eyes of the attentive Jana, that smile contained too much reluctance. What happened? Jana thought lightly in her heart. According to the left-hand rule proposed by Lu Chuan, although the group was suspected of taking a detour, they never took the same route again. However, you will see some bloody scenes along the way. Some bloody corpses are lying in a corner of the maze. It is obviously the work of those who are willing to do whatever it takes to get something. In a place without legal constraints like a deserted town, in the minds of many samurai mercenaries, cheating is often linked to murder. It seems that in their opinion, if they just rob some things without killing people, it would be too embarrassing. The essence of human nature will be exposed when it encounters greed. Lu Chuan carefully stepped over a corpse. Although it was disrespectful, the corpse blocked the way forward for the group. Actually, not really. Sometimes you still know how to be patient. Ari whispered at this time. I'm afraid no one will tolerate it when someone else takes away something they want. Lu Chuan shrugged and refuted Ari's point of view. Yes, really. There may still be some idiot who will try to tolerate it. Ari glanced at Jana cautiously, and then said with something in mind. Isn't that what you are? Because it was a step too late for Jana, now she can only tolerate it. But there's nothing wrong with that. After all, I arrived late. It's really ugly to just reach out and grab it like this. Wait, what are you doing? When the two girls had taken a few steps forward, they turned around and suddenly found that Lu Chuan had turned back at some point and was squatting next to the corpse. Do what? Anyway, a dead person cannot be resurrected. Please pray for him. I hope there will be no maze in heaven, and by the way, I will accept his essence and blood. Lu Chuan looked extremely benevolent. Why are you such a perverted person? Yes, it's very perverted. Both girls affirmed their opinions. What's wrong? Lu Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and extracted the essence and blood from the dead warriors. It was the same as collecting their magic cores after killing the monsters. This was to make the best use of everything. If it is natural to extract the essence and blood when facing the corpse of a golden warrior, then why does extracting the essence and blood of a silver-level warrior become a perversion? The essence and blood you want won't be of much use. The essence and blood of a warrior of the same level is not as improved as the magic core. Ari said with some confusion. Of course it works, and it's a big one. Lu Chuan said this. But he gave it up. Although the two girls were doubtful, seeing his mysterious look, they didn't hesitate to ask more questions. They could only wait patiently for Lu Chuan to extract the essence and blood from the silver-level warrior before the group moved forward. Soon, following the left-hand rule, he went around all the way, encountering many silver-level warriors who died unexpectedly, and Lu Chuan collected their blood essence one by one. For warriors of the same level, the essence and blood of silver-level warriors really doesn't mean much. It is far different from the magic core of the same level, so those guys who kill and swindle don't even bother to care about the improvement brought by such a small amount of blood. Finally, the group came to a very spacious room. It's called a room because after walking through the entire maze, there was only one door in this place, a square, khaki-colored room. Lu Chuan and Jana Ari looked at each other, nodded slightly, opened the door and walked in. Surprisingly, the room was quite bright. There was no lighting, but it was as if fluorescent powder was built into the earthen walls, illuminating the scene in the room. It was completely empty, with nothing but a pile of chimney-like sand pillars in the center. Are you asking us to put the collected earth into these chimneys? Jana took 2 steps forward and took a look. Let's try it before we talk. Lu Chuan took out a small piece of earth and found that the shape matched the chimney. After seamlessly stuffing it in, the chimney emitted a slight light. How many do we need to throw in? Do you want us to fill up all the chimneys in this room? Ali counted roughly and felt that there were 40 or 50 chimneys. Probably not. As Lu Chuan spoke, he poured in several more pieces of earth, and the light from the small chimney became more and more powerful. This should be a teleportation point. There is no exit in this maze. If there is one, it would be here. Throw the collected earth into this. And a teleportation point will be generated under your feet. Then you can leave here. Lu Chuan pointed to the increasingly clear teleportation point under his feet and divided the other earthwork between the two girls. After the group of people put the earth into the chimney, a transparent circular array under their feet opened, emitting a burst of strong light. While the scene in front of him changed instantly like a dramatic stage, Lu Chuan's heart suddenly thumped and he said something bad to himself. Before this, Ari and Janna had always been together, because they had been moving together since entering the desert burial ground. But only at the exit point of this maze, individuals are teleported separately. So judging from the teleportation point when he entered the maze just now, the ending point of this teleportation will also be disrupted, which means that he will be separated from Janna and Ari. If the two of them have the ability to protect themselves, Lu Chuan is not worried. But although Janna is also a silver-level warrior, she prefers to assist other warriors in fighting. Her own strength is too weak, and Ari is not even a silver-level warrior. Neither was achieved. In this way, once they are separated, something may happen to the two of them if they meet other people. Chapter 156. It hurts, Ari felt a light touch under her feet, and she fell to the ground head-on. She was so painful that she pinched her nose and rolled around on the ground. The nose is gone, woo-woo, Ari whimpered a few words in a low voice. After feeling a little better, he slowly got up from the ground, looked around, and found that everything was pitch black, and Lu Chuan, both Janna and I were gone. Where is this? Ari pricked up his ears, detecting the movement around him, and walked cautiously. As a result, after taking only a few steps, he bumped into someone head-on. As soon as Ari raised her head, she saw a statue with an ashen face standing in front of her. Ari was so frightened that the hair on her tail exploded. She took countless steps back in a hurry. After discovering that the statue would not move, Ari suddenly he patted his plump chest. Scared me to death. Immediately afterwards, Ari complained again. I told you not to come to such a dangerous place. Now I'm the only one left. How can you say you'll protect me? Humph. Men are all liars. Ali muttered, but there was a lot of emotion on his face. A smile appeared. When he said those words just now, he was so handsome. If Janna hadn't been here, I would have rushed up to him and given him a hug, woo-woo. Then he seemed to think of something, and his ears twitched again. He hung down weakly. Thinking about it carefully, Janna seems to be very good to her, and she really can't do anything about letting Ari fight for her love. Let's find them first and then talk. There doesn't seem to be much time left, but it would be nice if I could tell him what's in my heart. After Ali calmed down, he glanced with a pair of blue eyes and found that there is a path among the statues. Just when Ali was about to leave, there was a sudden sound of footsteps behind him. Let's go, it's almost time to start. Ezreal's voice came from behind. Why are you here? Ari suddenly turned around and saw Ezreal standing behind her like a ghost, elusive. Because I've been watching you all the time. You are really the best sacrifice I have ever met. Ezreal smiled lightly, but there was a hint of chill in this smile. Ari took 2 steps back in fear. Want to regret it? Ezreal's smile froze on his face. No, I just have something to say to him. I thought there was still some time left for me. Ari shook his head. Actually, I've given you a lot of time, but do you always want to choose the last moment? I don't quite understand how you people feel, but judging from the time, it is indeed not allowed. Come with me. I waved to Ali. Okay, if possible, can you convey it to me? Ari made his final request, tell that guy that I have always liked him. At this point, Ali's face turned red. Okay, I understand, so you women are really troublesome. Ezreal patted his forehead helplessly. Don't you have a girl you like? Ali asked aloud as he stepped forward. Sorry, I'm not interested in women. You like men? If it's a joke, then enough is enough. Ezreal said with a straight face. Oh. Ari nodded cautiously, but he was comparing the two in his mind. Sure enough, his own Lu Chuan is the best. He never gets angry when you make fun of him. Although the little yellow-haired guy in front of you is quite handsome, he always looks so conceited and aloof, which makes people very unhappy. Let's go. After waiting for Ari to come to him, Ezreal put his hand on Ari's shoulder and shouted softly, Arcane Leap. The two figures seemed to have withdrawn from this space, leaving only a light yellow trace and then dissipated without a trace. Brush. When they reappeared, Ari and Ezreal came to a relatively small room. The room is much brighter, and from an architectural point of view, it is extremely luxurious, like the palace of an ancient emperor, surrounded by splendor and splendor. There are a bunch of complicated and obscure ancient texts engraved on the wall. There is an hourglass in the corner, with yellow sand constantly flowing inside. There is also a sun-shaped disc under the feet in the center of the room. Where is this? Ari asked doubtfully. This is the interior of the Shurima Empire. This place was the room where the Desert Emperor of the Shurima Empire studied magical power. It was a more civilized era than now, so these top-notch buildings you see are not needed. So surprised. You know everything. Do you think I'm really just sleeping all day long? Ezreal pointed at his face. Everyone needs a mask. How did you get in? Isn't there a barrier within the Shurima Empire? My arcane leap can transform space. Okay, let's stop the meaningless questions and answers. You lie here and take off your clothes. Ezreal pointed to the disc at his feet. Huh. Ahri hesitated. Stop dawdling, the time is coming soon. Ezreal glanced at the hourglass in the corner. There was only a little bit of yellow sand left in the upper part, and it would soon be gone. But, Ahri was still a little resistant, taking off her clothes in front of a man she wasn't too familiar with. Such a request seems a bit too much. Ezreal didn't seem to care much about this. He only gave Ahri a time limit. I'll give you 1 more minute. If you are unwilling, then I will help. Remember, now you are just a sacrifice. When paying tribute, any sacrifice needs to remain in an ethereal state in order to express respect for the gods. Immediately afterwards, Ezreal said another chilling word. If it were you, would you eat the outer skin of the food together when you eat? This layer of clothing of yours is just a layer of skin that gets in the way for the gods. Been eaten, Ahri shuddered. Are you unwilling? Ezreal turned back coldly and glanced at Ahri. I told you at that time that I don't like to force others to do anything, but when you get me after the help, we also need to provide a gift of equal value. After a pause, Ezreal continued, although the value of the help I provided may not be worth 1 life, because that bottle of potion saved the life of the most important person in your heart, I will use your life in exchange. That's normal, isn't it? Okay, I understand. Ahri put down the burden in her heart. Is this considered dying for him? Although he was a little reluctant, he obviously hadn't said anything to him yet, and he had obviously never received anything. But in this world, there will always be fools who are willing to contribute. Taking a deep breath, Ahri gently untied a ribbon wrapped around her waist. Chapter 157. Tap, tap, tap. In front of Lu Chuan and Janna were a group of soldiers charging towards them with spears raised. Perhaps it was because it was pitch dark all around that people couldn't see their expressions clearly. But it was undoubtedly with murderous intent. Those who break into the Shurima Empire will be killed without mercy. The spear soldiers seemed to have rehearsed in advance, shouting uniform slogans and walking in the same uniform steps. These should be the Imperial soldiers who were buried in the sand. I don't know if it is because the energy fluctuations in this world are too strong, which caused their protective hearts to be infinitely magnified. Even after death, even if the corpses are just rotting, whatever skeleton is left will put on armor, pick up spears, and guard their homes. It's been so long and you're still reading information. Who are you reading to? Janna grabbed Lu Chuan's wrist, then turned around and retreated. At the same time, they turned on the wind, and the 2 people retreated quickly along the dark corridor. Pap. 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 But at this time, there were bursts of footsteps coming from the front, and densely packed shadows of heavily armored soldiers could be vaguely seen. Damn it. Have we teleported to the headquarters of the Border Defense Department? Why are there soldiers in front and behind us? Lu Chuan cursed and took out the storm sword in his hand. Since there is no way to retreat, there is only one way to fight. Janna, be careful and follow me. Lu Chuan drank a bottle of level 2 strength potion and swung the level 1 storm sword in his hand to slash diagonally. Explosive slash. A skill that had not been used for a long time was surprisingly useful when facing this large area of soldiers. I saw a purple light quickly covering the hilt of the sword, and then an arc-shaped purple sword energy fiercely spurted out, and countless severed limbs flew up. No, it was broken armor and armed guards, and white bones scattered on the ground. These soldiers looked menacing, but in fact their strength was probably only around the peak of brass, and they did not pose a threat to Lu Chuan at all. It seems that under the precipitation of time, the flesh and blood of these deceased residents and soldiers have turned into energy fluctuations that filled the area. Even the soldiers who were summoned again, whether the only remaining strength of the subframe is good enough to maintain the level at the peak of brass. At least in its skeleton state, it is much more powerful than a Demacia elite unit. This shows how terrifying the Shurima Empire was during its prosperity. Although in terms of strength, this group of skeleton soldiers pose no threat to Lu Chuan, they are hard to beat with 4 fists. I don't know what mechanism Lu Chuan and Janna triggered. This group of skeleton soldiers rushed towards Lu Chuan as if they were desperate. And follow-up troops are still arriving in a steady stream. However, it is worth mentioning that after these skeleton soldiers were killed, small green light spots would appear on their bodies, and then float into the bodies of Lu Chuan and Janna. Lu Chuan felt refreshed. Do you have any experience in killing these skeletons? What experience? Janna asked doubtfully. No, what I mean is that after killing them, it seems that the energy in their bodies will also belong to us. Although I don't know the reason. Maybe it's because an empty skeleton can't hide this energy. Shattered after becoming one, the accumulated energy will scatter freely and be absorbed by us. If this is the case, then I will not be polite. Lu Chuan raised the storm sword and swept out with another explosive slash. Ling Lai's sword energy was so devastating that he killed all the skeletal soldiers in the row. They roared Shichichi and roared unwillingly. The Shurima Empire will never perish. I'm so sorry. Although it's not good to tell the truth. I think you still need to know the details. The Shurima Empire collapsed thousands of years ago. Lu Chuan sliced off the roaring skeleton soldier's head with a sword, while secretly clenching his fists. The cultivation level in the body feels like it is growing so fast. Is it because of killing these gold-level soldiers? Although the soldiers do not have gold-level soldiers now. They were real gold-level ones when they were alive, and there is still some residual infiltration in their bodies. The golden blood of bone marrow. I feel like I've made a breakthrough. As Janna spoke, a white light spread out from around her like a dust explosion. Lu Chuan looked at the group of skeleton soldiers lying on the ground around him. There were at least hundreds of them. In addition, Janna has been in the Silver Star for a long time and has not deliberately suppressed her cultivation, so a breakthrough is reasonable. Congratulations on being promoted to 4-star silver. Lu Chuan took a moment to congratulate him. Be careful behind you. Janna's eyelids twitched, and she immediately raised her hand to apply a wind shield to Lu Chuan. Bang! A spear pierced the shield directly, and Lu Chuan cut off the skeleton soldier with a backhand sword. Well done. Humph, you're so smug. Janna snorted twice, but the corners of her mouth turned up slightly because of Lu Chuan's praise. Then in the next period of time, we will brush up our experience here for a while. Oh no, brush up our cultivation for a while. Lu Chuan turned the storm sword in his hand, and a red and hot red light emerged from the hilt. Got up. The next moment, a flaming sword energy swept across all directions, and countless skeleton soldiers were burned completely by this overbearing flame power. The cultivation level in Lu Chuan's body was also increasing rapidly. Breaking sword. Facing the seemingly endless Shurima soldiers who were killing each other, Lu Chuan used various techniques to gain experience. This time, he directly tried the breaking sword, which contained the core energy of sand and dust between. As he finished speaking, the hilt of the sword struck the ground hard, a crack opened in response, and an earth dragon emitting bright light emerged from the ground, making a high-pitched roar. Wherever the earth dragon touched, the ground cracked, gravel flew, and the skeleton soldiers all wailed as they were torn into pieces by the earth dragon. Huh! At this moment, Lu Chuan looked along the path of the earth dragon and found a wall that the earth dragon had knocked open, and a golden light came from the wall. Maybe it was just light, but in this dark environment, the light became a bit dazzling. Have you encountered an opportunity? Inside this desert burial ground, opportunities may appear anytime and anywhere. It just depends on how the people who enter it grasp it. After all, opportunities often come with dangers. For example, the huge base of skeleton imperial soldiers just now, such a large number, would be quite troublesome for even 3-star silver warriors to deal with. Janna, come here. As he spoke, Lu Chuan raised his hand and struck with another explosive slash, killing several people head-on. He took Janna's hand and ran towards the wall where a big hole was broken by the force of the earth dragon. Go. Chapter 158. Chapter 206, The Dispute Over Sacrifices. Hurry up. Don't wait any longer. Ezreal saw Ahri's reluctant look and glanced anxiously at the time hourglass in the corner. You're a girl, you should rub it in. Ahri muttered quietly, and then gently untied the small string wrapped around her waist as a belt. Boom. At this time, the wall on the left suddenly began to vibrate. With a louder explosion, the wall was suddenly penetrated. Ezreal quickly became vigilant and tied the moon pendant to his right wrist. Outside, you can vaguely see a dragon-shaped shadow passing by with its whole body exuding bright light. Don't worry so much. Hurry. Ezreal's intuition from exploring various places in Valoran for so many years told him that things might have changed. Ahri was actually reluctant at first, but now that there was a sudden movement, She started to hesitate even more. Ezreal glanced at the hourglass in the corner again. At this time, the yellow sand from the upper part completely flowed into the lower part. Only a moment away. He didn't care about that much at the moment, and flew directly towards Ahri, trying to tear off her clothes and forcefully press her into the disc on the ground. Ahri even used her hands to protect her clothes and kept retreating. Do you want to die? Ezreal's eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, and he, who had always been calm, shouted like a furious lion. Anyway, I will die anyway, at least resist me, Ahri whispered with a guilty conscience. Although she couldn't sense the strength of the guy in front of her, it was definitely not something she could resist. Ahri was not even a match for the red-haired woman she met in the maze before, let alone Ezreal, who defeated the red-haired woman in 2 moves. Then I have no choice but to kill you first. A sharp edge flashed in Ezreal's eyes. Although dead sacrifices are not as fresh as living sacrifices, the matter is now over and there is no choice for you. As he spoke, Ezreal pointed the moon pendant on his wrist at Ahri's head. And a dazzling white light quickly condensed into shape. When he was about to kill Ahri, it shattered. The wall of the gap was severely damaged again. As rubble flew, 2 figures slowly emerged from the dust. There really is a secret room here. A familiar voice sounded. Ahri's delicate body trembled suddenly and she called out to Lu Chuan. Ali? Lu Chuan quickly glanced at the room. On a disc in the center of the room, he saw something that made him angry. Ezreal held Ahri's neck with one hand, while a heart-stopping white light flickered on his right hand. This guy wants to kill Ahri. What are you doing? Lu Chuan raised the storm sword and rushed directly towards Ezreal. What can you do with your strength alone? Ezreal snorted, but his actions did not slow down because of Lu Chuan's arrival. Secret shooting. White light flashed out at this time. Lu Chuan. Ali shouted Lu Chuan's name with all her strength. Sand shield. Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes and raised his hands suddenly. Under Ahri's feet, an earth-colored semicircular shield formed in an instant, and collided with the white secret shot. While there was a dull sound, it also stirred up dust all over the sky. During this process, Lu Chuan jumped forward, took Ali's hand, hugged her up and flew back. What happened? How could it become like this? Lu Chuan asked Ahri in a deep voice. Ahri bit her lip, not knowing where to start. Ha ha ha, I'm so sorry. In the small room, Ezreal's sneer suddenly sounded. As the dust gradually dissipated, his figure appeared in front of the group of people. He is completely different from what he used to be. His eyes have become blank and lost their black pupils. Strange lines of different colors have appeared on his face. His hair was originally a softer light yellow. At this time, it became extremely dazzling and turned into a golden color. I'm afraid I don't have that much time to explain to you. Ezreal grinned and clenched his fist with his right hand, making a crisp sound. Then, a round ball of light ejected from the pendant on his wrist. It emits a wave of death threats. Death. A person who is good for nothing except cheating. As Ezreal shouted, a horrifying white ball had solidified in his hand, as if even the surrounding space had been compressed. How much strength does this guy hide? And why is he so crazy? Lu Chuan put on a solemn expression. The state Ezreal is showing now is that he is facing the Void Messenger, or even when facing Sivir, he never put any pressure on Lu Chuan. In other words, the guy in front of him is a level higher than Sivir. Are the guy who ate and drank with them and snored all day long and the guy in front of them really the same person? Janna. Lu Chuan shouted. Janna understood and directly put a shield on Lu Chuan and Ahri. At the same time, Lu Chuan also opened the arrogance barrier and applied a layer of mental power to protect the barrier. Outside. It still feels a bit forced. As Lu Chuan spoke, he held up one hand and activated a flame barrier and a dust barrier. As a result, 5 shields have been set up in front of the group. I can't stop it. You guys can't stop it. Go to hell. Ezreal seemed to have fallen into a stage of madness, and he drank like a slam dunk. With both hands, he suddenly threw the solid white ball towards Lu Chuan and his party. And at this moment. Pfft. Suddenly, Ezreal spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body seemed to have been kicked in the lower abdomen, and was shot backwards. He fell heavily on the wall, and then fell to the ground. The powerful white light also made a soft sound because the caster was interrupted, and then exploded in all directions. Even the unfinished energy group directly broke through Lu Chuan's 2 barriers before giving up. It can be seen that if Ezreal fully releases his skills, these 5 layers of shields may not be able to withstand it. Is it because he was so angry that he released a skill that he couldn't support with his own strength, so he suffered a backlash? Ari's eyes widened as he looked at Ezreal, who fell to the ground in a panic. Looking quite good. Such a strong guy, he vomited blood and fell to the ground before the fight started. No, it feels more like he was attacked by someone unexpectedly, because when he released that skill, there was no other fluctuation in the expression on his face. It should be very easy to release it. Lu Chuan shook his head cautiously. It seems that in this room full of weird things, in addition to Ezreal, a well-hidden enemy, there is another lurker. Chapter 159. Lu Chuan's suspicion was confirmed the next moment. Suddenly, a low and obscure voice came from the room, as if it had just gradually awakened after sleeping for thousands of years. It was a bit hoarse and made people feel creepy. Little guy, what about the promise you made with me? What about the promise you made with me by devoting your most perfect body as a carrier? The hourglass has stopped, why hasn't the body contributed yet? The final shout was as loud as thunder, shaking the walls of the entire room and making dust fall from the walls. Lu Chuan and the others quickly covered their ears, and felt as if their minds were being hit hard by a sledgehammer. A slight shudder. The voice seemed to be speaking to Ezreal. I saw Ezreal sitting up slowly with a pale face, holding his chest with one hand, and there was a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. The sacrifices have been brought here, it's just that there were some problems along the way, poof. As he spoke, Ezreal spurted out another mouthful of blood. His body felt as if someone had stepped on it hard, and he fell down. On the ground. No excuses required. You defaulter. Angry roars shook the entire room. It seems that this powerful and mysterious force will not cause harm to Lu Chuan and the others, but only targets Ezreal alone. The situation that was originally very serious seems to have become clearer after this incident. Lu Chuan even doubted whether the group of them could leave here directly if they turned around and left. Because the invisible force did not rush towards Lu Chuan and his party. Ari, if it's convenient, could you tell me what happened just now? Why did he appear here, and why did you meet him again? After Ari paused for a moment, she sighed quietly and explained everything in detail, but she concealed the beginning of the matter and only told Lu Chuan that she had an agreement with Ezreal. Because of this, he failed to fulfill his agreement. So he planned to have himself executed as a breach of contract. Are you the sacrifice that the voice was referring to just now? Lu Chuan's voice became a little gloomy. Ari nodded softly. If that's the case, we can just leave. Lu Chuan pulled up Ari and Janna without hesitation, turned around and walked away from the crack opened by the Earth Dragon. It will be up to others to decide whether he lives or lives. However, it seems that he and the mysterious person also had an agreed-upon relationship, and he also broke the agreement. As a result, his end will definitely not be much better. Judging from Ezreal's sudden situation just now, when faced with that mysterious power. He was almost powerless to fight back, and was even beaten into a state of sluggishness in an instant. This shows that the strength ratio Ezreal needs to be much stronger. But that force did not attack Lu Chuan and his party. Coupled with the physical sacrifice learned from Ari, it now seems that although the power is powerful, it seems to be limited to Ezreal alone. Perhaps it is because they are the ones who made the agreement, and for him and others to others, that power seems to be beyond their control. In other words, that power is limited and cannot attack anyone. Otherwise, there would be no need for Ezreal. After bringing Ari into this room, the power can be swallowed directly. Ali, why bother? Let's go. Lu Chuan glanced at Ezreal coldly. Regardless of whether he was a hero or not, when he threatened the existence of those around him, Lu Chuan would no longer care about his life or death. Ari followed Lu Chuan silently with lingering fear, looking back from time to time to glance at Ezreal, who was lying on the ground looking miserable. If Lu Chuan hadn't arrived in time this time, he might have been swallowed up by the suspicious-looking sun disk, right? Thinking like this, Ali glanced at Lu Chuan secretly. When the group of people reached the crack in the wall, there was no special force blocking their steps. It seems that Lu Chuan's guess is indeed correct, and that power has limitations. Just as the group was about to leave, Ezreal's cry for help came from behind, "Help me." Lu Chuan's steps paused, and he glanced back at Ezreal, who was struggling to stand up, but seemed to be restrained in place by the invisible force, and sneered without making any answer. "Let's go." Lu Chuan raised his leg. "If I have news that can impress you in exchange." Ezreal shouted as if he was using all his strength. In front of him, the sun-shaped disk now fainted from the center. A dazzling light lit up the vortex, and a burst of suction force erupted. But that was only for Ezreal. The disk seemed like a black hole. The deafening voice sounded again, as we agreed, if you can't find a body that can accommodate me within the time limit, then, you will take my place. Whoa! The suction force surged in an instant. After Ezreal was severely injured, his strength was exhausted, and he was sucked to the side of the disc in an instant. He struggled to raise his hands and tightly hugged the pillar beside him. But the lower half of the body has been sucked into the disc. Don't you have a small bead? I know the origin of that bead. Save me. In exchange, I will tell you everything I know. Ezreal didn't care about so much at this time and just went straight to roar out loud. Papa. Lu Chuan's footsteps paused again. He did not look back, but glanced at Janna and Ahri tenderly. You two, wait for me outside, okay? No. This room is too dangerous. That power cannot attack others and can only attack the contractor. This situation is just your guess. In case the situation is not what you imagined, Janna frowned. Wrinkled. With a hint of anger, do you still remember what you promised me? Before you decide on anything in the future, you must first get my consent. Ali didn't say anything, but tugged on Lu Chuan's sleeves to express his position. Don't worry, nothing will happen this time. It's just that guy. Lu Chuan gently moved away Ahri's little hand that was clenched with white fingers, and chuckled, he seems to know some very important things to me. Including why I appear in Valoran. Things, including some things about how I can return to my own region, so I have to understand it clearly. Then let's go there together. Ali said stubbornly. Lu Chuan just shook his head, and then raised his hand with a surge of secret energy. Pushing the two girls who could not resist his power out of the crack. At the same time, he was worried that Janna and Ahri would rush in regardless of life and death, so then he activated the core of sand and dust to fill the cracks. Lu Chuan. You bastard. You bastard. You could still vaguely hear Ahri jumping and screaming in anger outside, cursing loudly, and the sound of hitting the wall hard. Regardless of these, Lu Chuan turned around, walked slowly to Ezreal, and looked down at him lightly. Although it may be life-threatening, I still can't pretend that I didn't hear what you said. Lu Chuan knelt down and said, tell me, how can I save you? I saw some readers saying that whether the protagonist is stupid or not, they don't understand Ahri's feelings for him. In fact, in the book, it is clearly stated that Ahri expresses her feelings for the protagonist. It seems that there is not one time when Ahri expresses her feelings for the protagonist. Everything is just Ahri's psychology. It's just activities and small actions. The protagonist can't just rush up and hug the girl and say, hey, do you like me? Chapter 160. In fact, although the situation Ezreal said was very tempting, Lu Chuan quickly weighed it in his heart before making a decision. If he just lied to himself to save him. However, this conclusion was quickly overturned by Lu Chuan. Although Ezreal is indeed very powerful, Lu Chuan estimates that his strength may be above 3-star gold, but the specifics are still unknown. But Ezreal was seriously injured now, and was beaten to a half-death state by that force twice. If he really deceived Lu Chuan, then even if he was rescued, he might not be able to face Lu Chuan next. Not very comfortable. What fighting ability does a half-dead person have? Moreover, Lu Chuan also considered one thing, that is, his little bead might have been seen by Ezreal when he was in the cellar that day. But if they are just ordinary people, they will not have any other reaction when they see the bead. At most, they will only think that it is a rather strange bead. After all, they cannot be like Lu Chuan, who can penetrate the soul into the small inside the beads. Therefore, only those who truly know the meaning of that bead can say such words. From this it can be seen that Ezreal does not look like a liar. If I want to save you, what do you need me to do? Pull you out. Lu Chuan squatted in front of Ezreal, who seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, with half of his body swallowed by the disc. Although Ezreal acted in great pain, as if something was constantly pulling him and dragging him down, Lu Chuan did not feel any other force hindering him even though he was so close to him. No, it's useless to pull me out. Ezreal shook his head, then pointed to his right chest. I signed a devil's contract with him. If the contract is not destroyed, I will never be able to get rid of it. His bondage. There are many forms of contracts. The most common ones are probably oral contracts. The more strict ones are written with rigid provisions and have witnesses. But there is another way of contracting, which is to connect two contractors together through a special secret method, and those who do not complete the contract will be severely punished by the contracting party. The devil's contract mentioned by Ezreal is one form of arcane contract. How to destroy the contract? Lu Chuan asked in a deep voice. Tear your heart out. Ezreal's face was pale at this moment. He tried his best to resist the powerful suction force, which obviously exhausted a lot of energy. Tear your heart out. Lu Chuan frowned. This sounded ridiculous, but Ezreal said it with a very serious expression. Well, he transplanted a devil's heart into me. It is on the right side of my chest. It is used to monitor and control me. If the heart is dug out, I will terminate the contract with him. But ordinary methods will not work. It must be something with a purification effect. And ordinary purification items have no effect. It must be a god-level item, because the demon is a demigod. Demigod, Lu Chuan frowned. This was the first time he had heard of the concept. If you need a god-level item, I don't have it. Lu Chuan shook his head. Now, he didn't even know what god-level items were, so how could he possibly own that kind of item? No, you do. It's in your arms. Ezreal stared at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was startled, and suddenly thought of something. You mean that bead? Well, that bead is a god-level item. It's more of a divine servant than an item. After a pause, Ezreal gritted his teeth and said, there's no time to explain this now. I'll tell you in detail later, so let's do it first. Lu Chuan nodded. Ezreal's appearance seemed to have reached the critical point at this time. I'm afraid if it drags on for a while, he will be completely sucked into the disc due to exhaustion. He took out a serrated dagger from the crystal ball. Normally, Lu Chuan would not use this small dagger, but it was very useful in this situation. Crack. There was a sound of a sharp blade breaking through the chest as the blood splashed wildly. Ezreal's right chest was exposed with white bones, and most of the area was covered by dark red and bloody muscle tissue. Got up. Yeah. Ezreal groaned, his expression a little painful, but he gritted his teeth and stood up. As a warrior's level increases, his physical strength will increase a lot. If he were an ordinary person, he would probably bleed to death by now. Inside the cut chest, a red beating heart can be seen through a layer of rib membrane. On the right side, there is something like a dark heart, which is also beating. In other words, Ezreal was forcibly transplanted with a heart and survived for such a long time with this black heart, although the method used is unknown. Hurry up, I can't hold it anymore. Ezreal didn't have much physical strength to begin with. And after such a struggle, the blood flow could not be stopped for the time being. At this time, he was weak and sweating profusely, his lips all turned white. Then I won't be polite. Lu Chuan originally hated Ezreal, because he planned to kill Ahri, and this alone was enough to sentence him to death. But one yard after another, this frail body could actually bear such great pain, which made Lu Chuan feel a little impressed. The sharp dagger easily cut through the rib membrane. Lu Chuan's heart sank, and he covered his hand with the power in the small bead. Rather than talking about power, it is better to say that it is the extremely pure spiritual power contained in the bead, because in that space, Lu Chuan really could not find the existence of a second form of power other than spiritual power. Lu Chuan stabbed his hand directly into Ezreal's chest, then held the still warm and beating heart, and pulled the black heart out with force. Poof! Ezreal spit out a mouthful of blood and sprayed it directly on Lu Chuan's shoulder. At the same time, the whole room erupted into a miserable scream. Damn mortals, you will not get a good ending. I will curse you. Curse you forever. You will carry this curse with you until the next day. Until hell. Then, the shrill voice suddenly stopped as if its throat had been strangled. That demon is dead? Lu Chuan asked doubtfully. No, I just broke off the connection with me. He is a demigod, and it is very difficult for him to die. Cough cough cough. Ezreal coughed from a distance, and at this time, his body was everywhere. It was all covered in blood, and his face was extremely weak. If measures were not taken immediately, Ezreal would probably die soon. Chapter 161. Are you okay? Lu Chuan glanced at Ezreal and found that he looked like he might die at any time. It's okay, I can still hold on for a while. Take me out first. Ezreal gritted his teeth, as if blood would spurt out if he said another word. At the same time, his chest was still leaking blood rapidly because it was not sutured in time. It's just that the color of the blood is no longer so bright red, and even a little transparent. This is a sign that the blood is running dry. Lu Chuan lifted Ezreal's small body on his shoulders with one hand. He looked around and found that there was no door. He had no choice but to open the cracks that had been blocked with the core of sand. As soon as the gap in the wall was opened, the two girls rushed in with anxious expressions on their faces. When they saw Lu Chuan walking out with Ezreal covered in blood, the two girls looked worried. Are you okay? However, after seeing Ezreal's condition, the two girls were shocked, especially the open chest, which was covered with flesh and blood, making both girls' faces turn pale. What's wrong with him? Janna stepped aside and allowed Lu Chuan to walk out of the crack in the wall. Lu Chuan gently placed Ezreal on the ground and asked him to maintain a sitting position with his back against the wall. Janna, let's put a layer of wind shield on him first and see if we can suppress his bleeding speed. At the same time, Lu Chuan kept slapping Ezreal's face with his hands. Don't fall asleep. Do you have any life-saving medicine on you? At this time, if Ezreal falls asleep, he may never wake up again. Yes, it's in my storage bag, Ezreal whispered very weakly. Lu Chuan reached out to open his clothes, found a small bag inside, and used his consciousness to reach into the storage bag. He took out some bottles and cans from the bag. Lu Chuan is a pharmacist himself, so he only needs to use his consciousness to perceive these unlabeled medicine bottles. However, what surprised Lu Chuan was that the potions that Ezreal carried were all top-grade potions, including a bunch of level 3 potions, and even a few bottles of level 4 potions. This guy carries a bunch of stuff with him that would make people jealous, so no wonder he is so arrogant. Among a pile of level 4 potions, Lu Chuan found a bottle of life potion. The life potion is made from the blood of a white-haired ape type of monster that is very close to human blood. After taking it, it can quickly replenish the blood lost in the body. Depending on the species of white-haired ape, the medicines made from blood are also different. But it was obvious that the bottle in Lu Chuan's hand was coagulated with the blood belonging to the 4th level white-haired ape monster. When he opened the bottle cap, the smell of the blood inside was very strong. As if all the blood in a person's body had been compressed into the blood contained in such a small bottle was also fishy black, like pieces of blood-colored tofu. Don't take this, it's very precious, just use the 2nd level one, I can survive, huh? Ezreal looked like he was dying. He was obviously about to die, but he still managed to survive. I can't bear to part with this level 4 life potion. But he felt distressed, but Lu Chuan didn't feel distressed. It wasn't his thing anyway, so Lu Chuan stuffed the bottle into his mouth without saying a word and raised his head at the same time. Thick blood-like tofu chunks flowed down Ezreal's esophagus, and the power of the 4th level life potion was reflected in this moment. The scratched chest muscle tissue was healing rapidly at this moment, as if someone had pressed the fast-forward button. Granulation continued to grow, and the gush of blood gradually stopped. Even Ezreal, whose face was originally as white as a sheet of paper, now had a rosy and healthy color on his cheeks. Almost within a few minutes, Ezreal stood up from the ground. Apart from the blood stains all over his body, he was now just like a normal person, and the skin on his chest had healed intact, as if never been hurt. However, seeing Ezreal come back to life again, Ahri and Janna took a cautious step back. It's okay. He only looks fine on the surface. In fact, his strength is very weak. No matter how good the medicine is, it can't save a person from the hands of death and restore him to full condition at the same time. Lu Chuan said calmly. Ezreal glanced at Lu Chuan with a complicated look, shook his head and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that you saved me in the end. Don't say thank you so early. Lu Chuan put his hand on Ezreal's shoulder. When Ezreal was about to say something, a punch flew towards him and hit him directly in the face. Bang! As the two girls exclaimed, Ezreal flew backwards and hit the wall directly. They are my most important people. If you want to take action against them, you must first consider whether your own life is strong enough. While Lu Chuan was speaking, from a position behind him that he couldn't notice, Ahri's delicate body trembled, and her lips he moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something. But after glancing at Janna beside her, she couldn't say anything in the end. His attitude towards the person involved, Ezreal, did not seem to be surprising, or it seemed that he had already expected that Lu Chuan would take action. You didn't kill me right away, which was unexpected. I thought your actions would be more extreme. Ezreal rubbed his swollen cheeks and stared up at Lu Chuan. I won't kill you just because you still have value. Lu Chuan smiled lightly. Now, can you tell me what you know? Lu Chuan. At this moment, Lu Chuan heard Janna calling him from behind. How? Why do you feel a strange color on your body? I have never seen a beam of light of this color before. Janna pointed at Lu Chuan. Is there any? Lu Chuan looked down and found that a layer of lavender light was covering his body, and the shadows of several ghosts appeared and disappeared in a flash. Not only Lu Chuan, but also Ezreal's body was shrouded in a layer of purple light. What's going on? Lu Chuan frowned and looked at Ezreal. I'm afraid he's been cursed. Sure enough, Ezreal sighed as if he knew something, and then slowly said. Demigod-level demons, even in their soul bodies, can play tricks on us cats and dogs. Amidst the applause, I naively thought that removing the devil's heart would get rid of him. Curse. Lu Chuan thought carefully and suddenly remembered that when he took off Ezreal's devil's heart just now, the shrill voice did indeed say some curse words. I thought it was just the enemies shout as they fled. Unexpectedly, those words turned out to be a curse. Chapter 162. You seem to be very calm. Lu Chuan glanced at Ezreal. Although he was cursed, his expression did not look very panicked. At that time, for this pendant, I agreed to the devil by coincidence. And then I was tortured by him all day long for a long time, and even absorbed my cultivation. I'm used to this, right? Ezreal shook the crescent moon pendant on his right wrist and calmly recounted what happened before. It turns out that in his early years, Ezreal, because his essence could jump through space, some special regional enchantments had no effect on him at all, so he relied on this ability to travel around Valoran. Traveled and encountered many opportunities. He also acquired a lot of treasures and high-quality secret techniques. After all, some restricted realms are inaccessible to ordinary people. During an expedition to Shurima, Ezreal accidentally broke into the depths of the Shurima Empire and encountered the demon in the soul state. Due to some special restrictions, that demon's soul was sealed in the sunken Shurima Empire. Since he had no body, he could not break through this bondage. However, for thousands of years, no one has been able to break in. So the devil could only endure the same process for thousands of years, until Ezreal broke in, which made the devil ecstatic and took out a crescent moon pendant that even he valued very much. In exchange, he asked Ezreal to help find a body large enough to accommodate him, preferably an orc. Because the physique of the orcs is much higher than that of other types of creatures. Ezreal was very excited about that pendant at that time. Although that pendant did not have any grade. It could automatically absorb the energy fluctuations between heaven and earth. Not only could it be used for his own use, but the energy fluctuations it absorbed could also be used for his own purposes. The storage and hanging decorations invisibly increase Ezreal's strength. In this way, the improvement of cultivation will be achieved with half the effort. So Ezreal signed a contract with the demon to find a body as a container. In order to prevent Ezreal from regretting it, the demon used his own methods to transplant a demon heart into Ezreal's body. And promised to remove the devil's heart on the day he finds his body. It wasn't until later that when Ezreal wandered to Demacia on a journey to find his body, he met Lu Chuan and his party. Ezreal, who originally didn't plan to have much entanglement with them, discovered Ahri. A woman from the orc tribe, although she is a spirit fox tribe with a soft appearance, her physique is not very strong. But the biggest feature of the spirit fox clan is that they can use their tails to be reborn after death. Compared to a tyrannical body, what could be more tempting than resurrection from the dead? So Ezreal set his sights on Ahri, and pretended to be useless, mingling with Lu Chuan and his group, looking for opportunities. The most important thing about using the body as a container is that the owner of the body is willing to donate his body. This will allow the transplanted soul to fit in with the body to the greatest extent. So Ezreal has been looking for the best time. He finally found it once, which was the opportunity when Ahri signed a contract with him. Then you should know what happened next. Ezreal shrugged. But Lu Chuan froze on the spot, and after a while he turned back to look at Ahri. After Ezreal told everything about Ahri, he stared at the ground next to him with some evasive eyes. Ahri, why didn't you tell me what happened before? Lu Chuan asked. Well, there's nothing to say. After all, aren't we partners in the same team? You always say that. Ahri said hesitantly. You are really stubborn. Janna said softly at this time, why don't you say what you think? Ah. No. Ahri stared at Janna as if her tail had been stepped on. Ahri also had a hunch that Janna might be able to more or less detect her feelings for Lu Chuan. But between two women, if the words are not broken, the friendship can continue forever. After all, due to emotions and reasons, Ahri feels that she is the one who owes something and the one who is unreasonable. She has never asked for too much, and sometimes she is quite content to be able to catch a glimpse of him from a distance. Therefore, Ahri has always been self-sufficient and never revealed too much of her inner thoughts in front of Lu Chuan and Janna. It would be better to say some things out loud, but it will be hard to hold them in your heart, right? Janna said. But if I say it, you will definitely be angry, right? Ali didn't know where he mustered up the courage to look at the main palace. I will definitely be angry. Janna nodded. Then you let me say it. It's good if everyone knows everything. Anyway, I haven't done anything extraordinary. Ali became more and more guilty as he spoke. It seems that you have done something outrageous once or twice, right? It was all done secretly, without either Lu Chuan or Janna noticing. Angry is just anger. Jana gently took Ari's hand, but we are also very good friends, aren't we? So are you going to give in? Ali looked excited. Dreaming. Jana replied expressionlessly. The conversation between the two women seemed to be very intense. You and I were quarreling openly and secretly, but on the surface they were calm. Lu Chuan was confused and asked, what have you been talking about since just now? Why don't I feel like I'm listening? Gotta understand. Forget it if you don't understand. No, it's nothing, nothing. Ali quickly shook his head. Forget it, let me do the talking. Jana sighed, looking at Ari's appearance. She was worried. Although Jana herself would feel a little uncomfortable if Ari said something interesting to Lu Chuan, but as she said, she and Ari had established a deep friendship after getting along for so long. Jana, who was very pure in spirit, couldn't bear this, so she planned to help Ari speak out. As for what happened next, she would make plans later. Ali, she is actually. You can't say that. Ari's face turned red and he hurriedly rushed forward and covered Jana's mouth. Lu Chuan looked very confused. The current situation seemed not right. Why was there a relaxed atmosphere surrounding these two girls? Forget it, let me do the talking. At this time, Ezreal, who had been ignored for a long time, coughed lightly and spoke quickly without giving Ari a chance to react. This fox. Then he pointed at Lu Chuan, I like you. Oh, pause here. Chapter 163. Buzz. Ali's face suddenly turned red like a fire. Even because the temperature was too high, a cloud of white gas appeared on the top of his head, as if he was about to faint at any time. Plop, plop. My heart was like a deer bumping around, and it was so intense that it was about to burst through my chest. Nervousness that she had never experienced before flooded into Ari's heart at this moment. Her nervous palms were sweaty and she clenched them tightly into a small fist. I wanted to see what Lu Chuan looked like at this time, but I didn't dare to look. Speaking of which, does this curse have any real impact? Lu Chuan was stunned for a while, then suddenly turned to ask Ezreal. Jana, Ari, and Ezreal all let out a surprised sound and looked up at Lu Chuan. Why are you looking at me? Lu Chuan scratched his cheek in embarrassment. Just now, Jana was about to mention what happened just now, but Ari pulled her sleeves, bit her lower lip and whispered, forget it Jana, it's already embarrassing enough. It was indeed embarrassing enough. She would have been looking forward to his answer, but Lu Chuan just pretended not to hear and changed the topic. Such an obvious change of topic is equivalent to saying clearly, I refuse, and everyone should not mention this kind of thing again in the future, so as not to affect everyone's relationship. For Ari, this was undoubtedly equivalent to pouring cold water on her head on. Even though he had already prepared for the worst, why was he still a little sad? Ali thought in confusion. Jana sighed softly, and seemed to be relieved. To be honest, she was as nervous as Ali about Lu Chuan's answer. What if Lu Chuan agrees? Wouldn't the position that originally belonged to her be given up to others? However, the relief she felt after rejecting the offer made Jana feel inexplicably guilty. Does the curse have any substantial impact? Lu Chuan asked Ezreal again, as if he wanted to cover up the current embarrassing situation. Although Lu Chuan was very surprised after hearing the truth spit out by Ezreal, for Lu Chuan, this choice was really a headache. The act of being confessed by a girl has never happened in his own world, but in this world, he already has the perfect Jana. It is obviously unrealistic to directly accept Ari's love at this time, but directly rejecting it will put Ari into a very sad situation. The current situation of the group is not optimistic, and Lu Chuan has been cursed. In this situation, romance is really not allowed, so Lu Chuan chose to deal with it coldly. Put it aside for now and talk about it later. That demon is a corrosive demon. After being entangled by his curse, the body will have extremely corrosive properties. It will not only corrode the body, but also, before Ezreal could finish speaking, Lu Chuan felt something under his feet. There was a burst of white smoke. Looking down, he found that the purple luster around him became more and more intense, and even the ground beneath his feet was unknowingly corroded by Lu Chuan's footprints. As you can see, this is corrosive. Now it's just external corrosion. After a while, even our bones may melt into slag. The curse will become stronger and stronger as the target's defense decreases. Ezreal shrugged helplessly. His situation was not optimistic either. The ground under his feet was constantly emitting white smoke, and his body was gradually sinking. There is no solution. For example, use the purification elements in the beads, by the way. If it is necessary to purify the elements, I really think of the same thing. Lu Chuan suddenly thought of something and sat down cross-legged. The curse spells on them have not been fully activated yet, so they have to solve them as soon as possible. The soul sneaked into the bead, and Lu Chuan quickly came to the skill area. In the last row of the skill area, there is a special secret area, and that row of secrets are the secrets of the summoner's skills. As Lu Chuan's strength continues to improve, the row of summoner secrets has unlocked many new skills. However, for Lu Chuan, the effects are a bit useless. For example, the barrier ability is not what Lu Chuan has condensed with the core of red flames. The shield is strong. So Lu Chuan just ignored it. But Lu Chuan clearly remembered that among the summoner's secret techniques, there was an ability called purification, which could relieve all negative physical conditions. He quickly came to the summoner's secret area, glanced quickly, and saw the purification icon that exuded a light blue light. That's it. Lu Chuan stepped forward to take the secret book, and his soul quickly exited the space inside the bead. Soon, Lu Chuan opened his eyes and took out a light blue secret book from the bead. The contents of the bead only require the soul to go in and explore it once. After that, it becomes Lu Chuan's personal belongings by default and can be extracted freely with the mind. What is this? Ari and Jana were both used to Lu Chuan pulling out strange skills and secret equipment, so they just asked curiously. This is purification, which can eliminate all negative conditions in the body. As Lu Chuan spoke, he crushed the secret book in his hand, and at the same time, his mind raced to extract the secret method that he had just digested from his mind. A soft power spread from my mind, as if I was in a clear spring, which could wash away the heat in my heart. Lu Chuan controlled his mind and circulated the gentle power to every corner of his body. At the same time, some of the turbid air in his body that had accumulated dust after improving his strength and could not be dissipated was also washed away one by that gentle force, which lifted Lu Chuan's whole spirit. And another good thing is that no matter the magic core you took in the past or the energy of heaven and earth you absorbed, there will always be places where the energy cannot be absorbed because the energy remains in the body. And it is squeezed into a ball, a dead space in the body. After purifying and washing, the energy remaining in those dead spots was also reused and integrated into Lu Chuan's flesh and blood. There was actually a lot of residual energy. Even though Lu Chuan tried his best to suppress his cultivation level, it instantly broke through the top layer at this moment. After a white light exploded, Lu Chuan slowly opened his eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. Has the curse disappeared? Jana looked around at Lu Chuan and found that there was no longer a surrounding purple light, and at the same time, Lu Chuan's aura was faintly stronger than before. Have you been promoted at the same time? Ari also asked. This fox is indeed a person who is very good at concealing his inner thoughts. He was so sad one moment, but he seemed to be fine the next moment, as if nothing happened just now. Pass. But I'm afraid only she knows how sad it is. Chapter 164. As the turbid air from Ezreal's mouth came out, the curse on him was completely lifted under Lu Chuan's purification. Although I'm embarrassed, I still thank you. Ezreal had completely lost his arrogance at this time and thanked Lu Chuan seriously. His own strength is much higher than that of Lu Chuan, so before this, he had never looked at Lu Chuan directly. Perhaps in the eyes of Lu Chuan and his group, he is just a person who doesn't care about anything and only sleeps with his head in his arms all day long, but in his eyes, Ezreal, Lu Chuan and his group are like ants, not caring at all. Worth his attention. Until now, he was able to survive because of Lu Chuan's true help, and he no longer felt proud in his heart. Forget it's a pointless thank you. I'd rather hear something valuable. Lu Chuan didn't give him a good look. Perhaps he had anticipated Lu Chuan's reaction, but Ezreal shrugged indifferently and whispered, it doesn't matter if I let them know. Lu Chuan glanced at Jana and Ari without any trace, we'll talk about it later, let's get out of here first. Jana and Ali only knew that Lu Chuan had a magical bead, but they had no idea how magical it was or its origin. Although women are very curious, Jana and Ari are both more measured. Lu Chuan did not take the initiative to tell them, and they would not mention the more secret issues. It's not that Lu Chuan doesn't trust them, it's just that even Lu Chuan himself doesn't understand the issue about Xiaozhu, and he doesn't know whether Xiaozhu is a blessing or a curse. This kind of good thing, which was almost like pie in the sky, hit him on the head. It had indeed helped Lu Chuan overcome many difficulties for a long time, but Lu Chuan always felt that this little bead was also a time bomb. The side effects may explode one day. Therefore, in line with the mentality of doing less than doing more, Lu Chuan decided to hide it for the time being. Get out. Why are you going out? Have you forgotten that this is inside the Shurima Empire? Isn't your purpose of coming here just to find more opportunities? Ezreal said leisurely. You said this is inside the Shurima Empire. Isn't this a desert burial ground? Lu Chuan was surprised. The desert burial ground is up there. I can use space jump to get in. As for how you appeared in this place, even I am a little curious. Could it be the function of that small bead? You are indeed a servant of God. Ezreal said somewhat meaningfully. You have been a servant of God since just now. This bead is not an object? Lu Chuan asked doubtfully. No, it is indeed an object, but it is also a conscious life form. I will tell you the details later. Ezreal paused and continued. But if you want to find some opportunities, I happen to know a place. Where do you know? Don't you have the ability to jump in space? Even if there are any good things, I'm afraid you have accepted them all, right? Lu Chuanpi said with a smile. Well. Ezreal smiled and added, there are still some good things. I don't have a very high demand for money. So there are some items or skill books and equipment that are not suitable for me. I will never take more. That place is indeed one of the best treasure spots in the Shurima Empire, and there are probably many areas in it that even I have not explored. After all, you have to know that this is an empire, and its size can be imagined. If I explore it alone, I will definitely miss something. The reason why I lead the way for free is that I don't like to owe favors. I said it very directly. If it weren't for Lu Chuan, I'm afraid he would have died long ago without even a trace left. The four of them formed a temporary team and explored the underground deep in the yellow sand. The Shurima Empire is really very vast according to Lu Chuan's preliminary estimate, it is probably twice as big as Demacia. However, with the blessing of Janna's wind, the group can get twice the result with half the effort. These buildings that seem to have some signs of collapse are indeed very advanced in terms of construction standards. It is really hard to imagine that the civilization of the people who lived thousands of years ago could reach this level. Ali was on his way. On the way, I looked around and sighed at the buildings that, even though they were a little dilapidated, still showed some elegance. If it hadn't been for that accident, I'm afraid the Shurima Empire would still be alive today. After all, their king is a man who is only one step away from becoming a god. He has a very long lifespan, which can completely make Shurima the Mar Empire still stands today. Ezreal said this as if he knew something. What happened back then? Not only Lu Chuan, but also Janna and Ari glanced at Ezreal curiously. Why did such a powerful country sink into the yellow sand overnight? It is said that the invasion of the Void clan led to the fall of the Shurima Empire. I don't know the specific circumstances, because it was so long ago. And the information recorded back then may have been turned into ashes by now. Ezreal he just said it casually, but it made Lu Chuan's heart move. The Void clan. Not only Lu Chuan, but Janna and Ari were also stunned. When I was in Demacia earlier, wasn't the man behind the scenes the one who called himself the Messenger of the Void? If the Void clan really exists, then the Void Messenger, as the name suggests, is just a pawn sent by the Void plane to spy on the vanguard. Even one of his chess pieces has the strength of gold level, so it is reasonable to say that the Shurima Empire was completely annihilated back then. But problems arise again. If even the most powerful empire in its heyday had been captured, could anyone really stop the Void clan? Why after these thousands of years, the Void clan seems to have disappeared from the world, and there is no news about it anymore, except for the guy who claims to be the messenger of the Void but doesn't know whether it is true or not. What's wrong? Seeing Lu Chuan lost in thought, Ezreal asked. Nothing. How long does it take to reach the place where you said there are many treasures? It's just ahead. Ezreal pointed to a bronze door directly in front, with a dim oil lamp lighting up on both sides. What makes people wonder is, why is there anything under this lifeless underground? Such things as oil lamps exist. Do you really want to go in? It doesn't feel good. Ari's two furry ears were raised on the top of his head as if he was timid. Come here, our purpose is to come to a place like this. After all, what awaits us ahead is an unknown danger. What if we don't improve our cultivation and arm ourselves as soon as possible? Lu Chuan said with a pun. It's unknown what kind of danger it would be if you pushed open the ancient bronze door ahead. And Lu Chuan didn't know what he would encounter on the road further ahead. The danger is not that big. As long as you don't wander in and trigger some hidden mechanisms, it's okay. Ezri had been in there several times, so he acted very calmly. Chapter 165. The seemingly solemn door had no special mechanism. Lu Chuan just stepped forward and pressed his hand into a groove with a palm print. The bronze door slowly opened in response. And in this dark and lonely environment, there was a sound. It made a dull sound and shrank in towards both sides. What comes into view is a long and narrow corridor, which is completely dark. Compared with the light that can barely see the surroundings from the outside world, the environment behind the gate is more like falling into a black hole. But soon, the oil lamps hanging on the walls on both sides of the door were suddenly lit, and they went down the corridor, allowing the group of people to see clearly what was inside the corridor. Coffin, coffin. Ari's face turned a little pale, and Jana's face wasn't much better either. After all, the first thing I saw when I walked in was such an unlucky thing. The corridor was filled with coffins. The coffins were arranged vertically and neatly arranged on both sides. This place is called the Mummy Temple. During the Shurima Empire, this was a place dedicated to placing coffins. Morgue? Lu Chuan answered. What is a morgue? Ezreal paused. Are you talking about these coffins? It is a very interesting name and quite appropriate. After all, this is indeed a place where corpses are parked. You just said that this place was a place for coffins when the Shurima Empire was in the Shurima Empire. Will every citizen of the Shurima Empire be placed here after death? Ari poked his head inside. He quickly took it back. No, no, no. There are quite a few citizens in the Shurima Empire. If everyone's corpses were really placed here after death, how could they possibly fit in them? These coffins contain people who are famous, knowledgeable, and status in the ancient empire. It is actually a very honorable thing to be placed in this temple after death. Ezreal flipped through a thick book in his hand that had an old color on the cover. Lu Chuan guessed that it was a book similar to the Valoran Encyclopedia, but it contained a wider range of content than the Valoran Encyclopedia. I really don't understand the thoughts of those people in ancient times. Is it a very honorable thing to be locked up in one place after death? If you die, you will die. You won't feel anything. Ali curled her lips, an expression of incomprehension. Lu Chuan smiled lightly and said, this is different. Let's take your Spirit Fox clan as an example. When your elders die, won't they also be buried underground? But there should be some subtle division regulations. For example, those who have made great contributions to the Spirit Fox clan, such as the clan leader, cannot just dig a hole and bury them after death, right? Ali tilted his head, as if he was recalling what happened when he was a child. After a while, he nodded slightly and said, that's what they say. Every generation of clan leaders in the clan will have a special place after death, and they will also choose a place. It will take a good time to bury him. Then it's over. The coffins placed here should be from the traditional culture of the Shurima Empire. Ezreal took over and said, well, in other regions, it is most appropriate for people to be buried underground after death, but in the Shurima Empire, after death, a special bandage will be used to wrap the whole body. Then put him in a coffin. It's another strange custom. Ali shook his head in confusion. The group finally entered the Mummy Temple, which had a strong aura of death. Some of the people in these coffins had a high status or a wealthy family during their lifetime, so they would carry many burial objects with them after death. If you open the coffin, there will be many treasures inside. Ezreal passed by rows of erected coffins. Coffin, explained again. You wouldn't pry into someone else's coffin, would you? Ari asked. Ezreal didn't answer, obviously acquiescing. At this moment, a faint cry suddenly came from a place not far away, causing the group of people to stop in their tracks. Did you hear anything just now? Lu Chuan slowed down his breathing. I seem to have heard a burst of crying. Ari said. Like a child, Jana answered. While the group was talking, the cry sounded again, making the long corridor feel particularly lonely. Woo! Ali put his hands on his shoulders and rubbed them, then quietly stood behind Lu Chuan. I feel like I'm getting goosebumps. Maybe I saw a ghost. In fact, speaking of it, Lu Chuan was a little curious about what ghosts would look like if they existed in this world. The crying sounds are like a gradual cycle. After a period of time, I cry for a while, and after a period of time, I cry again. It is the voice of a child. It feels a little sad, as if I have lost my most beloved toy. Ezreal and I will go take a look ahead. Lu Chuan grabbed Ezreal's arm without any explanation and dragged him forward. Be careful. Jana and Ari both said concernedly from behind. Is this considered differential treatment? Ezreal smiled bitterly. The two girls behind him obviously only cared about Lu Chuan and did not take Ezreal into account at all. Who made you suffer for yourself? Lu Chuan snorted coldly. But speaking of which, of those two girls, which one are you going to choose? Ezreal suddenly asked after some distance from Janna and Ari behind him. Huh? Lu Chuan hesitated. Both of them are quite outstanding. The one named Janna has a softer temper and is suitable to be the main palace, while Ari is quite good as a lover. Does this have anything to do with you? Hee, everyone is curious. Ezreal smiled sarcastically. It's just that I won't choose you anyway. You've already been booked. Lu Chuan said something coldly, and Ezreal was confused. I've been booked? What do you mean? Soon, you might meet someone wearing a bejeweled outfit and fall in love with him. A person wearing a jeweled costume? There can't be such a cute girl, right? Who knows? Lu Chuan shrugged indifferently. The two walked forward and found a green bandage at a corner. Following the bandages, Lu Chuan found a very short little guy curled up in a ball, only reaching his knees, and a crying sound came from him. The little guy's whole body was covered with green bandages. To say that it is a green bandage, it is better to say that it is because it has been too long that the bandages are covered with moss. As if he felt the footsteps of the two people, the little guy turned around. There was a pair of glowing eyes on the green bandage, which shocked Ezreal. Bandage monster. You are the bandage monster, woo-woo, who are you, woo-woo, why are you here? Woo-woo, the little guy seemed to be extremely sad, and it made people feel ridiculous. Surprisingly, even though it was just a mummy-looking guy, a lot of tears quickly gathered in his eyes. And at a very exaggerated speed, they formed a line of tears, fluttering down. Chapter 166. Compared to Ezreal's panic, Lu Chuan seemed much calmer. When he heard the cry just now, Lu Chuan had a vague premonition in his heart, and after seeing the moss-covered bandage, Lu Chuan's premonition became even stronger. Until now, Lu Chuan confirmed that the little guy less than half a meter tall in front of him was a mumu. According to the background, a mumu is an organism of unknown origin. Even he himself does not know why he has life. He does not know the meaning of his existence, nor does he know who his parents are. He does not even know why he has life. Know how you are formed. But looking at the surrounding environment, Lu Chuan felt that the formation of a mumu was more likely to contain the extremely strong yin energy of this place and the ghosts of countless people. The ghost that could not escape stayed in this temple for a long time, and a strange creature like a mumu was born. Are you here to make friends with me? Ah woo woo, I have no friends, not a single one, ah woo woo. So lonely, ah woo woo, a mumu cried in a low voice, tears growing more and more. There are more and more, and it has even spread to the feet of Lu Chuan and Ezreal. But the seemingly pure and clear tears were very obviously corrosive, and even the ground beneath his feet was bubbling like a swamp. Why is this place full of corrosive creatures? Ezreal jumped a few steps away, avoiding a mumu as if he were avoiding the plague. In a mumu's eyes, he felt that he was despised again, so he cried louder. So the tear circles under my feet spread even wider. The cry attracted the two girls who were waiting on the spot. After seeing the crying Amumu, the two girls stepped forward a little unbearably, but Lu Chuan grabbed their arms and gently shook his head. His tears are corrosive, so it's better not to get too close. He cried so miserably, I always feel like he has encountered the saddest thing in the world. Ari squatted down not far away, folded his hands on his knees, then looked at Amumu and said, Little guy, may I have your name? I don't have a name, ah woo woo. His name is Amumu. Lu Chuan added. How did you know? The crying sound is more similar. You heard that he always whines, so he calls him Amumu. Lu Chuan answered vaguely, but deep down he was thinking about Amumu's name. Did you pick it up for him? He didn't have a name before this. That's it. Ari believed it so easily, and then looked at Amumu and asked, Why are you crying? So lonely, ah woo woo, no one, so many years, no one, ah woo woo, someone can hug me. Lu Chuan's head was covered with black lines. As corrosive as you are, who dares to hug you? In other words, as long as you have friends, you won't be so sad. Ari asked again. I won't have friends, I won't have anyone, ah woo woo. In that case, be friends with me. Ari showed a bright smile. Ari. Janna called Ari with a slight frown. Among this group of people, Lu Chuan is the only one who knows that Amumu is a hero. In the eyes of others, Amumu is a very strange life form. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the first time they have seen such a life form. No one knows what kind of trouble they will get into if they get involved. Don't worry. Ari said softly, and you see, his tears are also blocking the way. How can he get through if he doesn't stop his tears? I will be your friend, and everyone is your friend. Ari repeated to Amumu again. Friend, is it true? Amumu's tears stopped. He raised his head and looked at Ari and the group of people beside her in a daze. His eyes without pupils but shining with light seemed to make him, people saw a look of yearning. What a little guy who doesn't need any reasons or excuses, just one word to coax his tears away, Lu Chuan couldn't help but think to himself. Really, can you come with us from now on? Sister can take you to see the outside world. Ali looked at Lu Chuan as he spoke, as if asking for his opinion. Bringing along such a seemingly harmful guy is something Ari alone can't decide on. Lu Chuan didn't care, but he still felt a little curious. Why did you suddenly make such a request? Because don't you think this child is very innocent? With him, I might have someone I can talk to, at least he won't escape what I say. Ali snorted with a hint. And Lu Chuan felt a little bit awkwardly, he looked away and coughed slightly. Okay, you can take him with you. Really, will you really take me with you? In all these years, I have never been so happy, really so happy. Ah woo woo. Amumu began to cry again, and he had already sunk in the tears under the ground were quickly gathered again. The group of people felt a headache and hurriedly coaxed Amumu to stop his tears. In this way, with a bit of absurdity, a group of 4 people and a completely inexplicable life form set foot on the road forward again. I've been walking for more than 10 minutes, but it feels like there's nothing else on both sides except the coffin boards. Looking at the seemingly endless corridor, Ali complained in a low voice, never mind, anyway, if you're tired, take a rest first. As she spoke, she folded her arms and leaned against the cold wall next to her. No matter, I'll take a rest, who? Amumu seemed to be particularly close to Ari, so he followed Ari's example, folding his arms and leaning on Ari's legs. Those white and delicate calves that wanted to be touched, with Amumu leaning on them like this, really made people a little envious. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Ari's back seemed to have touched some mechanism. Ari screamed in surprise. From behind the wall, an arm wrapped in a bandage suddenly stretched out and dragged Ari in from the wall. Ari! Before Lu Chuan could react to the sudden change, Ari disappeared. After Lu Chuan rushed forward, what he touched was still the cold wall. His fists hit the wall, making a thick and dull sound. Damn it! How come there is such a mechanism? Lu Chuan's face turned livid, and he turned his wrist and drew out the storm sword. He planned to split the wall. But at this time, the bandage on Amumu's arm was stretching rapidly. What was incredible was that the green bandage on Amumu's arm easily penetrated the wall, and with a subtle snap. It seemed to be wrapped around something. I grabbed her feet. The friend I finally found will never be handed over to you like this, woo-woo. Amumu backed away desperately with a somewhat angry expression, as if thinking it was like pulling Ari out from the other side of the wall. Chapter 167. The bandages on Amumu's hands stretched forward, and after hearing a soft, snap sound, they wrapped around Ari's legs, and Amumu stepped back desperately, as if trying to pull Ari from the wall. Just drag it out. But Amumu's strength was too weak. When he was about to be dragged into the wall, Lu Chuan put his hand on his shoulder. Hold on, don't let go. As he spoke, a powerful force emerged from Lu Chuan's body. At this moment, Lu Chuan used the power of the sand core and continued to poke inside along the bandage on Amumu's arm. At the same time, Lu Chuan closed his eyes and followed the vigorous intensity to perceive what was happening inside. Ari was seen to be bound by layers of white bandages, as if they wanted to drag her deeper into the place. Beside her, a white figure appeared, which was similar to Amumu, but was slightly larger and much taller than Amumu. I saw it. There seemed to be a white shadow similar to Amumu inside. Lu Chuan opened his eyes and said. It is indeed them. Amumu said as if he knew something. Them. In this temple, there are many guys who exist in the form of bandages like me. Amumu's tone seemed a little low, but they always like to do some bad things, and they even like to eat away and break in by mistake. Human body, and take pleasure in it. Are you kidding, cannibalizing the body? When Lu Chuan thought of Ali being eaten by that strange guy wrapped in white bandages, a rage spread from the bottom of his heart. If you are angry, just kill them. Don't worry about my bandage. Amumu seemed to sense Lu Chuan's anger and added. Originally, Lu Chuan didn't take action immediately because Amumu's bandages were wrapped around Ari's legs. If the bandage is the real body, then Lu Chuan's next actions will also cause damage to Amumu. Is it really okay? Lu Chuan asked confirmingly. No problem. If my friend can be rescued, this pain will be nothing at all. Okay, Lu Chuan stretched out his palm, and a subtle tongue of fire burst out from his fingertips. Pressing his fingers on Amomo's bandage, Lu Chuan's heart sank. The flames quickly expanded, burning along Amomo's bandage, all the way forward. Zitsizi. The green bandage was burning in the fire. At the same time, Lu Chuan also separated part of his mental shield to wrap up the main parts of Amomo's body to prevent the fire from being burned. The flames followed the bandage and quickly penetrated into the wall. Lu Chuan also poured his mental power into it. After touching Ari's legs, he quickly wrapped Ari with his mental power. After doing all this, Lu Chuan raised his finger slightly. Buzz! The flames grew rapidly at this moment, and soon, a scream was heard from inside the wall, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Give it back to you, give it back to you. The voice in the wall seemed to be begging for mercy, loosening its grip on Ari. At this time, Amomo pulled hard and pulled Ari out of the wall. Lu Chuan stepped forward, hugged Ali in his arms, and asked softly, "Is everything okay?" Ari shook his head gently, "No, please put me down." Her cheeks were a little red. Janna also coughed lightly, and Lu Chuan hurriedly put Ari down and said, "Are there many of your kind in this temple?" "Yeah." Amomo nodded. "But it seems that you are very afraid of flames." Lu Chuan glanced at the green bandage wrapped around Amomo's arm. There were obvious burn marks on the small section in front, which must have been caused by the fire just now. But he endured it without saying a word. "I do have extra bandages here." Lu Chuan dug out a small medical bag from the storage bag and found some small bandages. "If you don't mind, see if you can connect them." Amomo scratched his head. "This kind of bandage is different from the one on my body. It can't be connected. But it doesn't matter. It's better that big sister is fine than anything else." Ari bent down and touched Amomo's head gently, hugged him again, and kissed his forehead. "Thank you so much, little one." Amomo felt like the world was spinning for a while, and his feet were shaking when he landed again. After this incident, when the group moved forward again, Lu Chuan lit a cluster of flames on his fingertips. Compared with weak oil lamps, it is a good choice for lighting, and according to what Amomo said. Mummy monsters like them are instinctively afraid of flames, so Lu Chuan's meaning of lighting up this cluster of flames is also very simple. Warning: keep those strange life forms away from your group. After walking along the corridor for about 10 minutes, the group finally saw a bright spot in front of them, so they quickened their pace. Another door appeared in front of everyone, but the difference from before was that this door had a small window, through which the scene inside could be seen. It was like a chapel-like scene, with white floors and walls, and a statue of a white angel standing in the center. The surrounding stained glass windows glowed with colorful light under the crystal chandelier at the top. Compared with this dark corridor, the small church that appeared in front of us was obviously a place of darkness and light. "I have never been to this place." Ezreal waved his hand. "When I was exploring before, I only walked about half of the way. Because I didn't reach the end, I was afraid of any accidents, so I turned back." "Gone back? Then go in and take a look, maybe there is some hidden opportunity." Lu Chuan opened the small door with a transparent window, and the soft light shone on his face, and his whole spirit was lifted a lot. This place is also filled with strong spiritual power, but it pales in comparison to what's inside the small bead. But it still made Janna and Ari exclaim. For magic warriors like them, spiritual power is their second life. In such a place full of strong spiritual power, it is obviously very important for their cultivation. It is also a very good improvement for advancement. However, after walking a few steps into the chapel, Lu Chuan quickly discovered that behind the statue of the angel, there was a large coffin made of crystal. On the top of the coffin, there is a layer of overlapping black chains, binding the coffin. Chapter 168. In other words, is it enough to shine the light source on it? Ari asked doubtfully. It shouldn't be that simple. The light in this church is very bright. And the light has strong refraction. If it can be unlocked just by shining the light source on the keyhole, then there is no need to wait for us to come over. Yes. There is a lot of light in this room. Lu Chuan quickly overturned this guess. Is it necessary to bring in the sun's light? But the problem is that this is tens of meters or even hundreds of meters deep underground. Where can we find sunlight? Ali shook his head in confusion. It is possible that, as Ari said, the light emitted by the sun needs to be brought in. Although we are now in a bottomless underground, this is the Shurima Empire. It did not sink years ago. Which means that at that time, the entire empire was on the ground, so it was not that difficult to bring in a beam of sunlight at that time, right? Lu Chuan explained calmly. Then the whole group fell into a helpless situation. If that doesn't work, why don't you try to break the statue? Or pry open the crystal coffin. After thinking for a long time, Ezreal came up with a bad idea, which was quickly rejected by Lu Chuan. What if external force is used to destroy something sealed inside it? We only speculate that there may be powerful power stored in it, but what if it is something else? Destroy what you can't get. This idea is too dangerous. Ezreal laughed dryly. He had always done this before, stuffing everything he could get into his pockets. If you can't get something, use violence to break it. If it is destroyed, there is nothing you can do. This is the principle that Ezreal has always believed in. But no matter what, his life was given by Lu Chuan now, and he couldn't interfere much with Lu Chuan's decision. Moreover, although he barely managed to survive, the strength in his body has not recovered so quickly. Now he may not be able to fight against Lu Chuan. Interfering with Lu Chuan's idea is obviously an act of seeking a beating. Being careful with the 10,000-year ship is also one of the principles that Ezreal believes in. Would you like to try it with my tears? Amumu, who had been silent, asked at this time. Lu Chuan originally planned to let Amumu give it a try. After all, Amumu's tears are extremely corrosive. Maybe he can corrode the outer layer of the coffin board through corrosive methods in addition to violent methods. Maybe. But at this moment. Boom. The ground trembled, and the whole church began to shake. What's wrong? Ari managed to steady himself to avoid falling to the ground amid the tremors on the ground. Is there someone other than us fighting fiercely? Soon, an old voice dispelled everyone's doubts. The voice was exactly the same as what Lu Chuan and his group heard when they first entered the desert burial ground, and there was a hint of excitement in the voice. Congratulations to you, adventurers who broke in. The soul absorption has met your needs. The door of the Shurima Empire will be opened for you. Although he said congratulations, from the tone of voice, it was more like he was satisfied with something on his mind. In other words, except for a few of us, other mercenaries can now step into the Shurima Empire. Lu Chuan glanced at Ezreal with confirmation. Well, that's true. The remaining 500 people may have died, right? Otherwise. The souls cannot be completely absorbed, but I always feel that there is some conspiracy in this, because in the past, the desert burial ground would be opened once a year. But there has never been a situation like this year. Ezreal paused and continued. While Lu Chuan and his party were talking, the tremors of the ground beneath their feet did not stop. Instead, they kept shaking, getting more and more intense. In the end, the entire surface of the earth felt as if someone had hit it with a huge heavy hammer. The feeling was so shocking that it was difficult for Lu Chuan and his group standing on it to maintain their balance. Have you ever felt the ground is rising continuously? Ari's perception was the most acute among the group. At this moment, she suddenly pricked up her ears, and her charming eyes looked at her carefully as if they were surveying. Over 4 weeks. When Ali said this, Lu Chuan calmed down and felt it carefully. It seems that there is indeed an experience of rising. Maybe Janna and Ezreal don't know much about it, but Lu Chuan, who comes from another world, has taken a high-tech elevator. At this time, the surface where the group of people are standing is like the elevator rises slowly. It's just that the elevator rises unsteadily, accompanied by various tremors. What the hell are you doing? Who is the guy behind all this? Lu Chuan cursed secretly. After his group broke into this underground world, they didn't get even half a dime of benefits, but they suffered a lot. But the unlucky thing seemed to be far more than that. Ali accidentally glanced back, her pretty face suddenly filled with astonishment, and she subconsciously tugged on Lu Chuan's sleeve. Lu Chuan, look. Following Ari's fingers, Lu Chuan looked back and found that the crystal coffin, which was originally indistinguishable from a dead object, suddenly began to tremble violently, as if something was about to break out of the chains. At the same time, a crack appeared in the perfect angel statue. The crack spread at an extremely fast speed, and with a crackling sound, it turned into a pile of rubble and scattered on the ground. A ring with purple-blue luster fell out of the angel statue. Amumu controlled the bandage on his hand to extend forward, snatched the ring over, and handed it to Lu Chuan. What kind of ring is this? Lu Chuan felt the energy fluctuations on it carefully. It was not very powerful, and it did not contain special magical energy. It looked like a relatively ordinary ring. Not even a grade. Why was such a useless ring sealed in an angel statue? While Lu Chuan was still confused, he heard a thunderous sound erupting from the crystal coffin. The group of people looked over and their pupils suddenly shrank. The chains on the crystal coffin were annihilated at this moment, and the crystal coffin also turned into fragments, but they did not splash around, but maintained a certain traction, floating and rotating in the air. In the center of the fragments of the crystal coffin, a blue shadow quickly solidified. Be a slave for life, promise me to be your master forever. Next, let you see what real magic is. Chapter 169. What is that? The group's eyes widened, feeling the magical energy that was constantly erupting from the crystal coffin. A powerful force that I had never experienced before, energy that could not be described in words, spewed out crazily at this moment, overflowing the room, and finally the energy was so majestic that the surrounding walls burst open. The invisible energy burst through the visible, hard and thick walls, which shows how powerful that energy is. The next moment, Lu Chuan seemed to suddenly think of something, his face changed drastically, he took the hands of Jana and Ari, and rushed towards the door without looking back. Run! This guy, Lu Chuan didn't even have time to finish his words. Because he has realized the seriousness of the situation. When the Shurima Empire fell, the king of Shurima was a powerful man who was on the verge of becoming a god, and even a god-level power fell. Something must have happened during that period. In the background of League of Legends, as far as Lu Chuan knew, there was a wizard named Zerath who lived in the Shurima Empire. By chance, he possessed very powerful arcane energy. It is a powerful energy that does not belong to this continent. Zerath also paid the price of his body for it and became an immortal soul. But even the soul has arcane energy that can destroy heaven and earth. As for what happened, Lu Chuan didn't know, but from the fall of the empire to the fall of the king of Shurima, it must be inseparable from Zerath's arcane energy body. In other words, if someone can fight and defeat a near god-level warrior, then his own strength is also near god-level or even god-level. When facing a god-level warrior, Lu Chuan could not imagine any other option besides turning around and running away. To be honest, in the hands of a god-level warrior, even escaping might be a luxury. Although Jana and Ari were not sure why Lu Chuan's face turned so ugly, out of an instinctive trust in Lu Chuan, he shouted and ran away, which was definitely not wrong. So the group of people turned around and quickly fled out of the corridor they came from. The low voice of the arcane energy body came from behind, "It's so wonderful. It feels so wonderful to see the light of day again. This damn seal has been binding me for thousands of years, but these are no longer important. I will firmly control the power of this world." Thunder-like laughter came, shaking the sand and rocks above his head and falling down continuously. It's really good that he didn't notice us. Ari looked back in the direction of the church with lingering fear. At this time, the room was filled with blue aurora. If the group of people had stopped in that room just now, seconds, I'm afraid they've all been wiped out by now, right? That kind of power is so powerful that just one look at it will make people feel helpless from the bottom of their hearts. However, Ali may not know that there is a taboo called raising a flag. As soon as she finished speaking, a blue light flashed over as quickly as lightning. Lu Chuan quickly pulled Ali over with quick eyes and hands, and a bottomless pit was created where she was standing. Ali turned pale with fright, and her feet were weak. That blow just now, if it had been hit, there wouldn't even be any scum left, right? What kind of perverted power is this? Do the few ants who broke in by mistake still want to leave here alive? They can be my grindstone after thousands of years of silence. A sound like thunder exploded behind him, followed by another blue light. The speed was so fast that it even exceeded the speed of sound. People could only see a beam of light rushing towards them, and the light had already hit in front of Lu Chuan and his party. After experiencing the feeling of passing death just now, Ari's hands and feet were now cold, and his whole body was numb and froze in place. "Jana!" Lu Chuan shouted sharply. Jana put her hands forward and used all her strength to build a very thick wind flow barrier in front of everyone. Lu Chuan also changed his mind quickly. The power of the red flame core and the sand core surged out at the same time. A ball of flame emerged from Lu Chuan's left hand, and a ball of sand and stone slowly solidified in his right hand. The next moment, Lu Chuan suddenly clapped his hands forward, and the flames turned into a thick fireball and rushed forward, while the sand and stone spread out, forming a thick wall of sand in front of everyone. Bang! Perhaps it collided with Lu Chuan's fireball, and the entire corridor began to tremble violently. But that was only a one-sided breakdown, because Lu Chuan had already seen the venomous snake-like blue light penetrate his sand wall, and in a very short moment pass through the wind barrier formed by Jana's full strength. And the momentum has not weakened at all. The power of god-level warriors is really despairing. Just a beam of light thrown casually has such terrifying destructive power. Lu Chuan and his team tried their best to use all their trump cards, but even Zerath's not even a beam of light can stop it. Seeing that the beam was about to hit Lu Chuan and his party, when an explosion occurred on the spot, Lu Chuan pulled out a red-covered book from the small bead. I quickly opened the book, and there was no writing except for the white paper inside. Lu Chuan turned his wrist and took out a bunch of bottles. He didn't have time to open the bottle caps, so he simply crushed the bottles with his palm, and scarlet blood oozed from them. This is the blood essence of the silver-level warriors that Lu Chuan had collected previously. He dropped the essence and blood on the white page, and a burst of red light flickered. The book in Lu Chuan's hand broke away from him and was suspended in mid-air alone. Wu Feng automatically turned over the pages of the book quickly. Above the pages, a blood-red energy wave was rapidly solidifying. This is Lu Chuan's last trump card, the Mahia's soul-stealing scroll he obtained in Damasia's Trial of Courage Tower. According to the Guardian in the tower at that time, after this strange book was filled with human blood essence, it would condense into a powerful blow comparable to that of a peak golden powerhouse. Although he didn't know whether he could block the blue beam, Lu Chuan had no other choice now. The red energy light group and the blue beam collided fiercely, successfully delaying the time for a moment. Lu Chuan transformed into the wings of the bleeding crow behind him. Hugged Janna with one hand and hugged Ari with the other, and at the same time carried Amomo. On the shoulder, a light blue trail instantly appeared behind him. The whole person turned into a ray of light and shadow, and swept straight forward in the narrow corridor, bringing with it a strong air current, which shook the coffin standing on both sides and became tilted. You run really fast, arcane leap. Ezreal also bit his tongue and squeezed out some of the strength he had just recovered. After a light yellow light flashed, he disappeared directly out of thin air. Boom! Immediately after the group of people dissipated. The originally narrow and quiet corridor erupted with an earth-shattering momentum and instantly turned into countless gravel and dust, along with some broken bandages and a tragic scene that lasted only a second. Scream. Chapter 170. A violent explosion sounded from somewhere inside the Shurima Empire, accompanied by constant earthquakes. An agile figure quickly passed by, with a hint of dissatisfaction. What the hell kind of place is this? Why is there a palace under the desert? Immediately, she stood at the place where Lu Chuan and his group had first arrived. She shook her head, and her red hair began to sway. Hey, Sivir, what's so good about this damn place that makes it worth your whole life to go there? Katarina glanced at Sivir, who was belatedly arriving behind her, and complained in a dissatisfied tone. As a first-class officer in Noxus, she was able to stoop to such a place mainly because of Sivir. Speaking of Sivir and Katarina's acquaintance, it was when Sivir was doing a bounty mission. It happened that the assassination target was the same person as a high-ranking Noxian official whom Katarina planned to assassinate. And the two people were similar. Strength, so we knew each other. After going back and forth, we became familiar with each other. Originally, this was nothing, but Noxus was expanding its army recently. And an extra detachment of soldiers was formed, and they were also assigned to Katarina's command. The extra army was left to Katarina to handle. Katarina, who was overwhelmed, thought of Sivir. With her means and abilities, it is absolutely possible for her to come and lead such an army. Moreover, Sivir does not have much ambition, and is only interested in money. In this way, she is the best candidate to manage this extra army, and there is no need to worry about her doing something detrimental to Noxus. Move. So Katarina, who had made up her mind, put down all her affairs, came to the deserted town alone, and found Sivir with a generous reward. Managing the army is too boring. How can such a dangerous adventure be interesting? The promised reward is too. The former is naturally not as interesting as the latter. Sivir tossed the cross dagger in his hand and replied calmly. Hey, you didn't promise me like this before. We agreed that after we finish this journey with you, you will follow me to Noxus to serve as an officer. Katarina, who has always been cold-blooded, said something rare. He showed an angry expression. When did you agree? Did I say that? Sivir spread his hands. How can you go back on your word? While the seemingly joking quarrel between the two women was still going on, there was a burst of wind not far away, as if something floating in mid-air was approaching quickly. Shoo, someone is here, let's have some fun, otherwise it will be too boring. Catalina made a silencing gesture and pulled out a bright dagger from her leggings. Sivir's hand that was throwing the dagger also stopped, and he held the dagger behind his back and whispered with Katarina, leaning slightly towards the wall. The sound of breaking wind came closer from far away, and with an extremely fast gesture, it rushed around the corner in an instant and appeared in front of Katarina and Sivir. Hey! Stop! Katarina bore the brunt and rushed forward. She was a bit wild and unruly in her bones, and the lawless environment in Noxus where she grew up also made her arrogant. Sighed. It doesn't matter who comes, just tell them to stop first. And if the visitor carries something good, he can also put it in his bag, unless he encounters the tough guy with blonde hair just now. Go away. A sharp shout was accompanied by strong winds, and a cluster of flames instantly formed and struck directly towards Catalina. The unprepared Catalina was hit by the flames from the front, causing her to react quickly and raise her arms across her chest. She was also pushed back a few steps by the flames. Damn it! The irritated Catalina shouted, her red hair looking a little messy at this time. She stepped on the steps, clenched the dagger in her hand, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wait a minute, Carter. Sivir finally saw the faces of the incoming group clearly at this time, and was about to stop Katarina. But at this time, Catalina's blood was already rising, and she couldn't care so much. She rushed in front of the visitor in an instant, and suddenly dropped the dagger in her hand. I haven't taught you enough yet, have I? Suddenly, a yellow light flashed past, and in front of Catalina, a blond boy stood straight on the spot, with his arms folded and looking at Catalina with interest now. The dagger in Katarina's hand was raised high, but it never came down. The handsome man with blonde hair in front of her was the guy she had just bumped into in the maze, and was beaten to the point of vomiting blood with just 2 moves. Catalina had a deep fear of him. Why are you here? Katarina snorted angrily and then took back the dagger in her hand. Am I obligated to report my whereabouts to you? Ezreal turned sideways and looked at Lu Chuan. If there is no problem, let's leave first. Catalina's almond-shaped eyes widened, and her gaze shifted from Ezreal to Lu Chuan. Although there was nothing wrong with the tone of Ezreal's words, Catalina could tell from her breath alone that Ezreal's strength was much stronger than Lu Chuan's. The tone in which a strong man speaks to a weak man, although not respectful, can still be regarded as polite, and there is a feeling that Lu Chuan is the dominant one. Catalina is not surprised by this, and the 2 women around that guy are very beautiful. Such top-notch women can gather around this man. It seems that he does have some unknown talents. Place. What made Carter depressed was that he hit the iron plate twice in a row that day. He really didn't know how to describe it. At this time, a crackling sound of electric sparks came from behind the group of people. It's really endless. Lu Chuan frowned. He originally thought that with the help of Magia's soul-stealing scroll, he and his group also ran a long distance in a very short period of time. But who knew that the god-level warrior Xerath didn't seem to want to let Lu Chuan and his party go, and pursued them all the way. Someone is chasing you. Catalina suddenly became confused when she saw the changes in the faces of Lu Chuan and his party. Logically speaking, although Lu Chuan's hidden strength is not to be said, Ezreal's strength is actually shown here. According to Catalina's preliminary estimate, this little yellow-haired man is estimated to have a strength that will go up to 3 stars in gold. The one who can chase this group of people everywhere, is it the platinum rank? Chapter 171. But soon, when Catalina felt the aura of the blue figure chasing after her, she realized how naive her thoughts were. This extremely powerful power is far beyond the reach of platinum-level experts. Catalina has seen strong men of the platinum level before. In her country, there is a general with an axe who possesses the strength of the platinum level. He has a blood-eating evil aura all over his body, which makes people take a second look. Everyone will feel deeply afraid. But even that general couldn't make Catalina tremble unconsciously like she is now. Yes, after the blue figure appeared, her body trembled almost uncontrollably, as if a creature had encountered a natural enemy, with fear from the bottom of her heart. After sleeping for thousands of years, have all the ants now learned how to escape? So how about this? The blue figure with an almost invisible outline was floating in the sky. The only thing that could identify his general direction was the one scattered around him. The crystal coffin around him was broken into pieces. As Xerath's words fell, a blue barrier appeared under everyone's feet. The barrier covers a wide area, and everything you look at is covered by the blue light barrier. Zitzi, bang. Soon, a sound like an electromagnetic explosion came from the barrier, and countless electric sparks jumped up at this moment. Take it. Xerath drank softly, and saw that the blue light barrier was like a circle of rapidly shrinking ripples, and the strong and terrifying thunder and lightning breath in it was also quietly growing. The group of people no longer had any way out, and were forced to huddle together, leaning against each other, looking at the rapidly gathering high-voltage electric energy. What should I do? Cold sweat was already streaming down Ezreal's forehead. This was the first time he had encountered such a difficult and desperate situation. He had finally recovered some strength in his body just now. After several consecutive arcane leaps to escape, it was no longer enough to support him to release it again. At this moment, when no one was paying attention, Ari quietly took Lu Chuan's hand, intertwining their fingers. Perhaps even Lu Chuan himself didn't feel this subtle change. After all, Lu Chuan's mind had been thinking about how to escape from this sea of thunder. It's a pity that in a short period of time, and when all the cards are exhausted, there is really no good way to think of. Just as a group of people were sitting there waiting for death, an old voice suddenly resounded in the space. Life and death are endless reincarnations. We live and they die. The moment the voice sounded, Lu Chuan and his party suddenly calmed down. It was like a shot of reassurance. Soon, lightning struck Lu Chuan and his group, and the powerful current took away all the lives of the group in an instant. It was so powerful that the group of people died directly in the sea of thunder and lightning without making any painful screams. But the next moment, Lu Chuan opened his eyes and found that there was still a sea of thunder and lightning in front of him, and the group was still not out of trouble. What's going on? I clearly remember that in the moment just now, a powerful electric current washed through my whole body. And then I lost consciousness. It's impossible to survive being hit by this kind of electric shock, but Ali also looked down at his palm in surprise. In perfect condition, as if nothing had happened. Nasus, you are a guy who has been stabbed 1,000 times. Stop meddling in other people's business. At this time, Zerath let out an angry roar. A tall figure slowly walked out from the other side of the wall. It was a man with the head of a fox and a human body. He held an 8-foot-long half-moon axe blade in his hand. He was wearing a suit of fine armor. It was clearly a terrifying thunder and lightning array. But he walked extremely fast step by step. Calmly, he walked slowly towards Lu Chuan and his group. Your destiny is to be sealed in a coffin for eternity, not to make waves in the outside world. The fox-wolf man said in a low voice, and at the same time released a barrier to Lu Chuan and his party with one hand. Sorry, I came all the way. Adventurer, I really made you laugh. Before that, I hope you will not leave this barrier for the time being. It is absolutely safe within this barrier. Is he here to help us? Ari pulled Lu Chuan's sleeve and asked in a low voice. It looks like it. Moreover, we were shocked by the thunder formation and lost consciousness just now, but suddenly we woke up again. It may be this guy's method. Lu Chuan had already recognized the person who came. The desert god of death, Nisirsi, in Shurima, is the god of life in charge of the cycle of life and death. What happened just now may be that he used some small means to reincarnate his group. And rearrange this fate, causing the group of people to appear here again. However, Lu Chuan did not say it out loud. After all, facing such a complete stranger, only Lu Chuan was very familiar with him. This would make everyone confused, and it would be a big trouble to explain. Nasus, are you planning to ruin my good deeds? Are you still living in a dream? Don't forget, your masters were defeated by me thousands of years ago. With your strength alone. You are if you can't be my enemy, just leave here with your tail between your legs. I can consider giving you a chance to live. Although Zerath said the shouting words, the confidence in his tone was obviously lacking. You also said that happened a few years ago, and a few years ago, you will no longer be allowed to do those things to Shurima. Shurima does not belong to you alone. It should be an eternal being. The kingdom of destruction, so let's stop here. Nasus held the half-moon staff in his hand, turned it over suddenly, and drank in a low voice. Soul flame. Buzz. The moment he finished speaking, a circle of purple-black fire appeared around Zerath. The ring of fire looked as if it could swallow a person's soul. One more look and it felt like the soul was about to be swallowed up. Suck it in. Zerath also seemed to be frightened by Nasus' move. He was a soul body, and what he feared most were attacks against the soul system. Damn lackey, I won't let you go. If you could return to your peak state, I'm afraid you would have become a corpse now. With the absorption of the crystal coffin. I am only half of what I was then. Strength. The implication is that Zerath is planning to run away now. He planned to run away first, recharge his batteries, and wait until his condition returned to full before returning to Shurima to realize his dream of unifying the empire. But Nasus didn't intend to give him any chance, and he suddenly grasped it with one palm. Life is a part of reincarnation, and this part of you has ended here. Let it wither. A ray of black light swept around Zerath, causing his movements to become extremely slow. It was like a movie that had been slowed down 100 times, and like he was stuck in a quagmire. It took a long time to take a single step. For a long time. Chapter 172. A layer of black smoke filled the air, and Zerath's body's movement speed suddenly dropped to a very low level, so much so that it took him a lot of time to take a single step. But in this soul-absorbing formation, his energy continued to decay. It would be better for you to sleep forever. Nasu's waved the half-moon staff in his hand, and the soul formation quickly closed together. The fragments of the crystal coffin that had been shattered quickly shrank at this moment. A moment later, a crystal coffin that exuded azure light made a dull sound and hit the ground heavily. It was the same as the coffin that Lu Chuan and his party saw in the church at first. The thunder formation at the feet of Lu Chuan and others quickly dissipated. Okay. Nasu's turned to look at Lu Chuan and his group, and at the same time dispersed the barrier surrounding them. I'm sorry for frightening you, outside adventurers. We should say thank you. If you hadn't helped us, I'm afraid all of us would have died here. Lu Chuan crossed his fists very politely. No, these are all my responsibilities. I am a member of the Shurima Empire. Because I have some special abilities, I am regarded as the god of life and death by the people of Shurima. I am in charge of their life and death. Reincarnation. As long as you die in Shurima due to some external force, I can escape you into reincarnation and reincarnate. Nasu's turned around and glanced at the crystal coffin, and sighed softly. I never expected that the Shurima Empire would be reborn in this way. Such an empire is full of violence and madness. Even if it is reborn, it is just a prop used by those guys. Lu Chuan's heart moved, as if he knew something when Nasu said this. Has Shurima been reborn at this time? Lu Chuan asked tentatively. Nasu's was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it, telling you this won't have much impact. The Shurima Empire, which had been dormant for thousands of years, has risen again because of King Azir's strange resurrection. Strange recovery. Lu Chuan and the others were stunned. Thousands of years ago, King Azir was a warrior who was about to ascend to godhood. However, due to the invasion of the Void clan, his ascension plan failed, and the entire Shurima Empire was reduced to a wasteland. The sand then sank into the ground. Nasu's recalled the past memories and slowly told what happened in the past. Approximately 3,500 years ago, the Shurima Empire was an unprecedentedly powerful country. The country was peaceful and the people were safe. It was not a rumor that the average strength of each person was above the gold level. Children born into an ordinary family all had at least a silver level bloodline, equal to its winning at the starting line. The reason why it is so powerful is because of the stability of the empire. When it comes to this stability, it is naturally inseparable from the three indispensable people of Shurima. Azir, the king of the Shurima Empire, possesses the strength of a semi-god and has the ability to control the yellow sand. It is precisely in this way that a country built on the desert can remain standing without being weathered. Nasu's, the left guardian of the Shurima Empire, is an orc from the werewolf clan. But he has been possessed by an ability that can see through life and death since birth. When he reaches adulthood, he has recovered from this ability. As he became more proficient, he gradually evolved into the ability to control people's lives and deaths and arrange their escape into reincarnation. Azir quickly discovered Nasu's who had this special ability, and after observing him for a period of time, he promoted him and entrusted him with taking care of all the affairs in the empire. He rose through the ranks, and finally became the god of life and death revered by millions of people. Nasu spent a lot of energy honing his skills in the reincarnation of human beings. In this way, the power to resist foreign attacks and natural disasters was gained, and the power to manage the cycle of life and death of people was also gained. The Shurima Empire entered an era of stable development, but this alone was not enough. Because there will always be some people in the world who are not satisfied. When everyone's life becomes rich, they don't have to worry about food and drink, they don't have to worry about foreign attacks. And the country they live in is higher than the entire continent of Valoran. They will no longer have I pursued more, so I began to yearn for other things, such as things beyond the limits of the law. As the saying goes, things that are not available are always the best, and those things that are restricted naturally become what these people desire. At first, due to moral constraints and suppression by local officials and soldiers, this small-scale incident stopped for a while. In the end, more and more people were dissatisfied. And various conflicts began to break out in various parts of the Shurima Empire, with casualties increasing every day. King Azir also discovered the seriousness of the situation, and entered into an alliance with the Zwag Guardian. Seth had a long conversation. And they all agree that a wealthy life and a worry-free existence are far from enough, because a life that is too stable can easily lead to a deepening of people's disgust for the same, and the disgust will eventually turn into violence. Human beings from beginning to end, he is such a strange creature. Fighting for some food, some opposite sexes, some property, and some territory. There is never enough to satisfy, and the plunder of anything never ceases. After discussion, Azir and Nasus both believed that a god who could control the desires of human beings was needed. This ability was discovered in Renekton, a member of the Nasus Orc clan. Renekton possessed, although their abilities are not exactly the same as the abilities they seek, they are similar. It is an ability that can limit the wild growth of beasts, and humans are the same as beasts from some fundamental perspectives. Renekton also performed very well. After several years of training, he is fully qualified to manage the right guardian of the Shurima Empire and control the desires and wildness in human hearts. Once he realizes that human ambition is growing, he will promptly carry out a nationwide suppression of ambition. The suppressed human beings are no different from ordinary people. They just express the violence in their hearts caused by dissatisfaction with various things. Just smoothed. With the protection of King Azir and the guardians on the left and right, the entire Shurima Empire has truly entered a state of stable development. The residents work hard towards higher goals every day, and the whole country is in harmony. Only after this peace lasted for hundreds of years, it was personally broken by a wizard named Zerath and the power of the void behind him. Chapter 173. The profession of wizard is one of many small branches among the magic warriors. However, wizards can be considered as a partial type of magic warrior, which is comparable to that of a puppet master. Because if you want to become a wizard, in addition to having a very good foundation as a magic warrior, you also need to constantly try various kinds of magic warriors. Various dark magic skills. There were once rumors that a wizard apprentice accidentally turned himself into a frog during a magic trial. Although this kind of rumor sounds ridiculous, one has to deny the danger of this profession. However, the surge in magical power after becoming a wizard is undeniable. And it has also led to the fact that although the wizard profession is partial, many people will continue to try it. If they become a great mage, then his status is probably not lower than that of a pharmacist. After all, compared to pharmacists who benefit mankind, wizards are relatively more terrifying, and scary things are easier for people to surrender to, right? In the Shurima Empire, there are also various wizards, but the essence of their ambition is not to persecute others, but to become excellent wizards and make others surrender. This ambition, which was not considered dangerous, was ignored under Renekton's inspection. In such an environment, the young wizard apprentice Zerath appeared. He had his own dream and wanted to become the most powerful wizard in Shurima and even the entire continent of Valoran. But his talent was mediocre. After training to the level where a wizard is a beginner, that's all. He couldn't take another step forward, no matter how hard he tried. So on the premise that he was unable to realize his dream, and was constantly ridiculed and bullied by the guys at the Wizard Academy, Zerath began to become resentful. He resented everyone in Shurima. It was as if everyone on the street was laughing at his incompetence. Until one day, he picked up an arcane ring by chance. This was something that did not belong to the Valoran continent, so it was not even comparable to brass-grade equipment. However, Zerath could feel the power of this ring. It's sparkling. Possessing powerful enough power to shine in front of everyone. Zerath thought firmly. He began to study this ring full of terrifying energy day and night. Finally, one day decades later, when he had become a stooped old man, he unlocked the ring stored in this ring. The dark matter energy in the ring caused his body to self-destruct due to the excessive energy. But because of this unusually powerful energy, he survived in the form of a soul. Zerath, who found that he had unprecedented power, began his revenge plan. Kill all the family members of those guys who have been mocking and oppressing him since he was young. When the murderous knife falls, a wonderful pleasure will continue to spread. At the same time, the arcane ring on his right hand will flash a purple-black light. The light is indescribable, but it must be it tastes like greed. Zerath likes the feeling of killing people, and even more likes the feeling of devouring their souls after killing them, which can make him stronger. Soon, he began to get tired of killing people one by one. It was such a waste of time. He found a good opportunity and forced all the men, women, and children on the street out, and then killed them all at once. There was a whole street of people, and the paths on that street were all stained red with blood. Only Zerath was left, standing in the river of blood and smiling Jijia. Power is really a wonderful feeling that cannot be expressed in words, even if this power is dark. However, if there is darkness in the world, there will also be justice and light. As the situation developed seriously, the guardians of the left and right who maintained the stable development of the country finally realized that the wizard Zerath possessed a dark and terrifying power. And it was so powerful that even Renekton could not wipe out the desires in his heart. It was so powerful that Nasus could not dispel his soul even with the restriction of reincarnation. In other words, Zerath was already more powerful than the two guardians. In the end, Azir, who was practicing in seclusion, had to come forward in person and fight Zerath for hundreds of rounds. Finally, he showed an emperor-like attitude. Sweeping Zerath, he sealed him in a crystal coffin with extremely restrictive power. Zerath's soul in the crystal coffin will not be wiped out instantly. In fact, for an existence of his level, it is impossible for his soul to be wiped out instantly. But the crystal coffin will eat away at Zerath's soul power, bit by bit, day by day. Just when Zerath was sighing that one day he would disappear completely, he saw a glimmer of bright hope again. That is only the dawn for the darkness, not dazzling for the light itself. In the space realm within the crystal coffin, a hole was suddenly opened one day. That hole was connected to a world of nothingness. That world was called the Void Plane. This was a plane that Zerath had never touched, where there is more and more dark magic. No, it is darker than darkness. It is a brand new dark magic, a power that Zerath has never heard of. The reason why people in the Void Plane discovered the Valoran continent was simply because the arcane ring belonging to the Lord God of the Void accidentally fell into the space plane during a space shock and floated around, arriving in Valoran. In order to find this ring that the Lord of the Void was extremely interested in, the people of the Void clan tore a hole in the space between Valoran and Valoran, laying the foundation for future invasions. Until the people in the Void Plane discovered that the arcane ring had been unsealed by Zerath and absorbed the power within it, they also understood that it was impossible to take the ring back. But the people in the Void Plane people quickly discovered that the continent of Valoran has a very large energy element, which is a kind of energy fluctuation that is completely opposite to the dark energy element of their plane. This energy fluctuation is what they call light element energy. Moreover, people in the Void Plane also discovered that although this kind of light element energy is extremely difficult to absorb, once it can be successfully inhaled into the body, it can increase its own energy by a lot, which is twice the energy fluctuation in the Void Plane. More than that. Therefore, the messengers of the Void Plane used the temptation to unlock Zerath, and asked him, a human from the Valoran continent, to assist them, and launched a round of inhumane aggression, creating the Shuri that shocked the Valoran continent. The Battle for the Fall of the Mar Empire. Chapter 174. So just relying on this guy in the coffin, the great Shurima Empire fell. Ari's eyes widened and he stared at Nasu's in disbelief. A country that was once the most powerful country in Valoran was destroyed because of the power of one person? This is too alarmist to say. Miss, maybe you are mistaken. It was not that Zerath destroyed the Shurima Empire with his own power, but that he joined forces with the creatures in the Void Plane behind him. The strength of the Void Plane was beyond the imagination of all of us at the time, so we were not sufficiently prepared to resist their invasion. Oh. So the guys from the Void Plane are very powerful? Ari nodded in understanding. Although she had been controlled by the messengers from the Void Plane before, she was not familiar with the Void Plane. The biological understanding that comes out of it is still insufficient. What about the end? Will the final outcome be the destruction of the Empire? Then why don't the creatures from the Void Plane continue to invade other regions? Katarina, who had been listening to the wall for a long time with her arms folded, couldn't help but say something at this time. Asked in a voice. Although she and Lu Chuan's group were on different paths, this did not hinder her curiosity as a woman. Finally, King Azir saw that the Shurima Empire was about to fall, but he could no longer protect it with his own strength. So he detonated himself, turning his body into a barrier of yellow sand, and destroyed the entire empire. The Shurima Empire was buried underground together with those creatures from the Void Plane. There was a trace of sadness in Nasu's voice. After all, it was a master-servant relationship that lasted for thousands of years, and from the way Nasu spoke about the past, he had great respect for Azir. He must have been a very tolerant king. Wait a minute, you are saying that after the king of Shurima blew himself up, his body turned into a barrier of yellow sand and buried his empire with his own hands? Catalina seemed to have noticed some details. Wouldn't that mean that together with all my people are together? It turns out that the sinking of the Shurima Empire into the ground was not done by others, but was buried by the king of Shurima himself. This is too cruel. Janna frowned slightly, as if she had seen the scene back then. Thousands of people living peacefully were buried in the yellow sand in an instant. That was what a cruel sight. This may seem cruel to outsiders, but to the people, this is actually a kind of happiness, a relatively cruel happiness. Nasu sighed lightly. Indeed, if Azir does not do this, the people of the Shurima Empire will become slaves of the Void clan after the fall of the empire. A plane whose nature is aggression, the days of being their slaves may be worse than death. Be painful. Azir alone had to bear the infamy and the resentment of all his people, and chose to use this method to personally end the existence of the empire and the lives of his people. What a great determination this requires, perhaps only the person involved can understand it. I just heard that those creatures from the void plane were also buried here. When the group of people lamented Azir's ruthlessness, only Lu Chuan noticed the crux of the problem. After he asked this question, the group's breathing seemed to slow down a few beats, and they stared at Nasus as if they had seen a ghost. A group of void creatures that were enough to destroy the Shurima Empire were buried here. Ari then recalled the guy who claimed to be the messenger of the void. He seemed to be the weakest being in the void plane, but he made a group of people in Demacia miserable. And there are void creatures here that are enough to destroy the Shurima Empire. The number and strength are really enough to make people's scalp numb just imagining them. It was true that they were buried here, but the creatures in the void plane seem to have no time limit. In other words, in our plane of Valoran, there is no time limit, unless a higher level is used. Kill them by any means. If they were just locked in the barrier, they might still be alive now. After Lu Chuan reminded him, Nasus seemed to have thought of something. The moment Nasus finished speaking, there was a chirp sound from the ground beneath everyone's feet. Then, as if something broke out of the ground, a claw stretched out from the soil. It was a claw with no skin and only white bones. It looked very strange. It grew inversely on the back of the hand in an indescribable posture. Then, the body of the creature also crawled out of the soil. Looking like a spider. A type of reptile, but a bit more disgusting than a spider, with dozens of tiny legs forming a circle around its body. But on the back, which looks like a hard shell, there are 3 eyes and a shishi sound coming from its mouth. There was not just one such creature, but one after another appeared out of the ground. Soon, the place was filled with these half-human-sized alien spiders, both inside and outside. It was as if Lu Chuan and his party had accidentally entered a spider cave. Just seeing this scene, Janna almost fainted with fright. After all, as a woman, Ari's little face turned pale when she saw such a disgusting creature. The only ones who were better were probably Katarina and Sivir, but these 2 girls were also blue in the face and pursed their lips tightly, as if they might vomit at any time. These damn creatures are really difficult to deal with. After thousands of years of precipitation, they just burrowed into the earth and fell asleep. Now that the Empire has revived, they have also woken up. Nasus clenched the hand in his hand. Half-moon staff. Is the Empire recovering now? Why? Lu Chuan also took out the storm sword in his hand. At the moment, these alien spiders had no intention of taking the initiative to attack. They just lay there and stared at Lu Chuan and his party. As if confirming their danger. I never told you just now. Although King Azir used self-destruction to turn himself into a yellow sand barrier and buried all the people in the void plane, Azir himself was also affected at that time. A kind of corrosion, Azir, who turned into a soul form, also slept under the ground. Now he wakes up, I'm afraid he has been brainwashed by the Void clan. That is to say, Nasus' face turned ugly. The king back then is now our biggest enemy. After absorbing enough souls of adventurers, he revived Shurima and activated it. These void creatures that sleep together. While Nasus was speaking, the countless alien spiders finally crawled towards the group of people, waving their sharp claws, and attacked Lu Chuan and the group. Chapter 175. A bunch of alien spiders made a chirping sound and waved their white claws to attack Lu Chuan and his group. Nasus turned the half-moon staff over in his hand. The top of the staff was covered with a purple light. Then he hammered hard and hit an alien spider that was moving forward quickly. Bang! The green liquid was smashed to pieces along with the spider's body, splashing everywhere, and the unpleasant smell spread at this moment. Ugh! Ari, who had been gritting his silver teeth to endure it, couldn't help pinching his nose and retching. The smell was so bad. Be careful, adventurers. The strength of these void crawlers is only 5-star silver. But they are full of poison. Don't let them touch you anywhere. Nasus had already rushed to kill him single-handedly. After entering, as his staff fell again and again, scalp-numbing wailing sounds and thick green blood could be heard in this space. Perhaps from Nasus's perspective, these spiders only had 5-star silver strength, but for Lu Chuan and his party, it was a bit of a headache. Especially for Janna and Ari, it may be very difficult for them to fight one-on-one with the spiders. You two, just follow me. Lu Chuan whispered to the 2 girls. The fire of the storm sword in his hands aroused wantonly, turned into a circle of flames, and shot out in all directions. Lu Chuan is now proficient in the use of the red flame core, and can control any shape of the flame to attack. Hey, I like more exciting things. At this time, a slightly excited voice sounded behind Lu Chuan. And then he saw the red-haired Catalina waving the dagger in her hand, taking a step forward, throwing the dagger in her hand, and instantly penetrated the hard shells of several spiders. This woman's excitement is really different. Lu Chuan smiled bitterly, and at the same time he devoted himself to the battle. Although Jana and Ari were weak in single combat, the two girls did not intend to sit back and enjoy the success. Instead, they followed Lu Chuan and threw away their skills and shields, which could be regarded as relieving some of Lu Chuan's pressure. At the same time, the ground under the feet of Lu Chuan and his party was still rising, as if it was about to rise again from the ground. So until now I still don't understand why we came here to suffer. Lu Chuan, have you gained any benefits? Ali said with a bit of anger after throwing out a ball of soul fire. He looked at Lu Chuan. Couldn't agree more. Jana agreed softly. Lu Chuan coughed in embarrassment and said, be serious. If you are not careful in this situation, you will die. Yes, actually, I'm used to it. Ali said a little numbly. She has been with Lu Chuan for half a year, and has experienced countless adventures with him, so much so that she is a little numb now. The situation seemed very dangerous at the moment, but Ari didn't feel too nervous. Perhaps he was used to him being able to always take responsibility and protect his own safety. Thinking of this, Ali accidentally glanced at Lu Chuan again. It's a pity that I was worried about being exposed by others. I originally thought that I would definitely get a rejection answer, but later, I didn't even give a rejection and just ignored it. It's really sad. Although there are many void crawlers, as Nasu said, they are not too strong in themselves. They are the lowest creatures in the Void clan and are equivalent to soldiers in an army. Nasu's, who was nearly half a god, opened the way. Lu Chuan and his party only needed to ensure their own personal safety. Carter Siver and Xiao Huangmao could survive in this environment without the need for human protection. After dozens of minutes of unilateral killing, corpses of void crawlers were lying everywhere on the ground. Green blood splashed all over the floor. The girls who were provoked all tore off the clothes on their sleeves to cover their mouths and noses. The smell, which was several times stronger than the smell of blood, was too much for a few girls. Even the tough Katerina has a disgusted expression on her face now. No, time is running out. We must stop their actions before this empire completely rises to the ground. Nasu still did not relax. He turned back and stared at Lu Chuan and his party with a serious face. Adventurers, can your next actions help me? I may not be able to stop the Empire's recovery with my own strength alone, but the Empire's recovery is definitely not a good thing in all senses. The Empire controlled by void creatures is very likely to threaten the survival of other regions in Valoran. This is our plane and must not be handed over to others. Even if we risk the Empire's eternal destruction, we cannot let it be these creatures have resurfaced to harm the entire continent of Valoran. Nasu said. Although it's a bad atmosphere to say something like this suddenly, there are just a few of us who really have no chance of winning against those void creatures. Lu Chuan said truthfully. At the moment, the condition of several people is not very good. Ezreal has used up all the physical strength he had just recovered. Moreover, Jana and Ari have almost no fighting power. Now they need Nether to deal with the easiest void crawler. With C's help, they were allowed to face those void creatures who would emerge from nowhere alone. I'm afraid I don't know how he died. I will lend you part of my power. Although this power has a time limit, it should be enough to completely stop them. Nether paused and then said. I can't do anything on my own. There is no way to deal with all the void creatures. Of course, according to your adventurer rules, I will also take out the corresponding treasures as a thank you gift for this help. Then what do we need to do? Lu Chuan's concern now is not the treasure, but how to get out of here alive. Without Nasu's help, not to mention the treasure, everyone would probably die here. This is a map of the Shurima Empire. Although it is a map from a long time ago, there have been no major changes in the thousands of years that the Shurima Empire has been sleeping, so it can still be identified according to the map above. The other areas of Shurima are the territory of some void crawlers. What is really controlled is the palace area of Shurima. As Nasu spoke, he took out a map from his arms, and everyone in the group came forward. When King Azir exploded, all the advanced void creatures gathered next to him, trying to stop his explosion. So now these void creatures are also sleeping near the palace. There are 4 in total, 4 in the east, west, southeast, and northwest. In the side hall, we will divide into 4 groups and finally converge into the main hall. Nasu's voice was a little heavy. Finally, let's find a way to kill the king of Shurima. Chapter 176. As the barrier within Shurima was opened, a group of adventurers who broke in, relying on opportunities and strength, only 15 people finally came to the empire. In this area, there are real opportunities. Wow, it's so dark here. Talia, who had short brown hair, fell from midair. She had a good rapport with earth-based objects, and she couldn't feel any pain even if she fell to the ground. He quickly patted his clothes and stood up. He took out a luminous glass ball that he carried with him. Only then could he see a little more clearly about his surroundings. Wow! What is painted on this wall? It's so weird. I've never seen it before. Is the painting style I've seen shown a human-faced monster? Concentrate on the road ahead, the enemy will appear at any time. A faint scolding sounded from behind Talia. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Talia quietly stuck out her tongue, turned around and sneered, "Master, master, you came down too. I thought I would be separated." "What do you mean?" Behind Talia, a man wearing a blue warrior uniform and a light gray cloak appeared behind him. He had long fluffy hair tied into a ponytail behind his back. But she didn't know why doesn't it hang down to the ground, but instead stands upright against gravity, like a wig with a fixed shape. Does it look like I'm disliked? The man's face also appeared in front of Talia. He had a light beard and a bandage on his nose, perhaps to cover some scars from the past bar. He doesn't look very old, but his face is full of vicissitudes of life, giving people the illusion that he has experienced many things. "No, no, how could I hate you? Master? My life is all given by you, master. It would be great if you weren't so strict at ordinary times. It's not easy for me to take the risk," Tully said. The second half of Ya's words was muttered in a low voice, but she was still hit hard on the head by a finger. "If you could learn the wind-controlling sword technique I taught you, I wouldn't have to stare at you all day long. Your strength is too weak. Can you come back to such a dangerous place alone?" There was a slender sword hanging on the man's waist. And the handle of the sword was wrapped with a lot of white bandages, although it looked a little old yellow. "You are really trying to force others to do something difficult." Talia curled her lips disapprovingly. "I was born with a problem of learning swordsmanship. I can't even lift the sword steadily every time, let alone use it to chop people, even to chop down trees. It's all tiring enough. Let's not discuss this for now. Now that you are here, bring something with you before going back. It is not my style to come back empty-handed." Originally, Yasuo had no intention of going on this desert trip, but he was just teased by Talia. I got impatient and agreed. "This is like my master. You see how drunk you are with your company all day long. There is almost no waking time all day long. You are either sleeping or drunk. It's not your turn to scold me yet, let's go." Yasuo raised his eyes and glanced ahead. Talia obediently held up the glowing glass ball in her hand to provide lighting in front, and then seemed to remember something and did not look back. Asked. "By the way, master, where did you come from before? I mean before the desert saved me. I always wanted to ask you, but you were not awake. It is rare for you to be awake for a while now. Just tell me." Yasuo was stunned, a complicated expression appeared on his face, and he didn't speak for a long time. Yasuo didn't speak, and Talia couldn't say anything else. Only the footsteps of 2 people could be heard in this long and narrow corridor. I don't know how long it took before Yasuo sighed softly and said slowly, "My hometown is on a small island called Ionia. I am from there. Island of Holy Light." Talia's eyes widened. "Isn't that an island that only exists in legends? Is it actually real? Island of Holy Light." Now it was Yasuo's turn to be surprised. "Is this what Ionia is called in the inner realm of Valoran? It has always been rumored that there are several islands outside the continent of Valoran. The most famous legend is the story about the Island of Holy Light. It is said that on that island, masters with god-level status are stationed, so it has become the most powerful place in all the rumors. And I heard that Ionia is a region that yearns for peace. The public security is very good. Peace symbolizes light and the divine order represents the sacred meaning, so this is the Holy Light. The legend of the island." Talia seemed to have a definite understanding of the legend of the island in Ionia. It's better to say that he was very interested in rumors, so he went around to collect some random stories and piece them together. So this is what the outside world has always said. But this rumor is indeed true, because Ionia does indeed exist. That's where I came from. Yasuo paused for a while and continued, who escaped. Crack. Talia's boots stepped on the ground hastily, and she turned her head to stare at Yasuo. Master, you mean to escape? An expression of disbelief appeared on Talia's face. Although she usually found Yasuo to be long-winded and annoying, doing things that were too serious and being rigid and boring, this did not conflict with her attitude towards Yasuo. Conflict with the awe of Suo. I still remember that when I wandered into the ice and snow of Freljord and was about to freeze to death, this man holding a slender sword stretched out his warm and generous palm to me and pulled me out of the snow. The ground pulled up. At that moment, the image of Yasuo was infinitely magnified in Talia's heart. Later, the supreme swordsmanship displayed by Yasuo also helped them overcome difficulties time and time again, practicing and trekking all the way to the deserted town. These are things that a girl will not easily show in her heart. The unknown pride that is kept deep in her heart is her pride for him. But now that Talia heard the word escape from her master, it was understandable that she couldn't accept it for a while. Isn't Ionia a very peaceful island, holy land? And master, your qualifications are so high, and you are a master of swordsmanship, you will enjoy high honors even in Ionia, right? Talia murmured doubtfully. Perhaps sensing his apprentice's disbelief, Yasuo sighed silently, looked at his apprentice's face that was not particularly gorgeous but was simple and somewhat cute, and smiled softly. The honor has been parted for a long time. If possible, can you tell me about it? Talia has never been like this now, eager to know the past of her master. This guy who only drinks and practices swordplay every day, this guy who has no human touch and rarely makes jokes, this guy who is sometimes so harsh that it makes people upset. But he will protect his own guy no matter what. I want to know his past, no matter how dark it is, no matter how unforgiven it is. Everyone wants to share it with him. Chapter 177. Yasuo took the jug that was on his right waist. The jug was made by hollowing out a gourd. It was filled with very high alcohol spirits. Talia once secretly took a sip while Yasuo was asleep. The result was so spicy that I couldn't sleep all night. You're here again. Seeing Yasuo take a sip of wine, Talia wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. Just a few sips. I always feel uneasy without wine. Yasuo smiled casually. After taking a few sips of strong wine, he wiped his mouth and simply sat down on the big rock beside him. The sword was laid flat on it, and then he slowly revealed why he fled from Ionia. Originally, I was born in a prestigious swordsmanship dojo in Ionia. My father was the master of the dojo, so I naturally became a disciple in the dojo and learned wind-controlling swordsmanship from my father and senior brothers. Suo had just finished saying a few words and was about to pick up the wine bottle when Talia glared at her. She could only touch her nose angrily and put the wine bottle back to her waist. It may sound like a boast, but at that time my qualifications were indeed among the best in the entire dojo. The other senior brothers needed to practice the first level of wind-controlling swordsmanship for a long time. I only got it the day after I got the secret book. Completely figured it out. At this time, Talia suddenly interrupted, although I heard you tell me about the wind sword technique before, I wasn't very interested at all at the time, but now I am a little confused. How many levels are there in the wind sword technique? There are 9 levels in total, which are respectively holding the sword, reading the wind, knowing the wind, controlling the wind, dancing the wind. Sword wind, blasting wind, controlling the wind, and the last level, which no one has understood except the founder, Wu Feng fencing. Master, what level are you on? Me. Yasuo paused, as if thinking, probably on the 7th floor. It's very similar to what outsiders call you, swift wind swordsman. Talia joked. Yasuo ignored Talia's joke and talked about his memories. Back then, I was quite aloof. Because I was very talented, I had a perverted attitude toward other things. Looking at it from a different perspective, we are even more dismissive of those senior brothers who have practiced hard but failed to produce any results. I didn't expect you, master, to have such a past, but that's right. Judging from your normal appearance, you are a relatively cold type. But because of my good talent, my arrogance in the eyes of the elders is more like a kind of appreciation. I am so arrogant because of my talent. Only now do I understand that when a person has enough talent to squander it, at this time, he has the right to be arrogant and will not be criticized by anyone. Yasuo picked up the tachi placed on the stone, took the sword out of its sheath, and stroked it gently. Until I became an adult, I never suffered any bullying or gossip. After all, every time I participated in a martial arts competition, I always got the first place. So no matter whether I practice swordsmanship or not. Whether I have with the most basic heart of a swordsman, none of this matters, as I said before, because of my talent, no one will think that I have done anything wrong. It seems like you, the master back then, were really a rich man. Talia winked. Generally speaking, prestigious dojos are not short of money, and a large number of nobles will rush to invest money at any cost, just for she's self-defense skills. Later, Noxus launched an invasion of Ionia. Noxus? That country with a fanaticism for war that is difficult for others to understand. Talia had heard of Noxus, but she had never been there. In the near south of Valoran, the road is remote, and there is really nothing desirable about that country. This battle did not spread due to some reasons, so the outside world probably didn't know that Noxus had invaded Ionia. Of course, that battle ended with Noxus' defeat. The end, and the beginning of my escape from Ionia, happened in that battle. The officers of Noxus led a huge team and invaded Ionia across the sea. They believed that Ionia had the most fertile land and resources in Valoran. They wanted to prevent Ionia. The banner of Asia's unification of Valoran was used as an excuse to launch an invasion. Because it was a sudden invasion, Ionia's border defenses were insufficient. They quickly broke through the first layer of defense and invaded directly. The city district of Ionia. At that time, there was a respected elder in the empire who was entrusted by the Ionian Empire to our dojo to help protect. My father entrusted me with my protection because the war in Noxus was also over. When we arrived near the dojo, our fathers and brothers all joined the battle as members of Ionia. Looking back now, at that time, I was not allowed to go out to kill enemies and participate in the war. There must be a layer of protection for me. My parents had high hopes for me at that time, thinking that I might be able to defeat the wind-controlling swordsmanship. Besides the founder, I became the second person to understand Wufeng swordsmanship, so when faced with the cruel battlefield, they chose to let me avoid it. What happened next? Talia was fascinated by what she heard. She sat next to Yasuo, dragging her cheeks with her hands and blinking her eyes from time to time. As mentioned before, when I was young and frivolous, I was very arrogant. Facing the invading enemy, I was as angry as anyone who faced the enemy directly on the battlefield, but I was asked to protect I must have been unhappy with the bad old man with half his foot in the coffin. After waiting for half a day, the sound of the war horn seemed to be getting farther and farther away. I relaxed my vigilance and thought that the dojo was very safe, so I brought it up. He took the sword out of his hand and went out to look for the enemy. Finally, Talia seemed to have guessed something, her round mouth opened slightly. Well, after I was satisfied and killed hundreds of invading guys, when I came back with my sword, I found that my fathers were gathered in the lobby with gloomy faces, and the elder who was entrusted to protect, but he was assassinated. Later I was arrested by the imperial soldiers, and I was ready to spend my life to make up for the crime of dereliction of duty. However, when they tried me, they accused me of another crime. Other charges? Talia asked in confusion. According to what you said, Master, it was indeed wrong for you to be negligent at that time, but are there any other charges besides this? They accused me of murdering the elder. Yasuo's voice deepened at this moment, and he took out the wine bottle and took a few more gulps of wine. Chapter 178. For a moment, the atmosphere suddenly became dull. Perhaps Talia could understand the sadness and anguish in her master's heart. She obviously just wanted to go to the battlefield to defend her homeland in her own way, but in the end she was charged with murder because of the elder's death. Originally, I planned to spend my whole life repaying the sin of neglecting my duty. But when I heard that the jury charged me with murder, I didn't want to sit back and wait for death anymore. I couldn't give up my life because of their ignorance. So I killed all the guys who imprisoned me. Was charged with intentional murder, became an enemy of the entire Ionian Empire, and had no choice but to escape from Ionia. After the story was finished, Yasuo picked up his wine bottle again and drank the wine one mouthful after another. Perhaps he was letting out the pain that had been squeezed in his heart for so many years. At this time, his expression showed a bit of relief. Talia was speechless for a long time. She didn't know how to comfort her master. Was Yasuo at fault? Of course he was wrong. Because of his own arrogance, he was careless for a moment, which led to the assassination of the elder. This was his sin. However, those tribunals imposed murder charges on Yasuo without conducting a thorough investigation, which is undoubtedly chilling. Okay, let's not talk about the past, let's go. Yasuo patted the dust on his clothes, jumped down from the stone, and raised the sword in his hand. Yeah. Talia nodded and jumped down from the stone. But no one noticed that not long after Yasuo and Talia left, the stone that had been resting suddenly cracked with a soft sound, and a dark purple tentacle spread from the gap in the stone, quietly following behind Yasuo and Talia. Creak. There was a sound that made one's gums sore, and with a handful of scattered dust, Talia pushed open the wooden door in front of her. Not long after she and Yasuo walked forward, their eyes suddenly opened up. The light was a little stronger, and it looked like a small town. The architectural style was somewhat unique, but the buildings were very old and crumbling, as if lightly touched. It seems like it will collapse if touched. Such a town is naturally deserted. This should be a small town in the Shurima Empire thousands of years ago, right? It's really rare that it can stand for thousands of years without turning into sand. Talia stepped into the door. And the room was dark. I used glass beads to illuminate it and searched around, but found nothing particularly valuable. It seems to be a relatively poor family. No matter how prosperous a country is, there will be poor people. Talia walked around the house and walked out again, She glanced around, only to find that Yasuo's figure had disappeared. Looking ahead, she found a small house with the door open. Really, it seems that the master is sometimes interested. Did he find something good? Thinking like this, just when Talia was about to walk towards the hut in front, a dark purple tentacle struck behind her instantly. He came, wrapped around Talia's ankle with lightning force, and quickly dragged her back. Ah! Talia screamed. Yasuo, who had just entered the hut, heard the scream and rushed out, only to see a tentacle taking Talia further and further away. Master! Save me! Talia struggled, but she felt that she couldn't exert any strength. The power in her body was passing by at a fast speed, as if she was being swallowed by something. Yasuo frowned, put his hand on the hilt of the sword, lowered his body and began to sprint forward quickly. Unfortunately, the tentacle moved too fast, and disappeared in just a blink of an eye. In front of Yasuo. Talia, Yasuo's heart tightened, don't worry, the master will definitely rescue you. Before that, don't die. Immediately afterwards, Yasuo's figure turned into a gust of wind, leaving only an afterimage at such a speed that he didn't even leave any footprints on the sand, and he chased after Talia where she disappeared. As Lu Chuan breathed out, a powerful force was instilled into his body. Okay, the time limit of this power is about 1 hour. During this hour, I hope you can kill as many void creatures as possible. We will meet in front of the Shurima Empire's palace in an hour. Nasu's the light of the half-moon staff in his hand became fainter, and he distributed his nearly average strength to the people in front of him. Then what should we do with this guy? He won't wake up again later, right? Ari pointed to the crystal coffin beside him. Nasu's paused, because of Azir's plan to revive the Empire, all the void creatures sleeping in this area have been resurrected. It is indeed possible that he will wake up again. What should we do? The group was also at a loss. Nasu's power was limited, so he distributed these powers to everyone. If Zerath in the crystal coffin awakened again, Nasu's would probably lose to Zerath. Lars. Can you put it in a storage bag and take it with you? Lu Chuan suddenly said. If you carry it with you, you can observe changes in the crystal coffin and make preparations in advance. Nasu's shook his head, no, the magic seal on this crystal coffin will burst the storage bag. Even the best storage bag cannot contain it. What should we do? Now Zerath's crystal coffin has become the biggest problem for everyone. It is obviously not advisable to just place it here casually, but it cannot be taken away. By the way, Lu Chuan thought of the small bead in his arms in some respects, that bead was also a storage bag. It could even contain contracted heroes. Ari had entered the small bead once before. But as soon as he entered, he fell into a coma due to the majestic mental power. After coming out, the memory of this period of time naturally disappeared. Maybe I can give it a try. Can you let me take care of it temporarily? Lu Chuan asked Nasu's. If that's okay. Nasu's nodded. Lu Chuan responded, took 2 steps forward and squatted down. It was inconvenient for him to reveal the beads in front of outsiders. So he stretched out his hand and pressed it on the crystal coffin. In a blink of an eye, he opened up the connection with the beads. Whoa! After a sound of rapid air movement, the crystal coffin disappeared out of thin air. Except for Ari Jana and Xiao Huangmao, who knew that Lu Chuan had special methods, everyone else was dumbfounded. Even Nasu's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you do it? It's not magic. Catalina asked in surprise. Chapter 179. Ahem, I have a rather special prop. Lu Chuan coughed twice vaguely, covering up Catalina's question. Seeing that Lu Chuan refused to say more, Catalina could only curl her lips casually. You are holding this. It is a mental sensor. If there is anything wrong with the crystal coffin, tell me immediately. At this juncture. If there is another Zerath, it will be very difficult to deal with. Nasu's handed a sensor to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan put the silver whistle-shaped object into his pocket. Then, I'll leave it to you all. After Nasu's nodded to everyone, the next moment he disappeared from the spot. Why do I feel like everyone I meet recently teleports? Ari couldn't help complaining when she saw Nasu's disappearing. Whether it's Katarina, Ezreal, or the guy from the Foxwolf clan that I met recently, they all seem to have the ability to travel through space and disappear with a whoosh. Although Ari felt that even if she had this ability, it wouldn't be of much use, she felt so handsome. Ezreal glanced at Ari lightly and said, our teleportation is an ability we have learned, and the power of the Foxwolf tribe just now was realized after reaching a certain level. If you can reach that state, you can also realize it. That's just nonsense. Ali flattened her mouth in disapproval. With her current strength, which is at the bottom of the Silver Realm, it is simply impossible to reach that supreme realm. Okay, let's divide it up. No matter what grievances everyone has in the past, they should be suppressed here. I don't think anyone wants to die here, right? Lu Chuan glanced at the group and said slowly. Originally, in his opinion, Katarina and Ezreal seemed to be somewhat hostile, but what Lu Chuan didn't know was that Katarina had taken action against Ari before, but Ari didn't mention it. Ari is such a guy, he always likes to keep everything in his heart and always shows his smile to everyone. The group of people did not reconsider what Lu Chuan said. The most important thing right now was indeed how to get out of this dangerous place alive. So everyone nodded and looked at Lu Chuan, as if they had given him the right to distribute such matters. After receiving the blessing of Nasu's ability, what is your current strength? We will be divided into two-person teams later. So I hope you don't hide your strength. And now to the outside world, we are all teammates, and there is no hiding our strength. Necessary. Lu Chuan asked everyone. 1 golden star. Catalina was the first to say it. Me too. Look, what are you looking at? Don't think I'm cooperating with you, I just don't want to leave myself in this hellish place. When Sivir saw Lu Chuan looking at him, he suddenly panicked and said harshly. Ahem, I am a 3-star platinum person. Ezreal said vaguely. The group of people stared at Ezreal in surprise. At the platinum level, one is almost at the overlord level in the Valoran continent. If one goes to some medium-sized countries, one can even become the chief metropolis of the empire. Although there is the blessing of Nasu's ability, this blessing seems to only allow the group to upgrade their own realm to a higher level. It can be seen from this that Ezreal's own strength has broken through to the platinum realm. I am silver 1 star. Janna said softly. Me too, Ari was a little unsure. Among the group of people, she and Janna seemed to be the weakest. Finally, everyone turned their attention to Lu Chuan. I, silver star, Lu Chuan blushed for no reason. No way. Everyone stared at Lu Chuan in surprise. Although the power given by a near-god level warrior would not allow people to break through the realm of cultivation, it could almost push their own strength to the peak of this realm. But Lu Chuan was originally a 4-star silver star, but after being blessed, he only jumped to 1 star. Don't worry about these details. Lu Chuan coughed lightly. He himself suppressed his own cultivation to the extreme, because only in this case can his own cultivation become very solid. So that when he improves, he will not there is a state of emptiness. Lu Chuan had suffered this kind of loss before, so he suppressed the improvement of his cultivation several times. But his cultivation was real, so even the energy that could have raised him to a silver star, but he deliberately suppressed it at silver star. Just jumped 1 star. The benefits of doing this are also very obvious. Firstly, it can make the opponent misjudge his own strength and underestimate the enemy. Secondly, when he wants to break through to the next level, it can almost be done easily without any effort. So Katarina, you and Sivir are similar in strength. Let's work together as a team. With 1-star gold strength, it shouldn't be too difficult when facing those void creatures. With the strength to fight. Even if you fight however, there is no problem in saving lives. After Lu Chuan thought for a while, he made the decision to group up. Nasu's went to the North Palace alone. Since the remaining 6 people had to divide into 3 groups in pairs to go to the palaces in the 3 directions of southeast and west, they would either choose those with similar strength to help each other. Or choose those with stronger strength. Bringing along a weak person can make up for each other. After all, if Ari and Janna are to be divided into a group, I am afraid that they will encounter misfortune before they even approach the gate of the palace. This is what Lu Chuan least wants to see. Then we will go to the East Hall. Katarina readily agreed. According to what Nasu said before leaving, the creatures of the Void clan are not too powerful. They are about the strength of the gold level. But the victory lies in numbers and some weird and disgusting skills. As long as you can master their abilities, it is not too difficult to deal with them. In fact, when the Void creatures invaded thousands of years ago, they were not so weak. However, after sleeping for thousands of years, the creatures in the Void plane were unable to obtain their own dark energy fluctuations from the Valoran continent. If you want to absorb the light energy fluctuations in the lowland continent, you first need to go through some special refining, so their strength will only become weaker and weaker if they cannot replenish it in time. After all, even a machine will rust if it is not used frequently. Next time, Jana, you should team up with Ezreal. Lu Chuan paused and made a decision. Jana glanced at Lu Chuan strangely, with a somewhat questioning expression. Being in a group with another man was a little hard for Jana to accept. Ezreal is the strongest among all of us, so you will be the safest at the same time. Lu Chuan also warned Ezreal in a low voice, I better hope you don't have any evil intentions. Sorry, I'm not interested in women at all, I'm only interested in adventure. Ezreal answered calmly. This explanation seemed to make Jana a little satisfied. After all, Lu Chuan was thinking about his own safety. After listening to Lu Chuan's decision, Li kept his head down and remained silent. Because she knew very well at this time that the only two people left were Lu Chuan and her. In other words, the two of them have to go together. Although it was indeed very happy to be alone with Lu Chuan, the atmosphere between her and Lu Chuan was a little subtle now. If they were alone again, Ari didn't know what she should say. Chapter 180. Bang! At this moment, a strong shock came from the outside world, causing the space where Vel'Koz was to shake violently. What's going on? Vel'Koz withdrew his tentacles. At present, he is only in the state of a small decomposed body, which is used on the warriors of the Valoran continent. This state is called the soul state, but it has an extra layer of body compared to the soul state. Because only in this state of small decomposition, Vel'Koz can enter the inside of his body. Currently, the five Jana and Ari are trapped inside the body by it. Bang! At this time, the outside world once again erupted with a loud and concussive sound. Let me go, you ugly monster. It must be my master here. My master is very powerful. If you send us out now, he might even save your life. Talia struggled to be entangled. Tentacle shouted. Just those things, even if I give them 10 years. They can't defeat my physical body. Vel'Koz smiled proudly. Its current small decomposed body is the miniature model of its physical body, and its physical body is the huge container has countless tentacles and eyes. And because it has been eating away at the adventurers who accidentally broke in for thousands of years and the Shurima people who have not yet drained them dry, Vel'Koz's body has also become hard. To a certain extent. This is also the reason why Lu Chuan's storm sword was unable to leave any trace on one of Vel'Koz's tentacles just now. But just as Victor finished speaking, he suddenly felt a hint of pain. When the external physical body is severely injured, its small decomposed body will also feel the same way. You deserve it. Ali also snorted. Vel'Koz glanced at the women and snorted coldly, don't be too happy. I will capture them all later, but I won't kill them. I will let them kneel at my feet and watch helplessly. You look like you are being fucked wantonly by me but are powerless. Vel'Koz's words were so vicious that after his words came out, the expressions of several women fell. If things are really like what Vickers said, I am afraid this is the most unacceptable fact in the hearts of these women. It's even better to die. After saying a few words, Vel'Koz turned into a ray of purple light and disappeared from the place, seemingly controlling its body. Why is this thing so hard? It can't be cut with a sword. At this time, Lu Chuan had arrived at the location of the Eye of the Void's physical body. A huge tentacle monster was entrenched in a room that was too high to reach the top, but it occupied the whole room. It was so full that it even seemed to burst the room. It seems that it has absorbed a lot of nutrients over the years, causing its physical body to grow very quickly. Then Ezreal and Yasuo also arrived. They looked at each other first, and then told their respective situations. In the end, they found that everyone had the same experience. It seems like this guy is a sex demon who specializes in absorbing women's bodies and souls. Ezreal took out the moon pendant and wrapped it around his wrist. No, the attack is too weak. This guy didn't react at all. Maybe in its eyes. We are just ants and can't penetrate its defense. Lu Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Before that, he had slashed with the storm sword no less than 10 times, and also tried an attack mixed with the core energy of the red flame. In addition to leaving a shallow white mark on this body as hard as a copper wall. There was no sign of breaking it open at all. Let me try. Ezreal flicked the pendant on his wrist to light up, and 2 white lights flashed in succession. It's just that when the energy light ball bounced on Vel'Koz's body, they were all bounced away. Energy attacks seemed to be ineffective against this guy. Ezreal frowned. Just when Lu Chuan was about to use all his methods, a faint voice came from behind. You too, let me try. Lu Chuan and Ezreal turned around and found Yasuo standing behind them with a calm expression. But within that calmness, there was a hint of extreme anger and violence in his eyebrows. Lu Chuan and Ezreal took 2 steps back, and Yasuo slowly pulled out the slender sword from the scabbard. The sword glowed with a cold light, making people feel chilled just by looking at it. Sword intent. Yasuo shouted, the sword in his hand buzzing and trembling. An invisible gust of wind suddenly gathered at this moment, above the tip of the sword, and soon after, the buzzing sound from the tip of the sword could be heard in the air. Brush. Yasuo moved the next moment, stepped forward with his feet, and stabbed forward with the sword in his hand. The sword body, which looked so slender that it could be broken with bare hands, easily pierced the body of the Eye of the Void at this moment. Pfft. With a sound that disappeared into his body, Yasuo's arms suddenly exerted force, and his feet sprinted towards the side without stopping at all. Wow! A huge gash was opened in his body by Yasuo's sword, and scarlet blood continuously leaked out, accompanied by a foul smell. This guy's blood is actually red. Lu Chuan stepped forward, touched a little with his finger. Put it in front of his nose and sniffed, it smells of human blood. It seems that this guy has been here for so long and has eaten it killed a lot of people. As a result, its blood concentration turned red. Then, let me add something to it. Adding salt to the wound is undoubtedly the most painful situation. Lu Chuan put the storm sword in his hand flat along the opening of Vel'Koz's body, and at the same time. His body shock, the energy of the red flame core and the sand core poured out at this moment, and the impact generated made the originally shallow wound deeper at this moment. Ouch! As if feeling pain, the huge creature in front of him finally roared and began to squirm. The way a mountain of flesh squirms gives people a visually disgusting feeling. I can guarantee that this is the most disgusting creature I have ever seen in my life. Even Ezreal, who had experienced a lot, almost vomited. At this moment, a cold voice echoed through the space. Ignorant humans, you are seeking your own death. Brush. The next moment. Almost hundreds of eyes opened at the same time. Every part of this mountain of meat was filled with eyes of all sizes. The number was so large that it almost made one's scalp numb. Even those wriggling tentacles had their countless eyes flashing. What kind of monster is this? Ezreal gritted his teeth and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Next, enjoy the fun of being decomposed. Vel'Koz controlled its body, and in an instant countless tentacles suddenly attacked Lu Chuan and his party. Chapter 181. Whoa! The seemingly soft and boneless tentacles were now as fast as sharp swords. Dozens or hundreds of tentacles of countless sizes attacked Lu Chuan and others together, like sword rain filled the sky. A tentacle suddenly swept down on Lu Chuan like a snake's tail. Lu Chuan jumped up high with his feet on the ground. The tentacle plunged into the ground like a steel needle, and stone fragments flew and rolled. Ugh! He twisted in midair. Drew out his storm sword and slashed the tentacle with a backhand explosive slash. This time, Lu Chuan unexpectedly discovered that the slash that he originally didn't have high hopes for could easily kill the tentacle. Cut off. The severed tentacle fell to the ground, twitched twice like a dead fish on the beach, and then disappeared from the sign of life. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows and glanced at Ezreal and Yasuo, and found that many of the tentacles entangled with them had been cut to the ground. Does this tentacle have several forms? Lu Chuan frowned, recalling the tentacle that was as hard as iron. Although the attacks from hundreds of tentacles were ferocious, the 3 people Vel'Koz faced were all experienced warriors, and this level of attack alone could not hurt them in the slightest. Within a moment, nearly half of the tentacles had been cut off by 3 people and fell to the ground, with blood everywhere on the ground. Hurry up and release our people. A pair of bloody wings appeared from Lu Chuan's back, flying in the air, cutting off the tentacles drawn with a sword, and shouted at the huge mountain of flesh. Jijia, you are so naive. Do you think that cutting off a few of my tentacles means you have defeated me? Ignorant humans. Your wisdom is not worthy of learning the knowledge you are facing. Velikos, after scoffing twice, a purple light shone all over his body. The intense and dazzling light made several people unable to open their eyes. When the light weakened, all the tentacles on the ground disappeared, and there were hundreds of tentacles dancing in the air in front of Lu Chuan and others. This guy's tentacles can repair themselves, Ezreal snorted and gritted his teeth. And judging from the way it attacked just now, this tentacle attack is probably its weakest attack. You have to be mentally prepared for the next step. Yasuo tightly held the slender sword in his hand. Although from his expression not much can be seen, but the slightly wrinkled eyebrows also make people aware of Yasuo's inner unrest. Stupid humans, let's enjoy the fun of being decomposed. Vel'Koz shouted, and all the eyes on the mountain of flesh widened at this moment, and bright red blood overflowed from the corners of the eyes. At the same time, a purple light was released from each eye, and countless purple lights converged into one, turning into a super intense purple beam. The moment the purple beam formed, even the space seemed to start to tremble. Get baptized! Velikos roared, and the purple beam of light swept towards Lu Chuan and his group in an arc. Under the wash of purple light, countless stones turned into gravel, and then from gravel into stone chips. In the end, even the stone chips disappeared and turned into dust that filled the air. The entire space began to collapse, and wherever the purple light swept, no matter what it was, everything was reduced to nothing in an instant. This power of decomposition is too overbearing. Are all void creatures monsters? Ezreal stepped back continuously. Lu Chuan was also forced to take a few steps back, because as long as he was hit by that beam of purple light, there would really be nothing left. But at the moment when this space was broken down into dust, a calm figure was still standing in the dust mist, holding a slender sword in his left hand, but his right hand was rapidly changing gestures, as if he was releasing some skill. Immediately afterwards, Yasuo swung his sword fiercely, and an invisible barrier was propped up in front of him. Although it seems invisible, in the dust and fog that fills the sky, only that area is isolated from all the dust and fog, and is clearly visible, so it becomes tangible. Barrier of wind. Yasuo's slender sword trembled in his hand, sweat dripping from his forehead. Bring my apprentice back to me. The next moment, Yasuo controlled the invisible barrier with one hand and pushed forward, holding the sword in his right hand and sprinting suddenly. Under Vel'Koz's purple light, he ran very fast. The purple light shone on the wind barrier, splitting it in two like an isolated stone on a waterfall that could change the flow of the waterfall. When the enemy is attacking, the defense is always the weakest. Yasuo proved this with his own actions. He faced the strong decomposition beam and rushed to Vel'Koz's feet. The sword in his hand flashed with cold light. The hilt of the sword trembled violently, making a whistling sound like a violent wind, and then jumped up high and slashed down with a sword as powerful as a rainbow. One sword, one thought. Snap. Yasuo landed on one foot, half knelt on the ground, and put the sword back into its sheath. The purple light behind him disappeared in an instant. The huge mountain of flesh was split in two from the middle at this moment. Accompanied by howls of pain, it slowly poured down. Blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly dyeing the entire ground red. Awesome, my brother. Ezreal looked at Yasuo in stunned silence. He could feel that Yasuo's overall strength was around the level of 3 gold stars, but the powerful sword that exploded at that moment just now, he was so angry that he could easily break through the iron wall in front of him. His sword intention has been cultivated to the extreme, and it has become one with the wind in the air. Lu Chuan also used a sword, but Lu Chuan asked himself that he could never reach that point. The sword in Lu Chuan's hand is only used as a weapon to match his powerful skills, but Yasuo's sword is like a living creature. His skills are entirely based on his mastery of the sword itself. Comprehended. Integrate with the wind in the air. Ezreal's attack method does not use a sword, but relies on the energy fluctuations in his body for support. So he has no understanding of the sword at all. Even with the strong wind, it is difficult. How about splitting something so hard? No, you are wrong. Lu Chuan shook his head and said, what does it feel like when a strong wind blows on your face? Ferocious? You feel like you can't even open your eyes? Ezreal thought for a moment. Then what if this gust of wind is compressed to a certain extent, for example, when it is the same width as a sword blade, and it blows against my face again? As soon as Lu Chuan finished speaking, Ezreal suddenly understood. A gust of wind is indeed very violent, but if the intensity remains unchanged and the area blown by the gust of wind is compressed to only the width of a sword blade, then the sharpness of this gust of wind may be enough to break through. No matter how hard the wall is, it can't be overcome. Just like a chopstick and a needle, under the same circumstances, the needle is more likely to pierce human skin. At this time, the meat mountain split into two by Yasuo began to slowly squirm, showing signs of merging together again. This guy's regeneration ability is too terrifying. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and looked at Vel'Koz with a gloomy face, who had merged into a mountain of flesh again in just a moment. Chapter 182. Yasuo retracted his sword, turned around, and looked at the mountain of meat in front of him that was constantly squirming and quickly fused together. Although his face didn't show anything, the arms hanging down weakly might have expressed his mood at this time. It's really too difficult. When faced with such a monster whose attack methods are extremely weird, whose physical strength is terrifying, and whose regeneration ability makes people despair, any attack method may not be effective. Is there really nothing we can do? This guy's strength in various fields makes people a little desperate, damn it. Ezreal clenched his fist. You can't kill them even if you fight them, and you will be killed if you don't fight them. Now that you have rushed in front of it, the meat mountain in front of you will never be so kind as to let Lu Chuan and his party leave. And even if they are really asked to leave, I am afraid that neither Lu Chuan nor Yasuo will leave. Because they have more important people in this guy's hands. Are your tricks so weak? Can't you come up with something more powerful? Jijia, human beings are as fragile as I thought, and they are not vulnerable at all. That's okay. Just be a part of the nourishment in the ocean of knowledge. It is your great honor to coexist with me. Vel'Koz let out a strange laugh, and at the same time waved a tentacle with a hole in the top, towards Lu Chuan and his group. Wait a minute, before I absorb you, there is a new kind of knowledge that I need to study. As if thinking of something, Vel'Koz used a few tentacles to scratch the top of the flesh, and then the middle part of its body suddenly wide open. Finally, people saw its mouth. The bright red oral cavity was covered with sharp and numerous fine teeth, and its tooth structure did not look like that of a human being, with only 2 rows up and down. The distribution of Vel'Koz's teeth is very strange. There are 4 or 5 rows of fine teeth on the lower jaw, and 2 or 3 rows on the upper jaw. One row has at least hundreds of sharp and small teeth, densely distributed in its mouth. It gives people the illusion that if one bites from this thing, it will be pierced into a sieve. No, it's not an illusion, it's a fact. Lu Chuan and others all raised their heads and looked at Vel'Koz's next plan. Normal attacks have no effect now. We can only take one step at a time to see if there are any other opportunities. If Mr. Nasus were here, there might be another chance. Ezreal sighed, even his last hope had been shattered just now. Originally, Ezreal planned to use space jump to escape from here if that didn't work. He could have considered taking Lu Chuan and Yasuo out together when leaving. But it felt like the two of them would definitely not go out unless they rescued someone. That kind of thing, so Ezreal planned to escape on his own. But after sensing it, this space seemed to be completely blocked by the creature in front of me, turning it into a completely sealed space. If you want to use space to move from here, you must be strong enough to crush or defeat this creature. But neither of these points seems realistic. He should be doing his best to prevent the Shurima Empire from resurrecting. We are facing a very troublesome guy now. But even if we successfully escape from here, there will be an even more troublesome guy waiting for us. Lu Chuan, he said with a gloomy expression. The more troublesome guy is Azir, the king of the Shurima Empire. Because his soul has been sealed in the dark underground for many years, he has been successfully brainwashed by the void creatures. It is said that Azir back then had the power of a god and was able to cross the threshold of the god level. However, he was invaded by the void clan. So he gave up the opportunity to ascend to god and self-destructed. The entire Shurima Empire was sealed underground, and it also prevented void creatures from invading other areas of Valoran. Zerath, who was at the near-god level, could kill Lu Chuan and his group in an instant, but was sealed away by Nasus, who was at the near-god level. Although they are only soul bodies and have lost at least half of their overall strength, that is still an insurmountable gap. So, Azir, who truly has god-level power but has not ascended, how terrifying is his power? But at the moment, Lu Chuan obviously had no time to care about this, because he saw that the mountain of flesh stretched its tentacles into its mouth, and soon, several women were hung up by several tentacles and sent out from the mouth. Janna. Ahri. Lu Chuan clenched his fists subconsciously. Seeing Janna and Ahri hanging weakly in the air with their hands tied, Lu Chuan felt heartbroken. Yasuo next to him also snorted. This man who really didn't like to show his emotions on his face clearly had a flash of anger in his eyes when he saw Talia. Jijia, it seems that these women are all people you care about very much. This is the most appropriate. I really want to know, when the women you care about most are wantonly fucked in front of you. What will happen to you? How will the expression change? This is a new knowledge point, and it will be up to you to give me the answer. Vel'Koz smiled sinisterly, and at the same time extended his tentacles to Talia. You bastard! Let me go! Yasuo suddenly burst out with a shocking roar, jumped up high, and instantly pulled out the sword in his hand, his whole right arm trembling violently. A strong wind, a cyclone that quickly condensed, was suppressed to the extreme in an instant, and then a stronger air flow broke out. Let me go, let me go! As Yasuo raised his head and shouted, the sword energy in his hand had condensed into a very terrifying wave. Breaking wind. At this moment, he contained all his anger in his sword intent, and condensed the raging wind into countless small sword auras. After the sword aura was formed, from the sword hilt surged wildly, like rapidly rotating saw teeth, scraping the air and making a roaring sound. Fur. 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 Countless rays of sword energy sank into the mountain of meat, instantly cutting it into countless pieces of meat. At the same time, Yasuo reached out and hugged Talia's waist, just about to cut off Talia's wrist with a sword of tentacles. A cold breath came from behind. Do you want her to die? If so, just try. Yasuo frowned and looked carefully, and found that Talia, no, not just Talia, but also the women next to her, had a tiny, very small spike on their white necks. Thin thorns that can only be seen clearly when they are next to them. Although it was subtle, it was sharp enough to pierce the throats of these women. Yasuo's hand holding the sword loosened, letting the sword fall to the ground. Master, don't worry about me, you run away. Talia had a choked voice at this time. Yasuo gently raised his hand, wiped away Talia's tears, and smiled at her for the first time. It's okay, as long as the master is here, no one will hurt you, little sparrow. Chapter 183. Next, prepare to be baptized by thunder and lightning. Lu Chuan grinned solemnly, tiny electric sparks burning in his empty blue eyes. At the same time, he flipped his wrist and held the storm sword in his hand. The only difference from before was that this time even the storm sword carried a subtle sound of electricity. Lu Chuan stepped forward and sprinted forward, leaving a burnt mark on the ground under his feet. Go to hell. The wrath of thunder and lightning. Lu Chuan jumped high and raised the storm sword above his head with both hands. A round ball of light containing terrifying thunder and lightning energy condensed on the tip of the sword. Stop, stop, they will die together. Is this the result you want to see? Vel'Koz was frightened, and his huge body trembled, but it was precisely because of his excessive size that he, out on a limb. He could feel what kind of thunder and lightning energy was contained in the dark blue light group that was only the size of a fist. And that kind of pure energy can annihilate all its regenerative cells. If so, it can never be regenerated. Death? Ha! Lu Chuan curled his lips sarcastically, and slashed downwards with the storm sword in his hand. A stream of lightning passed through the sword body. And the thunder and lightning group suddenly poured down. The pure thunder energy as thick as a leg seemed to be slashed. As if it was splitting space, it rushed towards Vel'Koz. At the same time, they also rushed towards the 5 women controlled by Vel'Koz. If that's the case, then let's bury them together. Vel'Koz calmed down instead. Judging from the man's series of actions just now, he cared extremely much about the women in his hands. It was impossible for him to kill the woman he loved most with his own hands. So all this was just pretentious. He was waiting for himself to beg for mercy and let these women go. And it was enough for him to just sit and wait for his attack to arrive. Because by then, he will definitely stop attacking, right? According to the knowledge gained from the minds of different people over the years. These humans always like to show off, but they are unable to be cruel at critical moments. Human emotions and desires are the demons that prevent them from evolving into advanced creatures. The lightning beam hit Vel'Koz's face with strong wind, and Vel'Koz was waiting for it to stop. Because once he is hit, these women will turn into charcoal in an instant. Is this the result you want? Stupid humans. Vel'Koz sneered in his heart. But he was wrong. The power of thunder and lightning never weakened from the moment it struck. Even if it hit Vel'Koz's body, it did not weaken by half. Zitzi, bang. A powerful electric current washed over Vel'Koz's body in an instant. And the violent thunder and lightning elements invaded Vel'Koz's body wantonly, making him look like a human being from the outside. A huge light group emitting blue light. And this huge light group was still twitching painfully. Why can't the knowledge I control predict this guy's decision? The regenerative cells in Vel'Koz's body rapidly decayed, and its size also began to shrink rapidly, from a huge mountain of flesh to a small. But are you satisfied with this? Let your most beloved woman be buried with me. Is this the result you want most? Velikos asked angrily, unwillingly. Being buried with you? Do you think too highly of yourself? Lu Chuan slowly stepped forward and easily cut off the tentacles that bound the wrists of several women with the storm sword filled with thunder and lightning energy. Velikos discovered that these women were intact, with tender skin and tender flesh, and not even a hair was damaged. I wonder if you have heard of insulators. Those with the ability to control lightning are not afraid of thunder and lightning. Therefore, the lightning users themselves are insulators. They only need to share this power with them. Lu Chuan stepped forward. Go, stretch out your palm and gently press Velikos' body. No, don't kill me, let me go, I will roll back to the void plane, I will never step into the Valoran plane again. Velikos' whole body was shaking violently. Actually, let me tell you something. What? Creatures in the void plane begging for mercy before death are more stupid than stupid humans. A powerful electric current surged out of Lu Chuan's palm, and then his arms suddenly shook. Die. As his words fell, all the lightning elements lurking in Velikos' body detonated at this moment. Bang! The thunder and lightning explosion stirred up strong air currents, and Velikos' body was shattered into pieces by the explosion at this moment, scattering in all directions. Lu Chuan, who was in the center of the thunderstorm, stood quietly on the spot, his outstretched palm not yet retracted, his short black hair swaying violently with the strong wind. Is the knot over? Ezreal covered his face with his hands to resist the howling wind and the small static electricity mixed in the wind. At the same time, he looked at the scene in front of him with some fear. Although he didn't know what happened just now, he could feel Lu Chuan's aura reaching its peak in an instant. That is something that only a king can have, an aura that looks down on the world. Has the power of the gods awakened? Ezreal moved his Adam's apple in disbelief. After a long time, the strong wind dissipated and the smoke and dust faded away. Lu Chuan's clothes also stopped swinging, but at this time, Lu Chuan's heart suddenly twitched, as if it was just grasped by a strong big hand. Poof! A mouthful of blood suddenly sprayed out, and Lu Chuan knelt on the ground. Janna and Ari on the side both exclaimed and hurriedly stepped forward to support Lu Chuan. Sivir also took a step forward, but saw that the two women moved faster than her, so they took back angrily. Hand! What? Are you in love? Carter on the side hugged her chest and leaned against the wall next to her. She had been very calm from the beginning to the end, even when she was caught by Velikos just now. How is that possible? I just feel that someone has just saved us, and now we are injured. Do we need to care or something? Sivir turned his face to the side awkwardly. Carter nudged her with his elbow and teased, that guy has a lot of women around him, you can't squeeze in, can you? I want you to take care of it. Sivir suddenly glared at Carter. Talia on the side was choking like a child at this time, hugging Yasuo's waist tightly, biting her lips hard, snot and tears all flowing down, sobbing non-stop. Master, I thought I would never see you again, woo. It's okay, I'm here. Yasuo gently touched Talia's head and advised softly. The two girls who were most worried at this time, Janna and Ari, helped Lu Chuan on the left and right, and put him on the side of the gravel that had been hit by the thunderstorm just now. Are you okay? Janna asked softly. No, Lu Chuan waved his hand. He could feel that in addition to the overbearing and brutal thunder and lightning power that was rapidly draining away from his body, there was another force that was growing at the same speed. But that other power is not under his control. Zerath probably wants to take over his body. Chapter 184. His heart was tightly grasped by a strong hand, as if he wanted to crush it. Lu Chuan's breathing became weak, and no one could understand the pain he was suffering at this time. Lu Chuan's lips were white at this time and he was sweating profusely. He fell weakly into Janna's arms, his breathing decreasing sharply bit by bit. What's wrong with him? Seeing that something was wrong with Lu Chuan, everyone else gathered around him. If it weren't for Lu Chuan, this group of people would probably die in this area. I don't know, it's been like this since just now. Janna frowned, with a very distressed and anxious look on her face. Could it be that the energy is overdrawn? Ezreal held his chin with one hand and thought for a moment, then took out his storage bag, dug out a bottle of level 4 recovery potion and handed it to Janna. Try this, I've spent a lot of money on it. Thank you. Janna thanked her, took the recovery potion, unscrewed the cap and poured it into Lu Chuan's mouth. Under normal circumstances, a level 4 recovery potion would immediately restore some energy in the body, but Lu Chuan still looked very weak. Isn't it because of the depletion of energy in the body? What would happen then? Ezreal had no choice. Hey, is this guy going to die? Although Catalina was remembering that Lu Chuan had saved her life just now and wanted to show some concern, she just opened her mouth and the words she said didn't sound good. You just died. Your whole family is dead. Ari suddenly roared at Katarina. What do you mean? Do you want to die? Catalina looked gloomy and pulled out a dagger from her leggings. I can't bite you to death. Ari rolled up his sleeves angrily, revealing an arm as white and tender as a lotus root, but it looked thin and tender, and there was really no explosive power at all. Cough. That's enough. Ezreal coughed heavily at this time, and Sivir also pulled Katarina's arm to signal her not to be impulsive. The biggest enemy has not yet appeared, and internal strife is not a good sign. I wonder if it was caused by the guy who controlled lightning that I met just now. At this time, Amumu, who was squatting in the corner, suddenly said, startling everyone. Why are you here? Do I have no sense of existence? Amumu felt a little aggrieved and wanted to cry. In fact, he was always there. He even tried to intercept part of the tentacles when facing Vel'Koz. Just because his sense of existence was too weak, no one noticed him. After all, he was an unknown organism in the first place, and he was too small, so it was really difficult to find him when he was huddled in a corner. However, Amumu's words reminded the group. At the last moment, Lu Chuan's body power suddenly exploded, and it was a thunder and lightning ability. Before this, neither Janna nor Ari had seen Lu Chuan use a thunder and lightning ability. In other words, this power was not his own, but alone. Then there is only one result left, and that is that Lu Chuan borrowed the power of Xerath stored in the crystal coffin inside his small bead. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. Ezreal nodded. But the problem now is also obvious. We can't sense Xerath's aura, and there's no way to stop him. If this continues, if so, it is only a matter of time before Lu Chuan's body is controlled. At that time, once Xerath's soul body has a physical body, his strength will rise to a new level again. In addition, Xerath is originally a helper in the void plane. Once Lu Chuan is controlled by him, everyone will die here. I remember, when Mr. Nasus was separated from us, didn't he give Lu Chuan a whistle? He said he could contact him in case of emergency. Janna suddenly thought of something and said softly. Only Yasuo and Talia were looking at everyone with confusion. They were new arrivals and had neither met Xerath nor Nasus. They only knew that Lu Chuan's situation was very critical at the moment. But the two of them also, there is no good way, I can only stand aside and wait silently for things to develop. Yes. There is such a thing. Ali hurriedly groped around Lu Chuan's body and quickly took out a storage bag. Lu Chuan would store some of the things he usually uses in storage bags instead of small beads. There was no way for Ari to penetrate the small beads, but the storage bag could easily penetrate them. Quickly, Ari took out the little whistle and asked, how do I use this? Blow, please. Janna asked hesitantly. Ali put the small whistle into his mouth without saying anything, puffed up his cheeks and blew hard. No sound was made, but an invisible wave floated out from the whistle and dissipated in an instant. Soon, everyone heard Nasu's voice floating above the space. What's going on? Everyone, how are things going? Ari told Nasus everything that had happened just now. Janna and others on the side supplemented the omissions in Ari's words from time to time. Are you saying that you encountered a mountain of meat that was covered in flesh? And it had many tentacles and eyes? Nasu's voice seemed a little surprised. Do you know that void creature? Ezreal asked. It is Vel'Koz, the Eye of the Void, the leader who led the Void army to invade thousands of years ago. Nasus said solemnly. Leader? The group of people looked at each other. In other words, have we already eliminated the leader of the Void creatures? It can be understood this way. But it is just a member of the Void plane. There are many creatures in the Void plane that are no less than Vel'Koz. However, those creatures may not have enough energy supply due to the space conveyor belt. Send it all at once. Mr. Nasus, can you quickly tell me how to save Lu Chuan? Ari urged anxiously after seeing Nasus talking a lot of nonsense in an orderly manner. Based on what you said, maybe Xerath lent his ability to him and kept that ability in his body. In this way, Xerath has the qualifications to seize his body. You take him with you first and hurry up to the North Hall, I'll wait for you here. When Nasus said this, Janna and Ari looked a little better. Now that Nasus has a way, Lu Chuan's life may be saved. It was just Nasu's next words that made their hearts rise in their throats again. I can't guarantee whether he can be rescued. Zereth is now sealed in the crystal coffin, which means that his body has not appeared. The soul body has been sealed in the crystal coffin. I have some ideas. None. Chapter 185. Quickly, see how he is doing. Ari carried Lu Chuan on his back and ran out of breath to the North Hall, where he saw Nasu's waiting outside the North Hall. You can imagine how hard it is for an already delicate body to carry a big man on its back. A group of people behind him also arrived belatedly. At this time, Lu Chuan's aura was already weak to a certain extent, and subtle electric light was still flowing all over his body. His expression was extremely painful, as if he was struggling with something. Nasu stretched out his hand to cover Lu Chuan's forehead, closed his eyes and felt it slightly. We're already halfway through the invasion. He sighed. What do you mean? Ali's eyes were a little dazed. Can't we save him? It's difficult. Half of Zerath's soul consciousness has invaded his body. It got in along with the power he lent to Lu Chuan. If you want to drive it out, you need your own help, but my consciousness at this time is probably very blurred. How could this happen? Ali weakly took 2 steps back and sat down next to Lu Chuan. What's wrong? Jana, who came after her, saw Ari sitting next to Lu Chuan with lifeless eyes, and had a bad feeling in her heart. It can't be saved, woo-woo. Ari choked and wiped his tears. Mr. Nasu said that Lu Chuan's body has been occupied by Zerath for more than half of his consciousness, and the rest is only a matter of time. And you'd better be mentally prepared. Nasu slowly raised his palm, and a wave of energy condensed in his palm. What are you going to do? Ali seemed to have a premonition of something and leaned towards Lu Chuan. There is nothing we can do about it. If we want to prevent Zerath from reincarnating with his body, we must destroy this body, so that Zerath can only stay in the crystal coffin. Nasu said in a low voice. Impossible. Ali threw herself into Lu Chuan's arms, protecting him tightly. There's no point in doing this, right? Even if Lu Chuan's body is destroyed, the soul will still not die, right? Then Lu Chuan, wouldn't it be that you lost your life in vain? This is the path he chose. If he had not accepted Zerath's power, this situation would not have happened. Nasu said. But with the help of Zerath's power, it only makes it easier for everyone. He just wants everyone to get out of here alive. Why did he make the best choice for everyone, but he suffered the worst? What happened to you? Ali choked with sobs. Having said that, child, many times nothing will be as perfect as you imagined. Even if you make the most correct choice, sometimes it is still wrong. The most correct choice, is it also the wrong one? Ali lowered her eyes weakly. Nasu sighed and shook his head, moving his fingers slightly. A strong force pulled Ali and dragged her away from Lu Chuan in an instant. Jana! Ari shouted, and at the same time Jana opened her arms in front of Nasu's. Sir, let him go once. He is really important to us, and he is also very important to us. You have made a lot of contributions, haven't you? Including defeating the leader of the void creatures. He did all of this alone. I'm sorry, I will compensate you for his kindness. But I must kill him now. With the physical body, Zerath has not only improved his strength on one level, but by then I am afraid that even I will not be able to do it. There is no way to stop him. Nasus also waved his fingers and pushed Jana aside. Sivir clenched his fist, but Katarina secretly squeezed it. At the same time, he shook his head at her. It's useless. This guy from the Fox-Wolf clan really wants to kill someone. We can't stop him. After calming down and thinking about what he said, I agree with what he said. Our biggest enemy has not yet appeared. If there is another equally powerful enemy, we may really be doomed. Talia on the side pulled Yasuo's sleeve and asked in a low voice, Master, can you save him? Yasuo sighed helplessly, shook his head and said nothing. It's not that he doesn't want to save, it's that he can't be saved. If it's a demon now, a heinous guy who wants to take action against Lu Chuan, then because Lu Chuan saved Talia just once, Yasuo will do his best to help Lu Chuan. But the current situation is that Lu Chuan is about to become a heinous demon. Nasus killed Lu Chuan just for the sake of the overall situation. This means Yasuo no longer has any reason to help Lu Chuan. Ezreal also turned away somewhat unbearably and sighed silently. Such a hardworking guy, such a desperate guy, sacrificed himself in the end in order to help everyone. It sounds like a character that exists in a fairy tale, and maybe he will live in a fairy tale in the future. Nasus condensed a wave of energy in his palm and shot it towards Lu Chuan. No! Ari screamed heartbreakingly, but the energy wave had already surrounded Lu Chuan's body. Janna's tears couldn't stop flowing down at this moment. Buzz. At this moment, something surprising happened. The energy wave that was originally enough to crush Lu Chuan into pieces was bounced back at this moment. He charged toward Nasu's menacingly. Bang! Nasu's frowned, stretched out his hand to brush away the energy wave, and let it explode on the wall next to him, creating a big hole. The turn of events caused Ari and Janna to stop crying for a moment, and Yasuo, Ezreal and others also set their sights on Lu Chuan. It doesn't make sense. Nasu's looked down at his palm, then condensed it into a ball of energy wave and shot it towards Lu Chuan. The result was the same. It was as if something had formed a united front to protect Lu Chuan, annihilating all the incoming fatal threats. Immediately afterwards, a voice penetrated Nasu's mind, a voice that only he could hear. What do you want to do? This was a girl's voice. It sounded very clear and sweet, but it also had a holy meaning. Just the sound of it makes people feel a sense of surrender from the bottom of their hearts. And this sense of surrender does not only appear in warriors with low strength, but in warriors like Nasu's who are close to the god level. You are, Nasu's tone unconsciously turned respectful. Then the girl slowly revealed her identity, and Nasu's became obviously excited. He knelt on the ground and worshipped Lu Chuan's position. Please, Lord God, please save the Shurima Empire from the fire and water. If you take action, the Void Plane cannot resist you at all. Sorry, due to some special reasons, I cannot come forward to seal the communication between the Void Plane and our plane. However, my divine servant will guide the divine envoys to bring peace to the continent of Valoran. So before that, the girl then spoke slowly to Nasu's for a few more words, and then her voice slowly dispersed. What is he doing? Ari, who still had tears on his face, wiped away his tears and looked at Nasu's, who suddenly became excited in confusion. He knelt down to Lu Chuan again and whispered. He muttered something lowly. I don't know. Janna was also confused. Chapter 186. Although what exactly happened was unknown to Janna, Ari, and everyone on the sidelines. But Nasu's sudden stop made everyone confused. Nasu's, who was lying on the ground, slowly got up after a while, then turned his face and said seriously to everyone, okay, let's go to the main hall now. But Ali glanced at Lu Chuan hesitantly. What's wrong? Janna also asked softly. You don't need to worry about this. He will be fine after a while. Nasu's gave Lu Chuan a deep look. Unexpectedly, the person who hides the deepest is actually this boy. I'm afraid even he himself doesn't know it, right? To be favored by the Lord God, does this kid have a great talent? But just the strength of the silver level doesn't look very outstanding. In the past, when the Shurima Empire was prosperous, there were many young boys aged 17 or 18 who were outstanding and reached the peak of gold level strength at a young age. After thinking for a moment to no avail, Nasu's could only suppress the thought temporarily. God's choice is not something he can interfere with. Since God has made her choice, she will naturally have her reasons. And if a god intervenes, and the god wants to protect this boy, then with the help of Zerath, he may not be able to successfully seize his body. So Nasu's didn't have to worry about anything anymore. Then what he said, Ali pointed at Lu Chuan, with a look of worry still on his face. Don't worry about him. He may recover after a while. You can follow me to the main hall first. The Eye of the Void has been eliminated. A group of void creatures are leaderless and cannot make any big waves. The only troublesome thing now is. I'm afraid it's Azir, the king of Shurima. Nasu's said slowly. But I still want to stay and take care of him. Ali bit her lip, lowered her head and whispered. Ali, don't be impulsive. Lu Chuan has done a lot for us. Now it's time for us to do something for him. Taking care of him here won't do anything. If you want to get out alive. Or if you wanted to take him out with us, we must contribute our own strength, even if it is insignificant. Janna gently squeezed Ari's palm. She wasn't worried about Lu Chuan, but compared to worrying about Lu Chuan, what she had to do now was more important, which was related to whether they could successfully escape from the underground of Shurima. Although her and Ari's powers are insignificant, having more of this power is always good. Then let's set off. Nasu's, who originally planned to destroy several other branch halls, changed his focus after learning about the death of Vel'Koz, the Eye of the Void, and headed directly towards the main hall. Lu Chuan was left alone, falling into a deep sleep at the door of the north hall. Lu Chuan slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a space of white light. Where is this? He stood up and looked around. The dazzling white light shrouded everything everywhere, and Lu Chuan could not tell whether there was nothing around him, or whether there was something around him, but it was just covered up by the dazzling light of the white light. At this moment, suddenly, a figure slowly appeared in front of Lu Chuan. She looks like a girl of 17 or 18 years old, with long hair shawl, and a curvy figure. From the appearance, she looks like she is not wearing any clothes, but she can't see the slightest bit of beauty. Because the shadow of the girl in front of him is just a virtual shadow. Only an outline can be roughly seen based on the light and shadow, and even the shape of the face cannot be clearly seen. Who are you? Lu Chuan was a little wary. He recalled that after he destroyed the Eye of the Void, Zerath wanted to use the power of thunder and lightning that still remained in his body to forcefully occupy it. His body, and then his consciousness became blurred. When he woke up again, he appeared here. Are you dead? Is this paradise? Hello, Lu Chuan. The girl in front of her made a clear and sweet voice. Do you know me? Lu Chuan asked, slightly surprised. Of course. The girl smiled softly. Only her voice could be heard, but her expression could not be seen. Do you really want to know where you are now? Are you dead? The girl said as if she could read Lu Chuan's thoughts. If you can tell me. Lu Chuan looked at the light and shadow girl. You're not dead. The girl was still chuckling. The position you are in now should be the position you are most familiar with. My most familiar position, you mean, inside this bead? Why did I suddenly get into the bead? Wait a minute. Lu Chuan's eyes widened as if he realized something. Then you are, this little bead? No, no. The girl gently shook her finger and said, to be precise, this little bead is mine. I call it the summoner's crystal ball. Lu Chuan was speechless for a moment and couldn't say anything. It's too much information to take in. This little bead does indeed belong to an owner, which Lu Chuan had guessed a long time ago, but the target is a little girl who is only 17 or 18 years old, which makes Lu Chuan very surprised. Do you want to give this little bead to, and take it back? Lu Chuan asked tentatively. He was able to walk step by step in this different world today only because of the support of this little bead. If at this time. Although it is understandable that the girl wants Xiaozhu back, after all, it is someone else's property. But Lu Chuan's next road may be very difficult. You want to go back? Why do you want to go back? Since I gave it to you, I definitely hope that it can play its greatest role in your hands. But this little bead. Are you trying to say why you don't take such a good thing back? The girl seemed to be able to see through Lu Chuan's mind. Due to some special circumstances, I am temporarily unable to exert my power, so even if I take this kind of thing, it has no effect at all in my hand, and I can't keep up. Can't catch up. Lu Chuan clearly heard other meanings in the girl's words. However, the girl didn't seem to want to talk about this issue. She changed the topic and said, you should have a good rest here first. As for the violent power in your body, I will help you refine it into your body during this period. You just need this strength, take a good rest. The girl stepped forward in 2 steps, stretched out her palm and gently covered Lu Chuan's eyes. The touch was not a pair of weak little girl's hands, but a warm light shrouded it. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chuan felt a dizziness. Before he fainted, he asked intermittently. Why are you helping me? Why? The girl tilted her head, as if thinking, and then chuckled, maybe it's because we all come from the same world. Chapter 187. The main palace of the Shurima Empire. This is a majestic palace with a very majestic architecture. You can tell just from the few pillars at the door. The pillars are majestic and tall, and are carved with ancient ferocious beasts that fly like life. In those days, it was said that these ferocious beasts could flatten mountains and rivers with one step, and shake nebulae with one roar. As for the authenticity, there is no way to test it. Does King Azir of Shurima live here? Ari raised his head and looked at the high door. After a while, he turned to look at Nasu's. Well, after crossing this door, everyone needs to be mentally prepared. The enemies inside may be in a realm you have never seen before in your life and will never be able to reach. Nasus said with a heavy voice. Everyone also nodded cautiously. There lived a god-level warrior inside. The god-level warriors are the same as the ferocious beasts carved on the pillars. Their voices are only heard but their bodies are not seen. There has never been a god-level warrior in the Valoran continent for thousands of years, not to mention that among the group of people, the one with the highest level who has come into contact with is Ezreal. However, Ezreal is only 3-star platinum, which is not even a tiny bit different from the god level. Afterwards, Nasus calmed down and stepped forward to open the towering door. Squeak! The door made an eerie and heart-wrenching sound before being slowly pushed open. It was unexpectedly not too dark inside, and the surrounding buildings were also very delicate and exquisite. However, the empty hall looked a little cool and empty. No, it's not empty. There was a guy in a light yellow robe sitting on the bench in the center of the hall, but he looked very strange. It has a human body but the head of a bird, which looks very funny. Isn't it the king of Shurima, Azir? Ari asked Nasus quietly. Unexpectedly, Nasus nodded. Ari was speechless for a moment, and then whispered to Janna, the country of Shurima is really magical. Do the residents here like to crossbreed with beasts? Janna's face turned slightly red and she glared at Ari, aren't you also a beast? Don't you always want to do such dirty things with Lu Chuan? Ali also blushed with one sentence, you are the one. Calling his name every day in your dreams, so and so, who would want to do that kind of thing with him, and I heard that he did that kind of thing is very painful, and you have to bleed and stuff, it's so uncomfortable. The two girls seemed to be ignorant about that area of knowledge. After all, they had never experienced it. Although they had heard some rumors, they still felt a little curious. It will also be quite scary. While Ari and Janna were chattering in low voices, the bird-headed monster sitting on the throne in the center slowly spoke. The voice was the vast and majestic voice that Lu Chuan and his party had heard since they entered the desert burial ground, and it seemed to contain everything. Are you still looking for me, my loyal subordinate? If you change your mind now, I will ignore the past grudges and still let you be my left guardian. Together with Renekton, you will be in charge of Shurima and enjoy the great empire of Novo. Reborn from the sand, the surprise and impact it brought to the world. Azir's voice was a little excited. Nasus sighed deeply and said, Your Majesty, don't be stubborn anymore. You and Shurima have changed beyond recognition. They are no longer the empire that was once prosperous in the past. I hope Your Majesty can stay awake and completely remove the thoughts of the void plane from his mind. Presumptuous. Azir slapped the armrest of the bench hard, and the powerful force instantly transformed into a shock wave that spread in all directions. The shock wave turned into a strong wind as it spread, blowing everyone except Nasus back a few steps before they could stabilize themselves. This guy is too perverted. Ali hugged the pillar on the side to avoid being blown away by the strong wind. Just clapping his palms, such a strong wind burst out. Ezreal also looked gloomy. This duel is so unfair. I think you are the one who fell. Nasus, has your loyalty been dispersed along with the sand in these thousands of years? Azir stared coldly at his most loyal servant. However, he was the one who was brainwashed by the thoughts of the void plane, so in his eyes, Nasus, who wanted to continue to maintain peace in Valoran, became a traitor. At this point, Nasus understood that Azir could not be persuaded by just one or two words. He slammed the half-moon staff on the ground. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I have to end you here today. This is also your will during your lifetime. Huh, what a joke. Azir clapped his hands. Renekton, I leave this to you. Your brother betrayed me. You should know what to do next, right? As Azir finished speaking, a figure as tall as two people jumped down from above. Taking a closer look, he saw that it was a guy in human form but with a crocodile head. Everyone. They must die. Renekton roared rudely. The axe in his hand made a strong sound. Without any pause or any nonsense, Renekton rushed directly into the crowd, with the axe in his hand fiercely. Force rotation. Bang! The axe was mixed with violent energy, and everyone was blown away. They fell on the wall nearby, and then fell to the ground. Humph, a vulnerable weakling. Renekton squinted his eyes and looked at Nasus. Stupid brother, have you also fallen into this state? My stubborn brother, have you also been cleansed by the thoughts of the void plane? Nasus raised the half-moon staff high in his hand, and a purple-black beam enveloped Renekton, and then his movement speed also became very slow. Are you the one who is so stubborn? The revival of the Shurima Empire is the most important thing. Anyone who blocks the revival of the Shurima Empire must die. All die. Renekton let out a thunderous roar. Under his roar, the entire hall began to faintly tremble, and gravel chips continued to fall. At the same time, Renekton's figure was also growing rapidly, and around him, a layer of light gray violent elements was rapidly condensing. That layer of violent elements is like the handwriting of the god of death, without any vitality at all. Once it is contaminated by even the slightest bit, it will quickly weaken, wither, and eventually die. Yasuo, who was closest to Renekton, accidentally became contaminated with the gray violent element, and his entire body began to age rapidly. Chapter 188. Life and Death, Reincarnation continues. Nasus changed gestures with one hand and murmured in a low voice. Yasuo, who was shrinking and about to die, regained new vitality in the next moment. You are blocking the revival of Shurima. You, the traitor, are unforgivable. Renekton let out a thunderous roar and transformed into a sharp blade, stabbing straight towards Nasu's. Boom! As Renekton's figure turned sharply, even the land he passed under his feet was turned into a ravine. Stop being stubborn, my stupid brother. Nasu's held the half-moon staff across his chest, and Renekton's axe struck the staff heavily, causing a buzzing sound. You will never escape from my grasp. Welcome the catastrophe. Rake roared, slamming down the axe in his hand. This blow seemed to contain a force as strong as 1,000 pounds, and Nasu's was knocked upside down. Go out. After gliding on the ground for a distance, Nasu's managed to stabilize his body. As soon as he turned over and stood up, Renekton followed up and attacked him fiercely with his axe. Nasu's kept retreating, and the situation seemed to be at a disadvantage. If even Mr. Nasu's can't stop him, I'm afraid our efforts will be in vain. Ari reluctantly stood up from the ground. The aura and pressure that Renekton had just exploded directly hit him. The group of people was shaken and staggered. Just one cyclone consumed nearly half of their strength, and Nasu's was also at a disadvantage. The situation looked very unoptimistic. It's best not to give up before it's over. Ezreal wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had just hit a stone directly on the side, and his cheek was scratched. He slowly straightened up and put the moon-shaped pendant was wrapped around his right hand. And his left hand held his right arm, and his whole body began to tremble faintly. Next, it's time to show off your true skills. Ezreal smiled lightly, and a light yellow semi-arc energy wave had condensed in the palm of his right hand. Ezreal concentrated all the energy in his body into this semi-arc wave, then raised his head and shouted, "Go to hell." Whoa! Just as Renekton and Nasu's were fighting, a sound of breaking wind came quickly not far away. Renekton glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a half-meter-wide arc wave blade approaching him rapidly. Although the energy fluctuations contained in it are not fatal, if it hits a vital part, it will cause considerable trauma. A bunch of damn bastards, do you think your life is too long? Renekton grinned angrily, but he had to draw his axe and lay it in front of him to resist the blow. Nasu's took the opportunity to wave the half-moon staff in his hand. The front end of the staff suddenly transformed into a heavy hammer. When Renekton was defending Ezreal's strongest blow, he waved the staff. The giant hammer landed heavily on Renekton's chest with a force that could destroy him. Poof! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. After this blow, Renekton's body flew upside down for several meters like a kite with its string broken, and then slowly hit the ground. Nasu's, you actually learned the despicable methods of humans, unforgivable. Renekton's breath weakened in an instant. Nasu's seized the opportunity and raised one hand. A lavender barrier formed under Renekton's feet, and his movements became very slow. Coupled with his current injured state, it was undoubtedly aggravating the situation. Nasu's withered barrier caused his life to drain rapidly. Your Majesty, save me, Renekton roared unwillingly and looked at Azir who was sitting firmly in the center of the main hall like a beggar. Azir looked at Renekton unmoved and coldly as the signs of life quickly disappeared. Renekton, once a noble warrior, is now nothing more than a crazy beast. You can't even do the little things entrusted to you. Okay, what's the point of your existence? No, Your Majesty, I made a mistake just now. If you give me another chance, I will definitely kill them all. Renekton explained hurriedly. That's enough. You have no value anymore. Turn into yellow sand. Azir suddenly stood up and clenched his hands violently. Buzz! Renekton's body, which was originally quite huge, turned into yellow sand as fine as dust in an instant, slowly falling down. Azir's decisiveness and ruthlessness shocked the entire group and left them speechless for a while. How could it be? Isn't that one of his subordinates? Ari murmured. Stop being ridiculous. How could such a guy identify with his subordinates? Although Ezreal pretended to be relaxed, the cold sweat falling on his forehead betrayed his uneasy mood at this time. What surprised Ezreal was not Azir's ruthless methods towards his subordinates, but the fact that he could turn his near-god-level subordinates into yellow sand with just one hold of his bare hands. Is the strength of a god-level warrior already so strong? Even a near-god-level warrior can't withstand his casual blow. This is too exaggerated. Ezreal moved his Adam's apple. No, you are wrong. I am not at the near-god level, and Azir is not at the god level. These are the strengths we had during our lifetimes. However, after the destruction of our bodies, we were left with only soul bodies, and our strength has weakened by nearly half. Nasu's exhaled heavily and sighed. Can the strength that has been weakened by half still be so terrifying? Ari asked in disbelief. If I have to give a restrictive realm, my current strength should be Diamond Realm. The Diamond level is a realm above the Platinum level, so it is nothing to others, but as a Platinum level warrior, Ezreal naturally knows the hardships and difficulties involved. Ezreal had already entered the Platinum level several years ago. Because of his ability to travel through space, the opportunities he encountered and the treasures he obtained were much better than those of ordinary people. Given this, Ezreal would only be at the bottom of the Platinum realm within a few years. This shows how difficult it is to improve your strength after reaching the Platinum level every step of the way. Since Nasus has no physical body and only has a soul body, his strength is enough to reach the Diamond level. Therefore, he was a near-god level warrior during his lifetime, which seems very credible. Don't talk about god level warriors. Even if warriors near god level fight, I'm afraid this place has already been razed to the ground, right? The power of the collision of skills between god level warriors is enough to crush a country. This is not the case at all. It's not an exaggeration. Nasus seemed to be reminded of the time when the Shurima Empire fell. Are you discussing your own death methods? While Nasus was quietly communicating with the group, Azir finally slowly walked down from the throne. He flicked a stick with a sun circle with one hand. Pan's staff was held in his hand. Shurima, your emperor is back. Azir raised his staff above his head, and the staff emitted extremely dazzling light, like the sun, rushing in all directions. Chapter 189. Azir stepped off the throne and raised the staff in the shape of a sun disk high. The moment the staff was revealed, a bright light suddenly erupted, stinging everyone so hard that they could hardly open their eyes. The unfinished ascension thousands of years ago, let's end it today. Azir stabbed the staff heavily into the ground and quickly formed seals with his hands. The disc on the staff suddenly expanded several times. During the continuous flipping, it seemed as if it was absorbing energy from the yellow sand underground. The light on the disc became more and more dazzling. Before the preparations for the ascension ceremony are completed, let's warm up you guys first. Azir glanced at Nasus and the people behind him with disdain, and seemed to yawn a little boredly. Nasus, the group of troops you have gathered seems to be too weak. Do you want to defeat me with such a useless army? It is simply a fantasy. Everyone who was ridiculed by Azir without hesitation felt dissatisfied, but they could not refute a single word. In front of Azir, their strength was like a mayfly shaking a tree. Nasus didn't make a sound, just flipped the staff in his hand. After the staff transformed into a giant hammer, Nasus put his feet on the ground and rushed towards Azir. Bang! Azir just raised his hand slightly, and Nasus hit an invisible barrier, bounced back, and hit the ground directly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. It was just a blow. No, he didn't even take out a blow. He just raised his hand, as if setting up some kind of barrier, and knocked Nasus back intact. This gap in strength is really terrifying. What should we do? Ari and Janna looked at each other. Without Lu Chuan by their side, they always felt like something was missing. No matter which time they went on adventures with Lu Chuan in the past, as long as Lu Chuan was still by their side, they always felt that there would be a way. Because Lu Chuan always makes them feel at ease inexplicably. But this time, when facing opponents with such a huge difference in strength, even they felt a sense of despair. It would be nice if Lu Chuan was around. But even if he is by your side, is there really anything you can do in the face of such a situation? Just when everyone in the group was at a loss, Azir stepped forward, stood in front of Nasus. And looked at him condescendingly. Shurima's revival is inevitable, and your death is also inevitable. Because you have surrendered to me and devoted yourself to me for hundreds of years, I can give you a chance to avoid the complete destruction of your soul. After a pause, Azir continued, after you help me ascend successfully, I will protect your soul from death forever. Impossible. Nasus wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up unsteadily. The revival of the Shurima Empire is also what I look forward to, but it is definitely not in such a form. Your Majesty, your consciousness is now completely controlled by the creatures in the void plane. Even if Shurima is revived, all you have to do is invade and cannibalize other countries. So what? Wouldn't it be great to let all the residents of Valoran become subjects of our Shurima Empire? Azir frowned. Shurima will be as powerful as ever, and will be as powerful as ever. The coexistence of the Shurima Empire is the glory of everyone. Feeling that Azir was deeply controlled by the void plane, and it was no longer time to persuade him with a few words, Nasus slowly clenched his fist. Even so, I have to stop you. Desert Goddess, please give me the power of your storm. Following his roar, Nasus' body shape suddenly changed in an instant. His whole body was wrapped in a layer of black mist, and his size also expanded several times. Soon, a giant Nasus appeared in front of everyone. His tall body had already overturned the roof of the main hall, and his huge arms were several times thicker than the pillars in the palace. Point. At this time, Azir looked like a small and pitiful ant to Nasus. This is, demonic transformation. Ezreal quickly flipped through an ancient book in his hand. Demon transformation. Everyone took a few steps back and kept a certain distance from Azir and Nasus before asking in a deep voice, what does that mean? All types of existing creatures, in ancient times, had gods who ruled them and led them. The human race has its own god of war, and the forest race has its own god of the forest. These people living in the desert areas, the race also has its own god of the desert. Demonization is to show enough faith in the piety of the gods. Obtain the favor and permission of the gods, and thereby borrow power from the gods. But this kind of power, it is the exact opposite of the power of God. After all, it is a forced borrowing, so it is called demonization. God. Ali was stunned for a few seconds. Then does our spirit fox tribe believe in the god of the forest? No, your god should be regarded as the god of druids and the god of orcs. And the god of the forest is the god believed by the elves. Ezreal quickly turned the pages of the book again. Then what can we do to draw on the power of the gods? Ari also wanted to contribute her own meager strength. In the past battles, she always relied on Lu Chuan. This time, even in Lu Chuan's absence, she also wanted to use her own power to protect everyone. It's useless. You must have strong faith in the gods. I'm afraid you only now know which god you belong to, so this belief is far from enough for you to seek help from the gods. Ezreal shook his head. Is that so? Ari, who had finally worked up his energy, was discouraged again. But Nasus, who has become a demon, may have the ability to fight Azir. After all, Mr. Nasus's own strength is only one level behind Azir. The power borrowed from the demon transformation, maybe we can fill up this level of strength. Ezreal raised his head and looked at the huge Nasus. We can only wait and watch what happens next. There is really nothing else we can do. Unfortunately, just when everyone was pinning all their hopes on Nasus, Azir's words knocked everyone's hopes to the bottom. Azir raised his head, stared at Nasus, who was as huge as a giant, and sneered. Are you turning into a demon? I didn't expect you to be so pious to the god you believe in, so pious that you can borrow power, however. You want to use the power you borrowed from me to defeat me, isn't it too much? Are you overestimating your abilities? Because I am the god of the desert. Azir slowly raised his hands, raised his head and laughed loudly. The desert god you believe in has been swallowed up by me long ago. I am the god of the desert, and I will soon become the god of this plain. Lord God, none of you can stop me. Chapter 190. Azir's words stunned everyone. Is he the god of the desert? It's impossible, you swallowed up the power of the desert god. Nasus also stared at Azir in astonishment. Ha, that little girl is really young. I said I was her believer, and she really believed it. However, it took me hundreds of years to refine her, and I only succeeded in refining her in the past few years. Transformed. Azir smiled solemnly. The god of refining. Ari swallowed and turned to look at Ezreal. Hey, little Huang Mao, can gods also be refining? Ezreal was sweating profusely while flipping through the ancient books in his hand. The god of refining was too shocking. The god-level warriors are the most powerful beings in this plane. If even the god-level warriors can be easily refined, then the god-level warriors would be too worthless. Found it, here. Ezreal's finger pointed at a line of small words on the last few pages of the ancient book, and a group of people stretched their heads over it. When the gods are in a soul or weak state, they can use a special secret method to devour them. Before doing this, they need to dispel the wariness of the gods. Ari read along the lines. How does it feel like being coaxed? Like an ignorant little girl? I feel this way. Everyone nodded speechlessly. Unexpectedly, the god who is the goddess of the desert is actually a little girl who can be coaxed casually. Don't think that gods are so noble. There are still some gods whose talents are too powerful, but their minds are very immature. Ezreal said old-fashionedly. Why do you feel like you are just a loser? You obviously didn't say that just now, right? You were very respectful to the gods just a moment ago. Ari looked sideways at Ezreal. Ezreal smiled and said, this depends on the situation, and the book also says so. This book is so thick, it is impossible for me to see everything clearly. Stop arguing about these meaningless things. How to solve the current problem is the most difficult. It seems that Nasus can't hold on much longer. Katarina interrupted Ari's voice and looked not far away. From a glance, everyone discovered that even after Nasu's transformed into a demon, he was still at a disadvantage when fighting Azir. Nasu's skills would be blocked by Azir. And once Azir made a move, he would always be at a disadvantage. Nasu's body was left scarred. First, Nasu's became larger after becoming a demon, making him more likely to be hit by Azir's skills. Secondly, even after becoming a demon, Nasu's was slightly weaker than Azir. Is there any other way? Everyone was in a helpless situation. Although they all want to help Nasu's, with their strength, they are far from qualified to intervene in this level of battle. If he didn't help, it would only be a matter of time before Azir took care of Nasu's and the rest of the group would die. The current situation seems to have reached a dilemma. It would be great if Lu Chuan was here at this time, he would definitely come up with a solution. Ali flattened his mouth and said in a low tone. I wonder how Lu Chuan's situation is now. Will it get better? Although Nasu's also said not to worry about him, he would get better after a while. But Ali was still worried about Lu Chuan. Let him forget it. How can the strength of a silver 3-star be used against a master in the diamond realm? Katarina snorted disdainfully. It's not that she looks down on Lu Chuan, she's just telling the truth. How can a silver 3-star warrior defeat a diamond-level warrior? No matter how you listen to it, it sounds like an idiot's dream. Guys like you who burn bridges by crossing rivers are the most annoying. Ari gave Katarina a fierce look. The two women had nothing to deal with, and Katarina wanted to kill Ari at first. Women are all vindictive, and Katarina always makes random remarks from time to time, which makes Ari feel irritable. I'm sorry, I'm just telling the truth. What can your little lover do even here? Katarina shrugged disapprovingly, although I know that I was saved by him, but I can't help you. 1 yard, even if he saves us, but what he uses is not his original strength, but the help of other people's strength. Once is enough, but twice. Will other people's strength be provided to him for free again and again? Now have you fallen into a dangerous situation? I'm afraid they've all been killed by now, right? Katarina was merciless in her sarcasm, which made Ari furious. You are not allowed to say that to him. I will tear your mouth apart. As he said that, a ball of enchanting blue flames appeared in Ari's hand and he threw it towards Katarina. Brush. Katarina's figure disappeared in an instant, and appeared behind Ari the next moment. Ari turned around suddenly, perhaps because she was so angry, she didn't care anymore, turned all the energy in her body into a blue light ball, and threw it towards Katarina. Katarina saw that Ari seemed to be going crazy, so she could only temporarily withdraw the dagger in her hand, and kept jumping to avoid those menacing light groups. It's really not a worry. I admire that guy more and more now. Ezreal patted his forehead with a headache. He really didn't know how Lu Chuan could get along well with these women, and it seemed that the fox and the sylph could become friends with each other even though they both liked him. If it were anyone else, these two chicks would have strangled you to death, right? He could train such a troublesome creature as a woman to be submissive. If he were present now, maybe there would be a way to deal with this Azir. Just as Ari and Katarina were fighting, Nasu's, who was not far away, let out a low roar of pain, and then fell heavily to the ground, making a huge noise. It's really vulnerable. Azir sneered and walked up to Nasu's. Do you have anything else to say now? Nasu struggled to stand up, but Azir raised his foot and stepped on his chest. Your Majesty, Shurima must not be reborn in this way, you are just a pawn in the void plane, they are just using you, Your Majesty. Shut up. Azir kicked Nasu's on the waist, and actually kicked him away. Such a huge body was even kicked away by him. It can be seen from this that Azir how terrifying is Azir's power. And the minions who have been making noise since just now. It seems that you don't have the awareness to be minions. Azir looked far away and locked eyes with Ari and his party. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. How about turning it into yellow sand floating in the sky, as a fireworks for the Shurima Empire's recovery? Azir sneered and raised his palm. Everyone's figures were controlled by Azir and floated into the air. Completely out of control. Just when Azir was about to clench his palm, an explosion came from the door of the hall behind everyone. The two wide doors were shaken and shot backward towards Azir. Azir's eyes narrowed slightly, and he brushed it with one hand, and with all his strength, he bounced open the two heavy iron doors. Hey, let me tell you, a figure who didn't look tall walked slowly from the door. Did I give you permission to touch my friends? Lu Chuan walked out of the shadows, his whole body filled with flashing thunder and lightning. Lu Chuan. Ali shouted excitedly upon seeing this. Although I don't know why, I feel like I have hope of being saved. Chapter 191. Did I give you permission to touch my friend? Lu Chuan seemed to have transformed into the god of thunder and lightning. He walked slowly with thunderbolts of lightning on his body. And even the path under his feet was scorched black by the thunder and lightning. There was also a hint of violent thunder and lightning in the air. Azir looked at the visitor and felt a familiar smell in his body. Zirith? Azir's expression changed slightly. When the Shurima Empire still existed, the collapse of the entire empire was inseparable from Zerath. It can be said that Zerath was the culprit who caused the empire's collapse. Now seeing this guy appear in front of him again, Azir was trembling all over. It is a kind of hatred that wants the future to be cut into pieces. I didn't expect that after your soul had been sleeping for thousands of years, you actually found a suitable body. But that's fine, let me end you here, and then avenge your shame. At this time, Azir had already no more fear of Zerath. At that time, it was because he had to deal with the invasion of a large number of void creatures besides Zerath that Azir was so worried. If it were just Zerath, Azir would have nothing to fear. But I seem to have disappointed you. I am not the zealous you said I am. This power has just been assimilated by me. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows and slowly raised his right palm. In his palm, a cluster of subtle thunder and lightning were generated quickly, and blue electric light flashed wantonly. This is source power. Belongs to the source of thunder and lightning. Whether it is the core of red flames or the core of sand and dust, the fire element and earth element contained in it are all external borrowing forces for Lu Chuan. Because it does not belong to him, if he wants to release fire-type skills or earth-type skills, Lu Chuan needs to use the core of red flames and the core of sand. Once they are not on his body, Lu Chuan cannot use these two kinds of skills out of thin air. Element. Unless there are inherent elements in the skills. But this thunder and lightning is different. While Lu Chuan was sleeping in the bead, the owner of the bead, the girl, would be lurking in Lu Chuan's body. All of Zerath's power would be taken away and refined into Lu Chuan's body. In other words, Lu Chuan at this time was an out-and-out lightning master. He can control thunder and lightning himself, so his lightning power is the origin and source. Also known as the elemental source force. Oh, whether you are Zerath's true form or you have swallowed Zerath's power, this power makes me feel uncomfortable. So please disappear together and turn into yellow sand. Azir slowly raised his palm, his mind flowing along the invisible air, covering Lu Chuan's whole body. Lu Chuan, be careful. This guy is a bit weird. He can turn everything he controls into yellow sand. Ali shouted behind Lu Chuan. It's too late. Azir sneered at the corners of his mouth and clenched his hands violently. Buzz. Where Lu Chuan was, dust rose up all over the sky. Lu Chuan. Ali and Janna were so frightened that their faces turned pale. After screaming, they were about to step forward when they suddenly heard the dust covering Lu Chuan's figure. There was a faint sound of thunder and lightning. In order to quickly see what was happening, Janna raised her jade hand slightly, whipping up a strong wind to blow away the sand and dust in front of her. The sand and dust dispersed with the wind, only to see a wall of sand lying in front of Lu Chuan, while Lu Chuan stood intact on the spot. The two chicks and everyone else took a deep breath. Lu Chuan is everyone's hope now. If he also falls, then the group of people may have no choice but to die here. How is it possible? Azir frowned. A lightning warrior also has the ability of the earth element. Are you very surprised? Lu Chuan turned his hand and held a blood-red long sword in his hand. Huh. Ari was surprised, pushed Janna's arm and said, Janna, look at the sword in his hand, it seems different from the previous one. Janna looked carefully and found that it was indeed the case. In the past, Lu Chuan was carrying a pure white-silver broadsword, which looked very heavy. But what he is holding now is a sword that seems to be stained with blood. The sword body is not very gorgeous, but the strong smell of blood exuding from it makes people shudder. Blood-drinking sword. Azir recognized the blood-red sword in Lu Chuan's hand at a glance. It was an ancient divine sword, which was rumored to have been used by the god of war Blood Eater during his lifetime. It was sharp enough to cut through everything. And at the same time it could absorb human blood as nourishment, allowing it to continue to grow. But why is such an artifact in the hands of this humble boy? I know quite a lot. Lu Chuan gently brushed the sword with one hand, leaving a flash of thunder and lightning visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Lu Chuan's fingertips suddenly burst into flames. Fire element. Azir was already shocked beyond measure. Ordinary warriors with elemental power are considered very rare, and Lu Chuan not only possesses the power of thunder and lightning, but also possesses the earth element, as well as the fire element shown now. All three elements were applied to the blood-drinking sword, and the blood-drinking sword erupted with a buzzing and trembling sound. As if he felt the terrifying energy fluctuations spreading from the blood-drinking sword in Lu Chuan's hand, Azir did not sit still and waited for death. He raised a handful of yellow sand from the ground with one hand. Then the human figure of a soldier slowly solidified. Immediately following, the second soldier, the third soldier. In an instant, hundreds of soldiers made of yellow sand appeared in front of Azir. They held up the spears in their hands. Even though they were made of yellow sand, their sharpness could not be taken lightly. My soldiers. Please defend the dignity of the Shurima Empire. Attack. Azir chanted the spell to wake up these yellow sand soldiers, and pressed forward with his palms. Buzz. The eyes of a group of Huangsha soldiers suddenly opened at this moment, their bodies filled with strong killing intent, and they roared angrily. Kill. Hundreds of soldiers raised their spears and stabbed toward Lu Chuan. Be careful. Ali exclaimed from behind. The strength of each of these hundreds of gun-wielding Huangsha soldiers has surpassed the gold level. With hundreds of soldiers together, even Ezreal thought he could not stop them. It's okay, you can just back off. Lu Chuan showed a confident smile. The blood-drinking sword in his hand, which had already kneaded all the elements into the sword, burst out with a blood-red dazzling light at this moment. I think it's better for you all to sleep underground, what do you think? Lu Chuan sneered at the corner of his mouth, and released the sword energy that merged several elements into a ball. Chapter 192. Hundreds of Huangsha soldiers raised their spears and stabbed towards Lu Chuan quickly. The soldiers were as powerful as a rainbow, and the spears in their hands condensed into a ball of silver light at the tip of the spear. But Lu Chuan calmly stretched the blood-drinking sword in his hand toward the arc in front of him. Whoa! A sword energy with several different colors burst out from the blood-drinking sword, sweeping through the yellow sand soldiers like a torrent. In just an instant, the sword energy cut the soldiers staggering, and finally they turned into a ball of yellow sand, quietly scattered on the ground. So strong, even Catalina, who was least optimistic about Lu Chuan, looked at Lu Chuan blankly at this time and murmured subconsciously. Hey, I don't know who was there just now slandering my Lu Chuan. Ali twisted her hair with her fingers, like a proud little fox. This time it was Katarina's turn to deal with the situation. She snorted, but could not say anything after all. After all, she did not have any expectations for Lu Chuan just now, but judging from the strength that Lu Chuan has shown now, he is indeed the most promising one among the group. Lu Chuan didn't know that behind him, a girl was having a heated discussion about his strength. He was focused on the enemy in front of him. After the sword energy intertwined with several energy elements easily broke through the camp composed of hundreds of yellow sand soldiers, it continued to threaten Azir with unabated momentum. Azir raised one hand, and a yellow sand barrier formed in front of him. The sword energy hit the barrier fiercely, causing the entire hall to tremble and rocks to fall. Your power is indeed beyond my imagination, but it's too early to get carried away now. Azir glanced at the sun staff behind him from the corner of his eye. The light group condensed on it is just a little short of taking shape. After the conditions for his ascension are ready, Azir ascends to become a true god, and his strength will be completely different. Gods and mortals are representatives of two things, the former represents heaven and the latter represents earth. Lu Chuan. Stop him quickly. That guy wants to ascend to godhood. Ari's sharp eyes saw Azir's little move at a glance, and immediately shouted to Lu Chuan. What a noisy ant. Azir frowned and looked across Lu Chuan to Ari behind him. He shot out a murderous intent at Ari. Bang! The powerful cyclone passed by Lu Chuan's cheek, bringing up flying hair. At the same time, Lu Chuan's pupils shrank as if he had a premonition of something. Behind him, Ari was directly hit by the cyclone, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he fell heavily to the ground. A useless guy like this likes to make big noises. It's very annoying. What do you think? Azir smiled contemptuously at Lu Chuan. Ari. Janna's exclamation came from behind, as well as the noisy voices of several other people. Lu Chuan slowly turned around in a daze and glanced at Ari, who was lying in a pool of blood. Azir's attack was something that a warrior of Ari's strength could not withstand. Just one blow, hitting Ari head-on, was enough to knock her out of her mind. Ah, raccoon dog. Lu Chuan's lips trembled slightly. Huh, you are an ignorant human being whose head is stained with. Azir was quite satisfied with Lu Chuan's performance. This is the result he hopes to see, because Azir understands that with his current strength, he may not be able to defeat this young and somewhat excessive boy in front of him. Although I don't know the origin of this kid, there is always an uncomfortable power surrounding him. But as long as he successfully ascends to godhood, dealing with this guy will be just a snap of his fingers. So now Azir has only one idea, and that is to delay. The ascension ceremony is about to be prepared. Before that, try to delay his time as much as possible until after he successfully ascends, then this world will be his. Lu Chuan's reaction was not much different from what he expected. He completely ignored himself and was immersed in the grief of his beloved woman being killed. Just continue to suffer like this until you are destroyed too. Azir sneered in his heart. Lu Chuan walked slowly in front of Ari. At this time, a large amount of blood poured out of Ari's chest, as if his chest had been scratched by that force. When the group of people saw Lu Chuan coming, they all consciously made way for him. They also lowered their eyes and didn't want to say anything. Lu Chuan, Ali was so weak that she seemed to have only one breath left. She slowly reached out her hand to touch Lu Chuan's cheek. Lu Chuan also reached forward and held her hand tightly. Actually, I've always wanted to hold hands with you, but I just couldn't muster the courage. I'm so useless, Ari smiled weakly. Lu Chuan's expression was a little sad, looking at Ari who was still losing blood. Sorry, if the injury is like this, even the hemostatic potion can't help. But if you want to try it, I can give you the hemostatic potion. Ezreal silently took out the storage in his hand. Stuff bag. Lu Chuan shook his head. He was a pharmacist himself, and he knew best that Ali's chest was cut by the energy. And his heart may have been affected a lot. The hemostatic medicine was only used to stop the blood loss, but in the current situation, it is not of much use at all. Ari pouted her lips slightly and smiled weakly. Don't worry about me, I can be resurrected anyway, so don't be so sad, because if I see you so sad, I will want to cry. As he finished speaking, Ali's voice was choked with sobs. Lu Chuan forced a smile and said, no, docking your tail or something, will be unacceptable. I will let you live intact. He stretched out a palm and gently covered Ari's chest. The girl who claimed to be a god once said something to Lu Chuan when she was refining all the power of Zerath into his body. If you want it, you will have it, as long as you are determined enough. Whether gods or mortals. These are all part of this world. Even gods don't have anything from the beginning. I can't provide you with more help now, but I hope you can do better. As I grow up, I also hope that you can take my place and carry on my unfinished dream. As long as you think about it, you will have it. Lu Chuan put his palm on Ali's chest. In that case. Then please lend me the power to heal her, Lord God. Chapter 193. Something magical happened. A soft green light burst out from the palm of Lu Chuan's palm pressed on Ari's chest, and tiny green light particles were continuously poured into Ari's body from Lu Chuan's palm. The green light is full of greenness, as if it symbolizes the vitality of life. Visible to the naked eye, the blood stains on Ari's chest were solidifying rapidly, and the injured skin was also healing rapidly. Even Ari herself felt this magical power, and her power was constantly being reborn. After a moment, Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and moved his palm away. Am I okay? Ali slowly opened her eyes in confusion, feeling her body full of life and vitality. It's okay, you can have a good rest now. Lu Chuan smiled softly, and subconsciously glanced at Janna beside him. I just noticed that her eyes drooped slightly, and a somewhat uncomfortable look flashed across her face. Lu Chuan could only grin and smile bitterly. He also knew that being so gentle to Ari in front of Janna would make her a little uncomfortable, but at this juncture, he had no better choice. Presumably Janna will also understand her. But his own healing power really surprised Lu Chuan himself. As the girl who calls herself God said, as long as you have a big enough idea, anything can be done. Because this is how God comes, and from reading between the lines of her words, Lu Chuan could somewhat understand what she meant. She wanted to turn herself into a god. Becoming a god. Lu Chuan looked down at his palm. Can he really have such a powerful power? But now is not the time to think about this, there are more important things to do right now. Lu Chuan put away the softness in his heart, and was replaced again by a cold killing intent, which overflowed with awe, making the surrounding atmosphere seem to have suddenly dropped a few degrees. Everyone took a few steps back very wisely. They all knew how angry Lu Chuan was in his heart right now. And the next outbreak may not even be able to withstand this hall. If you can, please leave here first, okay? Lu Chuan slowly straightened up, faced Azir, and said softly to the people behind him. Janna, although Ari's life is not in danger now, she is still very weak, although it is too much to ask you like this, but I still ask you to take care of her, okay? Okay, okay, Jana responded softly, and at the same time helped Ari up, put her arms around her neck, held her shoulders and walked towards the outside of the hall step by step. I'm sorry, Jana, Ari said softly to Jana. It's okay, this is the Lu Chuan I know. If he stands by and ignores you because he cares about my thoughts, such a man, I won't fall in love with him, right? Jana pursed her lips. Do you know that sometimes you will regret it if you are too generous to an enemy like me? Ari sniffed Jana's fragrant hair and sighed lowly. This is also a reflection of my confidence in myself. If a woman is always worried and suspicious, such a woman will not be able to keep a man's heart. What do you think? Jana asked. Can I take your words as slander? Do you think that I can't take Lu Chuan away? Although Ali's voice was still a bit weak, the fighting spirit in the words was overflowing. At least that's what I think. Hey, just wait and see. In the future, I will definitely make you cry and pull on my skirt and say, Sister Ali, I was wrong, please give Lu Chuan back to me. This is my lifelong request. I threw you out. Jana said expressionlessly. Don't, Sister Jana, I was wrong, Ari immediately surrendered. Ezreal on the side could hear the two girls talking, but he was thinking deeply in his heart. For women, perhaps nothing is more infuriating than having the man they love dearly taken away from them. But why are the two girls in front of me obviously excellent in all aspects, with excellent temperament and appearance? And they obviously have a serious hostile relationship, but when they are alone together, they give people a sense of sympathy. What about the sisters' delusion? Not long after the group of people left the hall, a shocking explosion suddenly came from the hall. The scale of the explosion made everyone who had walked hundreds of meters away tremble at their feet. What happened inside? Everyone looked at the hall with great curiosity and some worry. Although Azir's soul body is not too powerful, and there is a big gap between it and the real god level or even the demigod level, after all, Azir once had the strength of the god level. It is difficult for everyone to make an absolute judgment on the final outcome of this duel. But the only one who is certain is Ari. Lu Chuan won. She whispered. Why do you say that? The group of people looked at Ari. This is a woman's innate intuition. Ari seemed to have regained some strength, winking playfully and winking at Jana. With that triumphant look on her face, she wanted Jana to kick her off her shoulders. Really, he's obviously just a weak and injured little fox, why can he be so arrogant? A royal official like me hasn't spoken yet, okay? But just as Ali said, the door to the main hall was soon opened. No, it's more like being knocked open than it was opened. A figure slammed into the door of the hall violently, then knocked the door open, and flew out without losing momentum, landing on the ground not far from everyone. But after seeing the appearance of the visitor clearly, everyone was mentally prepared, but they were still shocked. It was actually Azir, the Emperor of Shurima, who was once a being who could ascend to godhood, but at this moment he was lying on the ground in disgrace. In the main hall, Lu Chuan's figure slowly emerged. No one knew what method he used to defeat Azir so quickly and thunderously. But that must have been an attack filled with great anger, right? Lu Chuan walked out of the hall step by step, put away the blood-drinking sword in his hand, and then walked in front of Azir. Absolutely impossible, it is impossible for me to fail. I am a god. I am the god of the desert. Azir roared hysterically and stood up from the ground. But it seemed that his soul body had been severely injured, and even his upright position was staggering, almost as if he was about to fall. The so-called gods should maintain their true intentions and not be dazzled by desire. Your head now contains a greedy desire from the void plane. Wanting to take everything as your own. Desire. With such desires, how can you deserve to be called a god? Lu Chuan sneered. Chapter 194. For the residents of the deserted town, nothing is more shocking than hearing that the Shurima Empire has risen from the sands. But when everyone discovered that in the north of the deserted town, where there used to be only yellow sand at a glance, an empire standing on the yellow sand suddenly appeared overnight. Apart from extreme shock, there is really no better adjective to describe their expressions at that time. Immediately afterwards, Shurima's empire revived, and the fact that Azir was resurrected spread, starting from the deserted town and spreading to all directions in the Valoran continent. In the next few days, more and more people came to travel specifically to confirm the rumors. They also brought more accurate news back to their country. One evening later, just after Lu Chuan and the two girls had eaten, the mayor of the deserted town sent someone to invite him over. The deserted town actually has a mayor and a number of Orthodox troops. However, because the deserted town in previous years was disorganized and people of all kinds emerged in an endless stream, the boundary of the deserted town became very chaotic. So no matter the mayor or the Orthodox army, they are just a group of guys who have done nothing. In other words, they don't dare to care about these things. After all, other small towns have their own affiliated empires, and they rely on the empire behind them. If those who dare to cause trouble make the matter big, they will be personally handled by the empire's personnel. However, the deserted town is a vassal town belonging to the Shurima Empire. The decline of the Shurima Empire has led to chaos in this area. But now that Shurima has revived, all the forces in the town suddenly restrain themselves. After all, Azir is rumored to have the ability to ascend to godhood. Now that the boss of the empire has returned, no one dares to mess around again. The mayor of the deserted town is an old man with gray hair and a stooped body. It seems that he has lived in this small town for a long time. Mr. Lu Chuan and two distinguished ladies, please take a seat. Seeing that Lu Chuan and his party had arrived as promised, the mayor went out to greet them very politely. No need to enter the house. Let's keep the story short. I wonder why the old gentleman invited me out. Lu Chuan declined the mayor's invitation. Before this, he had never met the mayor even once, and he said truth. Lu Chuan also just found out that there was a mayor in the deserted town. I heard rumors that Mr. Lu Chuan is very familiar with His Majesty King Azir. Although this request is very excessive, I still want to talk. Seeing that Lu Chuan refused to enter the house, the mayor had no choice but to stand at the door and talk to Lu Chuan about inviting him here. The old mayor is also a very shrewd guy. When the empire fell, he acted like an ostrich, burying his head in the ground, turning a deaf ear to what was going on, and handling things completely laissez-faire. But even if he really wanted to deal with it, he probably wouldn't have a good solution to the chaotic situation in a deserted town. But this time after the recovery of the Shurima Empire, the deserted town belonged to the border town of Shurima. After having a backer, the evildoers immediately restrained themselves in a short period of time. Even though the Shurima Empire arrived so far, it is only the size of an empty city. However, the recovery of the Shurima Empire has also brought some troubles to the deserted town. For example, the daily increase in passenger traffic is now doubling almost every day. Although the security of the deserted town is much better than before, human nature is hard to change, and various situations will always occur. In the past, the mayor could still turn a blind eye, but now that the empire has recovered, the mayor wants to show off in front of the king. I have to say that the old mayor is very calculating. If the empire recovers and is in an empty city, the biggest problem it faces is the lack of managers and residents. In this situation of shortage of manpower, if you can get the king's favor, maybe it won't be difficult to get titles and lands. Therefore, if you want to show off in front of the king, your first goal is to keep this chaotic and deserted town in order. In this way, you will invisibly show your extraordinary ability, and you will inevitably be favored by His Majesty. Of appreciation. You mean, you want me to help take care of the deserted town? Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't dare. The old mayor looked very frightened and waved his hands repeatedly. I just hope that Sir can do a little bit. I heard rumors that Sir and His Majesty Azir seem to be very familiar with each other. And they are also close to the current No. 1. The leader of a mercenary group, the Gale Wind mercenary group also has a very good relationship, so. Lu Chuan understood. He knew where the news leaked. When he originally persuaded Azir, no one saw it except a group of people around him, and it was even less likely that the residents of these towns knew about these things. If the news leaks out, Jana Ari will definitely not do such boring things. Ezreal has also been in retreat in recent days to recuperate his body. Sivir was taken away from Shurima early by Katarina. Boundary. Then the only suspicious characters that were leaked were Yasuo and Talia. Yasuo doesn't look like that kind of person at first glance, so only Talia is left, who looks like a big mouth. After all, she has a good relationship with the mercenaries of the Gale mercenary group, and the little girl is very open-mouthed. After returning from the adventure, she must be full of wonderful insights that she wants to share, so she talks to those mercenaries in private. When the soldiers were chatting, they must have been shaken out without realizing it. In this way, the news spreads to 10 and hundreds, and everyone knows one or two of it. I knew that the Shurima Empire's revival was due to Azir's rebirth, and I also knew that there was a guy named Lu Chuan who was very powerful. He was very powerful and had a good relationship with Azir. In this way, everyone will think, if he can be mentioned side by side with a guy like His Majesty Azir, who could almost ascend to the status of a god before his rebirth, then he must be a very powerful guy, right? Coincidentally, as for Lu Chuan's name, he is not very famous in the deserted town. There are only a few people who know his real name. They are probably Mason who helps manage the pharmacy stall in the black market, Blood Crow and Junkrat. Ideal. Now that Lu Chuan is famous, they will try their best to publicize it to the outside world. I know Lu Chuan. In this way, Lu Chuan's image will also be spread among the public. So this is why the mayor, whom he has never met or heard of, suddenly came to Lu Chuan. If it were you, sir, with your current influence in the entire deserted town, I'm afraid it would only take a few words to make those dirty guys living in the sewers stop their illegal activities. All it takes is for a few words, sir. I can use the town's annual income as a gift. The old mayor looked at Lu Chuan Dao with some flattery. Chapter 195. The old mayor wanted to use a year's income of the town as a gift and asked Lu Chuan to help him say a few words. But in fact, Lu Chuan really didn't like the annual income of the deserted town. After all, although this town is managed by the old mayor, the income he can share is only the rent collected when renting out some storefront buildings. Compared with these low and feeble rents, the Blood Crow mercenaries alone, the income of the group can be compared with this. Moreover, Lu Chuan also had a potion stall in the black market that was doing brisk business. Before Lu Chuan went to the desert burial ground, he specially refined a large number of potions, which was enough for Mason to avoid running out of stock in the next period of time. The gold coins these two earned for Lu Chuan made Lu Chuan's concept of money really not very important. I think with the old mayor's ability, there is no need to come to me for this kind of thing. Lu Chuan replied with an implicit smile, which meant that he declined the old mayor's proposal. The old mayor wanted to say something else, but after seeing the two girls behind Lu Chuan, he finally shook his head and sighed. Then I won't bother you, Mr. Lu Chuan. I've taken the liberty to invite you here this time. Really? Sorry. He originally wanted to promise Lu Chuan his granddaughter, who was still 2 months away from adulthood, as a condition of his promise. The granddaughter of the old mayor is quite pretty and pink, and if she can follow a man like Lu Chuan who has a bright future, she will be able to live and eat well in this life. However, the two women behind Lu Chuan can be called beauties in every aspect, and I am afraid there is no place for his granddaughter to gain a foothold among them. After discarding this idea, the old mayor had a few more polite words with Lu Chuan. Just when Lu Chuan was about to leave, Jana turned sideways. The old mayor noticed her slender pointed ears and immediately called out to Jana. This little girl. What's the matter, sir? Jana turned around. Are you a descendant of the great elves? The old mayor rubbed his eyes again, as if he was afraid of admitting his mistake. The great elf clan. I only know the elf clan. I am a descendant of the wind elf clan. Jana frowned in confusion. Shouldn't it be? There are swirling textures in the ears. It should be someone from the great elf clan, the old mayor murmured in a low voice. Lu Chuan heard the old mayor's words and looked into the side of Jana's ear. There was indeed a whirlpool-like texture in the auricle within the subtle light hairs. It is somewhat different from the irregular round shape of ordinary people's auricles. Does the old gentleman know something? Lu Chuan's heart moved. If nothing special had happened, even if Jana was really a descendant of the great elf clan, the old mayor would not have been so excited. When I saw him asking Jana just now, there was indeed a bit of excitement on his face. Or maybe it's uneasiness. The old mayor looked around and showed some hesitation. Lu Chuan understood, nodded and said, if you don't mind, can I shamelessly ask for a cup of tea? Of course, of course. The old mayor nodded repeatedly and hurriedly invited Lu Chuan into the room. There were several cups of fragrant tea on the table. The granddaughter of the old mayor helped make the tea. The little girl looked young and had a lot of aura in her big, watery eyes. She was also quite well behaved. After pouring the tea. After tea, he stood quietly behind the old mayor. Lu Chuan just glanced at the little girl subconsciously, and suddenly felt a pain in his left and right arms. You are really a pervert for having thoughts about a girl at such a young age. Ari snorted without any trace. Cough. Jana just coughed lightly, but it carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. The jealousy of these two girls was too strong. He just glanced at the little girl politely, and he couldn't pretend that he didn't see someone with such a big body standing there. Actually, I met the big elf a long, long time ago, when I was still a young boy, the old mayor told his past lightly. When he was young, the mayor met a lost elf woman by chance. The women of the elf tribe are very soft and quiet in appearance, and have a very gentle temperament. The mayor also helped the big elf with a lot of things, and over time, he fell in love with the big elf. I also learned something about the great elf. According to the great elf woman, the great elf is the royal family of all the elves in Valoran, just like the royal blood of the empire. But once again, The old mayor accidentally discovered that the shape of the woman's oracle was somewhat different. The elf's explanation at the time was that all the great elves had swirling outlines in their ears, just like some animals. Tail and human beings are not so sparse and ordinary. The old mayor believed it. A few years later, what happened next was as unfortunate as the hero in a tragic novel. The great elf was found by the great elf tribe one day. And they wanted to take her away. The old mayor's side said that he wanted to inherit the bloodline of the saint. It sounded very cruel, but the old mayor couldn't keep her. In the end I could only watch her leave. Only that day did the old mayor understand that the elf with the swirl-shaped inner outline of her ears was the saint chosen by the elf god and the next queen of the great elf clan. Pfft. As soon as the old mayor finished speaking, Ari almost spat out the tea in her mouth. Cough cough cough. She patted her chest and took a few breaths, her tall and soft breasts trembling and shaking. Are you kidding me? You mean, the guy next to me is the future queen of the great elf tribe? Ari's already big eyes widened even further. Watch your wording, what do you mean by this guy? Janna glanced at Ari gently. However, Lu Chuan was a little surprised by what the old mayor said. He turned to look at Janna, as if seeking confirmation. Janna sighed softly and shook her head. I have never heard of this statement. And I grew up in my Sylph clan. My parents are both from the Sylph clan. This point is unmistakable. Just like if I am the bloodline of the imperial royal family, I am just a sideline. I have nothing to do with the great elves. Is there a mistake? Maybe your parents adopted you? The old mayor seemed to be unwilling to give up. Impossible. Why do you always force what you think is right on others? It's really annoying. Janna was inexplicably angry, stood up, and glanced at the old mayor coldly. Finally, he turned around and walked out of the house. This is the first time that Janna got angry. In the past, when Janna was angry with Lu Chuan, she just refused to talk to him when she saw him. But neither Lu Chuan nor Ari had ever seen Janna. Someone you spoke loudly or got angry with. Lu Chuan and Ali looked at each other, feeling more and more that there seemed to be something weird hidden in this matter. I'm sorry, Mayor. My friend's temper is not very good. I hope you can forgive me. In addition, regarding the security matters in the town you mentioned, I will help you say hello. As for whether it has any influence, I can't promise. After getting angry, Janna shook her hair and left, leaving only Lu Chuan to clean up the mess. It's not in the way, it's not in the way. After hearing that Lu Chuan was willing to say a few words for him, the old mayor was so happy that he couldn't open his mouth from ear to ear. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chuan and Ali stood up to say goodbye and followed Janna out of the old mayor's house. Chapter 196. Not long after Lu Chuan and Ali chased away, they saw Janna's lonely back, walking slowly towards home alone. The two of them quickly stepped forward, one on the left and the other on the right surrounding Janna. Hey, is it true that the old man was right? Ari poked Janna's arm with her elbow, but she gave her a cold look. You fox, you won't pick up any pot. Lu Chuan quickly pulled Ali aside. Ali also realized that she had made a mistake in what she said. She flattened her mouth and hummed in a low voice, it doesn't have much influence. Even if she is really a saint from the great elf clan, it doesn't matter. Shoo, stop talking. Lu Chuan made a silencing gesture. If you are the kind of person who gets angry easily, it won't be scary at all. The most terrifying thing is that those who have a relatively mild temper and have never lost their temper suddenly become furious one day. The three of them said nothing along the way, because Janna was always angry, so the atmosphere was a bit awkward. After returning home, Janna locked herself in the room alone. It is worth mentioning that after coming out of Shurima, Lu Chuan bought a large house as a place to live, so that he no longer had to live in the cold and damp cellar. Then I'll take a shower first. After returning home, the atmosphere was still a bit dull. Ari could only pick up a change of clothes, walked into the bathroom, and turned to look at Lu Chuan. What? Lu Chuan asked in surprise. Are you coming to take a peek? Not really. Lu Chuan said expressionlessly. Then go and coax her. Ari blinked again. Lu Chuan was stunned. Go quickly. Women need comfort the most when they are in a low mood, especially the comfort of someone they like. It will get twice the result with half the effort. Besides, I am taking a shower anyway, so I can't see anything. At least I can't see it, so I'll feel better mentally. Ali muttered again in a low voice, but Lu Chuan didn't hear this. Following the sound of the bathroom door closing, the sound of running water soon came. At this moment, there was a woman in the bathroom who had stripped herself naked and was taking a bath. As soon as such thoughts arose, Lu Chuan quickly suppressed them. In the previous world, you could still have fun with the teachers in your computer hard drive. After coming to Valoran, you have been abstinent for too long, and now it seems you can't stand it anymore. Just hearing the sound of running water in the bathroom made Lu Chuan inexplicably excited. Shaking his head and ignoring these, Lu Chuan gently walked to the door of Janna's room and knocked on the door. "Janna, open the door." Of course he wouldn't open the door. Janna ignored him. If an angry girl can be coaxed so easily, then the girl's anger won't be considered a big deal. "There is a monster hidden in your room. I'm going to rush in and destroy it." Lu Chuan gestured, and as soon as he spoke, the door opened with a bang. "Can you be more boring?" Janna stared at Lu Chuan coldly. Lu Chuan scratched his cheek awkwardly. "The excuse I made just now is indeed a bit cold and embarrassing. If there's nothing else, I'll go to sleep first." After Janna finished speaking, just as he was about to close the door, Lu Chuan quickly put a foot in the door, preventing Janna from closing the door smoothly. "Just kidding, no matter how stupid he is. He can't be this stupid." Janna's willingness to open the door shows that Janna's heart has been a little looser. If he doesn't seize the opportunity to break in at this time, I'm afraid Janna will be angry again, and angry. "The target is yourself." I walked into Janna's room. Since it was a newly built house, there weren't many things placed in it, but I don't know if it was because of psychological effects or something else. Anyway, Lu Chuan felt that the room was clean and tidy, and exuded a light fragrance. "What are you going to say to me?" Janna changed into a silk robe and pajamas, and sat on the soft bed. The boots she was originally wearing were thrown aside, and her two naked and exquisite feet were hanging slightly to the ground. "I haven't paid much attention to it, Janna, your feet are quite beautiful." Lu Chuan stared at Janna's feet and said subconsciously. Janna's face turned slightly red, and she hurriedly sat cross-legged on the bed, covering her lower body with a quilt. "Don't be so old-fashioned, look at your feet and you won't get pregnant." "Go to hell, there's no one who keeps staring at other people's feet." Janna glared at Lu Chuan with a red face. "If in our world, oh no, in my country, some men couldn't help but want to lick their delicate little feet when they saw them. What a perverted thing this is." Janna shrank back in fear. I won't lick it, don't worry." Lu Chuan touched his cheek, but the atmosphere in the room relaxed a little because of Lu Chuan's few words. "Are you still angry?" Lu Chuan asked tentatively. After Janna was silent for a while, she turned her face away and said, "Actually, I can't say that I'm angry, I'm just a little." Lu Chuan didn't interrupt and waited for Janna to finish speaking. "I just feel a little worried." After a long time, Janna lowered her head and whispered, gently curling her beige hair with her fingers. "Worried? What aspect?" Lu Chuan asked gradually. Actually, Janna paused and looked out the window. At this time, the sky outside had gradually dimmed, and there were a few dazzling stars in the night sky that glowed faintly. "Actually, I lied. In fact, I am not the biological child of my parents, although I have the same characteristics as the Wind Elf clan. I can control the wind, and I have the unique pointed ears of the Elf clan, but I am not from the Wind Elf clan. Man, this is what my mother told me herself. Originally I didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Since I grew up in the Wind Elf clan, I regard the Wind Elf clan as my home. As for where I come from and my true identity, I don't care about these." "Don't care." But today, Janna's tone seemed a little excited, with a hint of choking in her voice. Lu Chuan could somewhat understand Janna's mood. Although Janna originally knew that she was not from the Wind Elf clan. She had always regarded the Wind Elf clan as her home for so many years. But today, she suddenly heard someone mention the Great Elf clan and said that she was from the Great Elf clan. Of Saint. It was like a child who was raised by adoptive parents. Suddenly one day, his biological parents came over and wanted to take the child away by force. I can't say what it feels like, but the discomfort is real. So Janna deliberately wanted to avoid this question. The more others talked about it, the less she could control the thoughts in her heart. In order to forget the thought of "I am not a sylph," Janna could only choose to escape. Chapter 197. It's okay. Lu Chuan stepped forward and hugged Janna gently. At first, Janna seemed to be a little unaccustomed to struggling, trying to break free from Lu Chuan's arms. However, Lu Chuan's embrace seemed like a chronic poison, warm and comfortable, making people not want to leave anymore. As Ari said just now, it doesn't matter if you are a member of the Great Elf clan, you are still Janna, our companion, and my woman. Janna was silent, but the slightly lowered head and the slight blush on her earlobes made Lu Chuan feel that she was shy. Are you actually worried about the legend of the saint? Lu Chuan said again after a long time. Janna's delicate body trembled slightly and she acquiesced. Are you afraid that you, like the woman from the great elf tribe that the old mayor said, will be forced to return to the great elf tribe because of the legend of the saint? Lu Chuan gently stroked Janna's hair. Janna's personality is relatively indifferent. She doesn't like to fight for anything deliberately, and she doesn't pursue much fame, fortune and money. Most of the time, she is like a swan entrenched in a pond, playing elegantly and calmly. Water. Perhaps living a carefree life is what Janna longs for most. You always know everything. Janna became a little greedy and squeezed into Lu Chuan's arms like an insecure child. She slowly hugged Lu Chuan's waist with her backhand. You always have to take into account your woman's mood. If you don't care about your emotions, you might leave me one day. After all, such a man has nothing to rely on. Yes. Lu Chuan replied with a chuckle. Janna's heart suddenly palpitated. She raised her head and stared at Lu Chuan with soft and undulating eyes. At the same time, her hands climbed up and wrapped around Lu Chuan's neck. She never felt like she wanted to take the initiative to kiss Lu Chuan now. Cherry-colored lips slowly came to Lu Chuan's mouth, and Janna also closed her eyes. Although she was proactive enough, it did not mean that she was not shy. At this time, Janna's slightly trembling eyelashes also betrayed her master's uneasy mood. Bang bang. At this moment, there was an inappropriate knock on the door. After Janna regained her composure, she hurriedly sat upright from Lu Chuan's arms. Wow, you guys haven't slept yet, eh? Lu Chuan, why are you here? Ari, wearing pajamas, rushed in from the door with a carefree look, holding a wet bath towel in his hand, rubbing it with water drops. Hair tips. Janna's expression became cold, and Lu Chuan gave Ari a hard look. You did it on purpose, right? Huh. I don't understand what you're talking about. Ari shrugged his ears casually, then waved his hand casually. It seems that Janna is fine, so I'll go to bed first, bye-bye. Bah. Following a gentle slamming of the door, the room returned to silence again. It's just that the man and woman who were just about to do something more intimate had no idea of continuing. That fox is always a bad guy. Lu Chuan scratched his hair in a frenzy. Rather than saying it's something done by a bad person, it's better to say it's a deliberate attempt to prevent it, right? Janna said as if she had seen through it very clearly. After all, when a woman has a crush on a man, she will always be full of enthusiasm for all the people of the opposite sex who approach him. Hostility. Janna said this, but Lu Chuan couldn't answer. Ari liked him, and Lu Chuan knew this. But whether Ari had been waiting at Janna's door just now just to interrupt this moment, Lu Chuan had no way of knowing. A woman's thoughts are really changing every moment and are unpredictable. But I won't let you go easily. Janna, who suddenly had a fighting spirit, became straightforward. What is this? I was obviously the one who arrived first, and she thought about it when she came out halfway. It would be too ugly to fight and eat. Lu Chuan, who was caught between the fight between the two women, could only smile awkwardly and said, "Good night then. I'm a little tired too, so I'll go back to my room first." It wasn't until Lu Chuan exited Janna's room that he saw a delicate body flash past from the corner of his eye. This guy. Lu Chuan sighed helplessly and shook his head. The next day. It has been a long time since I woke up naturally from the sunshine full of golden light and hope. Lu Chuan stretched out his back first, and then lay there for a few minutes before rolling over from the bed with a jerk. What only made him a little curious was that someone had folded a change of clothes by the bedside. Does this indicate that the battle between these two women has finally begun? After changing his clothes and walking out of the room, Lu Chuan was surprised to find that the table was already filled with appetizing breakfasts. There were many varieties, although the quantity was not large. Even a table of breakfast could be eaten. However, being able to have breakfast as soon as he got up without having to prepare breakfast by himself was a treat that Lu Chuan had never enjoyed before. At the same time, Janna and Ari at the dining table had already finished washing up, and were sitting at the dining table as if waiting for him to pass. There was no conversation between the two girls, and the atmosphere was tense, a bit like the eve of a decisive battle. Morning. After Lu Chuan finished washing, he pulled up a stool. When he was about to sit down, he suddenly felt a gaze on him. He raised his head and looked at Janna, and found that she was staring directly at him, and then left the empty seat next to her. It was obvious that Janna was gesturing for Lu Chuan to sit next to her. But Ari didn't show any weakness at all. Compared to Janna's secretive look, Ari patted the stool next to him and said, "Sit down, why are you still standing there, it's time to have breakfast." Cough. Jana coughed lightly but said nothing. Oh, by the way. I forgot to tell you. Jana seemed to have a cold yesterday, so you'd better stay away from her, otherwise it will be bad if you catch a cold. Ari picked up a bun with chopsticks and scanned it with her beautiful eyes. A glance at Jana. I think a fox with evil intentions is more suspicious, right? I saw you getting into Lu Chuan's room so early in the morning. What are you going to do? Jana retorted mercilessly. Wait, Lu Chuan stood there dumbfounded. When did the fight between these two girls become so intense? It's better than a certain elf who overslept and then hurriedly got up to prepare breakfast, right? It's a bit deceptive. To like a man. You need to devote yourself to it, instead of pretending that you are good to him. Tanuki opened his mouth wide and bit into the bun. Even this is better than someone who comes out halfway to win love with a sword, right? There's nothing wrong with love. Right? It's my freedom to fall in love with whoever I like, and who makes you never take the initiative. This kind of woman who doesn't take the initiative and always wants a man to coax her will not get a man. Are you happy? Vixen. Hey, an elf with no sense of crisis. Okay, don't make any noise, Lu Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead before he finished speaking. Shut up. Women are talking, men should not interrupt. At this time, the two girls united the front. Then, where to insert it, Lu Chuan scratched his cheek awkwardly. Chapter 198. After eating breakfast, Lu Chuan hurriedly went out. Because the two girls at home had been getting along peacefully before, but starting last night, they had escalated into an open and covert fight. Maybe it's because the crisis has passed. Therefore, it was time for them to put an end to the things they had been holding in their hearts for a long time. But whether it was Jana or Ari, Lu Chuan didn't want to hurt them. No matter which side he rejected, it would probably be a big blow to them. So before things reached the worst outcome, Lu Chuan chose to act like an ostrich, bury his head in the sand, and then ignore it and let them quarrel. Although this seems a bit heartless, it is actually the best choice. After all, if you treat Jana better, Ari will feel uncomfortable, and if you treat Ari better, Jana will feel uncomfortable. Now Lu Chuan can finally understand the truth behind what the ancients said: luck is a good thing, but too much luck is not a good thing. Before going out, he first went to the Blood Crow mercenary group. As far as Lu Chuan knew, the Blood Crow also participated in the adventure of the desert burial ground, but later that guy was very cunning. He seemed to have foreseen the crisis in advance and escaped directly from there. Out. Therefore, he escaped the disaster and did not become the sole supply for Azir's resurrection. Not long after he arrived at the mercenary group, Fat Rat ran out on tiptoe. This guy's previous figure was definitely not fat. This shows how well he has been raised in this short period of 1 month. Hey, boss, are you back from your adventure? Fat Rat is still the same, with a pair of sinister eyes and a somewhat flattering gaze. Did you reveal some of the things about me? Lu Chuan sat on the chair that Fat Rat pulled out for him and picked up the tea on the table. Mentioning this, Fat Rat stood there at a loss. Because Lu Chuan's expression was relatively cold at this time, it was difficult for him to figure out whether his boss was angry or indifferent. Don't worry, I'm just asking. The tea is good. Lu Chuan finished the drink in one go, and Fat Rat hurriedly filled the second cup. Boss, look at my mouth. I'm so mean. I like to publicize trivial things. I hope you don't mind, boss. Fat Rat chose a compromise. Regardless of Lu Chuan's attitude towards this matter. Whether he was angry or angry. No, if you lower your attitude first, it will be easy for you to end it. Forget it, now that you've said it, let's say it, but I'm going to use you to help promote something these days. Lu Chuan put down the teacup and lightly touched the table with his fingers. Boss, tell me. As long as I can do it. No, even if I can't do it, I will try my best to help the boss do it. Fat Rat looked serious. It's nothing more than a snake spirit who has been in this world for more than 10 years. He is indeed shrewd in dealing with people. Lu Chuan knew that what he said was just for him, but he couldn't fault it because it sounded very comfortable. It's not a big deal, Lu Chuan told Fat Rat what the old mayor had told him. The general idea was to use the reputation of the Blood Crow mercenary group to suppress those guys who secretly like to engage in petty theft. Them. Don't worry, boss. It's guaranteed to be effective within 1 day. Fat Rat asked Lu Chuan as if he had a premonition of something. Boss. The Shurima Empire is now resurrected. Do we, the Blood Crow mercenary group, also want to move closer to the regular army? Don't worry about things you shouldn't ask. Lu Chuan stood up slowly. That's right, boss, look at me. Fat Rat slapped himself gently. You don't have to act like a grandson in front of me from now on. Although I know this may be the sequelae of your long career in this industry. You seem to be condescending to everyone, but you can bite off anyone's flesh if you act hard. One piece, but for me. As long as you do things for me, I will treat you as brothers, not as a dispensable subordinate. Lu Chuan corrected. Boss, Fat Rat looked so moved that he was about to cry. Don't disgust me. Lu Chuan kicked Fat Rat on the butt and scolded with a smile, let's go, remember to deal with the matters assigned to you. Definitely. After Lu Chuan left, Fat Rat immediately became active and contacted several of his brothers. Come to the mercenary group. The boss has given orders. There is work to be done. The boss is sincere to us. Seriously, we can't let the boss down. After leaving the Blood Crow mercenary group, Lu Chuan thought for a moment and went to the black market again. At a glance, he saw Mason enthusiastically selling medicine, and a large group of mercenaries surrounding the medicine stall buying medicine. Brother Lu Chuan, are you here? Mason's sharp eyes saw Lu Chuan from a distance. How's business lately? Lu Chuan smiled. It's pretty stable. Of course it's not as good as Brother Lu Chuan's income that day. But after so many days, I've earned tens of thousands of gold coins. But there isn't much left in the potion inventory. As Mason spoke, he handed it over. Lu Chuan had a heavy bag of gold coins. It contained tens of thousands of gold coins. I also thought of this and brought some potions over. You can help me sell them. As Lu Chuan spoke, he also took out a small bag from his arms. There were about tens of thousands of gold coins in it. It was his first. The money he earned from selling potions on the black market was handed to Mason. Brother Lu Chuan, what are you? I said I won't treat you badly. Take it. Lu Chuan smiled. Before he went to the desert burial ground, he had refined a large number of potions, and the estimated price at that time was tens of thousands of gold coins. Now that Mason has returned, he has given everything to Lu Chuan without any greed. This character is worthy of recognition, so Lu Chuan will never be stingy with the 20 remuneration he promised him. Although medicine is the most important thing at the medicine stall, if there is no one to help sell it, Lu Chuan will not be able to earn this money. Lu Chuan knows this. When Mason saw that Lu Chuan was sincere, he stopped being polite and accepted it. Besides, there have been a lot of rumors about you, Brother Lu Chuan, recently. Mason said with a smile. It's just rumors. I just happen to be lucky. Lu Chuan waved his hand casually. Mason is also a smart man. If Lu Chuan doesn't say much, he won't ask too many questions. After the two chatted for a while about the recent black market business, Lu Chuan stood up and left. At this moment, a voice penetrated into Lu Chuan's mind through his mind. Mr. Lu Chuan, if you have time, could you come to the palace of Shurima? There are some things I need to ask you about. As well as the treasures I promised you before. This was the voice of Nasu's. Chapter 199. Outside the splendid hall, two ancient gates are engraved with ancient totem runes, and there is some strange luster floating on the totems, which makes people feel mysterious at first glance. For Azir, who possesses the supreme magic, it is obviously an easy task to restore the hall that was damaged in the battle to a new look. As if sensing Lu Chuan's visit, the two doors suddenly opened wide on both sides. Lu Chuan didn't hesitate and walked directly into the inner hall. At a glance, he saw Azir sitting on the throne. Compared with his sluggish appearance a few days ago, Azir now looked much more energetic, and the hostility in his body had also dissipated. People around him on both sides were Nasus and Renekton. It is said that after Azir expelled the thoughts of the void plane from his mind, he realized what he had done wrong, and repaired Renekton's soul again. This alone made Lu Chuan quite speechless. It's really uncomfortable to deal with these high-level near gods. It always makes people feel a sense of inferiority spreading from the bottom of their hearts. For them, there is no such thing as death. Since the day they were born, there has been no death to speak of. At its worst, the body is crushed and the soul is suppressed. If you want to completely crush the soul into pieces and make it escape into reincarnation, I am afraid that you can only do it if you have a very high level of strength higher than the soul itself. However, after Azir expressed his repentance, the guardians forgave his master. After all, he just had his consciousness swallowed by the devil and was manipulated by others. This also made Lu Chuan couldn't help but feel that Azir had indeed taken on two very capable younger brothers. A wise and far-sighted person who can also control the power of life and death. Although the other one was rude and brutal, he was loyal to a certain extent. Even after Azir took control of his consciousness, he was still devoted to him and obeyed his words. After being crushed by Azir himself, he was resurrected and still loyal to Azir. Lu Chuan probably couldn't find such a young brother in the entire Valoran continent. Seeing Lu Chuan enter the palace, the three people in front of the throne all came to greet him at the same time. To them, Lu Chuan is simply a savior who saves the country, although Lu Chuan's strength is currently not as strong as any of these three. At that time, he only relied on the power of the god he believed in to fight Azir in his soul body. Now that the power of the god has dissipated, Lu Chuan only has the strength of a gold-level warrior, most of which is due to absorbing it's just Lars's thunder energy. But this does not prevent Azir and his party from being grateful to Lu Chuan. To be honest, without Lu Chuan, this group of people, including this country, would be controlled by the Void Plane. Although this does not rule out that the God Girl has predicted something, so at this moment she must step forward to help the Shurima Empire. I won't say much about my gratitude to Mr. Lu Chuan. Azir stepped forward, brushed his chest with one hand and bowed slightly to Lu Chuan as a gentleman. For an emperor who had reached the pinnacle of his kingdom to be able to treat Lu Chuan with such courtesy was simply unprecedented and unparalleled. Tell me what you want to talk about this time. I'm in a hurry. However, Lu Chuan obviously didn't appreciate the emperor's courtesy. Regardless of whether you are an emperor or not, a god or not, there are still two girls with problems waiting to be solved at home. What if I go back late and see two corpses that died of killing each other? Although Lu Chuan's imagination is a little too big, in his world, there are indeed cases of stabbing each other because of competition for men, and there are quite a few. So for Lu Chuan, even an emperor doesn't have his two little wives, oh no, two very important friends who have status. If Janna and Ari knew about this psychological activity, they would be so moved that they would strip naked and throw themselves into his arms late at night to express their love. Then I'll tell you straight. Azul paused and said, although the current Shurima Empire has successfully recovered from the underground, it has also killed all the creatures in the void. Of course, it is only through the batch that came from the surface teleportation array, but the Shurima Empire is also facing the biggest problem. An empire with only 3 people is really too deserted. A large empire with an area no less than that of Demacia, but there are only 3 people in the whole country. This is a story that makes people laugh out loud. In the past, the Shurima Empire had never worried about such a problem. Even Azir. Before he ascended to the throne and became emperor, Shurima was a relatively prosperous country with a large population. Azir's rise to power, just making the relatively prosperous Shurima become unprecedentedly prosperous. But how can an empire prosper and develop without people? This is the biggest problem Shurima currently faces. Magic can heal and repair everything, even the appearance of the empire. As long as it has enough power, the building can be completely renewed. But what about the residents? Well. You called me here just to talk about this? Lu Chuan was a little dumbfounded. He originally thought that he would talk to him about the existence of the Void Plane and how to deal with the threat of the Void Plane's continued invasion in the future. Azir coughed in embarrassment, although I am the leader of a country. I really have no way to deal with things like creating humans. I heard that Mr. Lu Chuan came from Demacia before this. And I am familiar with the king of Demacia, so I specifically want to ask for advice on how to run the entire country. Compared with the national strength, Shurima was obviously far behind Demacia at its peak, but now it had to bow its head and ask for advice humbly. Of course, the benefits must come from Sir. Azir brushed it with one hand, and dozens of storage bags appeared in front of him. Lu Chuan was stunned for a moment. In these storage bags, there are many skills and secrets, as well as some practical weapons and armors, as well as various medicinal materials, magic cores, and elemental magic cores. Azir said it lightly, but Lu Chuan was thinking a shock. These generous rewards include almost everything related to warrior training on the continent of Valoran, and they are all large storage bags, and there are countless things stored in them. Thinking about it, it is very easy for an empire that has been inherited for thousands of years to show this little bit of heritage. Mr. Lu Chuan, these are what you deserve, and they are what I promised to give you. Nasuz continued, even if Mr. Lu Chuan doesn't agree to help, you can still take these treasures back and share them with everyone. Nasuz had already said this. At this time, Lu Chuan turned around with the treasures, obviously feeling a little regretful. He coughed dryly. And without blushing, he threw all the treasures into the small beads, and then turned around. He turned to look at Azir. Concerning the operation and planning of a country, I also need to ask Jarvan and others about this. If it is convenient. Can they teach me how to use mind to communicate? I will ask them. When Azir invited Lu Chuan to the main hall, it's about communicating mentally. This little secret method looks very inconspicuous, but it is very practical. Chapter 200. This little secret method of mental communication is not difficult. After Azir showed the technique to Lu Chuan step by step, Lu Chuan quickly became familiar with it. It's just that precise positioning at long distances is really difficult. Even Azir can't cross such a long distance to accurately find the person he wants to find and communicate mentally. But this is not difficult for Lu Chuan. His bead contains the souls of those heroes. Although at the beginning, these heroic souls can help Lu Chuan improve his strength a lot. But as he gradually moves forward, as the heroes themselves continued to grow, the improvement of Lu Chuan by the heroic soul became weaker. Therefore, it has been a long time since Lu Chuan took a closer look at hero soul. Soon, Lu Chuan found Zhaowen's heroic soul, and immediately his mind sank, and he opened the mind-to-mind communication. Just like a wireless phone, an electromagnetic wave invisible to the naked eye was quickly transmitted. In just a few minutes, it spanned a very long distance and accurately locked onto Zhaowen's body. Although he couldn't see the scene in front of him, Zhaowen's voice could be heard intermittently, as if he was having a conversation with someone. Have talks with the Noxian negotiator broken down? Does this mean that Noxus will have to go to war with us? It doesn't matter, the Imperial troops have grown a lot now. If they insist on this choice, then they will fight. We Demacia will never be afraid of anyone. Lu Chuan frowned. From what Zhaowen said, it seemed that he had some conflicts with the country Noxus. And the conflict is so serious that it requires war. Ahem. Lu Chuan coughed lightly and said slowly, Your Highness Zhaowen, how are you doing these days? Who? Even though he couldn't see it, Lu Chuan could still imagine the scene where Zhaowen suddenly stood up and looked around. I'm Lu Chuan. Mr. Lu Chuan. Where are you? Zhaowen's voice was filled with surprise. Well, I'm still in the distant realm of Shurima. Lu Chuan scratched his cheek and said, Your Highness Jarvan, is Demacia going to war with Noxus? That's it, those guys from Noxus are so bullying. Zhaowen gritted his teeth. What happened? After all, Demacia is the first place Lu Chuan is stationed, and he has feelings. Now that he knows that something happened in Demacia, Lu Chuan should be concerned about it. I don't know what the hell the black tech chemical base in Zon has been developing recently. The air pollution has become increasingly serious and has spread to our eastern border. I sent troops to negotiate with the crazy technologists in Zon. In the end, nothing happened. They can negotiate because Noxus is supporting them behind the scenes. Zhaowen slowly told what had happened in the past few months. In short, Zon was conducting black technology experiments, which affected the lives of residents in the suburbs of Demacia. The residents in the suburbs responded upwards. Finally, Jarvan sent people to negotiate and said, You can't do this, brother. You are affecting the stability of my residents. You need to apologize and pay for your life, and then Noxus, who was secretly supporting Zon, said, No, get out. So the two sides broke up the negotiation. Noxus said that Demacia had been too comfortable in recent years and needed to teach them a lesson. Demacia also said that they are not timid, and if it doesn't work, they will fight each other. This is roughly what Zhaowen wanted to express. Are you pressed for time? The negotiators from Noxus have just returned. If the war starts, it may take a while. Okay, I'll go back after I've taken care of the things on Shurima. Lu Chuan expressed his intention to help, and Zhaowen was slightly moved after hearing this. After all, compared to Demacia, the overall strength of the entire country of Noxus is stronger. Everyone can add the icing on the cake, but not everyone can do it when they need help. Let's not talk about this for now. His Highness Zhaowen, I want to ask you something. What? About the operation plan of the entire empire, and what needs to be done to develop it. Lu Chuan asked the key point. Huh? Zhaowen asked slightly confused, Are you planning to establish an empire? No, it's Shurima. Rumors about Shurima's resurrection must have reached your side, right? It seems to be true. Shurima itself is an empire. Why does it need to be re-established? Well, how should I put it, the current situation is a bit strange, because there are only 3 people in the entire Shurima empire. Pfft. Zhaowen just picked up a cup of tea and took a sip, but all the tea came out. The empire of 3 people is too appalling from every angle. But there is also a vassal town with thousands of people. Recently, because news of Shurima's resurrection has spread, the number has increased to tens of thousands, and most of them are tourists. In this case, Zhaowen thought for a moment and then said, we might as well consider bringing all these tourists into the Shurima Empire, and then, finally. After Jiawen finished speaking, Lu Chuan also understood Jiawen's meaning. After asking about the recent situation of several other heroes, he cut off the mental communication. How's it going? Azir looked anxious. After all, the biggest problem with the Empire's rebirth is that there are no residents. If the people are rich, the country will be strong; even if there are no people, it will be useless even if such a country has the support of god-level warriors. I'm afraid even if you want to eat something, you need to do it yourself. As soon as he imagined Azir leading his two younger brothers to dig wild vegetables under the yellow sand, the sad feeling spread from Lu Chuan's heart. Jiawen's suggestion to me is to first divert those tourists who come to visit into the Shurima Empire and let them live there. But they are not the people of our country. Azir seemed to have thought a little. Do the people who do not belong to me have a sense of mission for the country of Shurima? No, if you think about it this way, you have got it wrong. Just imagine a country. If the people are not able to make a living, even the people who are born and raised here will want to leave, right? That's true. Then the opposite is true. If a country is very peaceful and prosperous, even those who are not citizens of this country will rush to live here, right? Lu Chuan seemed to have convinced Azir. He thought for a while and thought that what Lu Chuan said made some sense. So what you are worried about right now is not whether those people from foreign countries are your people. Even in Shurima back then, I am afraid that a large part of them were not Shurima. These are not important, as long as you let these outsiders understand that Shurima is a very prosperous country, and they will feel a sense of belonging when settling here. So the first generation may still have their own country in mind. But their descendants, the second generation, the third generation will completely regard Shurima as their own country. After all, the development of a country cannot be achieved by just one generation. It seems to make sense. Azir and the guardians on the left and right nodded in agreement with Lu Chuan's words. Then what should we do next? Can we lure these tourists into the Shurima Empire? Azir asked. Chapter 201. Final chapter. Shashasha. This is the sound of feet running fast on the grass. Lu Chuan buried his body in the ground and hurried forward. Behind him, Ari's tuft of white velvet tail also whizzed past, following closely behind him. On the other side, Janna's body floated forward slightly in the air, but she did not fly too high. She was more like a dragonfly touching the water, flying in the air only a short distance from the ground. By the way, don't you have those big wings? It would be great to use those big wings to carry us and fly together, right? Flying together, right? Ari used 2 yes in a row to strongly express her desire to fly. After all, girls are naturally not willing to put in more physical effort when they can feel comfortable. Please don't use words that are easily misunderstood. Lu Chuan glanced at Janna quickly and caught Janna's eyes that turned away in an instant. It seemed that Janna had been staring at the movement on her side just now, but she didn't say much. Furthermore, traveling in the middle of the night and flying at high altitudes is a taboo. It is easy to expose yourself to the enemy's sight. Lu Chuan explained again. Where did the enemy come from? I mean, we must be on guard against others. What if we encounter a lurking and powerful enemy? We must be fully prepared. He appeared. A guy who is more thoughtful than a woman. So don't give me weird nicknames, okay? Lu Chuan almost stumbled and fell. However, it is precisely because of the presence of Ari in the team that the group will not be too bored while on the road. This little fox movie can always bring people full of vitality. It had been more than a month since the group first entered Shurima, and their overall strength had also improved significantly. Both Janna and Ari were promoted to silver-level magic warriors. This was also due to the power Nasu's borrowed. In the end, I don't know whether he forgot about it or deliberately used it as a gift. In short, he did not give that power to take it back. After Lu Chuan absorbed the power of Zerath's thunder, his current strength jumped even higher, directly reaching the 3-star gold level. In the final battle with Azir that day, the mysterious god girl lent part of her power to Lu Chuan, allowing Lu Chuan to defeat Azir. However, the words of the god girl also warned Lu Chuan that because of some special under certain circumstances, you cannot lend your power to others without limit. In other words, the road ahead may not be so easy. No matter how big the trouble is in the future, it will be up to Lu Chuan to resolve it alone. Moreover, the goddess girl also mentioned one thing. When Lu Chuan becomes stronger, she will need to use his power to complete her unfinished mission. Lu Chuan felt a little overwhelmed just thinking about something that even a god couldn't accomplish. But it was definitely impossible not to help. Without this little bead that originally belonged to the gods in his arms, Lu Chuan would have died countless times in Valoran. In addition, it was her hard work and effort that helped her and her group resolve the crisis this time. When she gave Lu Chuan her power, the luster of her appearance was obviously dimmed. It was obvious that her current condition was not very good. And she was not even a soul body. In this case, she was willing to give up her power. Give some to Lu Chuan. Then this kindness must be repaid. Lu Chuan is not some ungrateful guy. The group of people were traveling at a slow pace. When they first set out from Dalmatia in Shurima, they made a carriage just to save energy. But now that something happened in Dalmatia, they had to return quickly, so naturally they didn't have the time to go waiting for the carriage. In just a few hours, they completely broke out of the desert borders of the Shurima Empire and arrived in a neutral area. We will arrive in Dalmatia in about 2 or 3 hours. The flight speed has accelerated a lot as our strength has increased. Jana said softly, looking at the looming trial of Courage Tower not far away. With the blessing of her wind, the group of people can get twice the result with half the effort. Shoo! Ali suddenly stopped at this time, her 2 ears that usually looked weak stood up, and her beautiful eyes widened. Perhaps because of the orc's big ears, Ari's perception is far superior to that of Lu Chuan and Jana. Seeing Ari's cautious behavior, Lu Chuan and Jana also stopped walking. Asked quietly. What's wrong? There is someone in front in the bush, about 1,500 meters away. Ari slowed down and said softly. Before I knew it, I had come to a dense bush, which was overgrown with dead branches and weeds. It was a natural blocking terrain. If there were people inside, it would be difficult to detect if there was no movement. And it was 1,500 meters away. Even if there are no obstacles blocking it, it is difficult to see clearly. Even if you can see clearly, you only know that there is a small black dot-like figure in front of you. Is there anyone? Lu Chuan was slightly surprised. Although Lu Chuan said that he could not fly at high altitudes to be wary of an ambush, the possibility of this was very small, but he did not expect that it would actually happen. About 10 people. Ari's blue eyes became sharp at the next moment, looking forward as if he could pass through obstacles. After a while, he replied, they are all wearing magic weapons. The robe looks like a magic warrior. And the strength is higher than mine. Generally, high-level warriors can sense the strength of low-level warriors, but low-level warriors cannot sense the strength of high-level warriors. Ari has reached the level of Silver 1 star, but still cannot sense the strength of that group of guys. In other words, they are at least above the gold level. More than 10 people are all gold-level warriors. This scale is not small, and can even be described as terrifying. With this formation, where are they going? Lu Chuan frowned slightly and turned his head to look at Ali. Ali twitched her ears and listened carefully to their conversation, and then her beautiful eyebrows frowned. I haven't heard them talk about the destination yet, but it seems that there are a few young hunters surrounded by them. Ali conveyed their conversation to Lu Chuan. It doesn't make sense. Do more than a dozen gold-level warriors mobilize their troops just to surround a few hunters? Isn't this too fussy? Let's go up and take a look first, and slow down the pace. Lu Chuan always felt that something was wrong. Yes. The two girls responded softly, nodded, kept their footsteps as light as possible, and slowly approached forward. Chapter 202. Hey, I'm telling you, hand over the little girl behind you quickly. Stop hiding her. Otherwise, you'll make us angry and you won't get any good results. Some people are like this. They know they are defeated, but they still pretend to resist. It's really laughable. Hank, stop talking nonsense to them, let's just do it. When Lu Chuan and his party suppressed their breath to the lowest level and slowly moved closer, Ari also listened to the conversation of the group of guys in black robes, and repeated it to Lu Chuan in a low voice. Is their target the little girl among that group of hunters? Lu Chuan frowned slightly. Does that mean these more than 10 magic warriors came prepared? Only magic warriors will wear those weird robes. Some of the best robes can even be like warrior armor, providing a lot of defense for magic warriors and increasing the intensity of some magic skills. It looks like that, but those dozen magic warriors surrounded their prey, and I can't see who they are. Ari answered in a very low voice. Lu Chuan and his group held their breath and got closer and closer to the bushes. Finally, in a top-secret cover of grass, Lu Chuan and his party stopped. A group of gold-level demon warriors were very close in front of them. They could easily sense any slight disturbance, so they could not go any further. Although Lu Chuan now has the strength of 3-star gold, his opponents are all gold-level warriors, and they are still more troublesome demon warriors. The biggest taboo in dealing with the demon warriors is to keep distance from them. Once the magic warriors find a suitable distance point, they will use various skills mixed with elements to beat you into a hornet's nest from a distance. Besides, there are more than 10 demon warriors. Even Lu Chuan cannot get close to all of them. There will always be a few who keep distance from him. It will be a headache to deal with it at that time. So Lu Chuan is not going to rush out and take risks unless he has to. Now he is no longer qualified to be reckless. The god of heaven has not recovered his physical strength and will not be able to use it in a short time. Her strength. What should I do? Ali lay on the edge of the grass next to Lu Chuan and asked softly. Shoo, let's check the situation first, Lu Chuan said seriously, looking through the gaps in the weeds and casting his eyes on the group of magic warriors. How about it? Do you have to force us to take action? Now hand her over obediently. We will only take her away, and the rest of you will be free. Giggle. The speaker was a slender man. Although the tall woman is wearing a robe. The waistband of the robe is obviously much narrower. It's just that the hat on the cassock covers his head, making it difficult to see clearly. Next to the woman, there was a burly man with a strong back and a strong back. The robe on his body seemed to be bursting. The remaining demon warriors behind them lowered their heads and remained silent. It was obvious that among this group of demon warriors, the woman and the big man were the leaders. At this moment, a sound that was familiar to Lu Chuan suddenly came from among the surrounded group of hunters. As long as you catch me, right? You will definitely let them go, right? Huh. Lu Chuan frowned. The voice sounded very familiar, but he couldn't remember whose voice it was. After all, he had met too many people in just a few months. Huh, it seems that you are very conscious. To put it bluntly, the lives of these trash can't be compared in any way. Huh, as long as you are willing to follow us back obediently, we will not waste ourselves. I don't have the strength to clean up this garbage. After all, the order given above is to bring you back intact. The woman in the robe still covered her mouth and smiled sweetly. If that's the case, I couldn't see the figure clearly, I could only hear the clear voice, as if it was trembling. Could it be that I was afraid? But even though she was afraid, she finally made her decision. In that case, take me away. Please don't hurt them. The owner of the voice said and took a step forward again. Princess. Don't go there. Your Highness Princess. Don't go there. Hide behind us. At least until we die, we will never hand over the princess to you. Several people dressed in hunter costumes quickly stepped forward and formed a smaller circle around the princess they were talking about. Hearing what these hunters called the girl, Lu Chuan was shocked and suddenly remembered something. This is already considered the borderline suburb of Dalmatia, and the princess suddenly appeared here. Plus that familiar voice. Demi, it's Demi. Huh, you are really a bunch of stubborn losers. Do you think we can't detect you by disguising yourself as hunters? Since you said, you will never let the princess be taken away by us before you die. Under the shadow-shrouded Dharma hat, the woman's eyes suddenly opened a tiny crack, and a cold light flickered past quietly. Immediately, a slender staff flashed out of her hand. She took the staff and slammed it onto the ground. Buzz. A strong wind blew in the forest. Then please go die first. Howling wind. Ouch. The violent wind in the forest turned into a vicious beast several feet in size at this moment. Its mouth opened wide, and a strong wind that was compressed to the extreme but powerful spewed out at this moment. In an instant, some dead trees and broken branches in front of them were washed up into the sky. Under the pressure of the strong wind, several soldiers dressed as hunters guarding Demi were blown away by the sharp wind at this moment. He cut his throat and fell to the ground instantly, blood spraying all over the ground. The woman masterfully controlled the power of the wind. After gathering a few soldiers, she pressed her palm and the strong wind instantly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. The hem of Demi's long skirt, which was exquisitely engraved with flower patterns, stopped swaying with the wind. No, didn't you say, as long as I follow you, you will stop? Her voice was choked and she lowered her head. The woman just pressed her finger to her lips and did not answer. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and the corners of her eyes curved into a dangerous arc. The next moment, she waved her fingers gently, and the two magic warriors behind her stepped forward and walked towards Demi. As promised, I'll go with you, you won't hurt them. Why? Demi clenched her fists tightly, her petite body trembling slightly, but her feet were retreating in fear. The two magic warriors stepped forward to hold Demi's shoulders, one on the left and the other on the right. When they were about to knock her out, there was a sudden movement in the weeds in the forest. Maybe only a guy like you who has been pampered since childhood would be fooled by that trick of deceiving children, right? After being away for such a long time. You still look like a child who has not grown up. Half man among the tall weeds, a figure slowly walked out. Chapter 203. Who? The woman's slender eyes narrowed to a slit, and she turned to look at a figure slowly walking out of the weeds about half a person tall. Lu Chuan. Demi's delicate porcelain doll-like cheeks had tears hanging on them and an expression of disbelief. The next moment, she didn't know where to squeeze out the strength, and when the two demon warriors were not paying attention, she bit the back of their hands, broke through their hijacking, and hid behind Lu Chuan. Help, save me, Demi was shaking and couldn't speak clearly. It was a feeling of hope after almost despair. Hey, Jana, it seems we have encountered a more difficult enemy. Ari and Jana were still in the grass, looking at the situation outside. Yes, Jana responded softly. I'm not talking about the eccentric woman in robes, but the princess. I think so too. The two women stared at Demi as if she was facing a formidable enemy, as if she was more dangerous than the woman in the robe. Shall we go out? Ali felt unhappy when she saw the Princess Xiaoya holding Lu Chuan's clothes with her hands and pressing her chest tightly against Lu Chuan's back. It's better to hide here first. If you go out, it will cause another trouble for Lu Chuan. I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to deal with these people. If he continues to protect us. Okay, although I'm very reluctant, I can only endure it. When I turn around, I will teach this little girl who doesn't even have full hair a lesson. Ali snorted. Jana turned her head expressionlessly. Mao. Where are you referring to? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Anyway, they are not quite the same in every sense. Ari suddenly hesitated. A playful smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Jana's mouth, a very rare flash of it on her face, and then Jana moved a little closer to Ari. Wow. What are you? Don't come closer, you're going to kiss, Ari panicked inexplicably. Jana leaned into Ari's ear and whispered, apart from your hair and tail, which are thicker, are the rest of your hair longer? Who said there wasn't? Obviously, it was rare for Ari to look panicked. Oh. Jana curled her lips. Why are you talking about this kind of issue at such a critical moment? Lu Chuan is very dangerous. Humph. Jana smiled contemptuously as if she had succeeded, then cast her sight beyond the weeds, and whispered in a voice that only Ari could hear, to me. The relationship between you and Princess Demi is the same, they are all interfering guys, and they are all the same. Ah, stop talking. If you keep talking, it will be known. Everything will be known. Ari was so frightened that she quickly covered Jana's mouth. The atmosphere seemed tense as Lu Chuan and more than a dozen gold-level demon warriors looked at each other. Lu Chuan suddenly came out to kill, although the woman in robes and the majestic man beside her were slightly surprised. But after taking a casual look at Lu Chuan, the woman relaxed her vigilance. A secret whistle. Obviously, the woman regarded Lu Chuan as a guard secretly protecting Demi, but with such a secret whistle, even if you rush up, you will only die. Right? For what? Loyalty. The woman smiled disdainfully. He waved his fingers lazily and said, Neil, go kill him, be careful not to hurt my cute little princess. Yes. Behind the woman, a man in black robe slowly stepped forward, holding up the staff in his hand. A flame rose from the top of the staff. Roared in the air, and immediately formed a line of fire in the air. The flame vortex rotated extremely fast, and even the surrounding air seemed to have been evaporated, making a sizzling sound. You have to be careful, these guys are all gold-level experts, Demi's voice was trembling. The epic battle for Demacia half a year ago was almost annihilated precisely because there was a gold-level enemy behind it. Demi knew all about this matter. At that time, Demacia paid all its troops to wipe out the existence of the gold-level powerhouse. And what was in front of him were more than a dozen gold-level powerhouses. To be honest, Demi felt very complicated. On the one hand, she hoped that Lu Chuan could once again take her out like Prince Charming. But she felt disappointed at the same time. She knew that was impossible. In just half a year, no matter how much Lu Chuan grew, he would not be able to reach that level. It is really impossible to take someone away in front of more than a dozen gold-level warriors. Demi felt a little guilty again. If it weren't for him, Lu Chuan wouldn't be involved in this dispute, right? Sure enough, it's still my fault. If I die, nothing will happen, right? While Demi was thinking wildly, Neil had already raised the staff in his hand, and the flame vortex turned into a circle of light and rushed toward Lu Chuan. The powerful heat wave made it difficult for Demi to even breathe. Sweat was pouring from his forehead, his breathing became more severe, and he felt as if he was about to evaporate. Demi was almost unable to stand. The gold-level warrior was too powerful, even though the fireball hadn't hit her yet. Why did she feel like she was enveloped and couldn't use her strength? He will die. Will he really die this time? Bang! The fireball hit Lu Chuan directly, and in an instant, Lu Chuan's whole body was burning with flames. Ah, vulnerable. Neil withdrew his staff, turned his back to Lu Chuan, and bowed slightly to the woman, as if asking for credit. Idiot. On the woman's face, whose face could not be seen clearly, her lips opened and closed slightly, and she uttered 2 words. Huh. Neil trembled, looked up at the woman, and then suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Chuan as if he realized something. Where Lu Chuan stood, he was still filled with flames, but something was wrong. Neil stared at Lu Chuan. Yes, something is very wrong. If an ordinary person is hit by his own fireball, he will turn into ashes in a few seconds. But the flames burning on this guy's body are. But it seems to be emanating from his true body. This guy is also a fire warrior. There was no extra time for Neil to think, because at this time Lu Chuan slowly raised his palm. Thank you for the hospitality. Lu Chuan stretched out his palm, and a tongue of fire burst out from his palm. Although it was subtle, the fire element contained in it was much stronger than Neil's large fireball. The next moment, Lu Chuan raised his hand and flicked his sleeves, and the tongue of fire quickly came forward and swallowed up Neil's body the moment it came into contact. Ah! Neil howled in pain. Chapter 204. Before Lu Chuan could rush to Sunya with his sword, Sunya's next move made him stop on the spot. Sonya pulled the black robe on her body hard, and the robe ripped apart, revealing a body without any clothing. The skin that should have been a woman's soft and white skin was filled with a dark blue color that seemed to appear only in poison patients. Her skin is blue. Moreover, the blood vessels hidden under the skin also swelled at this moment. In the past, the veins that would only bulge on the wrists of clenched fists were everywhere on Sunya's body. Is this still a human being? Ari, who had originally seen Sunya taking off all her clothes and was about to yell at Lu Chuan for not looking more, was shocked beyond measure after seeing Sunya's body under her clothes. No stood there and murmured. Only when your body is fully exposed to the light can you gain the most powerful power. Giggle, Sonya sneered again and again. Her face was not shy at all after taking off all her clothes, but instead looked as cold as a poisonous snake. Lu Chuan noticed that something seemed to be squirming on the right half of her cheek. Cuckoo made a slight sound. Wow! The next moment, Sonya's right cheek suddenly cracked open, and a coquettish purple thorn vine spread out from her right cheek. A strange pattern of lines appeared from her left cheek, and soon it spread all over the left half of her body. Crack! Sonya twisted her neck, making a brittle sound, and then she slowly raised her hand. Buzz! A gust of wanton wind was condensed by her in an instant, compressed to the extreme at her fingertips, and then flicked into the air. Bang! The unprepared Lu Chuan was hit by the strong wind that was only the size of a fingertip but could uproot a tree, and his whole body was swept up into the sky. We haven't used half of our strength just now. Those 2 arrogant guys just deserved to die. But you don't think that was all our strength just now, do you? Giggle. Sonya. He raised his slender neck, but the neck was also dyed dark blue. She looked at the sky. Lu Chuan lost his way in the strong wind and let the wind sway. Crush it. Sonya's lips moved slightly, and then she lightly scratched with her fingers. The wind in midair instantly turned into 2 opposing forces, and Lu Chuan was in the middle of the 2 forces. The strong wind was tearing his body hard, as if it wanted to tear his body in 2. Huh. At this moment, Sonya was slightly confused, as if she felt something was wrong. Don't you think this is all my power? Sand core. Lu Chuan shouted in midair. The dirt and loose sand on the ground rose rapidly at this moment, following the wind and gathering together. A thick wall made of earth and sand quickly formed around Lu Chuan. And Lu Chuan was surrounded by the earth wall, and Feng Lu could no longer hurt Lu Chuan in the slightest. Without Feng Lu's intervention, Lu Chuan pressed his palm on the blood-drinking sword, passed his thumb across the blade, and a drop of blood dripped down the blade. The blood-drinking sword suddenly burst into red light, absorbing Lu Chuan's blood into the sword like a greedy baby. Blood-drinking alliance. As Lu Chuan shouted, a ripple-like halo slowly spread out from the tip of the sword, and the blood-drinking sword trembled wildly and fiercely. No, as if she felt the strong sword intent, Sonya's expression changed drastically, and she turned around and shouted to her men, "Let's get out of here first." I said. No one can leave. Lu Chuan's eyes sharpened in an instant, and he grasped the hilt of the blood-drinking sword with his palm, and his arms suddenly shook. Boom! A sword intent swooped down in the form of light waves, rushing down from the ripple-like halo curtain, like an invisible and colorless pillar of fire. As fast as a blink of an eye, the light wave hit the ground. Immediately, the light became so powerful that it enveloped all the surrounding areas, and the beam of light continued to spread outward. Boom! The earth is shaking. After a few minutes, the dust and fog slowly dissipated. And the scene in front of me was like a hell on earth. Broken limbs and remains were scattered everywhere. What was originally a bush was now transformed by the powerful blow just now. It was raised to the ground, and in the center of the bush, there was a deep hole that was 10 feet in size and bottomless. Hoochie, hoochie, Lu Chuan fell weakly from the air. Just when he was about to fall to the ground, a breeze lifted him up. Jana, Ari, just be fine, huh? Lu Chuan seemed to have lost consciousness, smiling profusely with sweat. You have the nerve to say that. You almost killed us all together. How could you be like this? You don't distinguish between friend and foe when you really act. Ari twitched her nose, with a look of complaint on her face. At the critical moment just now, when she saw a shock wave of sword intent hit by Lu Chuan from mid-air, her little face turned pale with fright. This shock wave, let alone hit them. Even if it hit the ground, with their strength distance, if the aftermath of the shock hits you, you will be killed on the spot. Fortunately, Lu Chuan did not lose consciousness completely. When the shock wave was about to hit the ground, Lu Chuan used Fire Shield, Earth Shield and Thunder Shield plus a Summoner Skill Barrier, all of which were placed on Jana and his party to ensure their safety. Safe and sound. However, this was the case, and the 4 shields also disappeared under the powerful shock wave. In fact, Lu Chuan was a little scared during this attempt. Because his strength suddenly reached the gold level, when he was in Shirima, Lu Chuan rummaged through the beads to find some equipment and skills. Finally, I found a book of high-level and low-level skills, that is. The Blood Alliance that Lu Chuan showed just now. Lu Chuan had never used it once. He originally planned to use it to practice, but he did not expect that the high-level and low-level skills would be used. It's so powerful. Fortunately, nothing happened to Jana, Ari, and Demi, otherwise Lu Chuan might have spent the rest of his life in regret. By the way, where was that woman just now? Ali seemed to remember something and looked around. When he saw the severed limbs and remains, he shrank his head with a pale face. It seems that she ran away, only the woman ran away. Lu Chuan carefully sensed with his mental power. The woman's aura was moving away from here, and the presence of aura meant that she was not dead. But just when Lu Chuan sensed her breath suddenly disappeared. He must have used some secret method to cut off the breath. As a result, Lu Chuan also gave up the idea of tracking him down. But who are these people? Why are they kidnapping you? Lu Chuan turned his face away, his physical strength gradually recovering. Although the power of Blood Alliance is huge, the consumption is also very exaggerated. After using it once, Lu Chuan could no longer exert any strength. I'm really not sure about this, Demi tilted her head, looking like she didn't understand the situation. Lu Chuan, come here and take a look at this. At this time, Jana's voice sounded not far away. Chapter 205. What's wrong? Lu Chuan and his group rushed forward upon hearing the sound and looked at where Jana was pointing. That was a corpse. The corpse that was shocked to death by Lu Chuan's strong sword power was one of a group of demon warriors. However, this body is obviously the best preserved among the severed remains scattered everywhere. Look here. Jana's jade finger gently tapped the back of the corpse's neck. A pattern of voluptuous purple thorns was engraved on the back of his neck. Lu Chuan frowned slightly and looked around again. It seems like every guy has this pattern of purple thorns on the back of his neck. Finally, Lu Chuan came to a conclusion. What does this mean, the organization they belong to? I've never heard of an organization that uses purple thorns as its pattern. Lu Chuan shook his head slightly. Ignore it for now. Let's go back to Demacia first. There are some dangers around here. Maybe the woman is waiting. We will also call for reinforcements. Wait a moment, Demi said timidly at this time. What's wrong? Can you bury them in the soil? They died to protect me after all. Demi pointed to the guards dressed as hunters. Lu Chuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, of course. It seems that in the short half-year since she left Demacia, although the petite princess in front of her has not changed much in terms of body shape and delicateness, there are at least some subtle changes. For example, she has begun to understand how to sympathize with her subordinates. In the past, Demi would have said, "It's none of my business if they die. They should have sacrificed for me. I'm a princess." Using a sharp blood-drinking sword, she pried open the ground, and then buried the bodies of several guards in the soil. After doing all this, Demi made a strange gesture on her chest, which may be a kind of blessing from Damatians. Situation. After doing all this, the group finally hit the road again, heading towards Demacia, which was not far away. Speaking of which, why do you appear here? This place is quite far away from Demacia, right? Lu Chuan turned his head and looked at Dai, who was lifted up by Janna's wind and floating gently in the air. Rice. Originally, Lu Chuan planned to carry her on his back. Demi was an ordinary person and her traveling speed was too slow. However, as soon as this proposal was made, two different voices strongly opposed it. Both Janna and Ari categorically expressed their opposition, and finally after discussion, they had no choice but to let Janna use the wind to hold up her body and follow the group of people, but this way, the speed of the journey would be slower. A lot. Demi hesitated for a moment, then secretly glanced at Lu Chuan. "Nothing, I just came out to relax and brought a few guards with me." "Did you have a quarrel with Joan?" "Oh, I said it's nothing." "You're so annoying." Demi blushed for no reason and turned her face to the side. "It's really baffling," Lu Chuan said speechlessly. The two girls behind Lu Chuan were even more speechless. "I said, it was really not easy for him to fall in love with you at that time. This guy has zero emotional intelligence." Ari wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yes, Janna also wiped her sweat. Of course, Lu Chuan would never know if Demi didn't tell her. Who would have known that when Demi stalked her brother and learned that Lu Chuan was coming back, she was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. Finally, she got up in the middle of the night, took a few guards with her, and secretly dressed up as a hunter. City gate, heading towards Shirima. Just to give it a little. It's just that I can see him a little earlier. Finally, after the sky turned a fishbelly white sheen, Lu Chuan and his party arrived at the foot of Demacia City. This is a city I haven't seen for a long time. Standing outside and staring at the city gate, I always feel like I am back home. After all, strange creatures like humans are nostalgic, and Demacia is also Lu Chuan's first stop. The group of people encountered some minor troubles when entering the city gate. Because Lu Chuan and his group were dressed in the desert style of Shirima. Wearing leather jackets and straw hats, the soldiers guarding the city gate did not let them go. In the end, Demi revealed her identity as a princess. Several soldiers watching the city gate hurriedly knelt down on the ground. When leaving the city gate, because of her status as a princess, they had to be careful, otherwise it would be reported to Jiawen's ears. Can't get out. But when entering the city gate, who dared to stop Demi and prevent her from entering? The rest of the way was smooth sailing, although Lu Chuan also wanted to take a detour to see how that little girl Casey was doing recently. But now that the genius is bright, that girl might still be sleeping, and the main business is to bring Demi safely back to the palace now. Until the group of people arrived at the palace, they met a familiar person. It was a wavy woman with burgundy hair, a slender figure and pretty eyebrows. It seemed that he was about to enter the palace, but after seeing Lu Chuan and his party, he paused. "Hello Alice, long time no see." Lu Chuan stepped forward and greeted with a smile. This little girl Lu Chuan still has some memories. It seems that she helped him once when he was dealing with the Void Messenger. It's just that the Norman family behind her played a negative role in that battle. And I don't know what kind of punishment Jiawen gave their family later. Lu Chuan. Alice covered her mouth with her hands in surprise and stared at Lu Chuan in disbelief. Ari and Janna were whispering to each other in a low voice. I flirted with another one. Isn't this guy really good at flirting with girls? The main reason is that the person involved hasn't noticed it yet. It's almost like he has the aura of flirting with girls. Speaking of which, aren't we also being teased? Ahem, don't worry about those details. I'm the real deal. Janna's face turned red in a rare blush. TSK. It's really rare. I heard such words from you. You have never said this in front of Lu Chuan, right? Ali obviously held a grudge. She still remembered that when she was in the bushes not long ago, Jiana transformed into a demon and forced herself to question until her face turned red. I want you to take care of it. Look, you and Lu Chuan are already a couple, right? There should be nicknames between lovers, right? You don't have the consciousness of a royal family at all about this. I told you to take care of it. Although Janet glared at Ari angrily, she was still thinking about it in her heart. When she finds a suitable opportunity, she really needs to think carefully about the title issue between her and Lu Chuan. They are still a couple after all, so they have to be called differently from others. There must be an exclusive, special title that can only be called between two people. I've met Her Majesty the Princess, why are you back? I heard you went to Shurima. While Jana was thinking wildly, Alice first saluted Demi, and then started chatting with Lu Chuan. Well, I went there for a walk and relaxed. Alice covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly, I think you must have gone on an adventure to relax or something. This excuse is too lame. I guess. Lu Chuan scratched his cheek and said, what about you, Alice, how is your family doing lately? Because Alice had sacrificed her life to help Lu Chuan once before, Lu Chuan later spoke to Jiawen on behalf of the Norman family, but the final decision still had to be made by Jiawen. Well, mentioning this, Alice lowered her head in embarrassment. The previous rebellion caused great trouble to the empire. It must have been suppressed, but Jiawen did not. We were all driven away, thanks to your help and a few words. I also want to thank you. It's trivial. Lu Chuan scratched his head and laughed. So now the family is also working very hard for the empire, hoping to regain its previous status. By the way, I am now the patriarch of the Norman family. Alice said as if she was a little embarrassed. Perhaps in front of other people, the patriarch of the Norman family is very majestic and powerful. But she knew in her heart that in front of Lu Chuan, the patriarch of such a family was nothing at all, and the fact that this family was not uprooted in the first place was all because of Lu Chuan. So I didn't mean to show off, I just wanted to tell him about the recent changes in my life. Isn't that great? Come on and carry forward the family. I'll take the first step if I have something else to do. Lu Chuan smiled and waved to Alice. Then, Lu Chuan led a few girls towards the palace. When Lu Chuan was about to disappear at the palace gate, Alice called out to stop Lu Chuan. Mr. Lu Chuan. What's wrong? Lu Chuan slowly turned around. Alice clenched her clothes tightly on her chest, sighed softly after a long time, shook her head and then raised her head, smiling at Lu Chuan. Nothing else, I just want to tell you something. Jana's breathing, including Demi's, became inexplicably rapid, and they stared at her cheek. What? Lu Chuan asked in surprise. My name is Norman Chris. Lu Chuan. Chapter 206. Demacia Royal Palace. In the garden behind the Imperial Palace. Several cups of fine royal tea were placed on the countertop made of smooth marble, flanked by a well-dressed maid holding a teapot, and two sword-wielding guards with a silver-grade aura guarding them. I wonder how Mr. Lu Chuan has been in the past few months. Jiawen chuckled and picked up a cup of tea, looking at Lu Chuan and his group who had returned after a long absence. There's no need to say more polite words, Your Highness Jiawen. Lu Chuan responded with a chuckle. Look at me, this makes me a little more unfamiliar. Jiawen said with a smile, stroking his hands, Mr. Lu Chuan's deeds in Shurima have spread to Demacia, but presumably, with Mr. Lu Chuan's strength, wherever he goes it can stir up a storm. Oh. Lu Chuan asked in confusion, my deeds in Shurima? How did you spread the news? The story of the resurrection of the Shurima Empire spread throughout the southeast, northwest and northwest of Valoran. Lu Chuan knew this. But did his story in Shurima spread to Demacia? At that time, Lu Chuan deliberately did not tell Jiawen in order to keep a low profile. Did he not expect that in just a few days, the news would spread so far? Mr. Rumor has single-handedly saved the entire Shurima Empire, defeated the terrifying unknown creatures beyond the divine level, and made even the god-level Emperor Azir bow to you. Lu Chuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It turned out that one version of the rumor was more absurd than the other, and it turned sour when it finally reached other people's ears. It's not that exaggerated, it's just a small fight. Lu Chuan waved his hand and explained. It was indeed a small fight, because he himself did not exert much strength. He defeated the Eye of the Void with the help of Zerath's power at that time, and later defeated Azir with the help of the power of the gods. Speaking of which, he didn't contribute much at all in the Battle of Shurima's resurrection. But if the rumors are not too bizarre, how can they be convincing? If the rumors these days are normal, who would believe them? If you don't tear Bandle City apart with your hands and trample Ionia with your feet, who would think that it is a legend? Mr. Lu Chuan is really low-key. Jiawen chuckled. Seeing that Lu Chuan did not want to talk more, he changed the subject of the conversation. As for the matter of Noxus, I may need to ask Mr. Lu Chuan to help. Well, let's talk about it. Lu Chuan came back this time with the intention of dealing with Noxus matters. The talks have broken down. Now it depends on when Noxus will mobilize its troops. Jiawen's expression became a little serious. In other words, the start of war is already a certainty. But this situation is very unfavorable for Demacia. After all, it has only been more than half a year since the last battle that severely damaged the vitality. For a country, half a year is really too late to restore its combat strength. Lu Chuan rubbed his chin with one hand and frowned slightly. How many troops do we have now? Jiawen paused and slowly stretched out 3 fingers. 30,000. 30,000. Lu Chuan was slightly surprised. Previously, Jiawen was unable to provide enough troops because of internal rebellion, and all the troops were mobilized by several major families. But now that all the major families have surrendered, their military forces have been integrated, and with the help of the Fearless Legion, if Lu Chuan remembered correctly, there was a recruitment frenzy. After this, the strength of only 30,000 troops seemed a bit small. Jiawen said with some embarrassment, due to the reorganization of the military, the treatment may be slightly worse. Many new recruits applied for retirement not long after joining the team, and we cannot force others to stay. Yes. Lu Chuan nodded. After Demacia dealt with the Void Messenger, it could be said that it consumed a lot of troops and financial resources. And it was difficult to recover in a short period of time. However, the country's financial expenditure must always be maintained. Therefore, the treatment of recruits who join the team is slightly worse. Demacia is a country with strong human sovereignty, and anyone can protest their dissatisfaction at any time and at any time. What about Noxus? How many troops can be mobilized there? Lu Chuan rubbed his chin. I don't know where it is at the moment, but it is conservatively estimated that there will be 100,000 troops. Jiawen gritted his teeth. The gap between the two was really big, and Noxus had always been stronger than Demacia. Quite a few, and it is rumored that there are even strong men at the platinum level. As for Demacia, perhaps the 2 most powerful generals now are Garen and Xian Zhao, but they only have 1-star silver strength, which makes them a little stretched in comparison. In that case, Lu Chuan fell silent. Jiawen didn't speak either, quietly waiting for Lu Chuan to think. In the current situation, it is clear that a head-on battle cannot be won. We can only wait and see if Lu Chuan can come up with any strange moves. After all, from the moment Jiawen met him, this guy has been constantly surprising people. Beside Lu Chuan, 3 girls were also sitting around them, all looking sideways at Lu Chuan, who was immersed in thought. Jiawen glanced at his sister's somewhat confused eyes, then looked at the expressions of Jana and Ari, and couldn't help but sigh secretly. My sister, I'm afraid I'm going to lose everything. This sister, who has always been proud and arrogant and has never looked down on any noble prince, finally met someone who made her heart beat wildly, but she had no way to get close to him. Because compared to his younger sister, who is still a bit naive, whether it is the gentle and elegant Jana or the playful and cute Ari, they are obviously much better than his younger sister. But if Demi knew what Jiawen was thinking, she might have a quarrel with him. How can there be a brother who thinks about how his sister is not doing well? If this is the case, then there is only the last way. At this time, Lu Chuan slowly said. What can we do? The group's attention was focused on Lu Chuan, even though they had always been focused on him. Before they launched troops, convince them to withdraw their troops and sign a peace treaty. Are you kidding? Ari slapped the table and stood up. People in the country of Noxus are all sick. They are really members of a fighting nation. They don't even punch people without making gestures when they meet them. You're the comfortable type, are you going to negotiate a peace treaty with them? Maybe their people are halfway there now. Now that the matter has come to this, we can only give it a try. After all, Demacia will definitely be defeated in a head-on battle. Lu Chuan spread his hands and turned to look at Jiawen. Okay. I'll rest for 2 days and adjust after reaching the state. I personally go to Noxus to act as a lobbyist. Even if Noxus has sent troops now, the 2 countries are far apart, and it will take at least half a month for a large army to travel. I should be able to get to Noxus before then. Jiawen nodded solemnly. If this is the only way, then I'll have to trouble Mr. Lu Chuan. Chapter 207. Although the solution proposed by Lu Chuan was not so perfect, no one else could think of a better solution, so they could only acquiesce to his words for the time being. Jiawen sent people to build a courtyard next to his palace for Lu Chuan and his party to live in. As soon as she returned to the courtyard and called away the maids who had followed her, Jana got into Lu Chuan's room. Lu Chuan was lying on the bed thinking about something. Lu Chuan. Huh. Lu Chuan rested his head on his hands. After seeing Jana come in, he just tilted his head slightly. Now that the relationship between the two of them has matured. Even if she enters Lu Chuan's room, Lu Chuan doesn't have to worry about his sitting posture and sleeping position. So beautiful. Isn't it a little too risky? Janet gently sat on the edge of Lu Chuan's bed, and Lu Chuan could smell a faint body fragrance emanating from her body. Have I not taken many risks? Lu Chuan smiled and sat up next to Jana. But it is precisely because of this that others will worry. Time and time again, who knows when something will happen, Jana flattened her mouth. How could you curse me like this, Lu Chuan said with shame. It's not a curse. Jana lowered her head and intertwined her two slender jade fingers. Maybe I'm a little selfish, but I still want to say. There is absolutely no need for you to do this, no matter how much you help them, it will not help. Demacia may have been able to squeeze into the hegemony of Valoran a few hundred years ago. But now it is almost countries are stronger than Demacia. You helped them once, twice, what about the third time? What about the fourth time? Do you want to keep helping them? Just when Lu Chuan was about to say something, Jana added without giving Lu Chuan a chance, and if it's just an ordinary help. Forget it, I'm not qualified to say anything, because there are really very few things I can do, but every time I help almost you have to pay the price with your life. Jana turned her head and stared at Lu Chuan seriously. I may be selfish, but for a woman, no woman wants her man to work hard for others. I hope you can understand my feelings. The meaning of Jana's words was very obvious. She didn't want Lu Chuan to have to deal with this matter anymore. Perhaps from a larger perspective, Jana's behavior was despicable. She refused to let others help her when she couldn't help herself. But speaking more broadly, this is a choice everyone makes. For Jana, Lu Chuan is her family and everything to her, because now Jana only has Lu Chuan left, and she is homeless. As his girlfriend and possibly his wife in the future, if Jana was given a choice, she would definitely rather Lu Chuan survive than care about the life and death of the entire Demacia Empire. This is selfish, but it is also a choice that every woman will definitely make. For example, Ari was standing outside the door. She originally planned to talk about this matter, but she was just a step too late for Jana, so she didn't have the nerve to knock on the door and come in. Another example is Demi, who is currently struggling in her bedroom. Compared to Jana and Ari, Demi's state of mind was even more different. On the one hand, it is the person I like, and on the other hand, it is the land where I was born and my brother. Once Lu Chuan heads to Noxus this time, it goes without saying that the road ahead will be steep, but if nothing is done to stop it, with Demacia's existing strength, it will only be a matter of time before it falls. Be it Jana or Ari, their choice was simply to prevent Lu Chuan from going to Noxus. And Demi can only struggle with herself, without any choice. Lu Chuan smiled softly, reached out and brushed Jana's soft hair, and took her into his arms. I'm very happy that you think so, because I can feel my place in your heart. Jana's face turned slightly red, and she fell into Lu Chuan's arms, whispering, this is very important to begin with, it's just that I am not very good at expressing myself. But Lu Chuan only said half of what he said, and Jana's heart felt a little cold. She already knew what Lu Chuan was going to say next. Although it is silly and arrogant to act as a savior, but I have been playing such a role, whether I want to or not, I am playing it, do you understand? Lu Chuan sighed softly. Savior? Jana's eyes were filled with doubts. I'm sorry for keeping it secret from you for so long. Maybe it's time to tell you the truth. I'm not from Valoran. Lu Chuan straightened Jana's shoulders, and Ari, who was eavesdropping at the door, also pricked up his ears. Didn't you say that yourself? You are from the outside world. After all, there must be other continents outside of Valoran. Runeterra is so big. Valoran is just one of them. No, I mean, I don't belong to this world. Lu Chuan took a deep breath. Jana became even more confused and looked at Lu Chuan blankly, like those void creatures, are you from another plane? It can be understood that way, but maybe I am further away than those. Lu Chuan found a piece of paper and drew a circle on the paper. Assume that this circle is the continent of Valoran, a world of its own. Then he drew a circle next to it, this is the void plane, these are two different planes. Finally, Lu Chuan wrapped the two small circles with a big circle, but whether it is Valoran continent or the void plane, these two different planes are in the same space. You can understand that, a different world, or a different world. Lu Chuan raised his pen and drew another circle far away on the paper, this is my hometown. You and I are from two different worlds. I came from here. Jana's rosy little mouth opened slightly, and surprise filled her face. I don't know how I came here, but I just appeared on this land. In our world, technology is very advanced, with prosperity you can't imagine. There are cars running on the road, top speeds it's faster than a horse. There are planes flying in the sky, and there are very long trains. There are electric lights, TVs, computers, and air conditioning. All in all, it is a prosperous place of technology. If anything, it may be similar to Pirvat in this continent. There are my parents and my friends there. I have disappeared for a long time. They will definitely miss me. I don't know how worried my parents are. Then, Jana bit her lip, almost crying, do you have a girlfriend in that world? Well, that's not the case. Lu Chuan scratched his head, and Jana suddenly felt relieved. Wait a minute, why are you not surprised after I said so much, but in the end I was obsessed with whether I have a girlfriend in other worlds, and you felt very anxious. Jana blushed and hesitated, anyway, I don't care where you are anyway, as long as you don't mess around with women outside, that's fine. For a woman, she likes, is there a man she likes? Betrayal of yourself is the top priority. Lu Chuan didn't know whether to feel happy for Jana's persistence in him, or whether to laugh or cry because of her little woman-like behavior. In short, I don't belong to this world, but I traveled to this world. And inexplicably shouldered the mission of saving the world. It sounds like a fantasy, but in fact it is like this, so as a person in the continent of Valoran as an integral part of Demacia, I also have an obligation to save them. Because only in this way will I have the opportunity to know the way to go back. Chapter 208. After Jiawen's maid delivered a delicious breakfast, Lu Chuan said hello to the two girls in the room and went out. The matter was almost as explained by Jana, and Jana no longer insisted on persuading Lu Chuan. After all, Lu Chuan helped Demacia for his own sake. Although Jana was selfish and didn't want to see anything happen to Lu Chuan, if it was Lu Chuan's own reasons, she couldn't stop him. Go out and come to West Street. It was already morning, and Lu Chuan planned to go see how that little girl, Casey, was doing recently. After finding the store he used to open, Lu Chuan was almost unrecognizable even before he entered. The store has obviously been renovated since last time and has become much more grand. Moreover, several stores next to it have been replaced by League of Legends XX stores. Lu Chuan remembered that he only opened 2 stores in Demacia, one was a League of Legends grocery store and the other was a material store. Now there are several more restaurants, hotels, etc. All with League of Legends signs. It must be the store that Kathy's girl expanded. First, I went to the grocery store and walked around. The area of the store had doubled, and there were several customers inside buying things. Hello, sir, do you need anything? A pleasant female voice came to his ears. Lu Chuan turned his face and found that it was not Casey, but another little girl he had never seen before. Are you an employee here? Lu Chuan said subconsciously, but the little girl glanced at Lu Chuan with a strange expression. Lu Chuan slapped his head before he came back to his senses. After all, this little girl didn't know that these stores belonged to him, so she must have regarded him as a customer to buy things. It would be too strange for a customer to ask someone if they are an employee here as soon as they arrive. Sorry, I'm not buying anything, I'm just looking. Lu Chuan laughed and asked, by the way, do you have a girl named Casey here? What are you doing with Sister Casey? The little girl stared at Lu Chuan warily. Being looked at like a bad guy really shocked Lu Chuan. I'm her friend. I came here to see her this time. Bah. A lot of men have used this excuse before you. Do you think you guys can give me some new excuses? They are just friends. To put it bluntly, they just want to get close to Sister Casey. But in their minds, there is something deeper. On a level, you must want to violate her severely, right? The little girl said a lot of words in one breath as if she had been stepped on a cat's tail. When she came back to her senses and realized that she seemed to have talked a little too much, the little girl blushed again, but still glared at Lu Chuan fiercely. I won't let you get close to Sister Casey. You animals who think with your lower body. Bah. Bah. Go. As she spoke, the little girl picked up a broom. I just felt sorry for Lu Chuan. No matter how difficult the trap he encountered, no matter how powerful the enemy was, he was beaten out of his own store by a defenseless little girl holding a broom. In response, Lu Chuan could only stand at the door of the grocery store, touching his cheek and smiling bitterly. It seems that Casey has made his store bigger now. One person can't manage so many stores at the same time. It's understandable to ask for help, but I don't know which store she is in now. Just when Lu Chuan shook his head and planned to come over again in the future, he suddenly heard a conversation coming from the alley nearby. Miss Casey, my feelings for you are sincere. Casey. Lu Chuan heard Casey's name and was about to walk over to find out what was going on when Casey's voice came out, causing him to pause slightly. It looks like someone is pursuing Casey. If Casey also likes that guy, wouldn't he be disturbing other people's good things by going there now? Lu Chuan still has this sense of propriety. Sorry, Jay, I've said the same thing many times, I have a boyfriend. Huh? Lu Chuan was slightly surprised. Does Casey already have a boyfriend? This little girl is pretty good. She and her group have only been away for a few months, and she has already found someone she likes. Don't be kidding me. That's what you said 2 months ago, but within the past 2 months, the man in your mouth has not even been seen once. Are you following me? Casey's slightly angry voice came out. Kathy, I am doing this for your own good. You should know my identity. The patriarch of the Norman family is my sister. You should know best what the Norman family represents in Dalmatia, right? Although Casey, you also own several shops here. But as long as you follow me, I can make all the shops on this West Street named after you. Otherwise, I will make it impossible for you to open these shops. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. The store is very busy and I have to take care of it. Casey said coldly and walked out of the alley. Casey. Jay chased after her, even grabbing Casey's arm and pressing her against the wall. How many times have you rejected me? I can't control that much. If you don't agree, I will abuse you right here today. Let's see who will help you. Who dares to be the enemy of my Norman family? Let me go. Casey swung hard and raised his hand to slap Jay. Jay rushed forward in anger and shame. You little cousin, how dare you hit me? As he said that, he also raised his hand and wanted to slap him. Pa! The slap did not hit Casey's cheek, but seemed to hit an iron wall. Jay looked up, and he didn't know when a man appeared at the entrance of the alley. In front of him, a shield made of flames burned. Ah! Jay's slap slapped the fire shield, making a sizzling sound, followed by a puff of white smoke, and he fell back with a pained cry. Mr. Lu Chuan. Casey finally saw the person coming clearly. She was so surprised that she couldn't explain clearly. Immediately, her dark eyes rolled, as if she had thought of something, and she stood on tiptoes in front of Lu Chuan. A gentle kiss on the cheek. Then he looked at Jay and said, "He is my boyfriend, please leave quickly." After saying this, her cheeks turned red inexplicably, and she lowered her head and did not dare to look at Lu Chuan. Jay got up from the ground, looked at his right palm, and found that a layer of skin had been burned off by the fire, and blood was leaking out. Huh, yes. He's just a poor mercenary. The Norman family can have as much as they want. Boy, you are in big trouble. I will let you know that not all women can be touched by you. Jay did not forget. He said harsh words and even made Lu Chuan laugh. I should be the one to say this. Not all women can be touched by you. Also, are you from the Norman family? Is the current patriarch your sister? Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes. Huh, are you afraid? If it's too late to beg for mercy now, slap yourself 10 times, then kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Master Jay, I was wrong. I shouldn't touch your woman, but I can spare your life. Poof. Before Jay could finish his words, he felt a surge in his chest, as if someone had slapped him hard. He spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body felt like a kite with a broken string, flying backwards. For the sake of your sister Chris, I'm going to spare your life. Whether you want to bring in reinforcements or file a complaint in front of your sister. If you don't want to die. Lu Chuan raised 3 fingers and said, 3 seconds. The bell disappeared from my presence. You wait. I will definitely kill you. Lu Chuan suddenly compressed the time to 1 second, and with a sudden glare, Jay was so frightened that he stumbled away. Lu Chuan did not forget to shout behind him, by the way, so that you can come for revenge at any time, I will tell you my name. Pfft. Casey on the side couldn't help laughing when he saw Jay's funny way of escaping. At the same time, he lightly hit Lu Chuan on the shoulder and said angrily, Master Lu Chuan, you are so evil. Chapter 209. He quietly slipped out of Casey's house, and Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. It's so safe, I almost lost it at the end of the festival. No, it's because I'm not guaranteed early in life. After all, I'm still very young now. But having said that, Lu Chuan was a little troubled by Casey's little girl's overwhelming enthusiasm. Although in the situation just now, if Lu Chuan wanted to, he could take off Casey's coat like peeling a hard-boiled egg, and then the two of them had a lively friendly match. And afterwards, you can just pick up your pants and leave without saying a word, without taking any responsibility. But this kind of behavior is too beastly and unfair to Jana and the others. It's not that Lu Chuan is a meditated monk and has no interest in women. In fact, when Casey said those words just now and matched her extremely nervous expression, Lu Chuan still got a little hard. Hardened slightly to show respect. But if you think about it from his perspective, what would you feel like if Jana, Ari, and the others were fooling around with other men behind his back and were found out? It must be uncomfortable, so after he had an inappropriate relationship with other women and they found out, they would feel the same way. Although I didn't get any questions from Casey about the recent store operations, judging from the expansion of the store and the number of stores, Casey's little girl must be well organized, so there is no need to worry too much. Next, Lu Chuan had one more thing to do. In the ancient alleys, the green bricks are covered with moss. The green bricks are not particularly beautiful, but there is a different kind of style in them. After formulating what he planned to say in his mind, Lu Chuan walked to the wooden door with a slight apology, stretched out his hand and knocked. Knock knock. No one responded to him. Knock knock, hello, is anyone here? Lu Chuan knocked again. Still no one responded to him. Lu Chuan gently pushed open the wooden house and found that in the small yard that was originally planted with some vegetables and fruits on both sides, all the fruits and vegetables were rotten. A bad premonition arose in Lu Chuan's heart, and he quickly stepped forward and opened the door to the back room. There was a damp smell in the house. Even if the sunlight was just right outside the door, it could hardly shine into the house, only a ray. Dust floated and danced gently under a ray of sunlight. A rusty iron kettle and an equally broken and cracked bowl were placed on the broken stone countertop. The chair next to it looked shaky, as if it would break if you sat down lightly. Squeak. At this moment, there was another sound of pushing the door outside the courtyard door. Lu Chuan became more energetic and hurriedly walked out of the courtyard. Only to see a middle-aged man leading several people who looked like they were dressed in, the workman guy walked in. It's really unlucky. The old immortal guy is finally dead. This land is so good and it's in a prime location. If you resell it and build a house, it's a good price of hundreds or even thousands of gold coins. Who are you? The middle-aged man's voice paused after his eyes shifted to Lu Chuan. Where is the owner of the house here? Lu Chuan also heard what the man said and frowned, but he still asked first. She died a few months ago. It's really ridiculous. I told her a long time ago that she would move out of there and free up the land. I would give her a new house so that she could live out her old age peacefully. But what happened to her? Neither agreed. Who are you to her? Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Perhaps it was the fierce and majestic aura in Lu Chuan that made the man subconsciously reply, she is my aunt, my grandfather's sister. The man quickly came back to his senses, who are you? Why should I tell you this? If nothing happens, leave as soon as possible. This is my place now. Your place. Of course, my aunt has no heirs, so I should inherit this place. The man said confidently. Did you know you came here when you inherited the territory? Did you care about her at all when she was alive? Did you visit her once? Of course, the man's tone was hesitant. What you call visiting is just to persuade her to give up this land, right? Shut up. Get out of here. The man was obviously offended by Lu Chuan's words, and he became angry from embarrassment. Ha! Lu Chuan raised the corners of his mouth frivolously, his face full of sarcasm. Beat him. The man was furious, pointing at Lu Chuan and saying to the group of workers behind him who were originally planning to demolish the house. A group of workers look at me and I look at you, not knowing what to do. In addition to the original salary, 10 gold coins per person, plus 10 gold coins for breaking a leg. The man used the temptation of money, and suddenly a group of people rushed towards Lu Chuan. Bang! Lu Chuan stood motionless on the spot, but with a burst of energy, several big men who looked like huge men were knocked away and fell to the ground. The man looked at Lu Chuan as if he had seen a ghost, as if he were an alien. Lu Chuan walked up to the man and slowly lifted his collar. The man's feet were off the ground and he kept struggling, let me go. From today on, disappear here, okay? Lu Chuan said in a very gentle tone, but his voice was cold to the bone. I know, let me go. None of those powerful men could withstand Lu Chuan for a single round, and Lu Chuan hadn't made a move yet, just using his strength. How could that man dare not agree? Can only nod quickly. Lu Chuan gently placed him on the ground, adjusted his sleeves with his hands, and chuckled, get out of here. The man led several workers and ran out of the yard without looking back. After the group of people disappeared without a trace, Lu Chuan sighed softly, slowly turned around and looked back at the yard. This old courtyard no longer looks like it is. In the past, there lived an old man inside, and she had been waiting for her beloved to return. But on the day before she died, she still couldn't wait for her beloved, or even get any news from him. It has been a long time coming. Lu Chuan could not imagine how unwilling the old man was before he died. All of this may have been turned into thoughts and buried in the soil. I'm sorry. Lu Chuan lowered his head gently. I'm sorry for not being able to bring back news about him. It was already noon when we got home, but the two girls had prepared lunch very virtuously. Speaking of which, the two of them have changed a bit in recent times. They used to be the type who never did housework. But suddenly they changed their gender. They were competing to do everything, especially helping Lu Chuan wash clothes. They the two almost had a fight before. Lu Chuan, who was sandwiched between two girls, should be very happy, but the person involved had no other thoughts except that one was older than the other. After lunch, Lu Chuan locked himself in the room. He is about to go to Noxus to work as a lobbyist. First of all, he needs to consolidate his strength. Recently, Lu Chuan discovered that he can also practice in small beads, and he can also freely control the mental power in the beads. Pressure yourself or relax. When the mental power is condensed to a certain level, Lu Chuan himself can be put under very strong pressure, making it difficult to move under this pressure. Using it for practice is really getting twice the result with half the effort, just like standing under a waterfall. Moreover, the passage of time in the bead is much slower than in reality. Lu Chuan once made a rough calculation. It was about 5 minutes inside the bead, which is equivalent to about 1 minute in the outside world. In this way, the training time will be greatly increased. The time came to evening unknowingly. At this time, several maids suddenly walked in from outside the courtyard and spread the word. Her Royal Highness the Princess invites several adults to have a dinner at the princess's residence. Chapter 210. Go back to Princess, the guests you invited have already arrived at the house. About half an hour later, the maid came forward to report. Demi slapped her hand on the armrest of the stool. Coming? Ahem, are you coming? Too excited at first, Demi coughed lightly after she came to her senses, and nodded pretending to be indifferent. Well, let them in. It's true, Lu Chuan, you didn't wait for us. Ali complained as he stood at the door of the princess mansion. I'm afraid you'll pinch me too much later, and each of you will slap me. Lu Chuan stared at the door expressionlessly. There had been more than one fight like this. Lu Chuan vaguely remembered one time a few days ago. Ari and Jana started fighting after an argument. Then Lu Chuan quickly went to break up the fight. But two girls missed him and one of them kicked him. One kick, the other punched him. From then on, Lu Chuan stayed away every time he saw Ari and Jana fighting. Anyway, the two girls had a sense of proportion and would not really do anything bad. They would just fight and have fun. Can't hurt the fur. All in all, Lu Chuan summed up one sentence: cherish life and stay away from Ali Jana. At this time, the maid came out of the door and invited Lu Chuan and his party to enter the house. The princess's residence was obviously very elegant, and all kinds of decorations were also very high-end. Demi was already waiting at the door of her palace from a distance. Today, Demi seemed to have specially dressed up, wearing a relatively exquisite and delicate royal robe. The robe was engraved with a beautiful yet majestic fire phoenix. It was obviously just sewn with needlework, but it soared like life. The long, silky hair that was originally used over her shoulders was now tied up high and fixed behind her head with a jade hairpin, exposing her white and tender neck. There seemed to be some rouge and pink on her face, and her little face was rosy, but it was still delicate and cute. No, this guy is cheating. Ari muttered, pulling on Jana's sleeve. It feels like there's some premeditation involved. Jana also lightly agreed. Hey, let's make peace for now, shall we? How? I'll keep an eye on Lu Chuan later, and you keep an eye on the princess. Don't let them make small moves in private. Make a deal. The two girls, who were fighting to the death a moment ago, now directly became comrades in the trenches. Their two thin white hands gently held each other and smiled at each other. What are you talking about? Lu Chuan only heard someone muttering behind him, but couldn't quite hear what they were saying. When he turned around, he saw two girls looking up at the sky with a look of, I don't know, appearance. At this time, Demi had already walked out of the palace. Perhaps because she was happy in her heart. She walked faster. As a result, before she could reach Lu Chuan, she stepped on the long royal robe and walked toward Lu Chuan. falling to the ground. It appeared. It fell to the ground. Ali's eyes widened in surprise. Now is not the time to be surprised by this. Jana pursed her lips speechlessly, then stretched out her finger and pointed forward. Look. Lu Chuan subconsciously stepped forward and held Demi's shoulders. Demi raised her head and smiled cutely at Lu Chuan. Thank you. Pa. Ali slapped her head. Damn it, I forgot such a move and actually used such a dirty little trick, but I couldn't stop it. This princess is really a scheming bitch. What watch? Scheming bitch. What do you mean? Jana looked confused. Well, Lu Chuan explained before that it is a very scheming watch, but having said that, I have never seen a watch before. Rumor has it that it is a high-tech product that only exists in Pilvort. Why do you feel like you were deceived by him? Jana continued to purse her lips speechlessly. Are you okay? Lu Chuan just asked habitually instead of the two girls chattering behind him. Something's wrong. Demi said with a choked voice. Lu Chuan didn't really believe it anyway, but out of etiquette, other girls had said this, so he had to reply with something like, where is the injury? Where's the injury? My foot. I twisted my foot. Demi said excitedly. But why? You would be so happy. Lu Chuan looked at Demi, who was looking excited, with a dark expression on his face. Demi looked embarrassed, quickly came to her senses, tapped her head lightly with her fist, stuck out her tongue and said, I'm such a daredevil. Ari roared in his heart, Jana, don't stop me, I swear I will chop her to death. Go. Jana nodded calmly, and then said, don't hold me back. What an ignorant woman. Ali curled her lips and turned her gaze back to Lu Chuan and Demi. What should I do? I twisted my foot, woo-woo. Demi squeezed her eyes at every opportunity. You look like you're begging for comfort, it's because you twisted your leg. This was the voice from Lu Chuan's heart. Of course, he couldn't say this. Girls have a good reputation, and exposing her obviously unworthy tricks at this time would obviously make her lose face. In order to cooperate, Lu Chuan could only reply expressionlessly, how about? Yes. You carry me on your back. Well, you can also hug me. Well, I just wanted to say, should you call the maid to help you back? Lu Chuan touched his cheek. The maids, they are quite busy, so they can't leave. Demi hesitated. What's going on with those maids behind you who have expressions like, do you want me to come up and help you, your highness the princess? Lu Chuan almost went crazy. How about, you carry me? Demi put on a pleading expression, even squeezed out a few tears, and looked at Lu Chuan longingly. Lu Chuan felt two powerful gazes coming from behind, making him sweat profusely and move with difficulty. What is going on with this suffocating feeling? This will not happen no matter how powerful the enemy is. Can't. Demi's eyes were filled with tears, looking pitiful. My feet hurt so much. My heart hurts too, sister, Lu Chuan cried in his heart. Okay. In the end, Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and stamped his feet, and endured it for the sake of her highness the princess's face. After all, this place is her territory no matter what. Lu Chuan will always remember one sentence. I would rather offend a villain than a woman. What if she is angered and she puts medicine in the food or something? After hearing Lu Chuan's agreement, Demi happily stretched out her hands and assumed a posture waiting to be hugged. At the same time, from an angle that Lu Chuan couldn't see, Demi made a V sign to Jana and Ari behind him. Gesture, with a sinister smile after success hanging on the corner of his mouth. This guy, does he really think that just because he is a princess, he is great? Veins appeared on Ari's forehead, and he gritted his teeth. Just when Lu Chuan was about to reach out and pick up Demi, a cold shout suddenly came from behind him. Wait a moment. As a real girlfriend, even if I want to marry a wife in the future, I will still marry her. Even if I have a baby in the future, I will call her mom. If the baby has a baby, I will still call her grandma. Jana classmate said she was not happy. Lu Chuan is not feeling well today. If you sprain your foot, I will carry you. Jana said calmly and looked at Demi who was completely dumbfounded. Well, my feet seem to be healed again and I can walk on my own. Lu Chuan. Ari. Chapter 211. There are only 4 short words on the paper. Goodbye, don't miss me. All the news about Jana and Ari was written on this piece of paper. They left, and why they left was written on this piece of paper, although it was in invisible language. Alas. Lu Chuan sighed softly, and the hand holding the paper dropped weakly. He can rush out now, rush to Jarvan, and ask him to put up a notice to help find Janna and Ari's whereabouts, offering a huge reward. Judging from the current strength of Janna and Ari, they definitely cannot run fast, and in this short period of time, it will be difficult to escape the territory of Demacia. But they deliberately want to avoid themselves, so what if they find them? In other words, how to face them? Smiling and saying, sorry, I accidentally drank too much and slept with the princess last night. Or he said, I just slept with the princess, why make such a fuss? There is no room for explanation. There is no room for explanation after this kind of thing happens. Lu Chuan can't hug each other like the hero in the novel. Today he flies alone and tomorrow he flies together. But the girls still get along very well with each other. He couldn't do it, he couldn't even find Janna and the others now. I can only hope that they will take more care of themselves and wait for a while until their anger subsides before trying to contact them. Lu Chuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. There is no reason for women to talk when they are angry, but if their anger subsides and they forgive themselves after a while, they will definitely contact them through Jiawen. There are things he needs to do more right now. He has been consolidating his cultivation at home these past few days, and now his condition has almost been adjusted. It's time to take that step. At the same time, the town of Norsulia is a small distance away from Demacia. The two girls, who had no other place to go after leaving Lu Chuan, could only choose a familiar place to stay temporarily. This town was called a ghost town more than half a year ago, but after the curse on Ari was lifted, the town returned to its original appearance. With the development of more than half a year and the lobbying of some surrounding indigenous residents to come and live, this town has now developed a vitality. Although it is still a little worse than ordinary small towns, it is only a matter of time before it develops. Inside a hotel. I said Janna, let's just leave like this without leaving any news for him. Isn't that good? Ari leaned against the wall nearby, holding a cup of tea in his hand, and blew it away after the tea leaves on the water surface. I took a small sip. Didn't you leave a message for him? Janna looked out the window and her tone was calm without any fluctuation. What also remained unchanged was her expression. That's considered news, Ali smiled helplessly. Janna turned to look at Ari seriously, if you feel that the decision I made is too much, you can go back by yourself. Anyway, this place is not very far from the city of Demacia. No. Ari put down the teacup, picked up a strand of hair and played with it in his hand. It's really outrageous to say that he actually left the two of us to play with other women. There are people at home. He didn't even want to play with the two of them. Ah no, that's not what I meant, don't glare at me. Ari realized that she had said the wrong thing, stuck out her tongue and then changed her words. Anyway, it's just too much. Okay, you don't have to lobby me here. Janna stood up with her long legs, walked to the window, looked at the scenery outside and said softly, this time, maybe it is also an opportunity. Huh? A chance? Ali was confused. Look. Janna turned around slowly, are we always relying on him? Well, that's right. I thought this way before, and I think it's not wrong, but now that I think about it, we were all wrong. The mistake was that we relied too much on him. He is indeed very capable and can bring us there is a lot of security, so we rely too much on him, but if this continues, it will become a situation where he cannot listen to anything we say. Ari was not in a hurry to speak, she was also thinking carefully about the truth of Janna's words. Putting aside personal emotional factors, we are members of a mercenary group. But the entire mercenary group only needs him. The two of us are completely in the way, but there are many at that time. He had to take into account the two of us being in the way. But he never said anything about hating us. Ari's expression became a little aggrieved. It's because he didn't say that I wanted to leave him. Janna sighed faintly, he won't say anything. He always hides this problem in his heart, which will make me look more, it's useless. I'm not a woman who likes to rely on others for everything. If I have the ability, I prefer to be on my own. Because no matter what, we are a whole. I hope that once something happens, you and he can help a little instead of just watching things unfold, and he. Janna said something that made Ari tremble. He has never considered the two of us as members of the same group, has he? It seems, like this, Ari felt as if all the strength in her body had been drained away. Janna was right. After getting along with Lu Chuan for so long, it was always because of his gentleness and his gentleness towards the two of them that both Ari and Janna were lost in this tenderness. You don't have to think about anything, you don't have to do anything, you just need to follow him every day. But now that we look at it, we feel that this topic is very heavy. Everyone, no matter men or women, has self-esteem. When you realize that you are of no use at all and have to rely on others to survive every day, the blow will be very strong. Perhaps what happened between him and the princess this time made me see everything clearly. Janna said word by word, is it possible that in his eyes we have developed a kind of friendship just because we have been together for a long time? Habit. If we were replaced by other women, would it be the same? That is to say, in his eyes, don't we have uniqueness? We are dispensable existences. Ari's voice was trembling, and Janna was too face to break through the hiddenness of this tenderness. The fact made her somewhat unacceptable. Although it is difficult to accept this statement, it is indeed the case. Janna sighed faintly, if the people who were with him at the beginning were not us. But the princess, he would have lived the same way. We have no special characteristics at all, we are just characters that can be replaced by anyone. This, Ari was about to cry. A person that I obviously like very much, a person that I have always liked very much. Now, it turns out that his tenderness towards her only came about because they had been together for a long time, and this tenderness would give the same result to anyone else. In other words, whether it is Ali or Xiaoli, he will still treat others in this way. His tenderness is even and will be shared with every girl who has a crush on him. As Janna said, it was precisely because he was a very gentle person that he had such a result. So, I didn't choose to leave him because of what he did with the princess but because I wanted to be respected by him. Janna stared at Ari's blue pupils. Chapter 212. Another day passed after this. When the sky was still dark in the east, at the eastern gate of Dalmatia, Jiawen, dressed in plain clothes, rode a horse to personally escort Lu Chuan out of the city. Behind him stood a petite and exquisite girl. That girl is his sister Demi. Although I have always troubled Mr. Lu Chuan, I will trouble you this time. Please take care of yourself on the road. Jiawen, the king of Dalmatia, bowed slightly to Lu Chuan at this time. This is a courtesy and treatment that no one can enjoy, but it happens to a person like Lu Chuan who has no title or title. Of course, it's just that Lu Chuan doesn't covet that. If he wants it, he can just ask Jiawen for the title of duke. It's just a matter of asking. Be careful and safe along the way. Demi looked at Lu Chuan with some longing, the child in my belly and I will be waiting for your safe return. Pfft. Both Lu Chuan and Jiawen almost spat out a mouthful of blood after hearing Demi's words. But what later made Lu Chuan a little worried was, Demi's words were very likely to be true. Because he and Demi didn't take any defensive measures when they were in pleasure. To put it more simply, they just ejaculated inside. As long as Demi has no health problems, then it would not be surprising if she is really pregnant. But once she becomes pregnant, Lu Chuan will have a headache. On the other hand, Jiawen's expression is quite wonderful. His sister got pregnant for someone else, and it was done quietly under his nose. Until now, if Demi hadn't accidentally let it slip, he would still be blamed. In the dark. It's not that Jiawen rejected Lu Chuan. If Lu Chuan really wants to marry his sister, and Demi also likes Lu Chuan, Jiawen agrees with both hands. After all, considering Lu Chuan's contribution to Dalmatia, he is completely worthy of being betrothed to a princess. But as the only princess of Dalmatia and his biological sister Demi, she had been pampered and raised with a golden key in her mouth since she was a child. Even Galen, who has always been strict in doing things, faced Demi's arrogant and domineering attitude with grinning teeth. Sometimes, she can only smile honestly and not care about it. This shows how much Demi is pampered. For such a delicate princess to act as a mistress, this is something Jiawen would find intolerable. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Lu Chuan could only laugh twice before saying goodbye to his brother-in-law. It's definitely impossible to pretend that nothing happened when you fucked someone's sister. You can't explain it clearly, and you're unreasonable. If you can, you'd better escape as soon as possible. Just after Lu Chuan was no longer visible as he headed in the direction of Noxus, Jiawen sighed heavily and turned to look at his sister, who was still immersed in the sadness of Lu Chuan's departure. Are you serious? Jiawen said quietly. What are you talking about? Demi started to act stupid. You must have let it slip just now. Jiawen smiled helplessly. You are a princess of a country, and you are also the only princess of our generation. There are many talented people from Grand Duke families that you can choose from. Why, sigh. If you don't like it, you won't be happy for the rest of your life, right? Demi looked directly into Jiawen's eyes and said. Even if you, brother, get married in the future, you must find someone you like, right? Is a joint marriage what you want? Looking at his sister who was seriously starting to lecture him, Jiawen lost his temper and could only pat her head lovingly. Okay, as long as you don't feel wronged, I won't interfere with you. In fact, for Mr. Lu Chuan, we Demacia owes him too much, including this time. In fact, I don't know for sure, and I don't even think that he will help us again, but he still chose to help us and went to Noxus to be a lobbyist in person. This is something I never expected. So this is what I like about him. You don't know how I met him, do you? Demi recalled her past again. How do we know each other? Get on your horse and I'll take you back. Jiawen got on his horse and said. That day, I happened to pass by a small restaurant. Demi slowly told her brother how she met Lu Chuan. He could rescue someone who had nothing to do with him or even spoke rudely to him. He is really gentle. Demi like this is walking the same old path as Lu Chuan, whom Jana already knew. Night falls. After Lu Chuan walked out of the dense woods, he checked the direction and suddenly found a thin line of smoke rising not far away. The two countries of Demacia and Noxus are too far apart. One is in the west and the other is in the east. However, the vast continent of Valoran can be seen. He summoned the blood raven wings and sprinted away, but he still couldn't see the border line of Noxus. Lu Chuan wasn't even sure if he was halfway through the journey. Fortunately, there were people living here in front of the smoke, so it was more comfortable for Lu Chuan not to spend the night in the woods. Walking forward quickly, Lu Chuan found that this was a very small village, with only a few dozen families located there, and it was still built with the most primitive earth-walled houses. Some villagers had discovered Lu Chuan's figure and shouted a few words in a low voice. Suddenly, more than a dozen middle-aged men with axes and wooden sticks came out, staring at Lu Chuan warily. After all, Lu Chuan was now wearing a suit of armor given by Jiawen before leaving, and it was evening, which was a threat in the eyes of the villagers. Sorry, I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to stay here for one night. I will provide corresponding compensation. Lu Chuan was not stupid enough to take out a lot of money, but only showed a gold coin as a test. After seeing the gold coin, the villagers' eyes suddenly lit up. This also gave Lu Chuan an idea. This gold coin was a very large amount for the villagers here. Amidst the private discussions among several villagers, one of the villagers who looked older came up and said, "Are you from Demacia? Let's talk inside first. The sun is going to set soon. The wild beasts in the woods around here are starting to stir. From this point of view, the result of the negotiation has been successful." Chapter 213. The house with mud walls was very dilapidated, and the whitewash used to decorate the walls was not painted on. The walls were completely dry and uneven. Few of the furnishings in the house were valuable. Whether they were used or worn, the impression that this village left on Lu Chuan was that it was very poor. This is understandable. After all, this is a remote corner of the Valoran continent. This village may not belong to any country. Without the protection of the country, it is also subject to invasion by wild beasts all year round. In addition, the labor force in the village is also insufficient. Therefore, the failure of the village to develop is an inevitable result. This gold coin will be used as my payment for staying here for one night. Lu Chuan pressed a gold coin on the table and then slowly pushed it in front of the older man. Although he can definitely come up with more gold coins now, this will only arouse human greed. Originally, the people in the village were living in poverty, but when he suddenly took out a large amount of gold coins, it was inevitable that the villagers would miss him. Although this group of villagers were defenseless, Lu Chuan just wanted to have a good sleep. Are you going to Noxus? By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is McDonald. You can just call me Mike. Without rushing to accept the gold coin, Mike introduced himself first. He had lived in Demacia for a period of time when he was young, and he had some understanding of the town's lifestyle and etiquette. Looking at the gold coin greedily and eager to grab it will undoubtedly make people feel disgusted and contemptuous. It was this subtle move by Mike that won Lu Chuan's respect for him. I only have a rough map. If it's convenient, could you tell me how far it is from Noxus? Lu Chuan asked. It's not that far from Noxus. It's about 5 days' walk. Just leave the village and go straight east, Mike answered. Lu Chuan made a rough calculation and found that the distance Mike mentioned should be calculated based on the speed they usually use to travel. In other words, it would take him about half a day to reach Noxus. After chatting with Mike about some irrelevant things, he got up and went to prepare food. At this time, a girl walked in at the door. She paused when she saw Lu Chuan. Who are you? Sorry to bother you, I'll stay here for one night and then leave. Lu Chuan nodded politely to the girl. At this time, Mike opened the door curtain of the back room again. Took a look at the visitor, and introduced to Lu Chuan, this is my daughter, Peggy. Hello. Peggy nodded to Lu Chuan politely. This girl is not particularly beautiful. Perhaps because she was born in a poor village, her skin also looks a little dark. And her face, even there were still some freckles, but a pair of spiritual eyes and perfect body proportions made Lu Chuan take a second look. But he quickly looked away. The room was relatively small. Except for Mike, who was preparing food in the back room, there were only two people left in the outer room. Peggy and Lu Chuan. Since there was no intersection between the two of them, it was quite awkward to talk. After a few simple words, everyone fell silent. Lu Chuan simply closed his eyes and took care of the breath flowing through his body. By the way, sir, are you from Dalmatia? After a long time, Peggy was the first to break the silence. She saw that Lu Chuan was not dressed like he came from a small place, so she was a little curious. Is Dalmatia very prosperous? Peggy asked again. Lu Chuan noticed that Peggy's eyes were full of yearning when she asked this question. Haven't you been there? Peggy shook her head. My father didn't let me travel far away. He said that people in big towns are very calculating and easy to be deceived. Lu Chuan chuckled and said, the atmosphere in Dalmatia is quite good. The people there are quite simple and kind. Oh, Peggy responded softly. No matter how good Lu Chuan said, she still couldn't go. Where is your mother? Lu Chuan saw that the sky outside had turned completely dark at this time, and almost everyone around him had lit their oil lamps. Although it was not very bright. It was a ray of comfort in the darkness, but he still didn't look at it. To the figure of Mike's wife. Died 3 years ago. Sorry. Lu Chuan said. No need to apologize, although I miss her very much. Peggy sighed quietly. It's hard to imagine that the people living here have any fun. During the day, they may go out into the dense forest to catch some prey, and at night, after getting enough food and clothing, they turn off the lights and wait to rest until dawn of the next day. He did this again and again, going out to hunt during the day. Has your village always been here? Lu Chuan glanced at Peggy, who stood up to light the oil lamp. Under the weak firelight, some of the spots on her face were covered up, and the spots on her skin were covered. The color difference has become less obvious, adding a bit more beauty. Actually, we didn't live here at first. I remember that as long as I can remember, our family lived in Peggy. At this moment, Mike came out of the back room and scolded him seriously, and Peggy immediately shut up. Immediately, Mike turned to look at Lu Chuan again, and said with a slightly embarrassed expression, the food at home is not enough. I will go to the nearby river bank to catch 2 fish. Don't bother, I'm not that particular. Lu Chuan waved his hand, but Mike still insisted that since he was a guest from far away, and after paying such a high amount of money, there was even more reason to make Lu Chuan's food richer. So he took a harpoon and went out. Before leaving, he glared at Peggy fiercely, as if to tell her not to talk too much. Although from the short paragraph Peggy revealed just now, Lu Chuan could roughly guess that this small village was located here in the past few years or more than 10 years. However, Lu Chuan didn't have much thirst for knowledge. As for what the people in this village did before, it had nothing to do with him. In short, he was just a passerby, just here to stay. I'm sorry, this topic is a bit inconvenient to talk about. As soon as Peggy spoke, she was interrupted by Lu Chuan waving his hand. It's okay, I just asked casually. The atmosphere in the room that had just become lively for a long time fell into silence again because of a relatively secretive topic. But soon, the silence was broken again. It was the noise coming from outside. Chapter 214. Noxus is a country that respects its fists. Although the entire continent of Valoran believes in the creed that the powerful are supreme. But this is especially true in Noxus. As long as you have a strong enough fist, everything you do does not violate the law, including killing people. Noxus even has a special gladiatorial arena. Every time the arena is open, there will be a full audience watching the gladiators on the field fight each other until the other party dies. This kind of custom has also caused the entire country of Noxus to be seen as sick and unreasonable in the eyes of others. However, the always arrogant Noxian nation completely ignored these side remarks and continued to go its own way. From the beginning, Lu Chuan vaguely guessed that these people were probably from the vanguard army from Noxus, just coming to inquire about the enemy's situation. Until they admit it themselves. Is this expedition a declaration of war on Dalmatia? Lu Chuan stared at the timid soldier. He knew that as long as one person spoke, he only needed to continue to force him to explain everything he needed to explain. Although it is not honorable to use others' timidity to force others. But before that, what these soldiers did was not very glorious, so Lu Chuan didn't mind using some intimidation methods. Yes, it is. Where is your large army? Lu Chuan suddenly changed the subject. In the back. Huh. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows, and the soldier was frightened and told the truth, he hasn't left the city yet. Isn't the news already on the way? Lu Chuan frowned slightly. The general said, it was a deception, just to cause panic in Dalmatia. By the time they were ready to fight, our troops had not arrived. But when they relaxed, our troops arrived. Just capture Dalmatia in one fell swoop. Is that so? Lu Chuan asked again, how many troops do you have in total for this attack? This, we really don't know, the soldiers looked at each other. They were just a group of soldiers who took the lead in surveying the enemy's situation. How could they control so much information? You should know about the generals of the army, right? I know, the vanguard officer is Lord Draven, the strategist is Lord Swain and the commander is Lord Darius. Lu Chuan listened to the soldiers saying the names of the generals intermittently, and he probably had an idea in his mind. Sure enough, they were the original members of Noxus. But the good news is that their troops have not left the city yet, which bought Lu Chuan a lot of time. Later, Lu Chuan took out a special rope from the storage bag and asked the villagers to help tie them all up. He had also used this kind of rope on Sivir before. After tying it up, it would be restrained. The tied person would not be able to use any of his abilities. However, this kind of rope is only useful against some silver and brass level warriors. It has no effect and it reaches the gold level and above. As for being able to tie up Sivir, it was only because she was not in particularly good condition at the time. Lu Chuan planned to bring these soldiers to Noxus as a price for negotiation. Although Lu Chuan estimated that the price was not too heavy, they would probably be regarded as a bargaining chip by the people in Noxus. Treat as an abandoned child. However, it is always better to have more negotiation qualifications. After asking the villagers to lock these soldiers into a dark room, the villagers were very worried and added a heavy iron lock in front of the wooden door outside. Lu Chuan squatted down to comfort Peggy, who was still sobbing softly. I also know that you are sad, but I still hope that you can cheer up. Lu Chuan sighed softly. At this time, it was useless to say that people can't be resurrected after death, and that they should express condolences and accept changes. They could only hope that she could figure it out in her heart. Peggy wiped her tears with the back of her hand and then slowly stood up and looked at Lu Chuan. She seemed to be much tired all of a sudden, and her voice was a little hoarse. I'm sorry, I want to be alone for a while. After saying that, she used her thin shoulders to pick up Mike's body and staggered towards her own house. Lu Chuan wanted to help, but he didn't know where to start. After all, the body on her back was her father. Maybe this was the last time for them to be close. It would be too cruel to take away even this. Lu Chuan could only slowly watch her leave, and then discussed with the villagers, hoping to find a place to rest. The villagers almost rushed to invite Lu Chuan to stay in their home. After all, Lu Chuan's performance just now was witnessed by everyone. If it weren't for Lu Chuan, I'm afraid everyone in this village would have been slaughtered by those soldiers. After eating the dinner prepared by the villagers, Lu Chuan asked the villagers to come and call him whenever there was any movement. There was nothing to say all night, and the next morning, Lu Chuan got up early and went to the river to wash his face. Then when he was about to walk to the room where the soldiers were detained, he suddenly heard a loud and exhausted voice behind him. Sir, can you take me on the road with you? Lu Chuan turned around and was immediately startled by the person in front of him. Peggy's hair was disheveled and she was covered in blood. She looked like she had climbed up from a pool of blood, and her face was very poor. You. I'm sorry, I killed them all last night. Peggy squirmed her dry lips, trying her best to smile, but the smile was very pale. I want them to pay the price. Why did I after the death of their loved ones, they can live so peacefully, I want them all to pay with their lives, all of them die. Peggy was a little emotional. Lu Chuan's Adam's apple twitched, but he couldn't say anything after all. He originally thought that Peggy was too sad and needed a buffering period, but he didn't expect that this girl killed all those guys overnight last night. It seems reasonable to think that after being tied up with special ropes, the abilities of those soldiers were also restrained. They could not even use ordinary people's strength because of being tied up. In addition, in the middle of the night, it is the sleep period of people. As long as the means are used, if you are ruthless enough, you can easily slit the throats of all these soldiers. I buried my father, and now I have nothing to worry about. Staying here will only bring back more unpleasant memories. If you don't mind, please take me on the road with you, no matter what you want me to do. I will not frown even if the request is more extreme. You are going to Noxus, right? Just bring me to Noxus. I will complete more revenge. My parents both died because of the Noxians. I want to avenge them." As she spoke, Peggy squatted down, covered her mouth with her hands and cried silently. For Peggy, the hatred for Noxus was so heavy that she wanted to kill all the Noxians with her own hands. "Sir, please take me with you. You just need to go to Noxus. I won't say anything related to you, and anything I do after that will never have anything to do with you. In exchange, I am willing to dedicate my body to you, please." Peggy choked as she spoke, and the look of pear blossoms with rain was unbearable. After a long time, Lu Chuan sighed softly. "Go take a shower." Chapter 215. Peggy's home. Lu Chuan sat in the outer room and waited, and heard the sound of water from time to time in the inner room. Soon, the sound of water stopped, and after a while, Peggy walked out wrapped in a thin cloth. Sir, I've finished washing." Peggy's face had a hint of blush. And there were still water stains on her hair that had not been wiped dry, dripping down the ends of her hair. Her already well-developed delicate body was also because there was only a thin piece of cloth covering it. It looked very sultry and tempting. Coupled with the shy look on her face, I am afraid that a man with a weak concentration would pounce directly on her. What are you doing? Put your clothes on quickly." Lu Chuan was frightened by Peggy's actions. "Didn't your excellency ask me to present my body after taking a bath and then promise to take me to Noxus?" Peggy saw that Lu Chuan was a little flustered, but she became confused. Lu Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth speechlessly. "I mean, you looked dirty just now, and you didn't sleep all night. How can you come with me on the road in this state? Take a shower and have a good sleep." Peggy's face suddenly turned red and she lowered her head. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack to get in. "I'm sorry, I thought too much of you, thinking that you must have my body." "Okay." Lu Chuan's head was full of black lines. "Do I look like a womanizer? Well, you should rest first. After you sleep, you will forget everything." "Yeah." Peggy responded weakly. Maybe she was really tired, or maybe she was extremely relieved about Lu Chuan. Peggy fell into bed and fell into a deep sleep within a few minutes. Time came to the afternoon in a blink of an eye. Peggy opened her eyes faintly and found Lu Chuan sitting cross-legged not far from her, as if she had entered a wonderful artistic conception. But she was not a warrior, so she couldn't. Unable to understand Lu Chuan's behavior, he could only get up gently, wash up, and put on his clothes again. After a while, Lu Chuan's soul state came out of the bead and found that Peggy had gotten up and was sitting by the coffee table, holding her chin in one hand and staring at him blankly. "Is there something on my face?" No." Peggy turned her head away with a slightly red face. "How do you feel now?" Lu Chuan asked again. "Much better." "Then let's get on the road. It's still quite early now. At this speed, it will only take about half a day to reach Noxus. And we can arrive in the evening." Lu Chuan glanced at the sky outside the house and said, "Is it okay to just leave this room here? Give it to the neighbor nearby." Peggy smiled casually, not knowing whether she was telling Lu Chuan or talking to herself. "Maybe I won't have the chance to come back." Lu Chuan pretended not to hear, coughed slightly, and then a pair of bloody wings appeared from his back. When she first saw the wings, Peggy was frightened and took 2 steps back. "It's okay, this is just a way to get on the way." Lu Chuan smiled lightly and extended his hand to Peggy. After hesitating for a while, Peggy put her hand into Lu Chuan's palm. Lu Chuan pulled her outside the house and looked around. Almost all the villagers now left the house to hunt in the forest in front, so there was no one around. Buzz! The wings behind Lu Chuan suddenly fluttered, whipping up a strong wind. At the same time, he jumped high on the ground with his feet, and was in mid-air in an instant. Peggy was not ready yet, so she was startled and closed her eyes tightly. After feeling the air flowing around her ears, she slowly opened her eyes, only to find that she was already in mid-air. And flying quickly. "Sir, what kind of warrior are you?" Peggy asked curiously. Lu Chuan was silent for a while before replying, "Golden level." "Yellow, gold level." Obviously. This level of warriors has a great impact on Peggy. Although she is not a warrior herself, because she lives in a world where warriors are everywhere, she has no idea about the hierarchy of warriors. There is also a certain level of awareness. Sir, although this request is very presumptuous, but can you teach me? I also want to learn some skills," Peggy said hesitantly. Speaking of which, Lu Chuan did not covet anything from her, and there was nothing in Peggy that Lu Chuan could covet now. The only thing left might be her body, but Lu Chuan did not ask for her body. In other words, Lu Chuan was only helping her unilaterally. Whether it was subduing the group of soldiers, killing the captain, or taking her away from the small village to Noxus, these were not what Lu Chuan had to do. Now Peggy wants to beg Lu Chuan to teach her something. This request is indeed a bit excessive, but Peggy also knows very well that with her current powerlessness, even if she wants revenge, it can't be done. After all, it is impossible for everyone in Noxus to be like those bound soldiers, stretching their necks waiting for her to cut them off. Therefore, if you want revenge, you must improve your abilities. As a Peggy who has not even stepped into the threshold of a warrior, it may be difficult to survive in the cruel world of Noxus. There was another long period of silence, and Peggy could only hear the whistling of the wind coming from time to time. Lu Chuan didn't speak, and she couldn't say anything more. After all, no matter what request she made now, it was excessive. Lu Chuan didn't owe her anything, and he had never asked her for anything. After a while, Lu Chuan finally said softly, "Do you want to learn your skills and then go to Noxus for revenge, and then have the mentality of killing as many as possible?" This time, it was Peggy's turn to be silent. Lu Chuan hit her mark, and she did think so. Her father and mother both died at the hands of the Noxians. In the past, she always felt that as long as she didn't provoke others, she could live her own life peacefully. It wasn't until what happened yesterday that she realized deeply that even if you don't provoke others, when your own strength is low, others will still come to provoke you. That's why she was eager to make herself grow stronger. There are so many people in Noxus, can you kill them all? But. And not everyone is the one who killed your father, right? The person who killed your father is already dead, right? But I still can't accept it. Peggy's voice became weaker. I can teach you my skills, and you can follow me in the future, but I hope you can think clearly about one thing. Lu Chuan's voice became serious. Now your life is given by me, so even your actions in the future must be approved by me. Chapter 216. In a tavern in Noxus City. Staff, please have a glass of Scarlet Mary. Lu Chuan snapped his fingers and summoned the waiter in the tavern. Peggy glanced at the drink table next to her and found that just a glass of wine that looked like blood cost as much as 50 silver coins. 50 silver coins were enough to cover her family's expenses for half a year. Do you want a drink? Lu Chuan seemed to notice Peggy looking at him secretly, so he turned around and said. Peggy shook her head hastily. Perhaps she hadn't adapted to her status yet, so she seemed a little restrained. She really didn't dare to let Lu Chuan buy her a drink with such an expensive thing. It's okay. I treat you as a disciple and a friend now, not as a slave, so if you have any ideas, please tell me. Lu Chuan couldn't help but see that she was as reserved as a rabbit that just came out of the hole. He chuckled lightly. Then I'll have a drink to try too, Peggy said a little embarrassed. Staff, please add another drink. Lu Chuan snapped his fingers again. It was now evening. Lu Chuan and Peggy had just arrived in Noxus. After renting a small hotel, they took Peggy to the tavern to drink. When the clerk placed 2 glasses of Scarlet Mary in front of Lu Chuan, Peggy timidly took out a straw and took a careful sip. How do you feel? Lu Chuan smiled. The taste is a bit strange. I have never tasted anything like this. It has a sticky feeling, but it is also very refreshing and has a little bit of sweetness. Peggy frowned slightly. That's actually made of human blood. Lu Chuan also picked up the cup and took a sip. Ah! Peggy exclaimed. I lied to you. Lu Chuan said casually again. Sir. Peggy wanted to throw the cup in her hand at Lu Chuan. In the past, Lu Chuan gave her a relatively stable feeling, until just now. In fact, Lu Chuan just wanted to liven up the atmosphere between them. Now they are 2 people in a team. If Peggy always shows a respectful and complimentary attitude, it will make Lu Chuan uncomfortable. After waiting for a while, Peggy drank almost all the liquid in the cup in her hand. Lu Chuan asked, Do you want another cup? No, but sir, is it really okay for us to sit here and drink like this after we come to Noxus? Peggy asked the question in her mind. Otherwise? Lu Chuan asked. Don't you have a purpose for coming to Noxus? Peggy was even more confused. Although she temporarily suppressed the desire for revenge in her heart, because of what Lu Chuan said. Her life now belongs to Lu Chuan. Yes, everything she does must be approved by Lu Chuan. But for Lu Chuan himself, he didn't come to Noxus just for fun. Peggy also knew this, so she was very confused when she saw that the first thing Lu Chuan brought her to was to drink in the tavern. It has a purpose, but everything must be done in a relaxed manner. Lu Chuan drank all the wine in the cup. Peggy stared at Lu Chuan confused, still not quite understanding what he meant. Do you think we can accomplish something so smoothly if we rush to Noxus? Peggy looked at Lu Chuan in confusion and did not answer. What I mean is, if you don't get any news, will the thing you want to deal with automatically pop up and wait for you to deal with it? Oh, I understand. Peggy nodded and asked, then does this have anything to do with drinking in a pub? Of course. Lu Chuan curled his lips casually, and then lowered his voice. Have you noticed that there are many people hanging around in this tavern? Peggy turned her head and looked around a few times, and found that there were all kinds of people there, including men with weird hairstyles and poorly dressed clothes. There were also extremely glamorous women with heavy makeup, and there were also some guys who looked sneaky. They were exchanging words in a low voice, and at the same time they received the gold coins and handed out a bag of unknown powder. It looks quite unsafe here. Let's leave quickly. Peggy withdrew her gaze and subconsciously hugged her arms. The closer a place is to this kind of place, the more information it can get. For example, if you look at, Lu Chuan didn't say anything, but used practical actions to demonstrate something to Peggy. Hey, come here. From far away, Lu Chuan raised his fingers at a guy holding a glass of cheap bad wine, but his eyes kept wandering around. What's the matter? What's the matter, buddy? Seeing that Lu Chuan's attitude was not good, the man spoke very harshly and looked at Peggy behind him. Her face was average and not too stunning, but her hot figure made him look at her a few times. If such a woman could get into bed, I don't know how comfortable it would be. Just those two straight but slender legs can be played for a year. Soon, what was replaced from his eyes was a golden gold coin. The man immediately withdrew his gaze, but his tone still did not slow down. What do you mean? What do you want to do with a few broke money? This place is no different from a small village, and a gold coin is really not that much money for a guy like this who is just hanging out on the road. You are in the business of inquiring about information, right? Lu Chuan stretched out his hand and tapped the table gently. What? Are you trying to steal your job? Lu Chuan dropped a bag of gold coins on the table and said, count it yourself. The man glanced at Lu Chuan suspiciously, took the gold coin bag, opened it and glanced inside. A smile of flattery and compliment appeared on his face. Master, you are the master. If you want to inquire about any information, I promise to get it to you within 1 day. Delivered. Lu Chuan hooked his fingers, and he immediately put his ears up like a pug. After whispering a few words in his ear, the man immediately patted his chest and said, no problem, leave it all to me. You will be waiting for me here at this time tomorrow, and I promise to give you the most accurate information. Offer it up. Well, go ahead. After Lu Chuan waved his hand, the guy disappeared into the tavern like a gust of wind. From beginning to end, Peggy was frowning all the time. I feel like that guy is so disgusting. He looked great when he came here, but he immediately became arrogant after seeing the money. It's disgusting. Don't worry about these details. People who work outside always need to have a mask. Maybe you are disdainful of him, but at least he has a much better material life than you. You can't deny it. After all, this is other people's ability. You can tell other people's stories, and you can tell ghosts and ghosts. Well, that's what I said. Peggy couldn't find the words to refute. Forget it, let's not talk about it. What did you ask him to find out for you just now? Chapter 217. What news did you ask him to inquire about? Peggy asked full of curiosity. Although she was prepared for Lu Chuan to refuse to answer, after all, Lu Chuan never said his purpose from the beginning, and presumably it was news that he didn't want others to know. However, Peggy himself made some rough calculations, but felt that his ideas were a bit ridiculous. For example, Lord Lu Chuan came from Dalmatia, but Noxus is sending troops to fight Dalmatia, then his intention should be quite clear, and it must be related to this war. However, in a war, one person's role is obviously negligible, which is what Peggy is confused about. You want to know? Lu Chuan suddenly changed into a mysterious tone, which made Peggy even more curious. If you don't want to tell me, forget it. Why bother teasing me like this? People want to know but can't know. Peggy puffed up her cheeks and looked away with some displeasure. Actually, it's okay to tell you. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to accept it. I just asked him to help me find out if there are any romantic places in Noxus. The bigger the better. A romantic place? What is that place? Peggy looked at Lu Chuan suspiciously. You don't know about Fomua Place? Lu Chuan was stunned, but then he remembered that this girl seemed to have grown up in a small village. She had never been to a big town, let alone the names of these places. To put it simply, a place of lovemaking is a place where men and women do that kind of thing. Ah, sir, you. Peggy's face suddenly turned red and she glared at Lu Chuan. you actually said such obscene words, it's too obscene. Lu Chuan thought to himself that this girl is really pure. She blushed and called her obscene just because of a pronoun. If it were Ari, she would still be giggling and saying in his ear, "Little girl, I am interested in selling my body for free, sir." But when he thought of Ali, Lu Chuan sighed silently in his heart. I don't know where Nizi and Jana are now, what they are doing, and whether they are thinking about themselves. I'm afraid it's impossible to think about it. I did something that was very shocking to them. It's normal for them to leave, they are probably still angry and itching in their hearts now. But, sir, why are you going to those romantic places? Peggy found that this adult always behaved strangely. She first came to the bar to drink and said she wanted to inquire about something. As a result, what I was asking about was the location of Fenghua Place. Is it possible that this gentleman is a lecher? But if he was lustful, Peggy would be shocked by the fact that she was by his side but was indifferent. A man's behavior of "I would rather go to a place of love and sex than come to fuck you" is undoubtedly a very serious blow to women. Perhaps sensing Peggy's depression, Lu Chuan comforted her somewhat speechlessly. Don't think too much, I didn't go to Fenghua Place to do some dirty things, but to get closer step by step as I just said. Ah. Forget it, it doesn't hurt to tell you my purpose. Maybe you have guessed it in your mind, Noxus plans to declare war on Demacia, and I went to persuade Noxus to give up this idea. Peggy opened her mouth, looking speechless. Although it was similar to what she had guessed, to single-handedly lobby a country to cancel the war, this was really a fantasy. Do you feel unreliable? Lu Chuan smiled. Peggy was embarrassed to say it, but she did feel that this plan was a bit unreliable. Everything depends on human effort. How can you know the result if you don't work hard? War will lead to the sacrifice of many people. Whether it is the army of Demacia or the army of Noxus, those soldiers also have parents, families, and their most important people. No one wants to die, so being able to prevent a war from happening is the best thing. But it looks like this, wouldn't it be a bit too? Peggy had a very vague idea. She couldn't describe the feeling. Maybe she hadn't reached that level and couldn't understand it, but it just felt like something was wrong. Place exists. Does it look like the behavior of the Creator who loves all things in the world? Well, I just feel like this. Peggy pursed her lips. I feel a bit silly. Actually, I also feel very stupid. If it were me in the past, I would definitely have the idea of, whether you want to fight or not, whether you love someone to death or not. It doesn't matter to me. But, Lu Chuan said from he took out a gold coin from his pocket, pressed it on the table of the bar, stood up, and stretched his hands. Now I am a candidate for God, so I have to do something as silly and scummy as saving the world and maintaining peace. Lu Chuan said in a joking tone. But Peggy was stunned on the spot, staring at Lu Chuan blankly. It was as if he saw a ray of light shrouding his body. He obviously didn't do anything, but he felt something unusual. What is it? Peggy thought to herself. Late at night. In a small hotel room. Peggy, are you trying too hard? Lu Chuan, no, I've done this before. Maybe it's your first time and you're not used to it. You'll be fine after you get used to it, and you may even feel a little comfortable. Peggy, but it feels a little painful, can you take a rest? Lu Chuan, don't be ridiculous. You begged me to do this at that time. Now we're only halfway through and you're backing down before I can show you any more powerful moves. Peggy, but my place is really about to break down. Lu Chuan, if you keep at it, you'll be fine soon. Peggy, have you ever felt that, the way we talk is easily misunderstood? Lu Chuan, it seems a bit. Peggy, then let's talk in a way that won't be misunderstood. Okay. Lu Chuan nodded and stood up. At the same time, he looked at Peggy sitting cross-legged on the bed. Wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, keep this posture and don't move. Close your eyes and feel the flow of breath in your body. Do you want to step into the realm of a warrior? The most basic thing is that you have to feel the flow of breath in your body. But my legs are so numb, Peggy pursed her lips and was sweating profusely. She had been in this cross-legged position for almost 2 hours just now. It's like this when you first try to step into the warrior realm. How can you do it without putting in some effort? After you can feel the flow of breath a little, I will tell you some more effective shortcut moves. Oh, okay. Peggy nodded slightly. Late at night, the moonlight outside the window is hazy. Chapter 218. The entrance of a high-end building that is decorated very uniquely and meticulously without losing its majesty. Sir, do you really want to go in? Looking at the two women with heavy makeup standing at the door, Peggy frowned. Lu Chuan shook the paper in his hand, looked at the door again, nodded and said, well, judging from the information given by the land snake yesterday, this is the biggest place for romance in Noxus. Why can a country like Noxus put such unspeakable things on the table with such high-sounding dignity? Peggy sniffed incomprehensibly. This country doesn't even oppose violence, it even advocates violence. What do you think are the derivatives of violence? Crazy and... Shaonizi saw this quite clearly. Then it's over. Do you think it's unrealistic for a country that advocates all people to speak with their fists to be restrained and hidden in erotic matters? Lu Chuan explained. Okay, I find that adults always have a lot of fallacies, but I can't refute them. Peggy waved her hands helplessly. After spending a few days with Lu Chuan, she was completely gone. The earliest respect. In other words, he hid his respectful attitude in his heart, became more relaxed in his language, and could even complain about Lu Chuan from time to time. However, this situation is what Lu Chuan hopes to see the most. He doesn't quite understand how it would be for those big shots to be followed by a timid and flattering person. Come on, let's go in. But I agreed in advance that I won't do dirty things. Peggy warned again worriedly. Okay, I got it. Lu Chuan sighed. Why does every girl always want to be a mother? When you first entered the store, you could feel the strong atmosphere inside. This place is more chaotic than the tavern, with all kinds of people gathered. Soon, a sweet-looking woman in scantily clad clothes came up to her. The two bulges on her chest almost broke free and bounced out. Peggy looked aside, feeling ashamed and embarrassed, and could only turn her attention to other people. Place to go. Although compared to her figure, Peggy is not inferior to the reception girl, but Peggy is not that open-minded in her heart. She has never dared to think about wearing such revealing clothes and wandering around in a place with so many people. Things. Sir, please come inside, is it the inner room or the outer room? The reception girl smiled very ambiguously, and her eyes full of water seemed to indicate to Lu Chuan that as long as she was willing to spend some money, she could sleep with him. However, after seeing Peggy following Lu Chuan, her smile softened slightly, and there was a hint of doubt in her eyes. Is this man sick, bringing his chick to visit the brothel? What is the inner space? What is the outer space? Lu Chuan said he didn't understand the jargon here. Hey, is this your first time here? The reception girl glanced at Peggy again. Lu Chuan seemed to know what she was thinking, and explained in a low voice. Don't get me wrong, she doesn't have that kind of relationship with me. She is gay, you know. Oh. I understand. The greeting girl's smile became wild again. And there was an ambiguous look in her eyes when she looked at Peggy. She looked like as long as you give money, both men and women will do it, which made her very admirable. Ji had goosebumps all over his body. Sir, did you just say something unkind to me? Peggy asked quietly, standing next to Lu Chuan. No, she praised you for being beautiful, and I said yes. Lu Chuan replied casually. After all, if you want to really learn some news, you must first exclude Peggy's identity, otherwise it will be difficult to enter the core place. Oh. Zhuozhi knew that Lu Chuan was telling lies. Now Peggy couldn't refute anything, so she could only respond obediently. Well, this apprentice is quite good. Lu Chuan looked at the welcoming woman again. Yes, this is my first time here. Can you introduce the program here? The reception girl smiled even more wildly. Sir, you are still asking questions knowingly. Since you have come to a place like this, why should I tell you what kind of programs there are? The outer room is on this floor. Sir, you can listen to music and watch the girls here. Dance, if you like anyone, you can discuss the price with the girls in private. What about the inner room? Lu Chuan nodded slightly. He understood the outer room somewhat. It's basically a public occasion. Even in Noxus, the surface of this kind of erotic occasion is still a little restrained. It's just a drink. Listen to a little song, and watch the dancers dance. I fell in love with it. Which also requires private contact for transactions. As for the inner room, there will be dedicated girls to serve you. The styles are comprehensive and there are many types. However, the price in the inner room is relatively higher. Of course, you don't have to worry about the quality of the girls. They all have to be presentable. You must have a good figure and good skills. It will definitely be an unforgettable experience for your husband. The receptionist said with a smile. Peggy on the side was blushing when she heard this. She knew what kind of technology the receptionist was referring to. The matter of men and women was brought out in such an explicit way, which made her unable to accept it for a while. She could only blush. He blushed and followed Lu Chuan with his head lowered without saying a word. I heard that you have a large-scale performance event in your house. Lu Chuan asked again. Oh, sir, you even know this. That's right, that's what I came for. As he spoke, Lu Chuan took out a small bag of gold coins from his pocket and threw it to the reception girl. Lead the way. Okay, sir, you are really rich. From the moment you walked in. I think you are an extraordinary person. If you are a gentleman, I can introduce our signature girl to you. That girl there is really wonderful. Say it. The reception girl weighed the bag in her hands, and when she felt that there were more than 10 gold coins, she smiled happily. The master who can throw out more than a dozen gold coins must be a big boss. Even if he calls out the signature girl to serve him, it is worth it. The reception girl walked in front, twisting her waist like a water snake, and greeted many regular customers along the way. But Peggy was muttering quietly next to Lu Chuan. Sir, you said it yourself just now, you can't mess around, you can't do dirty things, the signature girl and so on, very tight and so on, it's so vulgar just thinking about it, sir, you must not be like this, the person is right? The childlike tone made Lu Chuan dumbfounded. So you have been nervous about something since just now. Hey, why are you so nervous? I'm just reminding you not to be blinded by women. How is it possible? We spent the night in the room and I didn't touch you. Am I the kind of lecherous person? Lu Chuan explained casually, but in Peggy's ears, it sounded pleasant. It's like saying, I have resisted touching such a beautiful woman, but would I touch other dirty and bad women? Of course, if Lu Chuan knew about this idea, he wouldn't know how to smile bitterly. Chapter 219. The so-called inner room is actually the space above the second floor. This romantic place has 3 floors. The first floor is what is called the outer room in the jargon, which is used for drinking, listening to music and dancing. The second floor is the inner room, where you can carefully select women with outstanding looks and figures. Some more private matters were discussed in the room. On the third floor, the receptionist deliberately did not introduce him. Even though Lu Chuan mentioned it intentionally or unintentionally, she vaguely introduced him to another topic. Therefore, the situation on the third floor made Lu Chuan very curious and concerned. Maybe there's something he wants on the third floor. Sir, please wait in this room for a moment. I'm going to call someone over. By the way, the receptionist hesitated for a moment and looked at Peggy. Oh, she can do it. She won't refuse anyone who comes. Lu Chuan replied smoothly. Is that so? That's okay. I'll go give the orders. After the reception girl left, Lu Chuan then looked at the room. The installation is very elegant, and there is a strong antique and simple atmosphere. I guess the furnishings in this room are not cheap. So, what are we going to do here? We've already reached this point, do we really want to? While speaking, Peggy secretly glanced at Lu Chuan's expression and then looked back. And then aim again. Could it be that he had been indifferent to him a few days ago and just wanted to choose a more comfortable environment and then ask a woman to play with him? If that's the case, it's really too perverted. Ignoring Peggy's seemingly offline mental activities, Lu Chuan sat cross-legged on the bed beside him, and then slowly closed his eyes. The spiritual power seeped out slowly, spreading upward quietly. Lu Chuan wanted to use his mental power to sense the situation upstairs. But soon, Lu Chuan found that when his mental power wanted to penetrate the floor and spread upward, he was pushed back by an invisible barrier. It seems that this place has long been aware that this kind of situation will happen, and specially invited powerful magic warriors to take charge, releasing a barrier so that peripheral spiritual perceptions cannot penetrate it. And according to Lu Chuan's estimation, the barrier just now requires at least a gold-level magic warrior or above, and a magic warrior who majors in barrier formation, to be able to release it. Although Lu Chuan has relatively strong means to break through the barrier, it will definitely alarm the demon warriors who release the barrier. What's the difference between that and forcefully breaking through? Therefore, Lu Chuan planned to stay put for the time being and wait until he found a better opportunity. In a seemingly empty house, there was nothing else but a bed, a table and a small chair. No, perhaps to be precise. There is also a guqin lying horizontally in the hut. In front of the guqin sits a woman. In terms of appearance, she seems to be a god descending from heaven. She is so beautiful that she is the most beautiful woman in the world. The difference is that words can describe the beauty of women in this world, no matter how gorgeous they are. But this woman's face seemed to be a work of art, a perfect handicraft that was carefully crafted by the gods for a lifetime, and could not be described with any gorgeous words. However, it was such an indescribably beautiful woman with an unexplainable expression of sadness on her face. She seemed to be very calm, but her slightly furrowed brows inadvertently revealed a little sadness. She stretched out her jade-white fingers and gently brushed the strings. There is no thought of playing, maybe I just want to caress the piano. His fingers lightly crossed it, as if it were the most precious treasure, for fear of any damage. Suddenly, the strings vibrated and made a crisp and sweet sound. Immediately afterwards, the door was pushed open without warning. A woman with heavy makeup walked in from outside the house, and said with a high-pitched smile, "Sona, a big customer came today, and he was very generous. The store has supported you for so long, and I don't want you to just play the piano all day long. You can push away those noble gentlemen before, but this time, you can't just let go of the sponsor." The woman's face remained expressionless, her fingers just gently sliding on the strings, as if the person coming was air, not worthy of her attention at all. "Sona, don't be angry. You have to understand your current position. You are a slave bought by our store. If our store had not kindly taken you in, you would have become a dead body on the street by now. People often say that kindness must be repaid with kindness." Seeing that Sona was unmoved, the woman's voice became slightly colder, but she still spoke to her patiently. Sona moved slightly, took out a small notebook from the pillow, lightly wrote something on it, and then put the notebook upright. "So I play the piano every day." I said it's not about playing the piano. How much money can you make by holding a broken piano all day long? Sanjin. I'm not really asking how much money you make. Let me put it bluntly. As long as you are willing to take off your clothes in front of the guests, then lie on their beds and let them do whatever they want, you can have as much money as you want. Look at those sisters. Every one of them now has hundreds of thousands of gold in their pockets, and they are all fat and oily, all because they are willing to sell and please customers. These men today are very low level. As long as you open your legs, the money will come flowing like water. Sona seemed to be thinking, and after a while she wrote another line in the notebook. But I don't want that much money. But we want it. If you make money for us, you can also make money yourself, isn't it good? If you want it, then just do it yourself. It seemed that the woman couldn't bear it anymore. After a moment of silence, she finally broke out. The sweet and soft voice she pretended to be in front of others was gone. At this time, she was roaring like a crazy female bear. "Sona, that's enough. Do you really think that we provide you with food and drinks just so that you can make money by talking about a few bad songs outside? I bought you at that time and expected you to make money for us. Yes, you are very good looking. But if you don't sell it, what's the use of your face? You know how to play a few broken guqin every day. Broken chin." As she said that, the woman stretched out her hand and played the guqin placed on the table hard. Fell to the ground. Sona stretched out her hand to stop it, but she could only hear the sound of the guqin hitting the ground. Her face seemed to be in pain, her hands were holding the skirt of her clothes, her body was trembling slightly, and her face turned pale. Ignoring her expression, the woman stepped forward and grabbed her hair, and slapped Sona on the face. Soon, a bright red fingerprint appeared on the delicate and fair cheek. The woman pushed her hard again and pushed her to the ground, leaving a harsh word. "I'll give you 10 minutes to tidy up. If you don't show up in the guest's room after 10 minutes, I will ask the store clerk to strip you naked and tie you directly to the pillar outside. I have tolerated you for so long. I really thought, what kind of noble thing am I? How am I different from the other sisters? A bitch is a bitch, no matter how noble you are, there is still a pussy between your legs, wasn't it created specifically for men to play with?" Bang! Along with a heavy slam of the door, the empty room fell into dead silence again. Sona half shrunk her body and gently picked up the guqin, as if to soothe its pain, and gently stroked the strings. Biting her lip, she managed to keep the tears rolling in her eyes from falling. From beginning to end, she didn't make any sound. Even a faint lament. Even if it's a vicious curse. Even the choked cries. She has never had the power to possess these since she was born. The computer speaker is broken, I'm a little sad. Chapter 220. You two stay in the room and don't go out for now, do you understand? After explaining the current situation to Sona and Peggy, Lu Chuan stood up and warned. Where are you going? Peggy glanced at Lu Chuan, and then glanced at Sona with lingering fear. It was as if she was afraid that Sona would be violent to her again once Lu Chuan left. I'm going to do what I should do. Lu Chuan pointed upstairs. Peggy nodded in understanding. Even she didn't quite understand why the upstairs had something to do with what Lu Chuan was going to do. Can a place of romance be related to the war between the two great kingdoms of Demacia and Noxus? When I finish taking care of things here, I will take you two away. Can I leave too? Of course, I promised. Would you also buy me and send me to another place, similar to this place? Girl, you have such a big idea. Lu Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth, waved his hand and said, I'm going to leave first. You guys stay quietly in the room, and take a nap when you are tired. Before I come back, don't leave the room, you know. The purpose of Lu Chuan's visit this time is to investigate and obtain some information about the core of Noxus. Looking for girls to have fun is just a pretense. Now that Sona has entered his room, the people in this place will relax their vigilance. Think of him as a pervert who actually wants to have fun. After all, this place is not just as simple as it seems. If Lu Chuan spent a lot of money to just buy such a piece of information, even he would not be satisfied. On a deeper level, this place is also a place where different factions exchange information. And this information transfer station is on the 3rd floor. According to the information obtained by Lu Chuan, although the country of Noxus is a very powerful and domineering country outside. At the same time, because it is an alliance with the black science country Zon, it is also very prosperous from a technological point of view. It is not comparable to a country of Demacia's level. But Noxus secretly has different factions that are unknown to everyone. The largest faction now, which is the faction that leads the entire Noxus, is commonly known as the Force faction in the outside world. It is their creed to solve problems with fists, and fists will always be above and beyond everything. In addition to the martial faction, there are several other factions that exist within the martial faction system. The two most well-known factions are the aggressive faction and the peaceful faction. The aggressive faction, as the name suggests, takes aggression as its creed, and its purpose is to rule the entire continent of Valoran. Although they are the same as the militant faction, they are both relatively radical high-level leaders. The militant faction only advocates speaking with fists. The aggressors want to extend their fists to other countries' lands. In the war launched by Noxus against Ionia a few years ago, there were shadows of the aggressive faction, and this attack on Demacia may have been inspired by the aggressive faction. Although the two factions are similar, there are still many internal problems. As for the last faction, the peace faction, they advocate the concept of peaceful development. Although Noxus is a bloodthirsty and fanatical country, people are different, and there are always those who don't like to spend every day in fear. People. So this is also the origin of this faction, but it occupies the smallest faction among the three factions. The remaining small factions that are not worth mentioning are derivatives of these three major factions, and the concepts they basically believe in can also be found in the three major factions. This was one of the pieces of information that Lu Chuan found out from the land snake. Lu Chuan also deeply understood that if he wanted to stop a war, it would not be enough for him alone. No matter how powerful he was, he still had to avoid the sharp edges when encountering hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Besides, behind these 100,000 soldiers, there are powerful generals whose strength is unknown. This is Lu Chuan's biggest headache. So Lu Chuan planned to take a detour from the side and take advantage of the discordant factional disputes within Noxus to prevent the war from starting. If he could get the support of the peace faction, then Lu Chuan would not have to fight alone. How to get the support of the peace faction? You must first start with people who are close to the peace faction. Lu Chuan took out the information and glanced at the pictures under the information. Wesley Morrison, one of the leaders of the peace faction. The picture shows a pot-bellied man with a somewhat cunning look on his appearance. It is difficult to imagine that such a person would be the leader of the peace faction. This middle-aged man named Morrison is also Lu Chuan's target. According to the information, he will come to this place about once a week. And every time he comes to hand over information about other factions, and today happens to be the day he wants to the days that come. After shaking the information and putting it back in his pocket, Lu Chuan walked out of the room, first making sure that no one was secretly watching around him. After all, he can't make mistakes now. This is a big issue related to whether the two countries will go to war. After confirming that there were no hidden sentries, he found an opportunity and ducked directly to the 3rd floor. The difference between the 3rd floor and the outer and inner rooms is that there is a gold-rimmed door blocking the way at the entrance. It seems that a key is required to open it, otherwise it will be impossible to get through. Of course, you can smash it open, but it will disturb the people inside. However, Lu Chuan soon discovered a small tea room nearby. After ducking in, he found a guy wearing a light-colored robe inside. The waiters serving tea and water in this place are all dressed in this way. You. Just as the man was about to say something, Lu Chuan rushed up and covered his mouth. At the same time, he cut the back of his neck with a palm, knocking him unconscious. Then he dragged him into the small compartment inside, took off his clothes, and put them on himself. At the same time, Lu Chuan fumbled around his waist and found a large bunch of keys. At this time, there were footsteps outside the house and walked in. It was a guy wearing a robe. Where are you guys? Are you lazy again? There are things in room 4 that need to be delivered. Hurry. Be careful to deduct your monthly salary. Salary. Lu Chuan put the hat on the back of his robe on his head, lowered the brim and walked out. Why are you wearing a hat? I have a bit of a cold. Lu Chuan said angrily. Why are you wearing a hat when you have a cold? Forget it, send these over quickly. Remember, room 4, you always like to make mistakes. The guy in the robe handed Lu Chuan a tray. It's just that what's on the tray isn't wine or food. Instead, it was a rubber whip and a few wrist-thick candles. Chapter 221. Bang. Throwing the female body with only the upper body remaining into the darkness of the tea room. The man clapped his hands and took out a small iron box from his pocket. After opening the box, you could see the odor inside. A light and fragrant tobacco. He took out a piece of rough paper from the drawer next to him, shook the tobacco and rolled it into it, lit it with a match, and then handed the tobacco box to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan didn't speak, just shook his head and sat down beside him. The guy still seemed to regard Lu Chuan as his working partner and started to complain. Hey, when do you think this day will end? I work in such a dark place every day, and deal with corpses every day. Although the pay is much higher than other places. I always feel that life is very difficult, especially I see those women who are tortured to death every day, sigh. His complaints floated into the air together with the green smoke from the cigarette. Compared with his complaints, Lu Chuan has always been taciturn. The more he talks, the greater the possibility of being noticed, so it is best to keep his speech as concise as possible. What's wrong with you today? You usually talk so much. I have a cold, cough. Lu Chuan pretended to cough twice, and the buddy stopped pursuing him and started talking to himself again. You should know about the girl I dragged in just now, right? I told you some time ago that she is a very petite and cute girl. She used to be the girl in the inner room. Later, because of some problems at home, she had no choice but to come to the third room. Lu. It's easy to make money here, but, once the money is made, people die. The man took a puff of the cigarette thoughtfully, and then shook the ashes that had been burned to ashes. Lu Chuan remained silent. In fact, he could have stopped what happened just now. But he held back. Because the other party is just a person who is not familiar with him, and his current identity cannot be exposed. If there is any commotion here, I am afraid that his identity as a stowaway will be announced soon. He didn't know what kind of strange masters Noxus was hiding, but when he could stand still, it was best to keep a low profile. At this moment, footsteps came from the stairs. The buddy was refreshed and patted Lu Chuan on the shoulder. Business is here, receive the guests well, and remember to take out the woman in room 12 I told you about later, throw her into a dark room, and call it a day. Take it to be cremated. After giving Lu Chuan instructions, he hurriedly stood up and stood at the door waiting with a respectful attitude. Lu Chuan leaned against the wall and squinted outside from the corner of his eyes, his pupils shrinking slightly. Morrison. The guy Lu Chuan was looking for finally arrived belatedly, and he was just a person. Sir, what room number have you reserved? No. 2. Morrison spoke slowly, his voice sounding very serious. It's just that the oily face makes his face look a little funny, especially when he has a straight face. Okay sir, please follow me. The man nodded and bowed in front, opened the golden door with the key, and led Morrison in. But Lu Chuan's eyebrows twitched slightly at this time. A murderous aura. An invisible and biting murderous aura was revealed inadvertently, but it was quickly restrained. But he was still captured by Lu Chuan. Whose is this killing energy? Obviously not Morrison. Lu Chuan directly excluded him, and the buddy who had been staying in the tea room with him just now was only at the brass level, and it was impossible to release that level of murderous intent. And it is absolutely impossible for a guy who was deeply emotional about the life and death of others just a moment ago to become a murderous killer. But apart from these two people, no third party broke into his sight. However, Lu Chuan's consciousness told him that Morrison was in danger, and someone was obviously following him behind his back. Lu Chuan's goal is to get close to Morrison, and at the same time use the power of the peace faction in his hands to persuade Noxus to give up the idea of taking action on Demacia. So once something goes wrong with Morrison, it will become very difficult for him. Pulling the brim of his hat down to cover his eyes, Lu Chuan followed closely and slipped in before the golden door closed. Let me do the next thing. Lu Chuan walked quickly to the buddy, whispered to him in a low voice, and then gently pushed him aside without letting him agree or not. The guy stared at Lu Chuan in surprise, as if he was still wondering why he had become so dominant today. But it was not easy to show this in front of guests, so the guy nodded slightly, and then handed over the key in his hand. Passed it to Lu Chuan. Sir, please come this way. Lu Chuan lowered his voice and walked in front to lead the way for Morrison. Morrison seemed a little distracted, so he didn't notice that the waiter who was leading the way had changed midway. When the two of them arrived at the door of room 2, Lu Chuan stood still, took out the key, opened the door, and made an inviting gesture to Mo Linsen. Morrison walked in, and Lu Chuan followed suit. Then gently closed the door. Click. With the sound of the door closing, Morrison suddenly remembered something. He turned his head and stared at Lu Chuan with a somewhat panicked look on his face. You, what did you come in for? This is you. Is there a place I can come in? Lu Chuan slowly took off the hat of his robe, revealing a strange face that Morrison had never seen before. The two of them had never met before. Morrison took a step back subconsciously. You, what do you want to do? Sir, I don't mean any harm, I just want to talk to you. Lu Chuan made a gesture, trying to calm Morrison down first. In fact, he didn't want to use this method of forced entry. If possible, Lu Chuan planned to approach Morrison in a smoother way, but the current situation was a little special. Let's talk. What to talk about? Morrison's vigilance became highly concentrated, and at the same time, his hand slowly reached into his pocket. In that pocket, there might be something that can save his life. Calm down first, sir. Actually, I don't want to approach you in this way, but the current situation is a bit. Lu Chuan flipped his wrist and held a blood-drinking sword in his hand. Just when Morrison was about to take out the contents of his pocket, Lu Chuan suddenly turned around and slashed at the door with his sword. The door was not smashed by the sword, but there was a sound of swords clashing. Ugh. Then, a figure slowly emerged. Oh. You have a very keen sense of smell, but it's just adding another corpse to the gutter. Chapter 22. Morrison, who was already nervous, almost had a nervous breakdown after seeing another person in the room. What is happening? Do you already have so many enemies? Compared with Morrison's distraught state, Lu Chuan looked at the slowly emerging figure. Wearing a set of silver armor and a light blue cloak, the tail of the cloak is divided into many channels like a peacock spreading its tail. And a sharp blade hangs upside down from the tip of each tail. And on the lowered brim of the hat, there is a dark blue gemstone inlaid. What emerged from the shadows under the brim of the hat were a pair of cold and extremely cruel eyes, the pupils reflecting an unusually cold light. Look at everything as if you were looking at a dead body. Shadow of the blade, Talon. Lu Chuan recognized this person at a glance. When he didn't give him too much nonsense, Tai Long took the lead and appeared behind Lu Chuan in an instant, stabbing Lu Chuan in the neck with the cold blade in his hand. Crack. A sound like glass breaking sounded in the room, and an invisible barrier in front of Lu Chuan was broken. The barrier of arrogance was broken by Tai Long with just one blow. Response very quickly. Tai Long swiped and appeared in front of Lu Chuan again. His movements were strange and flexible, like a poisonous snake, always able to make the next move based on the reactions of others. If it was just a matter of speed, Lu Chuan would never be able to match him. As an assassin, speed is something they are proud of. I'm not in the mood to fight with you. If you are willing to hand over the person behind you, I can let you live a little longer. Tai Long's sharp blade pointed at Morrison behind Lu Chuan. His goal was obvious. Morrison is here. He just didn't expect that someone would suddenly jump out to stop him at this time. If I will hand him over, why bother to stop you? Lu Chuan gently brushed the hilt of the blood-drinking sword with one hand. A streak of blood seeped out from his fingertips and stained the blood-drinking sword. The blood-devouring blood-drinking sword burst out with a burst of red light at this moment, and the sword trembled violently. I just thought you would waste my time, but I hope you understand that I'm not afraid of you. A sharp light flashed in Tai Long's eyes, and then he reached for his waist. Whoa! He revealed several daggers at the same time, and then suddenly threw them towards Lu Chuan. As the dagger flew, it split into two, and then split into four. Soon, the entire room was filled with only the shadow of the dagger, which was spinning rapidly. Any object in the room that was hit by the rotating dagger would be cut into powder, even on the walls. Deep marks were made on them all, and the dust on the walls kept falling. The whole room became unrecognizable in just an instant. Morrison had never seen such a scene before. His legs were so frightened that he could hardly stand up. "Stand behind me." Lu Chuan stepped back step by step, without stopping in his hands, and kept rebounding the oncoming daggers. At the same time, his left hand quickly formed seals. And the four attributes of fire, thunder, earth, and water danced on his fingertips. Then he suddenly clenched his fist, and the four elements merged together. As he spread his palms, he opened a shield and blocked Morrison. Just after that, a dagger came towards him. Fiercely it hit the shield. After the shield shook for a moment, the dagger turned into a phantom and disappeared. Thank you, Morrison squeezed out a thank you from his throat with some difficulty. He deeply understood that if Lu Chuan hadn't resisted in front of him, he would have become a corpse by now. It's too early to say thank you. I want to repay you. The interest will be recovered together with the interest. Lu Chuan curled his lips and slashed horizontally with the blood-drinking sword in his hand that was trembling and almost uncontrollable. Fire intention. Buzz. A flame swept out and turned into a fire dragon hovering in the air, blocking all the incoming daggers. Come together. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Tai Long slapped his palms together heavily. At this moment, the phantom daggers all merged into a half-meter-long dagger, and its blade was as sharp as it can cut through the air. The large dagger shot out from the air and instantly cut the fire dragon in half. Water spirit. The moment the flame dissipated, a drop of water slowly dripped on the dagger. It was obviously just a drop of water, but it seemed to contain the power of Mount Tai, causing the dagger to fall directly. Then the water droplet spread outwards continuously, turning into a large ball of water in an instant, surrounding the dagger. The dagger was immersed in water and lost its original power. Tai Long's pupils shrank, and he raised his palm to apply another force, but Lu Chuan took advantage of the victory and pursued it. A force that contained the sky quietly spread in the room, and the blood in Tai Long's body seemed to have condensed. At this time, Tai Long found that a thick layer of soil had condensed under his feet, firmly fixing his legs. Fire bombardment. Lu Chuan raised his palm, and a pillar of fire shot out, hitting Tai Long hard. At the same time, the earth elements under his feet were sent away by him. Tai Long was pressed by the pillar of fire and flew backwards. Go out. Richie is a small-time waiter at Noxus' largest philandering establishment. She is a waiter on the dark third floor who serves tea, water and some perverted props to perverted guests. Although the job is not heavy, the pay is very high. This can also be regarded as another kind of hush money. After all, nothing here can be exposed, so his family is also used as a threat. As long as he does not tell it, then he and his family can stay safe and get paid well at the same time. But if a little bit of news leaks out, the consequences are foreseeable. Although the work is easy and simple, the torture and suffering in his heart are not small. When he first took up this job, it was because his mother was seriously ill at home. When he was in urgent need of money, he vaguely heard this from a friend. It was a good thing, so he chose to work here without hesitation. I still remember the first time he took care of the corpses of women who had been toyed with or even killed by customers. He vomited all night long, and by the next day all he vomited was stomach water. But once he stepped in, after seeing so many shady things, it was impossible for him to escape, so he could only work harder here. For Rich, today was just a normal day in the past, but just now, he seemed to hear a moving sound coming from a guest's room. Generally speaking, you will always hear small noises. After all, those who come here to have fun are a group of Noxus high-level people. People who believe in violence have different methods of doing things than ordinary people. But today's movement was extra loud, as if it was so intense that even the walls, no, even the entire floor seemed to be in turmoil. Richie turned back and came to the door of room 2. Just as he was about to listen to what was going on inside, he saw a flame bursting out of the door. He was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground. Chapter 223. This, what's going on? Richie's legs softened in fright, and he sat down on the ground. The flame pillar thicker than the thigh spurted out in an instant, and a charred figure was brought out at the same time. Richie clearly remembered that a big character had just entered room 2. If something happened to that character, he would probably be buried with him. Richie boldly glanced into the room and found that the guy wearing the same clothes as him took off his hat, revealing a face he had never seen before. This guy, Richie finally remembered. Since just now, this guy has been holding his hat down. And his voice has also changed a bit, because he said he has a cold, and Richie will return it in a while. I didn't realize it, but now I found out what happened. But how did this guy get in? If possible, could you please confirm his life and death for me? Lu Chuan smiled at Richie. Since he had taken off his hat, he no longer had to be secretive. Although Richie was a little confused about the situation, judging from the current situation, he knew that something must be in trouble. Moreover, although the guy was smiling, his whole body exuded a cold smell. That was the talent of the strong. Some energy overflowed. Richie shivered and crawled to Tyrone's side, stretched out his hand to spread his breath. Still angry. That's good. I'm really afraid that I'll beat him to death. After increasing my strength, I always feel that I don't have proper control. Lu Chuan moved his wrist and said this as if to himself. Behind him, Richie saw Morrison, the big shot. He was still standing intact, but the expression on his face was clearly frightened. But as long as nothing happens to Morrison, Richie's life will be saved. This is also an extremely bad thing about working here. Even if it has nothing to do with him, once something happens, he will not be able to get away from it no matter what. It's still room 2. It's just that compared to the situation just now, the environment looks slightly better now, although there are still debris and wall dust all over the floor. Richie sat on the stool nearby with some uneasiness. One of the legs of the stool was broken, but Lu Chuan let him sit there. Although it's just a sentence of, just sit here. But he still didn't dare to resist and sat very hard. I have children and adults at home, and they still need someone to take care of them. If I stumble upon any secrets, please spare my life, I promise not to tell anyone. Before Lu Chuan could speak, Richie said it himself. Seeing that look of begging for mercy, Lu Chuan helplessly shook his head. Of course, it's understandable that everyone wants to survive. Lu Chuan didn't mean to embarrass him by calling him over, he just hoped that he could cooperate. But after seeing how frightened he was, he probably wouldn't tell anyone what he saw. Beside him was Tai Long, who was tied up with a rope and fell to the ground. Lu Chuan's attack just now seemed to be too heavy, and he was knocked unconscious. He would not be able to wake up for a while. Isn't this the Blade Shadow who is ranked 12th on the bounty hunter list, Talon? Morrison only came back to his senses after a period of calming down, and he pulled Talon's hat brim. Next, I found that cold cheek. Do you know him? Lu Chuan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Morrison to know Tai Lung too. This killer is very famous in Noxus. It is rumored that anyone he wants to assassinate will basically not survive a face-to-face encounter. At this point, Morrison glanced at Lu Chuan with lingering fear. If it weren't for you this time, I'm afraid I would. Does he have any holiday contact with you? Lu Chuan asked doubtfully. Although as an assassin, you don't need any reasons or excuses in the process of killing. But he had a motive for killing, and he was under certain orders or self-judgment. Even a killer assassin would not pierce the heart of others with his blade for no reason. Morrison was silent for a while and looked at Richie again. You have nothing to do here. Remember what you just said, and you can go out later. Lu Chuan said to Richie calmly. Thank you, adults. Richie almost rolled out and ran out. You can talk now. Lu Chuan folded his arms and leaned against the wall nearby. After collecting his thoughts, Morrison slowly said, there should be no essential conflict between me and him, because the faction he belongs to is very partial and belongs to a very small faction. Then, Lu Chuan knew that there were many small factions under the 3 major factions of Noxus. That faction is its own system. Although it is small, its status in Noxus is very high. I wonder if, sir, have you ever heard of the Dukakao family? The Dukatao family? Lu Chuan had a slight impression. This family was mentioned in the information. However, because the faction was very small, it was passed over. However, this family was rumored to be the head of the family. Du Cacao was one of the largest families in SARS. He had his own army, numbering in the tens of thousands, and his military strength could be regarded as elite. A family may not have much influence on the entire country, but a family with its own army has a very terrible influence. Just like the Demacia rebellion half a year ago, those families who deliberately rebelled did so because they had their own armies on hand. Tai Lon is a member of that family. He was adopted and raised by General Katsao. In the end, he became his sharp knife and harvested the lives of countless people. Does this have anything to do with you? I'm not here to inquire about such things. Lu Chuan's tone was slightly lowered. Because he saved Morrison's life, Lu Chuan didn't have to be so polite when he spoke now. Being too polite would make it difficult to pry words out of people's mouths. It is most beneficial to only show yourself to be stronger than others so that others do not dare to disobey you. But General Kiko suddenly disappeared within this month, so I guess he probably thought it was the leaders of the three major factions who were responsible. After all, although the faction of that family is small, it has no influence. Xiao even has the right to make decisions. So strictly speaking, the Ducatao family is the common enemy of our three major factions. Now that he is missing, Tyrone may have targeted a few of us. This time he is here. If you look for me, I'm afraid you'll have to look for leaders of other factions next time, Morrison said slowly. Chapter 224. After talking about this assassination, let's talk about your purpose. Morrison is worthy of being a person who has been in a high position for a long time. After a moment of panic, he quickly controlled the rhythm. In his hands, Lu Chuan was suppressing his words without any hesitation. He realized very clearly that the reason why Lu Chuan appeared here was not specifically to protect him, but had another purpose. So for this purpose, he needs to judge the pros and cons more calmly, and cannot be led by Lu Chuan's strength. This is the basic skill required by a superior person. Then I'll get straight to the point. Lu Chuan stared at Morrison and said, "You must have heard about the recent news that Noxus is about to send troops to fight Demacia, right?" Morrison nodded slightly. "I have indeed heard of it. I am here to prevent this war on behalf of Demacia." Lu Chuan directly raised the topic, which surprised Morrison slightly. "Stop. Are you alone?" Just like everyone's reaction when they heard this news, Morrison was no exception. A person's power is very small. Unless he reaches the realm of the supreme strongman, in front of a group of hundreds of thousands of troops, even the strong ones have to avoid the edge temporarily. It was yes just now, but it won't be the next time. Lu Chuan suddenly smiled. Morrison glanced at Lu Chuan warily. "Are you planning to ally with me, or, in other words, ally with the peace faction behind me?" Lu Chuan shrugged nonchalantly. "Although sir, you saved my life, this matter is of great importance. I alone cannot represent the entire peace faction. Sir, please offer me another reward, as long as I can do it." After hesitating for a while, Morrison declined. Road. Although the peace faction is the three major factions, the highest power in Noxus now comes from the martial faction. Things decided by the martial faction cannot be stopped by the peace faction alone. And even if it can be stopped, it will take a lot of effort and the rewards will be disproportionate. Don't be so quick to reject it. You said you can't represent the entire peace faction just because you can't see the benefits. Right? If what you have in front of you now is just a big cake, you can't represent the peace faction at all. Accepted it without hesitation. Lu Chuan stared into Morrison's eyes. Perhaps it was the sharpness in his pupils that made Morrison feel uncomfortable. He could only look away slightly, and after a moment of silence he said, "Maybe you are right. If you can show it, I will not hesitate." "Cake, I thought I might be able to help you. The first step in negotiation is to make others willing to talk to you. Not to mention whether the purpose is good or bad and whether you accept it or not. If the other party is not even willing to talk to you, then no matter how great the benefit you offer, it will not succeed. At least for now, Lu Chuan has done the first step perfectly." Crack. Lu Chuan connected one leg of the chair with brute force, causing the originally broken leg to sink deeply into the seat of the chair. Although it doesn't look very stable, at least you can sit down. The development concept of the peace faction is to focus on peace and oppose violence, because even in Noxus, there are many people who hate war and just want to live a safe and stable life, but they are in favor of using violence to solve problems. It's just the majority of people. Morrison slowly stated a development concept of the peace faction. As for the peaceful faction we advocate, if we now stop the armed faction from invading Demacia, we will inevitably conflict with the armed faction. This is inconsistent with the peace we have always advocated, so this is the reason why I reject you. Lu Chuan patted his arm lightly with his fingers, thought for a while and then said slowly, "But if you continue to be a coward, then the influence of the peace faction in Noxus will continue to weaken. Right? For the force faction, it is said that they can invade other countries, then search for the treasures and money of other countries, and divide the obtained things equally among their subordinates. In this way, they can earn gold coins very quickly and experience the pleasure of killing. Things like this will slowly wash away the hearts of those who yearn for peace." As he spoke, Lu Chuan raised a finger. "For example, you are a farmer who advocates peace. You plow the fields at home every day, work diligently, get up early and work hard at night, and your annual income is 3 gold coins. And next to you a neighbor of yours was originally a farmer. And his annual income is equivalent to yours, but after he joined the military force, through constant invasion and looting, he could earn dozens or even hundreds of gold coins a year. His strength can hit others in the face, and he can see others screaming and begging for mercy, but your strength can only be buried in the soil and earn low wages. So, if it were you, what would you choose? Lu Chuan spread out the multiple-choice questions in front of Morrison. In the second step of negotiation, if you want to persuade others to recognize your words, assist you in taking actions, and achieve your goals, you must first give examples of the situation at hand into easy-to-understand examples. Lu Chuan compared the peace sect to a hard-working farmer, but no matter how hard he works, he can only earn 3 gold coins a year. He also compared the militant faction to neighbors who were originally farmers but later joined the army and made dozens or hundreds of dollars a year through invasion and plunder. At this point, the choice is pretty obvious. I think I will choose the force faction, even if I am one of the leaders of the peace faction. Morrison showed a helpless smile. So this is the success of the martial arts faction so far. Joining their faction, or being a believer in their faction, has gained a lot of benefits. If the benefits are visible to the naked eye, then who would not do it? But on the other hand, if you look at the peace faction, what benefits have those who believe in peace received? A quiet life, no unexpected days. Morrison said. Are these really what a Noxian with violence and hostility in his heart really wants? Lu Chuan asked. Even if you are a pacifist, don't you choose to spend time in a place like this for indulgence? But based on the room number, it seems that the violent tendencies in your heart are not that strong. Listening to what you said now, I can't understand what you mean. Before what you just said, you always emphasized the benefits of the martial faction. Now what we are talking about should not be how to let the peaceful faction get more benefits? Morrison asked puzzledly. No. I'm just looking at the facts, Uncle Chen. Only if you first understand the merits of your enemy can you analyze things from a more comprehensive perspective. What I want to say next is how to make the peace faction seek more success. A multi-benefit method. Lu Chuan said solemnly. Chapter 225. I mentioned just now that the development philosophy of the martial faction is to obtain resources from invasion and plunder, and then distribute them evenly among the subordinates. So that the subordinates can feel the benefits, and then work harder for them. Then the development of the peace faction seems very useless. They just live a peaceful life. They don't want war and hate violence. As Lu Chuan spoke, Morrison nodded from time to time, because he felt that many of what Lu Chuan said were fallacious or biased, aspects that ordinary people would not think of. However, after careful analysis, I was surprised to find that his partial theory actually has a very strong basis and is not easily overturned. If you want to overthrow the current status quo of the peaceful faction, you need to imitate the militant faction, learn from the militant faction, raise your fist, and solve the problem. Morrison showed a look of surprise and disbelief, and suddenly looked up at Lu Chuan. Imitate the martial arts faction, learn from the martial arts faction, raise your fist to solve the problem. Hasn't this been completely assimilated into the martial arts faction? It's a simple truth. No matter how weak and humble a country is. If it is invaded or even destroyed, will its weak people still be willing to be oppressed? Lu Chuan quickly threw out the question. The new questions took away Morrison's shock and put him back into a thinking environment. The third step of negotiation is to let the other party jump from his thinking into yours, and consider things at your pace. Then the issues he considers will also be from your perspective. In this way, the success rate will be increased invisibly. If the country is really ruined and the family is destroyed, no matter how timid the farmer is, he will raise his hoe. This is Morrison's answer, and it is also the result of Lu Chuan's question. Lu Chuan left this obvious result to Morrison to answer. Let him fall into his own rhythm. Yes, the current peace faction is like a small country in Noxus. Although the other two factions also have conflicts, their overall patterns are similar. Whether they are the martial faction or the aggressive faction, some of their ideas are to use violence to solve problems. But one is pure violence, which can be used to inflict violence on people other than oneself, while the other is aggressive and targeted, inflicting violence on people in other countries. After a pause, Lu Chuan continued, in this way, the peaceful faction that opposes violence is a vulnerable group. If you don't act tougher, your followers will become fewer and fewer, and in the end your faction will have no existence at all. It makes sense. Therefore, if the peaceful country does not further raise its fists to resist, it will only be eaten away, and nothing will be left in the end. Lu Chuan expressed everything he wanted to say, but Morrison fell into deep thinking. He had never considered this issue before, because there were a large number of people in Noxus who hated violence and yearned for peace. Therefore, he would not worry at all about the peace faction being cannibalized, or even eventually being swallowed up by the other two factions. But as Lu Chuan said, after people who believe in the peace sect are constantly bullied, it is difficult to guarantee that they will endure it forever. If believers of the peaceful faction and believers of the militant faction meet on the road, the militant faction can raise their fists, while the peaceful faction can only raise their wallets with both hands. This is a difference, and the peaceful faction will definitely be resentful because of this. Over time, they will move closer to the militant faction and use their own way to defend their personal interests. Raise your fists, do you want to coexist with the militants? Morrison's eyes turned blank for a brief moment. Because of the creed he believed in and had believed in for many years, it had a huge impact at this moment. Stretching out your fist to defend is not a way to break the peace, it is just a way to maintain peace for a longer period of time. Lu Chuan stood up. Morrison came back to his senses and stared at Lu Chuan. Why can I trust you? If you come from the gap between the martial arts faction and want to convince us because of this? In this way, the peace faction will take the initiative to move closer to the martial arts faction. Isn't it? Lu Chuan took out a certificate from the Demacia royal family and Jiaowen seal from his arms. After taking it, Morrison carefully confirmed it again, and then breathed out slowly. These are just my personal remarks. I am just trying to talk to you. If you think this is not advisable, the peaceful faction should have been peaceful. That is understandable. In that case, I can only go to the aggressive faction. Let's talk. Lu Chuan spread his hands and walked slowly towards the door. He had already said everything he needed to say. If Morrison was still stubborn and refused to listen to his suggestions, there was nothing Lu Chuan could do to force him. But when he walked to the door, Morrison's voice came from behind. I think, we can work together. After discussing cooperation with Morrison, Lu Chuan returned to the room after receiving Morrison's support. Although Morrison is the leader of the peace faction, he is only one of them. Such a major decision will affect the future development trend of the peace faction. He alone cannot directly make a decision, but Morrison also guaranteed. He must use Lu Chuan's rhetoric to the best of his ability to persuade other leaders. Back in the room, I thought Peggy and Sona would be embarrassed. After all, the two of them had just kissed. But when I opened the room, I saw a guqin placed in front of Sona. She was playing it melodiously, while Peggy was sitting next to her with her chin in her hands, closing her eyes and listening to Sona's music. Lu Chuan wanted to say something, but before he could speak, he couldn't help but slow down after hearing Sona's tune. The music is like mountains and flowing water, crisp and sweet, making people feel relaxed and happy. Obviously every tone is very ordinary, but when combined into a piece of music, it feels different, as if it makes people immersed in the music, and they can't stop. It also makes people feel very distressed and pitiful. The tune seems to express endless sorrow, making people unable to bear to interrupt her. Finally, after an unknown amount of time passed, Sona Ryu's little finger left a vibrato on the strings and then slowly withdrew her hand. Wow! It sounds good, Peggy opened her mouth, and Lu Chuan also clapped. Only then did Sona realize that Lu Chuan had returned at some point. Fairy Chinsa, her reputation is indeed well deserved. Lu Chuan said with a smile. Sona's face turned slightly red and she wrote on the paper. Fairy or something, it's too far-fetched. I just play what I want to play. Humph. Peggy puffed up her cheeks slightly at this time and snorted coldly. Okay, the matter is settled, let's go back now. Lu Chuan said. Can I come with you too? Certainly. Sona lowered her head and held the hem of her skirt with both hands, as if she was struggling with something. Will you not let me go? I heard my ransom is very high. Pa. Lu Chuan threw a gold coin bag at Sona without saying a word. You can give her whatever she wants later, and tell her that I will decide on you. Sona was speechless, but her face was slightly red. Humph. Peggy, who looked even more angry at the side, puffed her cheeks higher. Chapter 226. Heroic Story. Noxus is not as powerful as it appears. On the contrary, it also has its own fragile and unknown side. However, its weakness is overshadowed by its strength, so when it comes to Noxus, the first thing that outsiders think of is their barbarism and unreasonableness. But Noxus also has disadvantaged groups, usually those with meager income and little status. Arnold Skid Row. This is one of the few poor areas in Noxus, and it is also a large area where many poor people gather. Perhaps for the rich, the existence of the poor is simply unbelievable. The rich are often very surprised when they launch success speeches. Why can't they make money? Why don't they have money? So I can tell my feelings about success, it's because they don't work hard, are not diligent, and can't seize opportunities. If they can be like me when I was a poor boy. But in fact this is not the case. The poverty of the poor only suffers in the poor's own world. The rich stand on a higher level than this world, so they cannot see the suffering of the poor. For the poor, illness is a very heavy topic. If it is a minor illness, it is not bad. But if it's a serious illness and they can't raise enough money for treatment, death is the only thing waiting for them. For the height of the rich, the vision of the poor is also limited. They don't have the luxury to attend rich people's drinking parties and get to know more rich people. They also don't have much education to find a good job. Perhaps some poor people, through some opportunities and relatively flexible minds, have been appreciated by the rich in their humble jobs, and they have been promoted step by step to the point where they can stand shoulder to shoulder with the rich. Of course, these are just some poor people, most of whom are still thinking of ways out for their own food, clothing, and warmth. Young Tyrone is an extremely small member of the Arnold civilian community. For as long as he could remember, he had stayed in the slums. He was always faced with alleys filled with the smell of rotting rat corpses, and roofs with no view of the sky. Under such a roof, more people can be accommodated, and it is not like the rich who have a house of their own, where they can enjoy the spring flowers blooming in the sunshine outside the window anytime and anywhere. Both his father and mother died in a severe plague. Plague is a frightening thing that can kill people in just a few days. Although powerful magic can be used to heal, magic consumes energy. No capable magic warrior would volunteer to treat a bunch of dirty and lowly poor people. Therefore, the plague spread like wildfire. Until eventually it began to spread to the territory of the rich. Although the plague can be treated, it is silent when it is infected. When you find that your whole body is full of ulcers, even powerful magic will not help. As more and more rich people die, the rich could no longer sit idly by and show enough love. How can they let the poor, who are also our kind, suffer? We should support them and drive away these damn plagues. Therefore, the rich began to enthusiastically take out a large amount of gold coins from their pockets, and invited those powerful magic warriors to join forces to give a powerful baptism of holy light to the entire Arnold region that was filled with plague. The moment the magical aura quietly dissipated, the plague in the Arnold area also dissipated. The plague has been contained. This is really exciting news. The rich clapped and cheered each other at the cocktail party to celebrate their success. Hey, man, you know, I sponsored a lot of money during that plague. It's really hard to imagine what those poor people would have become if we hadn't come forward. The stench emanating from their bodies really makes me sick to my stomach. They should shed tears of gratitude to us because we saved their lives. This group of lowly poor people cannot contribute to the country, but they can bring major disasters that affect the entire country. I think these people should all be killed and buried in the ground. The celebration banquet of the rich was over. They all patted their bulging bellies with satisfaction and left the place where they had received many compliments from all walks of life. They sat in a fine carriage and hugged the graceful woman. Although the plague has ended its spread, the poor days in the slums still continue. The money donated by all walks of life will never fall into their hands. It will always be transferred into their own pockets halfway by people from all walks of life using their subtle excuses. Pocket. While the rich can throw their extra dishes into the trash can, the poor have to fight over a piece of damp, moldy cheese. Hey! Damn it! What are you doing to my cheese? Shut your stinky mouth, otherwise I will let it taste the taste of my fist. In a dark alley, an 8-year-old fortunately, Tyrone dug out a piece of cheese from the trash can. Although it was covered with mold, it was a delicious dish for Tyrone, who had not eaten for 2 days. But before he could take a bite, a childish but arrogant voice came from behind. Tai Lung turned around and saw several children who were older than him and dressed the same as him. They were all very ragged children. They rushed up and beat Tai Lung without any explanation. Bedbug, let go of your hand. Someone stepped on Tyrone's tightly clenched fist. Tyrone unclenched his fist, with the last small piece of cheese left in his palm. Then, under Tyrone's helpless eyes, the remaining piece of cheese fell into the child's mouth. A guy like you who doesn't even have parents dares to rummage around on our property to eat? You're an ungrateful guy. A child spat on Tai Lung's cheek. Some people thought that the feeling of pleasure brought by this method was unique, so other children followed suit and spit on his cheek. In Tai Lung's reflected sight, there were the retreating figures of the children, who were arm in arm and laughing. I will kill you all, kill them all. The young Tai Lung clenched his fists and swore secretly in his heart. Chapter 227. Crack. A small blade with an old copper luster was constantly being polished on the stone. Especially in the middle of the night, it made a particularly creepy sound. The moon hanging in the sky also looked a bit chilly, and a black cat shadow flashed in this dilapidated alley. Ha! Tai Lung breathed a sigh of relief. And raised the slightly smooth blade in his hand under the moonlight. Looking at the sharp light emanating from it, he revealed a hint of something very unusual for his age group. A cruel smile that doesn't match. You live under the knife, you die under the knife, isn't it good? He stored the blade close to his body, found a small crack under the wall, and got in. Since his parents died, the place where he lives has been occupied by those who look older. They claim that children without parents are not worthy of occupying such a large area of territory. So for Tai Lung, the world is big and he can settle down anywhere. Perhaps because he had a sharp weapon by his side, he slept particularly peacefully and sweetly that night. A useless waste like you will only waste food, won't it? Insult, another insult. Why don't you die with your parents? You are not even qualified to stay in the slums, get out. Don't let me see you again, otherwise I swear I will knock out all your teeth. Ridicule, countless ridicules. You are a demon sent by Satan. Born in this barren land, you will only bring disaster to us. A room full of people stared at a little boy with a skinny face, seeming to be discussing his whereabouts. The barren conditions in the slums are getting worse and worse, and there is no room for giving him any more free food. Even the food taken out of the trash can is not something Tai Lung can enjoy. Even his whereabouts became a symbol of obstruction in the eyes of others. In fact, after the first person used him as a punching bag, more and more insults and punches followed. Tai Lung gritted his teeth and silently endured those angry, unprovoked punches and kicks, as well as the most brutal curses in the world. Not enough. It's not enough. Because of the knife. It's not sharp enough. If you can't easily slit their throats and look at their twisted and panic-struggled faces. That's not called revenge at all. The young Tyrone erected a small triangular house on the edge of the collapsing wall with tattered wooden boards, and engraved the names of those who deserved to die on the wall. Another night. Tai Lung couldn't remember how many days he hadn't eaten. He was so thin that he didn't even have the strength to stand up straight. Somewhat weakly, he stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. He looked at the moon in the sky through the cracks in the wood. No matter how things in the world change, it is always at ease. Tomorrow. Can you still see this crescent moon? Maybe die. I feel like I no longer have any strength left. You look hungry, don't you? There is a small piece of cake here. I stole it from the cake shop on West Street. Do you want to enjoy it together? At this time, a timid and childish voice sounded. Tai Lung looked outside the cabin with eyes that were almost unable to open. There stood an equally skinny girl, about the same age as him, but a little vitality could be seen in her big eyes. Hello, my name is Daphne. The girl seemed to be bolder, and walked forward gently, placing the delicious and soft cake in his palm. You, Tai Lung's voice was hoarse and cracked. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had spoken. Perhaps it had been since the day his parents died. When he watched others dragging away his parents' bodies expressionlessly. He said nothing. Don't worry. I had a meal this morning, but you look very hungry. Tai Lung didn't speak anymore, but started to devour the piece of cake. The girl held her cheek with her palms and stared at him with a smile. Tai Lung swore that this girl was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in his life. After devouring the cake, Tyrone felt better, and Daphne pushed a small pitcher she carried with her in front of Tyrone. Why are you so nice to me? Tai Lung looked at the girl blankly. Because, I feel that you are very pitiful. We are all the same people and should not be treated like this. The girl blinked her eyes twice and then said, because my parents, also died in that plague. At this moment, Tai Lung felt that any murderous intention he had had was gone. He no longer wanted to kill anyone, and he no longer wanted to pay attention to those vicious curses. He wanted to marry her and make her his wife when he was older and older. The whole heart is filled with such thoughts. Can I marry you? Tai Lung asked with his innocent age and innocent words, even if we only knew him for less than a few minutes. The girl was stunned for a moment, and then said shyly, but, it's okay. I'm going to work tomorrow. I'm going to see if there are still any small jobs in the lumber mills. I will work hard to make money. I will definitely marry you when I grow up. Tai Lung raised his delicate arms. The girl smiled and nodded. When a person has goals and motivation, any difficulties he encounters are no longer difficulties, but a joyful chapter that pushes him forward. At dawn, Tai Lung walked out of the alleys of the slums. He was going to the lumberyards in the more remote suburbs. He had heard someone mention it before, and there was good work to be done there, although it was more difficult. It was past noon, and young Tai Lung finally jumped out of a grocery carriage, escaping the scolding of the carriage owner, and slipped into a lumber mill. After kneeling down and begging for a long time, an old factory director with a white beard there finally agreed to take him in as a laborer. Although Tyrone is only 8 years old and has no strength at all. But he is still working very hard. He is obviously only 8 years old, younger than all the workers present, but the amount of work he can do in a day can be ranked in the upper middle range. In this way, he was appreciated by the old factory director and kept him. More than half a year passed. When the old factory director allowed him to take a day off, Tai Lung hurried towards Arnold's slums with a small bag containing only 5 silver coins as payment. He wanted to use the money he earned to take her to have a delicious meal, and to walk openly into restaurants that she would not even dare to look at. He wanted to buy her the most beautiful bouquet as an engagement promise. Because when I grow older, I can marry her. With this little wish in mind, Tai Lung stepped into the familiar alley. He saw a twisted scene that made his heart almost tear. Chapter 228. Tai Lung stared blankly at the dilapidated alley, and the bouquet he bought fell to the ground. Daphne, who made an agreement with him. When he was about to starve to death, he stretched out his tender little hand, with a soft and shapeless piece of cake on Daphne's palm. Daphne, who was watching him devouring his food, smiled like an angel. Daphne is the source of all his goals and motivation. Several old men with stench all over their bodies were pressed against the wall and were violated in turn. At this time, she was even unconscious and foaming at the mouth. Those old guys didn't know how long it lasted, inflicting torture on her body that was only 8 or 9 years old. Even the gods would never forgive her. Things. Tyrone was shaking all over. You guys, give me. He took out the blade that was sealed and placed close to him, and approached the old guys step by step. They are still immersed in happiness. The body of a young girl is indeed a very beautiful thing. A guy like this that is abandoned everywhere can only be picked up in the slums. Look at her, she's foaming at the mouth. Is she going to die? Even if we play to death, it's still her glory, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Several old men laughed happily with throats like drake-like voices. Soon, they stopped laughing. The body could no longer twitch. A shocking wound was made on their throats, and blood flowed continuously down the throats. No, it gushed out. At the last moment when their eyes closed, they saw a young figure holding a bloody knife in his hand, with a crazy sneer hanging on the corner of his mouth. Even people who will die in the next second will feel extremely cold after seeing that smile. The old guys were dead, and Tyrone gently picked up Daphne's still twitching body. For a child of her age, she could not bear such violence, let alone being violently abused by several people at the same time. Daphne, wake up, I will take you to the treatment center, I will definitely save you. Tyrone's hands were trembling a little, and he gently brushed her thin cheek. During his absence, she looked a little thinner. She must have been bullied by the poor people in this area, right? They are always like this, they only bully the weak guys, but stick out their tongues to the rich guys, like a pug. You're back. Daphne seemed to hear Tyrone's call and slowly opened her eyes. She looked extremely weak at this time, with no color on her face. I'll take you to the treatment center, don't worry, I've made money, a lot of money, so I can treat you. Tai Lung's hands were trembling. Daphne shook her head gently, I'm sorry, I let you see me like this. It's okay. You're okay. That's better than anything else. I've already killed those guys. If I kill them, I can wash away the dirt on you. Tai Lung said in a somewhat excited tone. But I am already very tired, I just want to sleep quietly for a while. Daphne showed a coquettish look, like a little girlfriend acting coquettishly in the arms of her beloved man. It's just a bit reluctant to express it through her extremely sick body. But what else can I say? She is bleeding. It's been bleeding since just now. Those guys didn't care about her pain, but they didn't realize that their rough behavior tore her blood vessels. It's too late. Even if you go to a treatment center at this time, it is too late. Even at the last moment, I really don't want to see him sad. I'm telling you, at the last moment, Daphne reached out and gently wiped the tears from the corners of Tyrone's eyes. Tai Lung looked at her blankly. No one has cried for me in this life, you are the first, even my parents never cared so much about me when they were alive, even if something like this happened. If they were there, they would just deal with it very coldly, because it would be too troublesome to offend some unknown people because of me. Tai Lung didn't speak, just held her hand tightly. He seemed to have noticed something. She probably doesn't have long to live. And even if you send her to a treatment center at this time, it won't help. Those well-dressed bastards will definitely kick themselves out because they don't have enough money. How could Tai Lung, who only had a few silver coins, step into the door of the treatment center? As Daphne's hand slowly slipped from Tyrone's palm, her petite and pitiful body finally stopped twitching. Tai Lung's heart seemed to have been drained by something. He didn't yell, nor was he overwhelmed with grief. He just kept doing that. He held her in his arms quietly. This girl, a girl I met only briefly. Even though she was very hungry, she gave him the only food she had. But in the end, Tai Lung failed to realize her dream. In this way, Tai Lung hugged her tightly and spent the night in the alley. Until her body turned cold. He buried her body. The next day, Tyrone went into a weapons store and bought a sharp machete. Originally, the owner of the weapons store didn't want to sell it to him, but after meeting the child's eyes, the owner always felt as if he was being watched. It was a sight that was like the shroud of death. Under pressure, he gave Tai Lung the most exquisitely crafted knife in their store. Although he only received a few silver coins, after Tai Lung left, the boss breathed a sigh of relief as if he had escaped from the hands of death. He couldn't figure out what a child who was only 8 or 9 years old had to go through to have such terrifying pupils. Arnold Ghetto is always a conversation maker. Only half a year has passed since the plague incident not long ago, and this time one topic after another has been pushed to the level of public knowledge. Overnight, the Arnold Ghetto became a river of blood, and all the poor people living in that area died. And they all died with their throats slashed. Although the slums were only a small part of the city-state of Noxus, this brutal killing method still shocked the top brass of Noxus. After rigorous interrogation and search, they targeted a child who was only 8 or 9 years old. When they found this child who was carrying a block of wood larger than himself in the lumber mill, the astonished expressions of the investigators were enough to stuff an entire egg into his mouth. Chapter 229. How long do you plan to pretend to be asleep? Lu Chuan watched Sona and Peggy leave his room one after another, and then slowly turned his head to look at Tai Lung. Ha! Tai Lung sneered and opened his sharp eyes. To be honest with Lu Chuan, Tai Lung's eyes are indeed very murderous. I am afraid that even if a warrior of the same strength fights with him, if he is not careful, he will be caught by the cautious edge emanating from his eyes. Shocked. There is murderous intent in the eyes. In the past, it was just an adjective to describe someone's intimidating power. But in Tai Lung, this murderous aura definitely existed. Kill if you want. Where did all this nonsense come from? I have long thought about this day. Tai Lung said solemnly. Is that so? Lu Chuan stood up and walked in front of Tai Lung. He waved his wrist and held the blood-drinking sword in his hand. Brush. The edge of the blood-drinking sword cut through the air, bringing out a roar and pointing directly at Tai Lung's face. Tai Lung didn't even blink his eyelids, staring at the sword light that was getting closer and closer. In the pupils is the tip of the sword hanging upside down. As long as it takes another inch, it can easily pierce his eye socket. But Tai Lung did not waver at all, and kept staring at the sword. You are indeed scared. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows and said softly. Afraid? Tai Lung sneered. Yes, you are scared. Lu Chuan slowly retracted the hilt of the sword and said word by word, because you didn't take the initiative to bring your face up just now, it means you are still scared. Tai Lung almost fell to the ground. At this moment, he really wanted to roar loudly, are you fucking evil? But he also understands that people have to bow their heads when they are under the roof. And to take a step back, although Lu Chuan's fallacy is a fallacy, it does sound somewhat reasonable. If he really wasn't afraid of death and just wanted to die, then when he stretched out the sword, he only needed to put his neck to it. But he didn't do it himself. Is it really because of fear of death? Tyrone didn't know. There is a purpose for not killing you. You can use this to exchange for your life. Lu Chuan knew that for these cold-blooded killers, it was meaningless to talk about feelings and reason with them, even if Tai Lung was a hero. But we must also use more severe methods to restrain him. Let him know the current situation. Also let him know that his life now is his own. Tai Lung said nothing, but Lu Chuan knew that he acquiesced. He has his unfinished mission, so he still wants to live. I have some doubts about General Kiko's disappearance. Is he really missing? Lu Chuan changed the subject and asked in a deep voice. Tai Lung raised his head and glanced at Lu Chuan, then replied solemnly, yes, I am looking for him too. Were there any signs when he disappeared? No. As far as I know, General Quetzal has 2 daughters. Do they know about this? Are you just trying to get something out of me? Tyrone paused. Do you think you have room to argue with me about these irrelevant things now? Lu Chuan lowered his eyelids slightly. Tai Lung clenched his fist and unclenched it again. General Quetzal was the person he respected the most in his life. Now that his whereabouts were unknown, Tyrone felt that he had an obligation to find him. No, they don't know yet. I told them that their father is temporarily away from home. Do you really think that General Kiko was done by someone from one of the three major factions? Lu Chuan asked again. I'm not sure. I won't waste time thinking about those questions. When I ask them with a knife, the effect is better than anything else. It will be clear at a glance whether they did it or not. I heard that the Du Cacao family is a very special existence in Noxus. Can you explain to me why its existence is so special? What is the difference between it and the three major factions? Lu Chuan changed. He took a more comfortable position and sat on the sofa behind him. From the conversation just now, Lu Chuan discovered that Tai Long is a guy who is not good at talking to others. In other words, his mind seems to be a bit dead. To be more precise, when he is not killing people, his mind is relatively dead. In other words, although his words were a bit harsh, he was a little reluctant and didn't want to say it to himself. But as long as you say it, the information you get is basically correct. After a period of silence, Tai Lung slowly spoke. The Du Couture family is a family that has a long history with the city-state of Noxus. It has been passed down for hundreds of years. Because of its foundation, this family has become a somewhat transcendent status. In addition, it alone he leads a group of troops with a large base, so his existence is quite special. What is the purpose of the Kiko family? In other words, what does it believe in? Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed? Well, the only people who can be my enemies are corpses. Tai Lung slowly said a domineering word from his mouth. Is this the belief of the Quetzal family? Lu Chuan's brows twitched slightly. I heard Morrison vaguely say before that although the Quetzal family is much smaller than the three major factions, they have their own beliefs. Lu Chuan was shocked when he heard Tai Long's words about the Kiko family's beliefs. The belief of the peaceful faction is to hope for eternal peace and to live in peace with others without conflict. The martial arts faction uses their faith to speak with their fists, and whoever has the bigger fist will listen. The aggressive faction advocates plundering and occupying other people's territories and the things in their hands. However, these three factions seem to be more than 1 point weaker than the beliefs of the Quetzal family. Of these three factions, the peaceful faction aside, the martial faction has the element of surrender. As long as your fist is big enough, you can control the martial faction. Although the aggressive faction's views are different from those of the armed faction, the principles are the same. However, the Quetzal family has a self-centered attitude. Whoever offends me is my enemy, so turn into a corpse and come back to fight against me. It's no wonder that the three major factions are very repulsive to the Kiko family, because what they stand for is that everything should be dominated by them, and other people's thoughts and concepts are useless. It's no wonder that Tai Lung would focus his suspicion on the leaders of these three factions after General Quetzal disappeared. However, in addition to these three major factions, I also suspect another special existence. After a pause, Tai Lung slowly threw out another name. Purple Thorn. I wonder if you have heard of this organization. Chapter 230. Purple Thorns. Lu Chuan raised his brows slightly. He felt that the name was familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Then, something seemed to slowly emerge in his mind. Midnight, dense forest. Those guys in black robes. On the back of their necks, there is a pattern of thorns glowing with a coquettish purple light. Could that be the purple thorn that Tyrone mentioned? Can you be more detailed? Lu Chuan flicked his wrist and loosened the rope tied to Tai Long. This move was somewhat beyond Tai Lung's expectation. Aren't you afraid that I will escape? If I want to escape, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me. Tai Lung is not exaggerating about this. He has the ability to become invisible, just like what Lu Chuan saw before in that romantic place. At that time, Tai Lung was hiding in the air. If Lu Chuan hadn't discovered it because of his excessive murderous aura, he might have killed Morrison long ago. Lu Chuan shrugged and said, I have never treated you as a prisoner. The reason I didn't let go of you at first was because I felt I hadn't convinced you yet, but now I think you should have been convinced by me. Which aspect? For example, the whereabouts of General Quetzal. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows. Tyrone was silent. You should also know in your heart that there are some things that cannot be accomplished with superb killing skills, right? If you want to find the whereabouts of General Quetzal, you must have someone to assist you. I think that person can be me. Tai Long sat on a chair opposite Lu Chuan. I agree with you. Then can you tell me now about the origin of the purple thorns? The purple thorn is a relatively special existence that I mentioned just now. To be precise, it is an assassination team hidden underground. You can understand it as, when a group of killers gather together to form an assassination team. It's probably such a concept. It's just that the special thing about this organization is that the people who make it up are not humans. Tai Lung suddenly said something strange. Not a human. Lu Chuan closed his eyes and recalled the scene at that time, as well as the woman who could control the wind. In the end, she seemed to have used some kind of special power, which caused a cluster to appear on the right half of her cheek. Beautiful purple thorns. Well, except for the leader, the members of this organization are all dead guys. But they were resurrected under Zhuan's black technology, and then poured into some special potions, and then survived as living people in the world. In this world, the only one who obeys is their supreme leader. Lu Chuan originally wanted to ask whether the source of these information was reliable. But when I think about it, it is normal for a person of his status, General Katsao, behind Tai Lung to get some information. Do you know who the leader of the Purple Thorns is? The general may know, but he never mentioned it, nor did he say which faction the Purple Thorn organization belongs to. I only know that they are lurking in the dark and causing trouble. Recalling that night, the purpose of those guys in black robes was to kidnap Demi, and at that juncture, the conflict between Demacia and Noxus broke out. Lu Chuan had an idea in his mind. The Purple Thorns should belong to the martial faction or the aggressive faction. Let the Purple Thorns kidnap General Katsao, which can cleverly cover up the military or aggressive faction on the surface. Do you know where the Purple Thorns are active? Lu Chuan asked again. I only know a rough range. This is what the general mentioned before, but I don't know if they have changed their position now. Anyway, let's try it first. Let's go there together tonight. Lu Chuan made a decision. On the contrary, Tai Lung looked at Lu Chuan with some confusion. Why did you choose to help me? Because help is mutual. I also plan to use the power of the Kiko family to stop the armed faction and the aggressive faction. Lu Chuan replied in a deep voice. Now, the peace faction alone may not be able to stop the armed faction and the aggressive faction, but if there is a Katsao family, then that side will have to make careful decisions if it wants to go to war with Demacia. When the Noxian investigators arrived at the lumber mill, they were all surprised when they found that the suspected target was just a little guy who was about 8 or 9 years old and very thin. Although they didn't want to believe that this bloody thing was done by the little boy in front of them, they still followed the regulations and took Tai Lung back. After a rigorous review, Noxus senior officials finally determined that this matter was indeed the work of this 8 or 9-year-old boy. Tyrone was sentenced to death by guillotine at the city gate as a warning to those who were doing small tricks behind the scenes. After the senior official who enforced this criminal law read out the scripted lines and promoted the care of the upper class for the poor at the bottom, he signaled that the execution could begin. Tyrone was placed on the guillotine and his eyes were covered with cloth. Above his neck hung a sharp curved axe blade. As long as the chain on the side is untied, the axe blade will fall quickly, and then directly separate the head of the criminal lying below. Tai Lung knew what fate awaited him, although he showed enough calmness. But he was still afraid. If you are not afraid, why run away? The executioner waved his hand and realized that a large number of people had gathered at the gate of the city. They all looked at this little guy from a poor area with the eyes they should have. This is the punishment he deserves. People in the slums are mean and rude, and they don't have any thoughts in their minds except murder and arson. That's why I said, everyone in the ghetto deserves to die. He didn't get any sympathy from anyone. Instead, he got more and more curses. In the eyes of these rich people, the guys in the slums are as lowly as ants. They are hated like rats, even though the poor people just want to survive. Little did they know that it was precisely because of such inhuman treatment that the poor people developed a rebellious mentality. Just when the sharp-edged axe was about to fall, a dagger suddenly flew from not far away and bounced the axe away. Just when everyone was sighing, a black shadow flashed away, holding Tai Lung's young body on his shoulders, and disappeared from people's sight in a few jumps. His movements were so fast that no one could see clearly. Under the moonlight, in the courtyard. Remember, from now on, you will be my subordinate, specifically killing people for me. I will teach you the most profound assassination techniques. A middle-aged man turned his back to a young boy. Why do you want to save me? The boy asked. Because, when I was your age, I didn't dare to kill anyone. Is this reason enough? What should I call you? Call me General. Yes, General. Chapter 231. When night fell over the earth, almost everyone fell into a deep sleep. Of course, there are also a few guys who like to go out in the dark. With the protection of the night, it is always very easy to do some dirty transactions, and there are many such figures in the alleys. Is that castle-like building in front of you the headquarters of the Purple Thorns organization? In the early hours of the morning, in a small forest not far from a dark castle that seemed to be haunted by ghosts, Lu Chuan was lurking half a man tall. In the haystack, he lowered his voice and asked Tai Lung who was going with him. Well, it seems that they haven't changed the landmark yet, but this place is indeed very hidden. If the general hadn't mentioned it to me once, I probably wouldn't have been able to find it. Tai Lung nodded lightly. According to Lu Chuan's inference, even if the three major factions, including the peace faction, wanted to kidnap General Katsao, they would not come forward openly. After all, the old guys at their level are all very clever and would not do anything unless they had to. No one will show the fox's tail at any time. Therefore, organizations like the Purple Thorn have become the biggest suspects in kidnapping General Katsao. General Katsao was also quite old, so he would definitely not disappear for no reason. Apart from being kidnapped, there was really no other excuse for his disappearance. General Katsao is willing to tell you anything. Of course, the general is a very meticulous person. He has already told me clearly all the things that threaten his existence, just to prevent such a situation from happening. Compared with his two daughters, my every move will not be exposed on the stage, making it easier to rescue him. Katsao's status in Tai Lung's heart is indeed not low, and it can be seen that he is so full of praise. There are 2 sentries at the door. They change shifts in about half an hour. I will kill them while they are changing shifts. Lu Chuan lay down in the grass and observed for a while, and discovered the pattern of the sentries guarding him. As he did so, Tai Lung held his arm down. Let me do it. I'm better at killing people quietly. Tai Lung pointed upward. There is also an archer's secret sentry in the castle. Lu Chuan then raised his head, squinted his eyes and took a closer look, but found no trace. He used his mental power to quietly spread in, and then realized that there was indeed an archer squatting in the tower, watching every move outside. Of course, Lu Chuan did not dare to be too presumptuous. And he withdrew his mental power like a dragonfly touching water. He didn't know if there was any great power in the spiritual field within the tower, but this touch-and-go approach was obviously the most appropriate. It has to be said that Tai Lung's perception is also extremely good, probably on par with Ari's. Then I'll leave it to you. Lu Chuan nodded. About 10 minutes later, a new round of sentries took up their positions. It's begun. After Tai Lung said a word, he turned into a black shadow and disappeared beside Lu Chuan, and also disappeared into the night. The speed even stunned Lu Chuan. Thinking about it now, the victory over Tai Lung in that room was also influenced by certain terrain factors. Because the room was small, Tai Lung could not move. Otherwise, if he had distanced himself and hid himself waiting for a fatal blow, Lu Chuan would have danger. After all, for these assassins, their instant burst ability is extremely powerful, but their physical strength is also very weak, which is why Lu Chuan was able to knock him out with just a fireball. Lu Chuan estimated that Tai Lung's strength was at least around 3 gold stars, which was comparable to his own. However, in terms of real level, he was slightly better. This was also the benefit of constantly compressing and consolidating his own cultivation. Pfft. In the next second, 2 sounds of blood spurting suddenly came from not far away. Lu Chuan noticed that the archer upstairs seemed to be alert and was about to shout. Whoa! A sharp edge flashed under the moonlight, and a head was thrown high. With this quick and neat movement, Tai Lung is indeed the top among the assassins. Hurry! It's now! Tai Lung waved to Lu Chuan not far away and said with gestures without shouting. Lu Chuan understood and started walking quickly, a blue trail accompanied by strong wind. Although it was a beat slower than Tai Lung, no one noticed him yet when all the sentries at the door were dead. Crack! With a slight sound of footsteps hitting the ground, Lu Chuan and Tai Lung had sneaked into the interior of this castle. Maybe it's because of the night, or maybe it's because the Purple Thorns organization didn't expect anyone to boldly break into such forbidden areas, so when they get inside, the defensive force is much weaker. Lu Chuan and Tai Lung hid in a grooved wall at the door for a while, without hearing the sound of footsteps, and then cautiously exposed themselves. The interior of this castle is not like an ordinary castle, with a very vast hall, but is divided into 4 forks, and the rest of the castle is piled with thick fist-sized stones. Stretching all the way down, there are also the torches inserted on both sides of the wall. Split up? Tai Lung asked with a gesture. We can't separate. Lu Chuan shook his head. We are not familiar with the terrain, and we each have our own weaknesses. It is best to act together. Tai Lung's weakness is that if his attack fails to succeed, he may have to evacuate quickly in the next time. Lu Chuan had almost no obvious weaknesses, but his only weakness was that all of his skills made a lot of noise. Once released, the whole castle would shake together, which would make it clear that someone had broken in. So at this time, a sharp blade like Tai Lung that can kill enemies at lightning speed is what he needs. Okay. Let's take the first fork in the road first. If it's not right, we'll exit. You pay attention to the enemies in front. And I'll see if there are any hidden sentries behind. Lu Chuan turned around and stared at the rear. Tai Lung stepped forward with cat steps, but there was nothing under his feet. Not a single sound was made. After the two people walked forward for a certain distance, they suddenly heard the conversation of two people at a corner not far away. Tai Lung was about to step forward and quickly slit their throats. Shoo! Lu Chuan made a silencing gesture and took Tai Lung's arm at the same time. The two of them stood against the wall and disappeared in the darkness where the torches met. Listen to what they say first, maybe there is what we need. Chapter 232. Lu Chuan and Tai Lung were lurking in the shadows of the torch junction, with their backs against the wall, listening to the conversation not far around the corner. It seems like there's going to be a big movement up there lately. Yes, even the respected General Quetzal has been imprisoned. I'm afraid he will face another reshuffle. He probably wants to establish the status of the faction. We'd better do our jobs honestly. I heard from the boss that as long as they perform better recently, members of the older batch can get a life-enhancing potion. It is indeed a very generous reward. It seems to be for us to strictly guard against any mistakes in the recent period. There were two guys who looked like patrolling guards talking. From their conversation, Lu Chuan learned that General Quetzal was indeed imprisoned here. As for where he was imprisoned, it was not clear yet. Is it really these guys who did it? Tai Lung snorted coldly. Don't get excited. Lu Chuan gently pressed Tai Lung's arm and lowered his voice. You can go over later and kill one first, then hold the other one captive. I will question him. Okay. Tai Lung nodded. After the two of them waited for a while, the two guards began to talk about other things. They were all insignificant topics, and they couldn't hear much. Let's do it. Lu Chuan nodded gently to Tai Lung. Brush. Tai Lung's figure disappeared in place, and soon he heard the sound of blood spurting from the corner. I remembered that there was also a voice that seemed to be pinched by the throat. He wanted to shout but couldn't, it was very hoarse. Lu Chuan slowly stepped out of the shadows and looked at the guy with an extremely frightened face with a smile. If I ask him to let you go now, can you speak properly? The soldier nodded desperately. Lu Chuan gave Tai Lung a wink. Tai Lung understood and slightly loosened the fingers that were holding his throat. The soldier took 2 big breaths, but did not choose to yell out immediately. It seems that you are very smart. Lu Chuan chuckled. What do you want to do? The soldier rubbed his neck and lowered his voice to the lowest level. This was his only move to survive. If he shouted out loud now, I'm afraid his voice wouldn't even be able to spread out, and his neck would be broken. I just have a few small things to ask you. If you recruit me truthfully, I can consider saving your life. But if you say something to deceive us, Lu Chuan curled up the corners of his mouth, and the soldier looked at him with a smile. I feel a cold air rising from my back. He glanced at the soldier who was still chatting with him just now with his peripheral vision. Now he had turned into a dead body. This made him have no doubt that the two guys in front of him would not satisfy them if they inquired. The news will really kill him directly. You just ask, I know something, Ken, I will definitely tell you. The soldier's legs were shaking a little. Is General Kiko imprisoned here? Lu Chuan asked first. Yes. Location? The location, I can only take you there, you can't get in, the soldier said after hesitating for a while. Oh. Lu Chuan was just hesitant, which made the soldier tremble, and hurriedly explained. There is really no other meaning. General Kiko is imprisoned in a very hidden location, and his daily meals are we soldiers took turns sending them there. There is a magic sensor device in that place. If it recognizes that it is not one of our guards, it will directly sound the alarm. Lu Chuan was silent for a while, seeming to be thinking about the authenticity of what the soldier said. However, for such a highly confidential organization, and the person who kidnapped was Noxus respected General Coco, it was reasonable to use those methods. If it was just thrown into a small room, it would be more life-threatening. Suspect. Let's put this aside for now. Who is your leader? Lu Chuan asked again. Can I say I don't know, the soldier almost cried. When these two people came up, they picked some very confidential things to ask. If he didn't tell them, he would face the punishment of death. If he told them, his heart would be tortured again. After all, the Purple Thorns organization also has very strict disciplines. Those he could still remember the misery of the guys who violated discipline. Of course. Tai Lung played with the sharp blade in his hand. The blade was as flexible as if it was part of his hand. It flipped and jumped on his fingertips, making the soldier break out in cold sweat again. Two adults, I really don't know. I only know that the leader is a woman, and she always wears a mask when issuing orders to us. I can't see her face clearly. And I don't know her face at all. You know what her name is, and all of us call her leader. The soldier kept wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, for fear that the guy playing with the knife next to him would come up and poke a few holes for him if he disagreed. Then the last question. Lu Chuan stared at the soldier. What is the longevity-enhancing potion you just mentioned? The soldier was silent for a while, then said hoarsely, we are actually not humans. To be precise, we are not living humans. This answer did not surprise Lu Chuan. He had learned this from Tai Long when he arrived. None of the assassination members of Purple Thorn were made up of living people. They are all a group of dead people, and forbidden techniques were used to forcibly resurrect them. The so-called longevity potion only allows us to exist in this world for a few more years. Even if we are all dead bodies, we still have our own relatives and friends. If we can get along with them for a few more years, I would be willing to die for an organization that can provide this possibility. This soldier is right. Even if a person who has died is resurrected and learns that he can live for a few more years, then the time he is alive will become particularly cherished in their eyes. Many things only know their value after they are lost. So as long as it allows them to live for a few more years, they will accept no matter what the order is. Will a person who has died once still fear those laws and ridiculous moral constraints? Okay, let's lead the way. As I said just now, if you behave well enough, I will spare your life. Lu Chuan flicked his fingers, raised the corners of his mouth and smiled, I'm nothing else. Just kindness. Shameless. Tyrone thought secretly. Chapter 233. The secret base of Purple Thorns, this castle that looks like a ghost castle from the outside, is actually blocked by countless small stones that block all kinds of passages, and are abruptly separated into a maze-like winding maze. Corridor. The soldier in front carefully led Lu Chuan behind him through the winding corridor, and Lu Chuan was wearing the clothes of the guy who had been killed by Tai Long. Tai Long turned on his invisibility and hid beside Lu Chuan. According to the soldiers, there were hundreds of soldiers like him searching for guards in the castle at night. If they wanted to reach General Katsuo's prison, they would meet those guys on the way. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, it would be best if you could disguise it. Along the way, as he said, he met many people who greeted the soldier. From this point of view, the members of Purple Thorn are relatively harmonious among themselves. Actually, those of us who have died are not as powerful as we imagined. Most of the warriors were only around the bronze level or silver 5-star level when they were alive. But after being injected with that kind of hormone potion, not only can they be reborn, it can also stimulate all the potential in the body. Along the way, perhaps because he wanted to survive, the soldier revealed more things to Lu Chuan. After that, he planned to escape, take his family with him, and escape to a place far away from Noxus, and use the remaining few years of his life to honor his parents, his wife, and his daughter. I owe them too much over the years. To stimulate potential? Lu Chuan asked. Well, everyone has their own ultimate survival instinct, but many people may not be able to tap it out until they die. That kind of medicine can maximize human body potential. But the side effects are also it's very obvious that it will put a huge load on the body, but people like us who have died once, I'm afraid we won't be afraid of that, right? The soldier smiled bitterly as if with emotion. He is no longer a human being inside and out, and the Purple Thorn he swore allegiance to is betrayed by him. But there is nothing that can be done about it. If Purple Thorn is not betrayed, he will soon become like his companion and become a corpse. After going around in circles many times, the soldier paused and pointed to the door in front. Arrive. Lu Chuan also paused in his steps. The gate in front was not so much a gate as it was a big hole forced into the stone wall and then an iron fence was installed. However, this is not a simple iron fence. There are also tiny electric sparks flowing on it, emitting a tiny sizzling sound in the air. On the stone wall nearby, Lu Chuan was surprised to find a high-tech product similar to his world. Something like an access control, with a row of code locks marked with Roman numerals, and a green, fluorescent, palm-sized screen. Lu Chuan would be so surprised to see this kind of electronic product in this world. But thinking about it, it may be the high-tech products provided by Zon. In the Valoran continent. While other city-states are still using ancient and primitive tools or props, there are two city-states that are very advanced in science and technology. One is Zon and the other is Piltover. It's just that the two are completely opposite. Piltover's scientific research products are developed on the basis of not violating human ethics. They are used to benefit mankind and provide maximum convenience for local residents, so as to promote domestic degree of prosperity. After all, when something takes 5 hours to complete, after using high-tech means to complete it in only 1 hour, the remaining 4 hours can be used to do more useful things. Swan, on the other hand, doesn't care. As long as everything that can be developed is put into use, no matter whether it is good or bad, as long as its existence is valuable, then it will be recognized by others. The soldier stepped forward, stretched out his finger and pressed lightly on the green screen, and then entered a series of passwords. Crack. Immediately afterwards, the iron fence made a heavy sound and then slowly rose. General Katsao is being held in the innermost room. Before the soldier could finish his words, a loud shout suddenly came from behind him. What are you doing here? Who allowed guys of your level to come here? Lu Chuan turned around and saw a man wearing a brown robe with a golden thorn flower embroidered on his chest. Oops, it's Elder Manda. The soldier's face darkened and he whispered, in addition to the leader, Purple Thorns also has 3 elder-level guys. This is one of them. It is rumored that his strength has reached at the level of 3-star gold. Lu Chuan was also making quick calculations in his mind at this time. Even if he turned around and left obediently at this time, I am afraid that the guy named Manda would not let his group go so easily. At least he would have to call him for questioning. If the soldier was timid, he would be shaken off. If it comes out, it will still trigger a war. It would be better to. Tai Long, you go in with this guy, and I'll stop you here. At this point, Lu Chuan simply didn't cover up and tore off the purple thorn clothing he was wearing. Manda looked at the strangely dressed guy in front of her with a sharp look in her eyes. Are you an intruder? You really have the guts to come in. Manda also slowly lifted the hat on his robe, revealing a cold short head, and there were even dozens of slashes on his face that looked like they had been struck by swords. The marks scratched by the gas are intertwined. At the same time, he unleashed all his energy. Let me give you a ride personally, trespassers. He raised a slender sword, the tip of the sword trembling slightly, and then with a flick of his wrist, a cold sword energy swept out, carrying a powerful braking force. The sound of wind. Obviously, this is a guy who is good at swordsmanship. Tai Long. You go first. Lu Chuan stepped forward, took out the blood-drinking sword in his hand and placed it across his chest. Ding! With a soft groan, the sword energy was easily deflected by the blood-drinking sword. Oh. The strength is not bad. Manda raised her eyebrows, seeming a little surprised, but if you want to leave here, you are kidding. At the same time, he reached into his arms and took out a cylinder-like object and crushed it. An invisible but sensitive sound wave spread rapidly in all directions. In just a few dozen seconds, behind Lu Chuan and the others, on the left, on the right, in front and behind, they were surrounded by a group of soldiers rushing up like a tide. Surrounded by everyone. Lu Chuan had a subtle feeling that each of these soldiers was of silver-level strength. You concentrate on dealing with that guy, and leave the rest to me. Tai Long's steady voice sounded behind Lu Chuan. Can you withstand it? Lu Chuan tightened the sword in his hand and leaned against Tai Long, but his eyes did not move away from Manda at all. The 3-star gold star was equal to his strength. And he was a swordsman specializing in it. As a samurai, if you are not careful, he will seize the opportunity. Perhaps you may not know my nickname yet. Tai Lung opened his mouth in a rare move, revealing a cold smile. My nickname in Noxus is a sharp killing machine. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure was as fast as a poisonous snake, scurrying into the crowd. The next moment, blood burst out from the crowd, and several people screamed. So neat, hee, I won't lose to you. Lu Chuan licked his lips, with a fighting spirit in his eyes. Immediately, the blood-drinking sword glowed brightly. Chapter 234. Ding! Snapped! Bang! In the narrow corridor, there was the sound of fierce fighting. Manda's swordsmanship was very good. He could find the blind spots of the human body to attack. If you just look at the pure swordsmanship. Lu Chuan is far behind him. And even those who were forced by him could only retreat in panic. But Lu Chuan's strength lies in his high-intensity skills. Fire Dragon Breath. As his body became more and more integrated with the red flame core, Lu Chuan could control the fire element at will to derive many kinds of attacks. In the palm of his hand, a void fire dragon was quickly transformed, floating above his head lifelike, looking majestic, and at the same time, it swept towards Manda with a powerful and fiery breath. Cut! Manda shouted softly, and the thin sword in his hand trembled slightly, sharply cutting through the fire dragon's breath, but the breath was split into two. Scroll. Lu Chuan held it with one hand, and the breath cut by the rapier quickly merged again, only this time it surrounded Manda. Under Lu Chuan's control, the scope of the fire scroll gradually narrowed. Manda swung his sword several times in succession. Unfortunately, fire was invisible and moved with the wind. Even if the sword energy split the fire breath into a way out, other flames it will quickly rush forward to fill the gap. Triple sword intent. Lu Chuan held the blood-drinking sword tightly in his palm. When Manda was surrounded, he did not hesitate and directly took out one of his skills from the bottom of the box, Fire Element. Earth Element, Water Element, the three sword energies quickly merged and gathered on the hilt, and an arc-shaped sword energy spread out. With the cold three-color light, it cut off all the obstacles in front of it with a destructive attitude, and smashed directly into the fire scroll. Poof! In the rolling flames, Lu Chuan heard a sound of blood spurting from the mouth. Disperse! He raised one hand, and as the flames dissipated, Mandan stood there breathing heavily. The thin sword in his hand had been broken into two pieces. And one piece fell to the ground. His right arm was covered with scratches, and his sleeves were messy from countless subtle sword energy scratches. Blood was constantly seeping from the top, and it looked like his right arm was useless. Who are you? Manda looked at Lu Chuan unwillingly. This guy, the energy that burst out at that moment was too huge, even if Manda used the bottom of the box. The skills used as parries were all instantly destroyed by the arrogant energy. If he hadn't used the technique of pressing the bottom of the box, I'm afraid Manda's entire right arm would have been cut off by the roots. It doesn't matter who I am, it's just that you kidnapped someone you can't afford to offend. Lu Chuan slowly stepped forward and raised his sword. The leader will not forgive you. You will never be able to leave this castle, Jia Jia. Before Manda died, he showed a vicious smile, as if he was mocking Lu Chuan, who was not far from death. Pfft. The next moment, the sharp blood-drinking sword pierced his heart, and then he turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. I've heard this kind of threats too many times. It's a pity that I'm still alive and well. Lu Chuan withdrew the blood-drinking sword. The blood stains on it slowly penetrated into the blood-drinking sword without him having to wipe it. The red light on the blood-drinking sword seemed to be stronger again. This is also the power of the blood-drinking sword. When Lu Chuan got it, its initial grade was not high, only gold grade, but it could drink the blood of thousands of people to feed its growth. As long as it absorbs enough blood from the enemy, it can continue to improve and explode with greater power. Just after Lu Chuan eliminated Manda, Tai Lung also harvested all the soldiers. The average strength of that group of soldiers is around silver. For an assassin-type warrior like Tai Lung, it is not easy to kill one of them with a single step. At this time, the corridor was filled with corpses, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. The soldier who originally led the way was stunned in place as if he had been stunned, staring blankly at the two guys in front of him. A pair of dozens of people killed them all in just a few minutes. And the other one even directly took away one of the three elders. With such terrifying strength, the soldier had only one thought in his mind at this time. Fortunately, I didn't offend them at that time and handed over the things in time, otherwise I might not even know how I died. Hurry up. Now the commotion has become louder. The hidden leader may have discovered us. If we don't hurry up and rescue General Katsao, it may be dangerous. Lu Chuan frowned and looked at the fan. The iron fence has been completely opened. You'd better be careful next time. Tai Long suddenly said at this time, although I don't know the strength of that leader, and I have never met her, but General Katsao is a platinum-level warrior. Tai Long's words made Lu Chuan's eyes tremble. Platinum-level warriors are almost considered overlords in the Valoran continent. Even the group of ancient gods of Shurima that Lu Chuan encountered at that time have lost their strength over the long years. There are many warriors. And they are only platinum-level warriors, but they can directly control the fate of a country. But General Katsao, who has become a platinum-level general, is still held hostage by the leader of the Purple Thorns who has never shown up. So how strong is this leader? Rescue people first. If you lose, just run away. Lu Chuan made a decision directly. The soldier couldn't get a word in anyway, so he just had to obey the decisions made by the two bosses unconditionally. After the group gathered their attention, they quickly got into the iron fence and moved forward. When they arrived at this area, there were more doors nearby. After walking a few steps, they could see a tightly closed door. Solid iron gate. These doors are the lounges of the more senior officers in the organization. In addition to the 3 elders, there are 7 officers and 15 captains below to lead the entire Purple Thorn. The soldier explained. It seems that you have quite a few members of the Purple Thorns. Lu Chuan said casually. After all, a lot of people die in Noxus every year, the soldier replied. Just after 10 minutes of walking, a dead end finally appeared ahead. On the stone wall at the dead end, a silver door also appeared. Is General Katsao imprisoned here? Tai Lung's breathing became a little rapid, and he even grasped the soldier's sleeve with one hand. Yes, yes, cough cough. Sir, could you let go of me first? I can't breathe. The soldier was almost strangled by the neck, and his breathing was a little labored. Chapter 235. After getting an accurate answer from the soldier, Tai Lung threw him aside casually, then rushed forward with 2 steps on the ground and kicked the silver door. Bang! A dull sound erupted from the door, leaving a deep footprint. Now that the commotion has arisen, choosing to be quiet will not help. Therefore, Lu Chuan did not stop Tai Lung's violent methods. Moreover, Lu Chuan was still looking back at this time, paying attention to whether any enemy attacks were coming behind him. Just after Tai Lung pressed his feet on the door again but still failed to open the door, he took out the dagger and his arms suddenly shook. Whoa! The sharp dagger erupted with an unstoppable cold light at this moment, splitting the door open directly from the middle. Tai Lung kicked the door open a little, and then hurriedly got in. Lord Katsao, I'm here to save you. Talon said in a low voice and rushed in at the same time. Sir, I wonder if you can. Let me go after this time. I have no value anymore, and I can't threaten your existence. After Tai Lung entered the door, the soldier he wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Lu Chuan with a somewhat flattering look. He could tell from the series of conversations just now that the young and exaggerated boy in front of him was the elder brother who had the right to speak. As long as he nodded his approval, the rude and murderous guy would never against him. Let's leave from here first. Lu Chuan just folded his arms and leaned against a wall nearby, listening intently to what was going on around him. At this time, footsteps could be heard not far away. It seemed that it was impossible to escape from here smoothly. At this moment, Tai Lung suddenly turned back the same way, and there was no one around him. Lu Chuan's eyes became serious. General Kiko is missing. The soldiers on the side had their hearts in their throats. Seeing that he was so good at talking and explaining everything he could explain along the way. The adult's expression also softened a little, and it seemed that it was not impossible to let him live. If the sweetheart disappears at this juncture, then he will definitely die. No, Tai Lung's voice was filled with doubts. Lu. What? No. What are you talking about? Lu Chuan frowned. Tai Lung was really not very good at expressing one thing. Maybe he saw some scene that he couldn't describe well for a while. Lu Chuan stepped forward directly. He glanced at the crack in the door. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, you will be shocked when you look at it. He slipped through the crack in the door. Saw himself. To be precise, it was his own back, and that back was also looking into the door not far away, as if it was reincarnation. Lu Chuan raised his feet and stepped into the door, and the figure from behind also raised his feet and stepped into the door further ahead. This corridor, which is not too long, is like a mirror. The person outside the mirror wants to go in and find out, and the person in the mirror also wants to step into the outside world. It's a pity that they can only keep moving forward in one direction. Whether they are going back or forward, they can only go in one direction and have no other choice. They can never turn their backs on each other. Lu Chuan felt that something was strange, and immediately turned back through the crack in the door. Only this time, he also saw a door in front of him. His own back still appeared in front, standing on the outside of the door, and he could only see that figure through the crack of the door. Tai Lung and the soldier beside him also appeared again in the scene outside the door. Cycle. Reincarnation. Unlimited. What's going on? Tai Lung looked at Lu Chuan with confusion. The soldier had never seen such a strange sight. We seem to have fallen into an illusion, Lu Chuan swallowed. Although he had realized that he had been trapped in an illusion. The impact of this illusion on people was a bit huge. When he first realized that he was in this, when you are under the psychedelic spell, you will feel fear. When a person is in a dead situation, the fear will be magnified to every hair. But Lu Chuan was still calm. He had met a magic warrior who could use illusions a long time ago. When I was still in Demacia, the void messenger I met nearly cost the entire group their lives with his blue moon illusion technique. But if you compare that level of illusion with the current reincarnation illusion, it is obviously more than one level lower. Illusion. Until now, we have been standing still. Lu Chuan raised his leg, took a step forward, and then looked back at Tai Long. Even if I take a step forward, I am still standing still. You want to say that everything that is happening now is unreal? Then if I kill him, does that mean he is not dead in reality? Then Tai Lung took out the dagger and grabbed the soldier beside him. I'll try it. Ah. Don't, sir, don't. The soldier was so frightened that he almost peed. What kind of thinking do these strong people have? They are in trouble, and they actually want to stab others, and they will not be able to survive. But judging from his actions, he really had no intention of leaving a way to survive. Just when Tai Long was about to kill the soldier with one knife to test the truth, Lu Chuan held his arm down. This is the brilliance of this illusion. Although we are in an unreal world, the three of us are real. If we kill each other in this illusion, it will play into the hands of the artist, and we will avoid its time for him to take action. Now that things have happened, Lu Chuan has calmed down. The blind and excited rush to get out of this illusion is what the magician hopes to see most. The more anxious people tend to be, the more they lose their true intentions, and even the simplest chess game is difficult to crack. I'll leave this kind of mental thing to you. If you need my help in killing people, call me again and I will rush to save the general. Tai Long lost his temper. As Lu Chuan said, even if he is here, killing everyone here would be useless, and besides, he might not be able to defeat Lu Chuan. Furthermore, the two were now in an alliance, and Lu Chuan was smarter than him, so Tai Long calmed down by default and let Lu Chuan think about the problem. Generally speaking, this kind of magic is just an illusion. It just allows our souls to enter a world in the spiritual plane, creating a scene in the spiritual plane that is exactly the same as the original world. No matter how our souls move, but our body is standing still. So if we want to break this spell, Lu Chuan drew out the blood-drinking sword, stroked its edge with his fingers, and spoke word by word. This world must be destroyed. Chapter 236. Destroy this world. This statement is really too appalling. How big is the continent of Valoran? Even a platinum-level expert can probably only shake a city, but it is unrealistic to completely destroy that city. What's more, the continent of Valoran is composed of countless cities and countless large and small islands. Even Tai Lung looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief. Hell, your mind must have been controlled by that guy hiding in the dark, destroying the world or something. Are you sure you're not joking? Lu Chuan ignored him and focused on the sword in his hand, pouring all his energy into the blood-drinking sword. Buzz, buzz. The blood-drinking sword began to tremble violently due to the high-intensity energy infusion, and the essence of energy elements in it began to become thicker and grow crazily. Even Tai Lung felt the overwhelming energy within it. Once this energy is poured out, the terrifying fluctuations caused will at least destroy the castle without any problem. How can this guy have such a powerful ability? This aura has grown to the platinum level. Tai Lung gritted his teeth. Hey! Are you crazy? If it wasn't like what you said, then we would all die. Here. Are you going to do such a crazy thing just for an idea of your own? Lu Chuan still didn't respond to Tai Lung. The brilliance of illusion lies in the fact that it is not easily detected, and even after being detected, it is not easy to be deciphered. But Lu Chuan had to fight now, because it was very likely that a group of soldiers and the leader were standing in front of their bodies, waiting to give them the final blow. If the soul is limited in the illusion, then the body cannot react, just like a wooden man. So we have to break this spell before they all arrive. Mirror shadow, waning moon. As Lu Chuan shouted, the blood-drinking sword in his hands suddenly shook, and then he slashed diagonally in the air. Whoa! The entire space suddenly looked like a frozen lake. Except for Lu Chuan, the other two people stood still in place like stiff statues. Lu Chuan raised one hand and put all the shields on Tai Long and the soldier, and then his arm shook. Break! Crack! Along with a sound like breaking glass, the entire space became torn apart. After a period of darkness, Lu Chuan slowly opened his eyes again. What appeared in front of him was still this narrow corridor, but the difference was that the door that was originally broken by Tai Lung's violence was intact at this time. They are back in the real world. Tai Lung also slowly opened his eyes and looked around blankly. Are we back now? If nothing else, that's it. Lu Chuan just tore the space apart. When the space was torn apart, the spell formed in that space was also directly destroyed. Perhaps there is something weird about that door. The magician has cast a spell on that door. If it is opened by abnormal means, it will fall directly into an illusion. Lu Chuan glanced at the door. At this time, there above his head, a burst of enchanting laughter suddenly circled down. Kiki, as expected, the people who can kill here have some skills. After being hit by my mirror, they can still escape unscathed. You are the first batch. Shouldn't I award you a medal? The laughter was not only enchanting, but also had a hint of madness, as if emanating from a man possessed. Soon, the laughter spread outward, and the laughter began to echo in all directions, making people's hair stand on end. Only laughter echoed in this space, but no one was seen. Chief, it's the leader's voice. The soldier was so scared that his whole body was trembling. He had seen the leader's ruthless methods before. The woman who can be called the devil will use the most vicious torture methods in the world to torture to death those who betrayed the purple thorn. Oh. Is there really a traitor? After the enchanting laughter lasted for a while, he seemed to have noticed something. Soon, the soldier felt as if he was being targeted by a poisonous snake. A strong gaze shrouded his body. Even though it was invisible, he still felt great pressure. Is it a happy life to be a traitor? The voice asked. No, 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 don't kill me, please, I just want to live, I want to take care of my family. The soldier felt unprecedented fear. That fear seemed to be a real thing, stuffed into his heart by the leader in a special way. So the fear was infinitely magnified in his heart. Even though he had done nothing and nothing happened, he still felt fear. It seemed as if no light could be seen. Even if he opened his eyes wider, all he could see was endless darkness spreading. It's so scary, ah. The soldier yelled miserably. But from the perspective of Lu Chuan and Tai Long, nothing happened. They only saw him squatting on the ground with his head in his hands and twitching as if he had seen a ghost. What's wrong with him? Tai Lung frowned. It's probably an illusion. It's just that this magic warrior seems to be very clever and can perform spells from places where we can't see. As soon as Lu Chuan finished speaking, the soldier fell to the ground and twitched twice. Foaming at the mouth, eyelids turned outward, and died of breathlessness. He's dead, Tyrone gasped. It's not that he has never seen dead people, but this method of killing is really the most spine-chilling way he has ever seen. When nothing happened, a perfectly good person was frightened to death by the inexplicable fear in his heart. This way of dying is extremely painful. Old plan, you go rescue people and I'll block the way. Lu Chuan made a decision quickly. But that door. The spell will become ineffective after being triggered once. We must rescue General Katsao first. Okay. Tai Lung didn't hesitate, turned around and ran towards the door. Lu Chuan clenched the blood-drinking sword in his hand and held it in front of Tai Lung. Since you are so interested, how about you let me play with you? Lu Chuan pretended to be calm and raised his head with a smile. There was just a slight drop of cold sweat on his forehead. The enemy we encountered this time was probably the most difficult to deal with. Chapter 237. In Valoran, there are two types of people. One type is ordinary people, without any talent or strength, who spend their lives peacefully and diligently. The other category is those who have a talent for practicing martial arts, or who have stepped into the realm of warriors through continuous hard work and are moving in a higher direction. Of course, those who fall in the middle are not excluded. The warriors are also divided into two categories. One type is good at using the explosive energy brought by the body. Whether it is hands, elbows, knees, or legs, they are all powerful means of attack, or they can use various sharp weapons to use the energy in their bodies. Qi is poured into the weapon, thus bursting out with powerful power. The energy of this type of warrior comes from the strength in the body, which is what ordinary people think of as strength, but it is much higher than strength. They can even hurt people by releasing their strength. Another type of warrior uses long-distance mana attacks and uses the mental power in their minds to amplify their skills. They can cause explosive damage just by relying on their skills, but their weaknesses are also very obvious. After their mental power is exhausted, their physical combat ability, that is, the energy in their bodies, is the same as that of ordinary people. The representative weapons of this kind of warriors are sticks or staffs. High-level staffs will contain a lot of mental power to avoid the embarrassment of their sudden mental exhaustion during combat. They are also called magic warriors. Whether they are warriors or magic warriors, they each have their own weaknesses and strengths. Talented geniuses will make a decision in the early stages of martial arts, which path to choose. However, under these two categories, there are still more subtle divisions. Samurai are divided into force warriors, body warriors, sword warriors, and other various warriors. There are more divisions among magic warriors, because the use of mental power is much more powerful than physical strength. The most common types of magic warriors include mages, enchantment masters, elemental masters, puppet masters, as well as the slightly more biased ones, illusionists, etc. If we say that the most feared profession in Valoran is the pharmacist, so the most feared type of warrior is the illusionist among the magic warriors. This kind of magic warrior is rare in the continent of Valoran, and the conditions for becoming an illusionist are extremely demanding, even no less than that of a pharmacist. But its existence is like a poisonous snake lurking on a muddy path in the dark. If it bites you, you will be poisoned and die. The attack methods of illusionists are very unique. They often do not have the explosive energy attacks of samurai. Nor do they have the gorgeous and practical elemental mana methods of magic warriors. From a certain perspective, their attack methods are very weak. But the most deadly thing about them is that they can confuse people's consciousness and even disrupt the enemy's mind. Imagine what could be more terrifying than being suddenly controlled and stabbing yourself in the middle of a bloody fight. This is the horror of illusion. If the assassin kills invisible, by the time you see his figure, you have already heard the footsteps of death. Then the illusionist's killing is based on the concept of non-existence. Even if he kills someone, no one will realize that it was the illusionist who did it. As long as they disguise themselves skillfully enough, most of those who die will be diagnosed as having mental illness, nervous breakdown, or suicide. In fact, this is indeed the case. The illusionist never needs to use any hands to make the dead kill each other or torture themselves to death. Therefore, the emergence of this kind of non-existence and suicide situation has led to the notoriety of people like illusionists. The enemy Lu Chuan faced now was an illusionist. Whether it was judging from the spell on the door just now or the sudden death of the soldier, it was undoubtedly the attack method of the illusionist. Different from the previous Void Messenger, that Void Messenger was just a half-baked illusionist. Perhaps he got a certain book on illusionist skills in an accident, and thus learned the lowest illusion, Blue Moon Illusion. But the guy in front of me now who hasn't shown up yet is actually a real illusionist. And the strength is above platinum level. If a platinum level illusionist is at the lowest level, even a top level platinum warrior might not be willing to provoke them unless they have to. Who do you think you are talking to? Suddenly, Lu Chuan felt a chill on the right side of his cheek. He didn't even realize when it started. Just after the soft sound that seemed to ring in his ears ended, blood suddenly overflowed from his right cheek. Lu Chuan stretched out his hand and touched it, and his palm was completely covered with blood. Tick 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 kept sliding down his cheek, and a blood flower spattered on the ground. You see, arrogant warriors like you have always been like this. You don't even know when you will die. You just hold your sword and want to show off with others, but I know it. You probably still have 30 seconds of chance to survive, cherish it. Cluck cluck. A black shadow flashed past Lu Chuan's face, and he left another sentence. Her figure is like a ghost, hard to catch. No, maybe that's not her figure, just the phantom she created. But who knows? Her words were like the god of death giving an order. Lu Chuan felt that all the blood in his body was boiling at this moment, rushing out of his body. There were drops of blood oozing out from all over his body, like a man covered in blood. A feeling of powerlessness approaching dizziness came over him, and Lu Chuan felt that he was about to die from excessive blood loss. The woman's death countdown came overhead. Head, so dizzy. Why are my arms getting heavier and heavier? The scene before him became increasingly bleak. Crack. Finally, even the hand holding the blood-drinking sword lost its strength, and the blood-drinking sword hit the ground heavily. The blood was still flowing out unstoppably, from seeping out just now to gushing out now. What on earth has this woman done to herself? How did she make herself look like this despite not having any physical contact with her? 10. The woman was still counting down, and her figure slowly appeared in front of Lu Chuan. It's just that Lu Chuan's eyelids seemed to be pressed by two mountains at this moment, and he couldn't even see her clearly. Bang! Finally, Lu Chuan's feet softened and he fell directly to the ground. I feel so weak now that I can't even lift my arms. 8. The woman's voice also began to become intermittent. Maybe she did it on purpose, or maybe Lu Chuan's hearing was really blurred. With 5 seconds left, Lu Chuan moved his Adam's apple, but found that he was too weak to say a word. He fell into a pool of blood, and the air was filled with the smell of his own blood. Lu Chuan never thought that he would die in such a ridiculous way. He had faced countless enemies, but none had ever made him feel powerless like this. He fell to the ground without even a chance to make a move, and now he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. The countdown to death is over. Chapter 238. In chaos. Lu Chuan felt a splitting headache as a powerful force continued to pull him downwards. He glanced down. It was pitch black, and he could only vaguely see a pool. The pool was filled with purple water. The water was boiling, and purple bubbles were constantly rolling out. There were many dead bones and limbs on the side, as well as rotting corpses that looked like they had just died. In addition, there were bursts of wailing sounds reaching his ears. Where is this place? Is it hell? And what about yourself? Is he already dead? Just when Lu Chuan was secretly guessing, another figure suddenly fell quickly beside him. Lu Chuan took a closer look and saw that it was the body of the soldier who had been frightened to death just now. He fell faster than Lu Chuan. Soon we reached the purple pool at the bottom. Plop. As he fell into the water, causing a big splash, his body was also quickly swallowed up by the purple pool at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, only his bones were left, and his body had been completely corroded by the pool water. So corrosive, Lu Chuan frowned and tried to use force to stop his fall, but found that he still couldn't use any strength just like before. He could only let the putrid smell rush past his face, and the reflection of the pool below in his pupils became larger and larger. I'm afraid no one would have to endure such suffering even after death. Lu Chuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's not that he's afraid of losing, it's just that he doesn't even have a chance to take action when he loses, and he's very unwilling to do so. Just when he was about to fall into the pool, the small beads in his arms suddenly jumped out and floated on the pool before Lu Chuan. Buzz! The small bead burst out with a burst of powerful and dazzling white light, forming a soft, web-like invisible force. Lu Chuan fell abruptly onto the invisible spider web, only a few feet away from the pool. When he was less than a centimeter away, Ken stopped. This. How long will it take for you to grow up? I can't wait any longer. A slightly angry but very light and smiling voice came out. Immediately afterwards, a ray of light flew out of the small bead. My God, Lord God. Lu Chuan looked at the girl in front of him in surprise, who had only a golden outline but couldn't see her appearance. Didn't you say, that after that time in Shurima, you will be in seclusion? Why? Humph, you're going to die if I don't come out. You are my successor. How could I just watch you die like this? The girl was slightly dissatisfied. Twirling her hair with her fingers and leaning back on the chair. Floating in mid-air, although there are no chairs. Lu Chuan felt slightly embarrassed, let Lord God worry about it for me. But I don't have any extra power to help you now. I have to use my power to maintain, forget it. There is no need to tell you that kind of thing for the time being. In short, you just wake up for me as soon as possible. The girl. It floated in front of Lu Chuan again. Wake up, come here. What do you mean? It's so stupid, why is my successor so stupid? The girl seemed to be scratching her hair in annoyance, illusionists don't know any attack methods. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Chuan's whole body trembled. It was as if he had an epiphany. You mean? That's right. Everything you see now is just an illusion. Why did Lord Tianshan come out to stop me at the expense of wasting his own time? Lu Chuan was a little confused. If all this is just an illusion, even if he falls into this pool of water and is dissolved, it is just an illusion. Nonsense, you will definitely die if you don't come out. The genius of illusionists is that they can kill people step by step. There are 3 signs of a person's death, one is brain death, one is heart death, and the last one is soul death. Although the illusionist has no direct means of attack, he can make people mistakenly think that he is dead, until he finally gives up resistance. You have to know that a person's mind is very powerful. In some ways, it is the spiritual support for people to survive. On the contrary, if this idea is in a desperate situation, the person's soul will die. That's it, Lu Chuan understood a little bit what she said, but I still have a question. Why did I feel like my whole body was bleeding and weak after being hit by her spell just now? It's like what really happened. You're a retard, the girl seemed to be a little mad. She directly raised Lu Chuan's ear, leaned into his ear and shouted loudly, I'll say it again, if the illusion is not the same as the real thing, what the hell is it called an illusion? Teacher Aha. Lu Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, his ears still echoing with the sound of the god who might have been a bit grumpy because of his aunt. But don't mention it, this little girl with a soft voice can even use swear words so touchingly. Wait a minute. Now is not the time to lament this. Lu Chuan opened his eyes and saw a woman wearing a mask and gorgeous robes, holding a sharp knife and preparing to stab him in the neck. Illusionists have no direct attack methods, but they can use the most common attack method after their opponents are unconscious, just find a sharp weapon and pierce their heart or throat. Lu Chuan finally recalled what the Lord God said just now, "You will die if I don't come out." Bang! Lu Chuan suddenly pressed down on the woman's wrist, and rolled up from the ground like a carp. How did you? Under the mask, the woman's look of astonishment was very obvious. She has never seen anyone wake up from her magic shadow without help from anyone. This method of controlling her opponent's inner demons is impossible to crack without the help of external force. But this guy actually cracked it, and it was so fast that he woke up before he could kill him. Of course, the woman would never know that in the little bead in Lu Chuan's arms was the existence of the grumpy girl who looked like her aunt had arrived. If the god wasn't currently powerful enough to help, she might have tasted what is called a girl's anger. Illusionists are only said to be too psychedelic by rumors, but in fact they are nothing more than that. Lu Chuan held the woman's wrist tightly and pressed her against the wall, preventing her from moving. At the same time, the mask was removed from her face. Chapter 239. Pa. Lu Chuan casually threw the mask to the ground. What came into view was a somewhat pale cheek, with a somewhat charming and coquettish face, but the thick black eyeshadow reduced the impression a lot. The fairy trickster LeBlanc. Lu Chuan recognized her the first time he saw her face. Damn it, I'll make you taste something amazing. LeBlanc took off the mask for Lu Chuan, and felt a little embarrassed at the moment. A whirlpool of suction erupted from a pair of deep, seemingly bottomless black pupils. Look into my eyes, and I will take you to the happiest world in the world. In that land, your strength will make a qualitative leap. LeBlanc is still trying to suck Lu Chuan into her illusion. Among. Only. Give up. LeBlanc's eyes widened and she murmured in disbelief, how could, it's impossible, my illusion actually failed. Everything you did was in vain. Lu Chuan pressed LeBlanc's arm and forced her down against the wall. Smelling the fragrance of roses on this woman's body, aside from the heavy makeup she put on her face, this woman's figure is indeed excellent. The mental control field of the illusionist is indeed very powerful. Ordinary people may not have the mind to resist it at all, but Lu Chuan stopped talking for the rest of the sentence. Because the whereabouts of the Lord God cannot be exposed. Her seemingly rude yell just now still echoes in Lu Chuan's mind. But it is like a warning bell that constantly reminds Lu Chuan that all illusions can be broken by sticking to one's heart. There must be something in these words. The Lord God had to use some means to keep the sound lingering in his ears. The scary thing about illusion is that you never know when you will lose your true heart and yourself. Just like Lu Chuan's experience just now, when he fell into the illusion, the negative state he fell into was so real. He would feel exhausted when he was bleeding, and in the end he couldn't even lift his fingers. These feelings are inflicted on the victim by the illusionist, as if they are things the victim has personally experienced. If it is impossible to distinguish between illusion and reality, then the original mind cannot distinguish either. Human beings follow common sense. When the illusion of common sense is consistent with the real common sense, everyone will lose themselves. At this time, it is impossible to escape from the illusion independently. Only bystanders, outsiders, can see through everything. However, a powerful illusionist obviously knows his own weakness and will try to choose a time when there are few people to attack, or directly strengthen the intensity of the illusion to involve those bystanders. Bang! At this moment, a strong kick on the door came from behind. Lu Chuan looked slightly sideways and saw Tai Long supporting a middle-aged man slowly walking out of the silver door. The man had stern features and a thick beard. He seemed to be in good spirits. After being detained for so long, he did not show much panic. Even when he looked towards Lu Chuan, he saw LeBlanc. After being held hostage by Lu Chuan, he only showed a slightly stunned expression. The rotation is fleeting. He is General du Couture, whom Tyrone must rescue at all costs. He is a capable man with a very important voice in Noxus. Let's go first, this is not the place to talk. Lu Chuan raised the blood-drinking sword obliquely and placed it on LeBlanc's neck. He let LeBlanc desperately use various spells, but Lu Chuan remained unmoved. Pull her forward. Okay, stop playing tricks. No matter how clever you are. It won't help. Just follow us out. I'm in a good mood and I'll leave you an arm. With the spiritual energy blessing from Lord God, Lu Chuan can basically say that he can walking sideways, especially when facing an illusionist like this who focuses on the spiritual realm. Even though LeBlanc was unwilling to do so, she could only grit her teeth, otherwise Lu Chuan's sword attack would not be a joke. Tai Long and General Katsao exchanged glances with each other, then slowly followed Lu Chuan. For the soldiers of Purple Thorn, this was the first time they saw their leader today. But what was even more remarkable than seeing the leader's appearance was that it was also the first time that they saw the leader who had always been aloof and could easily manipulate everyone with applause. At this time, a strange and young man held down his wrist. There was a long sword hanging around his neck, and he walked out of the corridor in a captive manner. They had all received a signal before that there was an enemy invasion, but they saw such a scene before they arrived. It was neither possible for them to advance nor to retreat. Even looking at it is a bit hesitant to look at it. Lu Chuan didn't speak, and just pressed LeBlanc forward. The soldiers were forced to get out of the way and watched him and General Du Cacao and his party behind him slowly walk out of the castle. When they reached a forest outside the castle, Lu Chuan glanced at Tai Lung and the general beside him, and then glanced back. A few hundred meters behind, a group of soldiers were watching with some restraints. Tai Long, you take General Katsao back first, and I'll take care of you. Lu Chuan winked at Tai Long. Well, you should be more careful. I will keep this incident in mind. Tai Long, who has always been cold, rarely expressed a trace of concern for Lu Chuan. Perhaps it was because he assisted Tai Long to rescue the general this time, so that he felt a hint of warmth. However, the one with the highest status in Tai Lung's heart was General Katsao, which made Lu Chuan miss those two people, Jana and Ari, who didn't know where they were now. If it were these two little girls, they would definitely be holding their arms tightly, crying and shouting. Wiping their noses and tears on their sleeves and choking, no. My dear, if I don't leave, we will die together. I will never leave you alone. Of course, they seem to have never done this. Usually, when Lu Chuan was fighting the enemy in front, the two girls would look at the surrounding scenery from behind, and occasionally show some appropriate concern. Afterwards, General Kiko nodded slightly to show respect to Lu Chuan, and with the support of Tai Long, his back disappeared into the night until he finally disappeared. It seems that although General Katsao acted very energetic, in fact, his body was still traumatized by LeBlanc. After Tai Lung and General Katsao walked away, Lu Chuan glanced at LeBlanc coldly, tell all your men to move away, and don't let me see a shadow. LeBlanc glanced at the sharp blood-drinking sword, and then ordered all the soldiers behind him to retreat into the castle. Now, are you satisfied? Haven't you achieved your goal yet? The person has been rescued, what else do you want? LeBlanc's tone was very calm. Perhaps she had already guessed that Lu Chuan didn't intend to kill her when he kidnapped her. Otherwise, he could have taken action directly after General Katsao left just now. When an illusionist spell has no effect, then there will be no difference between the illusionist and ordinary people. Killing her is just a matter of time. It's just a hands-on matter. But just now, Lu Chuan suddenly had a new idea. Now that he had the support of the peace faction and the unpaid favor from General Katsao, Lu Chuan set his sights on LeBlanc's back. He wanted to eat this purple thorn as the last trump card to prevent Noxus from advancing. Chapter 240. To put it simply and clearly, I need you. As soon as Lu Chuan started speaking, LeBlanc stared at Lu Chuan in astonishment. Are you a pervert? Don't get me wrong, I mean. I need that purple thorn behind you. Lu Chuan was a little embarrassed. Compared with his figure, the bunch of chicks around him were not bad, and recently there was a huge one. He was unmoved by Miss Rue's sister Sona, let alone had any thoughts about LeBlanc. If she could remove the heavy makeup on her face so that he could see her bare face, maybe we could discuss it. Are you kidding? Why do you think I will hand over control of the purple thorn to you? LeBlanc looked at Lu Chuan as if he was mentally retarded. Of course you won't, so I'm just telling you, and I don't intend to ask for your opinion. You, what are you doing? The next moment, LeBlanc exclaimed. Without saying a word, Lu Chuan picked her up across the waist and carried her directly on his shoulders. Yes, he put her on his shoulders very roughly. Her illusion had no effect on Lu Chuan, so she would definitely not be able to break free. Because no matter what, her body was firmly carried on Lu Chuan's shoulders unless Lu Chuan let her go. Lu Chuan had no intention of reasoning with her from the beginning. For the peace faction or General Katsao, they and the martial faction do not wear the same pants, so as long as they show some benefits that they can see, they will lend a helping hand to them. The purple thorn behind LeBlanc is different. It has always been a secret force affiliated with the martial arts faction. If you want such a force to betray its master, you have to use some special means. Lu Chuan learned from the dead soldier that this force only obeyed the words of their supreme leader, LeBlanc. Then it's very simple, just kidnap LeBlanc. Don't you like to play kidnapping? Don't you always like to kidnap others, and you always dangle in front of others to make trouble? Well, now it's my turn to kidnap you. This is Lu Chuan's purpose. Tum. After returning to the hotel, Lu Chuan threw LeBlanc on his shoulders heavily onto the bed. It's not like I just threw him to the ground like I did with Tai Lung back then, but I still treat girls a little differently. Sir, why do you have to carry someone back every day? Even though it was late at night, Peggy appeared at the door of Lu Chuan's room, rubbing her eyes, startling Lu Chuan. Why don't you sleep at night? I've been sleeping all day. As soon as the adults arrived in Noxus, they left us here and ignored us. We can't go out and wander around casually. And it's not interesting to stay in the hotel, so we just kept sleeping and sleeping. Peggy stretched out her hand and yawned. Behind her, she seemed to hear Peggy's voice. Sona also walked over drowsily, rubbing her eyes. Perhaps because she had just woken up, her light blue hair was still a little messy. I didn't have time to tie it into a pair of ponytails, so it was just fluffy and it didn't look cute. You are back. In short, Lu Chuan still admires this cute girl who never leaves her notebook and pen wherever she goes. Who is this woman? Peggy glanced at LeBlanc, who was lying on the bed with some confusion. Illusionist. Yeah. Peggy exclaimed, then hugged Sona and hid in the corner shivering. Huan, magician. Look, this is the daily life of illusionists walking in the continent of Valoran. They are as scary as poisonous snakes. It's okay. I'm here. Since I dare to carry her back, I can cure her. Sona, you came just in time. Where is your chin? Sona trotted all the way back to her room and took the ancient piano back. It's also very cute to see her gasping for air. Let's play some music to relax first. Lu Chuan raised one hand and directly opened a barrier. Now his mental power is at a relatively stable baseline. Perhaps the Lord God has settled in the small bead. Is absorbing the energy inside, so Lu Chuan's mental power has never improved. But maintaining this stable level is enough for him to open some insignificant small barriers. Aren't you afraid of disturbing others? Peggy asked. It's okay, I've opened the barrier. Anyway, you two have had enough sleep, so just stay here. Lu Chuan had no other intention in letting the two of them stay here. I just want them to be a witness. If LeBlanc wants to use some despicable means to seduce him later, there are two beautiful girls sitting next to him, and she will definitely not let it go. This also supervised himself from another perspective. The purpose of asking Sona to play a little song is to let her use music to calm down LeBlanc's emotions first. Sona arranged the guqin, and the sound trickled out slowly, like a handful of sweet spring water that was shining with stars under the morning sun, trickling into her heart. Only the sweet sound of the piano was left in the whole room. Just by listening to the music carefully, you can hear the endless beauty. In such an environment, all the body and mind can relax. When the song ended, the whole room was still reverberating with the beautiful sound of the piano. Lu Chuan slowly said at this time, have you considered helping me? Just one song and you want me to switch sides? No, this is just me doing my duty as a landlord. Now I can treat you as a guest from afar, but after our negotiation fails, I may do some inhumane methods to you. LeBlanc glanced at Lu Chuan contemptuously, then at the two girls behind him. Are you here? I'll be with you anytime. I'm not interested in your body, but what happens next may be something you can't bear. Have you really thought about it? Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly, and at the same time harassed the person with his mind. Lord God, if I throw her into the beads, do you have a way to cure her? It's so noisy, you're disturbing someone else's sleep. Well, from the auntie girl to the girl who gets angry when she gets up, Lu Chuan really can't imagine what kind of life this god is living in the little bead. Please, help me, I really can't do anything with her now. I'm afraid you are the only one who can cure her. Lu Chuan pretended to be inscrutable in front of LeBlanc, but in fact, he still had trouble with LeBlanc. There's really nothing we can do. Because she is not like Tai Lung, who has something that can be used as a threat or a common goal. So she can discuss things easily. Coca-Cola and Lu Chuan are completely enemies, and for the illusionist, the most bearish thing may be life and death. Because she is acting out the life and death of others every day. So after much deliberation, it seemed that the only option was to ask for help from Lord God. Well, although I can't get out of the bead in my current state, if you get her in, I do have a lot of ways to deal with her. But after this time, I also need to tell you you owe me a lot of favors. After thinking for a moment, Master Tianxian nodded and agreed. Chapter 241. Brush. Followed by a flash of white light. Under LeBlanc's dull gaze, her body was sucked into the small bead. Not only LeBlanc was surprised, but also the two girls on the side who were completely dumbfounded. What is this? Transform into a living person? Lu Chuan did not give the two girls any answer, but drove them back to their respective rooms. I'm not convinced. Why didn't you let us know? Peggy protested the moment she was pushed out of the room by Lu Chuan. Of course, the protest disappeared without a trace with a heavy slam of the door. Afterwards, Lu Chuan sat cross-legged on the bed, pulled out his soul, and dived into the bead. He wanted to see how the Lord God dealt with LeBlanc. In the vast white self-contained space, a white light flashed, and then LeBlanc fell heavily to the ground. She narrowed her eyes slightly in discomfort at first, and after a while, she stood up from the ground. It was empty everywhere, without anything. LeBlanc didn't look too panicked, but was confirming something. For a while, he stretched out his hand and performed a set of strange spells. For a while, he turned over his hand and took out his staff, waving a faint light. It seems like some kind of boundary is being drawn. No need to do useless work. In this space, except for my permission, all skills and spells are prohibited. A bright and somewhat crisp voice sounded above LeBlanc's head, and she was slightly nervous. Looking around. Not a single person was seen. A platinum-level illusionist, it is indeed very difficult to climb to this level. What do you want to do? LeBlanc became alert, she felt like someone was taking control of everything. Especially in this unfamiliar environment, this feeling becomes more and more intense. What do you think will happen to an illusionist if he is deprived of all his spells and spiritual power? An ordinary person? A useless person? How is it possible? Stop joking. How could I be deprived of what I have learned in my head? LeBlanc gritted her teeth and groaned twice, but her erratic vision betrayed her at this time. Mood. Obviously, she had also heard of this method of forcibly depriving samurai of their skills and abilities. However, Lu Chuan, who turned into a transparent soul body and lurked aside to eavesdrop, said in slight surprise. It turns out that there are such unreasonable methods. If you learn this move, I'm afraid you don't need to learn any other moves. You can just use deprivation on whoever doesn't like him. Compared to Lu Chuan's surprise, LeBlanc at this time had lost the composure she had always maintained. Do you think I'm joking with you? Do I bring you to a place like this and then use jokes to make you happy? The sharp edge that Master Tianxian showed when he was aggressive made Lu Chuan feel ashamed. As soon as he finished speaking, a soft halo of light suddenly appeared in front of LeBlanc. It seemed gentle, but it was slowly exuding an irresistible force, pulling LeBlanc's body towards the ball of light. LeBlanc only felt the power inside her body passing rapidly. In her mind, the memory of those spells became blurry in an instant. Those spells that were originally familiar to her heart were like strange patterns dancing in her mind at this moment. Finally rushed out of his mind and dispersed towards the halo. No. LeBlanc screamed almost in pain. She held her head in her hands, her expression extremely painful. For illusionists, apart from their strength in the spiritual realm, they have no means of attack. If all the memories in this spiritual realm are taken away, then they will be no different from a useless person. It may be difficult for others to understand this feeling, but the despair is similar to that of a samurai who has practiced swordplay since childhood and lost his arms. I agree. I agree with everything you said. LeBlanc seemed to have changed into a different person at this time, from being calm at the beginning to begging for mercy now. This shows how important that power is to her. Brush. The soft light gradually dissipated, and the memories that were about to be lost returned to LeBlanc's mind. This made her let out a long sigh of relief, and her forehead was now covered with sweat. Okay, let's take her out. The deterrence is enough. I'll leave the rest to you. Also, come back after you solve this matter. I have something to say to you. She conveyed the words to Lu Chuan with all her heart, but she never showed up once from beginning to end. This made Lu Chuan sigh. It would be good to have a capable boss. Ahem, of course, it means capable, not competent. After Lu Chuan released LeBlanc from the bead, LeBlanc fell on the bed as if she had lost all strength. She just took a deep look at Lu Chuan and closed her eyes. Lu Chuan was frightened. I thought she died directly. He checked her nose with her hands and found that she was just unconscious. It seemed that the high-intensity pressure inside the bead just now caused a lot of mental trauma in her mind. Remembering what he just said, Lu Chuan hurriedly calmed down and got back into the bead. The girl turned into a ball of light and shadow, floating in mid-air lazily. That's right, he was floating, lying down in a very comfortable position with his hands on the pillow. You are really troublesome. As soon as Lu Chuan entered the self-contained space, Master Tianshan started to complain. Well, although it does seem to be the case, according to etiquette, you have to let me take a breath first. Lu Chuan rubbed his hands and said with a smile. According to etiquette, you need to bow to the ground now. To put it simply, you need to kneel on the ground and salute me with your forehead on the ground. I am a god. Lord God's voice sounded a little proud. But she didn't seem to have any intention of giving up. Lu Chuan really did this, just for fun, and immediately changed the subject and said, it's almost time to let you know something. God, please speak. Judging from your previous experiences, you should have seen some Ni Duan, right? About this continent. How to say? I have mentioned to you before that I am the same as you. We are from the earth. We were chosen by the previous god to shoulder the mission of saving the world. In the beginning, I was the same as you. We both came from the earth. It's a bit unbelievable, and I always feel that such behavior is stupid, but when the sense of responsibility is really implemented on you. When you can stand at the highest position and overlook all living beings, you will know that such behavior is indispensable. Spider-Man once said something. Why did Spider-Man suddenly make a scene? Lu Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth. Nonsense, haven't you seen the Spider-Man movie? The god sneered. But in conclusion, it is easier to communicate with people of the same kind. You'd better go on and don't go off topic. Lu Chuan warmly reminded this girl who always likes to go off topic. Oh, Spider-Man once said, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This is how we are, even if we don't want to bear these, but... So are you instigating me? Let's get straight to the point. Lu Chuan found that the god was going off track after a disagreement, and hurriedly helped her back on track. Chapter 242. Let's get to the point. How many batches of creatures from the void have you encountered from the beginning to now? The god's tone became slightly more serious and he stopped joking. Lu Chuan rubbed his chin and thought for a while, then raised his head and replied, it should be the second batch. When I was in Dalmatia, I met a guy who claimed to be the void messenger, and the batch I met in Shurima, the number there are so many scary void creatures. Well, the existing creatures in Shurima are not terrible. Do you really think that Shurima relied entirely on Azir's explosive body to seal away the void creatures? Tian Shen Funyi diversion. You mean? Yes, you guessed it right. God paused and continued, that's when I took over as god. The previous god died in that cruel war, but that time this level of confrontation cannot be noticed by mortals, not even Azir. After all, he is only a semi-god, and the difference between being a god and a god is not the slightest bit. Before the death of the incoming Lord God, General I summoned them from the earth. In addition, I can tell you responsibly that all the gods in Valoran in the past were summoned from the earth. We have an alias that you should be most familiar with. Summoner. Lu Chuan frowned. Well, Summoner, please don't reverse the order of the game and reality. The continent of Valoran definitely existed first, and then the designers on Earth were inspired to design these things. You heard, is there a word called Space Hub? Space Hub is used to connect the stability of various spatial planes, but it will not easily open the two spaces to each other. However, no matter how strict the instrument is, there will be errors, and the same is true for hubs. What happened on the Valoran continent was that through time and space fragments, they accidentally flowed into the space that belongs to the plane of our Earth. As a result, some people may have been inspired by it, and they were making the game League of Legends. Sometimes, there will be a phenomenon of instant vision. It's a feeling that you seem to have seen it before, but you can't remember where you have seen it. This feeling occurs because of the fluctuations of the space hub. They change the general situation of other planes or the current plane. Things that happened in the past or in the future flow into their minds through memory fragments. Lu Chuan tried to understand the god's words and found them a bit profound. However, there was one question that puzzled Lu Chuan. But thousands of years ago, the Earth was still in a very ancient and backward era, right? You understand the concept of time wrong. Concept of time. You can try to associate time and space together according to length units. Suppose the space we live in now is compressed into a straight line. Then time becomes a point on this straight line, whether it is a straight line, the point at the front end or the point at the end of the straight line are all on a straight line. This straight line coexists at the same time. Do you understand what I mean? The god kept making gestures. Lu Chuan nodded slowly. He could somewhat understand what the god wanted to express. When you first look at a straight line, it will be reflected in your eyes, rather than saying that you can only see the first half. It takes a while before you can see the second half. So if the space is compressed into a straight line, then this space will be visible at a glance. Whether it is what happens in the first half of the straight line or what happens in the second half, in the eyes of people who can see this straight line, all happened at the same time. Perhaps seeing the shock in Lu Chuan's eyes, the god pursed his lips and said, "Now we know what it means to have people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. In our opinion, we must keep waiting. Waiting and waiting before things will slowly pass. In the eyes of people on higher planes, time is just things that coexist at the same time. Above the gods, there are higher-level gods, but they are all plane gods who control all planes. Does this have anything to do with void creatures?" Lu Chuan came back to his senses and found that the god seemed to have wandered off again, but unexpectedly she stared at Lu Chuan seriously. "It does matter. Void creatures are actually creatures at a higher level than humans in the Valoran plane. In other words, the time and space we spend here can be seen in their eyes. Form a line. So they can easily break the boundaries of the plane and break into our world." The god raised a finger and said, "Maybe you are still a little vague, let me explain in more detail. Take a straight line that is as wide as the sole of your foot as an example. If it is stipulated that you cannot step outside the line, can you only keep walking along that line?" "Yeah." Lu Chuan nodded. "Isn't that line very thin to you? Because if you're not careful, you'll step on it." But what about ants? Even if they walk sideways, it would take a long time to cross over, right?" Lu Chuan's eyes widened. "The creatures of the void are like this. In their eyes, the creatures of the Valoran plane are nothing more than ants. They broke into our world and only miniaturized their size. And then broke the plane structure. The world has broken in, and the actual void creatures are as huge as ants looking at humans." Lu Chuan breathed out slowly, his eyes filled with shock. He heard one after another incredible facts from the mouth of this god girl. Regarding the linear theory of time and space, in the eyes of people on higher planes, past time and future time coexist. The void creatures are actually very large in size, but in order to enter the world of ants in their eyes, they can only miniaturize their bodies. Lu Chuan also recalled the strange dream he had after obtaining the bead when he first traveled to Valoran. In the dream, he stood in a dark space with dots of purple light. In front of him, there was a huge creature standing in front of him that could not even be reached at a glance. These things are what I have repeatedly pondered and figured out over the past few thousand years. Of course, these few thousand years are only a quantitative unit. In front of high-level creatures, it is just something that happens in the blink of an eye. The god said slowly. "Countless gods before me, their ideas were all wrong. They have always thought about how to resist the void creatures and how to kill them all to protect the continent of Valoran. They are against the void creatures. They believe that they are creatures on the same plane as us, which is completely wrong from this point of view." Then, the god said word by word, "There is no way to get rid of void creatures. Perhaps hundreds of thousands of ants attacking a human can kill him, but facing all human beings. Ants are helpless. We are ants, this positioning must be clarified. What we need to do now is not to kill all the void creatures, but to completely isolate the void plane from our Valoran continent. This requires a lot of power. There is absolutely no way I can complete it by myself, so." She slowly stretched out her hand to Lu Chuan, but the light and shadow slowly dissipated at this moment, revealing a slender and white arm. "I need your help, my successor." At this moment, she finally showed her true face to Lu Chuan. A little girl who looked no more than 16 years old, but her face was so exquisite and delicate that it was as if every inch of her skin had been carefully carved by skilled craftsmen. It came out average. This is a little girl with a face as beautiful as a porcelain doll. Well, there is something I don't know whether to say or not. Lu Chuan did not grab the seemingly weak and boneless hand immediately, but scratched his head hesitantly. "What?" The god raised her beautiful eyebrows. "Before the friendly handshake, shouldn't you should put on your clothes first?" Lu Chuan's eyes swept over the cherry-red bump on the god's chest. "At the same time, I was thinking secretly in my heart. It seems that even if you become a god in this world, you still have no way to control your bust size, which cannot exceed B cup at most." Chapter 243. The next day. The sky is bright. Lu Chuan got up from the ground. Yes, it was from the ground, because the bed was given to LeBlanc. After all, she was also a woman, and now she was a partner on the same front as him. She should be treated a little more leniently. However, Lu Chuan also knew that relying on the Lord God's methods alone, she would probably just give in. If she were put back at this time, she would definitely still serve the martial arts faction behind her. So Lu Chuan didn't intend to give her any chance to leave. They would eat together, sleep together, and go to the toilet together. Forget about going to the toilet. Come on, eat this. After Lu Chuan twisted his neck, he found that LeBlanc, who was lying on the bed, had woken up, but had no intention of getting up. He stared at the ceiling with his eyes wide open, his eyes slightly hollow. Perhaps she was thinking about what she would face in the future. LeBlanc didn't ask what the small black pill Lu Chuan handed over was. She took it in her hand and swallowed it in one gulp. Anyway, he would definitely not feed her anything good, it would just be something that would make her body worse. She could only obey his orders obediently, otherwise she would be punished. In short, she had done this kind of thing a lot before, but now she was a little numb and had lost the idea of resisting. In addition, the very weird guy she met in his strange little bead space yesterday could even suck away her memories of illusions. This is what makes LeBlanc most afraid. Perhaps people like you don't have any psychological burden, right? Seeing that she was very cooperative, Lu Chuan's tone softened a little. LeBlanc turned her head and glanced at Lu Chuan, silently, her eyes were very calm, and she couldn't see any flaws. You have to know that killing is a bad habit. Those extremists from the armed sect repeat the same mistakes every day. What kind of fun do they get from it? If you just want to convince me to be a good person, then there is no need to say more. I have been captured by you and I have nothing to say. But if you put me back now, I will still repeat what I did before. LeBlanc raised his eyebrows, lifted the quilt and sat up from the bed. Lu Chuan then realized that LeBlanc was wearing very little. When did this woman change her clothes while sleeping? In the thin pajamas, the spring beauty could not be concealed. It must be said that this is a woman with an excellent figure. After she said those words calmly, she got up and went to the toilet. Lu Chuan also shook his head helplessly. Although some heroes are not bad in nature, after years of environmental influence, they have become a subtle part of them. It may be difficult to persuade them to correct themselves. And ask yourself, do you really want to help them change? No, it's just to get them to cooperate with me to a greater extent. Tai Lung also killed people, and as an assassin, he probably didn't kill as many people as LeBlanc, but Lu Chuan never said to Tai Lung that killing is wrong. He only told LeBlanc because he wanted LeBlanc to join his side, rather than being forced to join. Since you want her to join the camp, you have to make the militant faction worse, and your own camp will naturally be beautified and move closer to the moral side. But the methods Lu Chuan sometimes used were not necessarily very bright. This world has always been like this, and people have always been like this. There have never been absolutely good people or absolutely bad people. Everyone has evil intentions, and even simple mountain people will occasionally have thoughts that are outside the scope of morality. But people also have kind hearts. Even if he is a heinous devil, he will eventually have the person he cares about the most. The person who made him fall for this is the person he cares about the most. After LeBlanc went to the bathroom to wash up and came out, the heavy makeup on her face was also removed, revealing a cheek that was unexpectedly thin. But it was a bit more beautiful, compared to her original appearance. In other words, it looks much better. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether you think we're forcing it or not. Now you belong to our camp. You have to understand your position. Lu Chuan stood up and walked to the door. When he slowly opened the door, he looked sideways. The ground said calmly, "If you want to live." In an elegant courtyard filled with flowers and plants. Morrison entertained Lu Chuan very warmly. "I'm pretty good at art, right? I took care of all these flowers and plants myself." Morrison snapped his fingers, and the maid behind him brought a teapot. "This is Noxus unique round leaf tea. It has a very unique taste, neither bitter nor sweet. It tastes like drinking boiled water. But when you taste it carefully, it has a different flavor. I like this tea very much." Morrison introduced with a smile, and the maid poured 2 cups of steaming tea at the same time and brought them in front of the two of them. Lu Chuan shrugged, "Although I am very grateful for your warm reception, I still want to know something else." It was now morning. Lu Chuan left Sona and Peggy in the hotel and watched LeBlanc. After taking the short-term strength-limiting pill, Lu Chuan was not worried about what illusions LeBlanc would use to escape. So there was Sona and Peggy were watching from the side, and it was still safe, so he went to Morrison's home alone. 2 days have passed since the last time we were at that romantic place. In 2 days, Morrison should have come to a conclusion, whether he agrees or not. You are so direct, my old man. Usually you have to wait for the master to finish his duties as a landlord. But it doesn't hurt to tell you earlier. This negotiation went very smoothly. I originally thought those stubborn old guys would argue with me fiercely, but when I presented your rhetoric, I unexpectedly won the approval of all of them. After learning that the alliance was officially successful, Lu Chuan also showed a faint smile, gently picked up the teacup and took a sip. The warm tea spreads in the mouth. As Morrison said, the tea is neither bitter nor sweet. It is as tasteless as warm boiled water in the mouth. But the moment the tea slides down the throat, it feels like there is a different kind of aftertaste growing. Valoran is really a magical land. Perhaps in their hearts, they are already dissatisfied with the current situation. After all, people who advocate peace were born in a violent country. It sounds very funny, but no one dares to take this responsibility. So no one dares to propose new reforms. After all, if the reform fails, they will not be able to bear it. Lu Chuan put down his teacup and said calmly. So, I have become a scapegoat. If this cooperation with you fails, I will be the culprit of the peace faction. Morrison said with a bit of joking, but there was also a hint of temptation hidden in his words. After all, he was still a little uneasy. Benefits often come with dangers. If a pie in the sky hits you on the head, you will jump away in panic, right? Lu Chuan looked at Morrison. Mr. Lu Chuan, I find that you are becoming more and more interesting. You may look very young, but you see many things very clearly. It's really hard to figure out. Morrison smiled while stroking his hands. Lu Chuan just showed a knowing smile in response. Born in the country where he was born, these routines are the most basic rules of survival, otherwise there is no way to gain a foothold in society. Moreover, Lu Chuan felt that if he told Morrison about the palace intrigues of his country in ancient times, he didn't know how surprised he would be. Chapter 244. Then I hope this cooperation will be pleasant. The two palms were held tightly together, and the two men, who had their own purposes, looked at each other and smiled. Lu Chuan's purpose was to use the power of the peaceful faction to stop the martial faction, or to form a containment. Morrison's purpose is to improve the faction's capabilities. If this blockage is successful, the peace faction will also raise its head in front of the armed faction and speak straighter. Although the two had different goals, from a certain perspective, their goals were the same, so the alliance was successful. Then I won't stay any longer, although the tea provided by Mr. Morrison has a unique flavor. After the two people had almost finished talking, Lu Chuan said goodbye. When do you plan to implement your plan? Morrison looked up at Lu Chuan. The sooner the better. I'm afraid that group of violent elements can't help but want to invade Dalmatia. Before. They just deliberately leaked the news to put the entire city of Dalmatia on alert. Now it's almost half a month. It should be the time when they are about to send out troops, so we must stop them before then. Well, I will try my best to assist you. Those old guys in the faction are not very in charge now. For them, it is best if they can lie in bed and watch the peace faction develop towards the good side. Nothing could be better. In the past 2 days, you have summoned the peace faction's manpower. It does not necessarily have to declare war with the armed faction. But at least the manpower must be on call. Let the militant faction see that we are tough and not just talking. Wait for the manpower. Once we are all gathered, we will have to cause trouble for the armed forces. Well, I will make arrangements. Now Morrison and Lu Chuan are like grasshoppers tied to the same rope, and he can only fully support Lu Chuan's decision. After bidding farewell to Morrison, Lu Chuan figured out the direction and rushed towards General Kiko's house. He plans to solve all the problems within 1 day today. And in 2 days, he will start to officially launch an offensive with the armed forces. As long as the force faction can be eliminated, the remaining aggressive faction will be defeated. Although these two factions are their own factions, from some perspectives they are wearing the same pants. General Katsao is very well known in Noxus, and his reputation is naturally self-evident. Although he did not leave his address when he left with Tyrone. But after a little inquiry, he paid a gold coin as a price just to ask for directions. If so, there will be many local people willing to answer. Arriving at Katsao's mansion smoothly, the maid went out to greet him, and then went into the house to inquire for a while. Immediately afterwards, Katsao and Tai Long both walked out. Such grand gestures made the maid on the side couldn't help but look at Lu Chuan twice. In the maid's impression, her general had never gone out to greet anyone in person. The size of the Du Katsao family is not large, but the mansion is extremely luxurious. The small courtyard at the door alone is probably as good as the one in front of the princess's palace where Princess Demi lived when Lu Chuan was in Dalmatia. The courtyard is luxurious, with a fountain statue engraved with delicate images standing on the green lawn, with well-cut flowers and plants on both sides. After entering the house, it was even more gorgeous than Demi's bedroom. However, Lu Chuan did not come here to enjoy the scenery and drink tea. What he needed was a definite answer. After a few polite words with Cacao, Lu Chuan changed the topic and got to the point. Afterwards, the entire living room fell into silence. Tyrone just stood quietly behind General Quetzal without saying a word. It was not his turn to make a decision at this time. Just after General Kiko picked up the tea cup and took a few sips of tea, he slowly spoke. Your ambition is not small. Do you want to take this opportunity to eradicate the armed faction? Lu Chuan slowly shook his head. I can't even say eradicate it. A faction that has long been entrenched in Noxus. If you want to uproot it, it will be unrealistic unless you use a sweeping gesture. I just want to make the relationship between you two families, the relationship should be a little more balanced so that we can keep each other in check, which is what I want to see and what you want to see. Quetzal fell into silence again, but this time, his eyes were fixed on Lu Chuan from beginning to end. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, as if he wanted to see through Lu Chuan. A platinum-level strong man, the energy fluctuations emanating from his body can knock out a warrior with low strength. What's more, Quetzal was a top assassin when he was young, killing people easily. No matter what. Whether it was Tyrone, who was later adopted by him, or his daughter Catalina, their assassin skills were both taught by Quetzal. Being stared at by such an arrogant guy, just the look may make people submissive. But Lu Chuan also knew in his heart that this was Quetzal's test. He was testing whether he was a qualified ally. If you can't survive this level, you won't be able to get Cacao's help. Saving his life is one thing, but something that affects the future fate of the entire family is another. However, Lu Chuan, whose mental power had been soaked in the bead for many years, only needed to open his spiritual field to resist Quetzal's sharp aura. The two stared at each other without giving in. Although the scene looked a bit funny, Tai Lung stood silently beside them. Even if he wanted to help Lu Chuan in his heart, he couldn't help it if the general didn't nod in agreement. His life was given by the general, and he would only serve General Kiko in his life. It's interesting. After a moment, Kiko suddenly withdrew his stern gaze, and a smile of approval showed in the corner of his eyes. I'm not exaggerating, even if the force sends those old dogs over to confront me, I'm afraid if you can't stand under my gaze for more than a minute, you have to look away. Although your strength is only at the gold level, you are surprisingly able to last for such a long time. The general has commended you. Appropriate humility is also a skill required for negotiation. No, the person who can be an ally with me, General du Quetzal. First of all, must not be a coward. The young man is good. He deserves to be the one who dares to kidnap people in the territory of Purple Thorns. That little girl who practices illusion's son, even I have a headache with her. Can you stop having a headache? Everyone would have a headache. Lu Chuan also had a headache, and he almost died in the hands of LeBlanc, if God hadn't come to help. Of course, Lu Chuan would definitely not tell anyone about this kind of thing. After passing Cacao's test, Lu Chuan also discussed some operational issues with him. After receiving a positive answer, Lu Chuan waved and left. In the next 2 days, he needs to infiltrate his body and mind into the bead and improve his cultivation. In order to face a battle that may break out, he must recharge his batteries and show his best. The combat posture comes. Face fist-hard enemies. First of all, the fist must be harder than the opponent's. Chapter 245. Lu Chuan hurried back carrying a box of roast duck. After a morning of discussions, he has finalized the alliance between the two parties. Next is the time for them to prepare. When they are fully prepared, they will start to settle accounts with the armed forces. It was already lunchtime, and the girls in the hotel must not have eaten anything. So Lu Chuan took a box of roast duck back from the roadside. According to the boss's strong statement, the roast duck meat was tender and delicious. Every bite is the most luxurious experience. Seeing how focused he was talking, Lu Chuan felt that a man who advertised his products like this wouldn't lie, so he bought it back. But when he first entered the hotel and went upstairs, he was followed. He was a big man with strong muscles all over his body. He was sitting on the first floor, ordering a few dishes and drinking wine, so Lu Chuan didn't pay much attention until he followed him when he went upstairs, and Lu Chuan noticed him. Lu Chuan stopped immediately and did not look back. The big man following behind noticed that Lu Chuan had stopped, so he also stopped, and the two of them stood strangely on the steps. Originally, there was a passenger who was planning to go upstairs behind him, but he saw a muscular man blocking the steps in front of him. He didn't move, so he didn't dare to say anything, so he could only follow the steps again. Went downstairs. I've been waiting for you for a long time, are you willing to come back now? The big man made a deep voice, and the flesh on his face trembled as he spoke, looking fierce. What are you waiting for me for? Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes and turned back slowly, slightly hooking up the corners of his mouth. Do you think you are attracted to me because of my thin skin and tender flesh? Bah! Don't play any fucking tricks. When you asked people to destroy my woman's place. Do you still remember it? This time I came here to recover the place and collect the body for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a heavy spear from the storage bag. It seems that this refined spear is his weapon. Generally, warriors who use spear weapons need special strength. Even Lu Chuan, if he is given a gold-level spear, he may not be able to control it. Oh. Lu Chuan recalled it. A few days ago, he seemed to have smashed up the place of a romantic restaurant, and slapped the woman with the back of his sword. Which was a relief for Sona. Originally, Lu Chuan didn't even think about the matter. Taking it to heart, I didn't expect that woman to really dare to find someone to deal with her. What? Remembered? Just remember, I was afraid you wouldn't admit it, The big man raised his lips sarcastically, and swept the spear in his hand violently across the air. Crack. Because it was on the stairs, the area was very small, but the big man didn't care about it at all. He directly threw the spear, and the sharp spear tip scratched the wall on the side, even the thick wall was scratched. Long opening. Come to think of it, this is also a master who is not afraid of trouble. He does not care about the situation at all. As long as his temper gets angry, he will do it wherever he goes. He took action without saying a few words, and Lu Chuan naturally would not tolerate him. With a flip of his wrist, the blood-drinking sword glowing with blood was lifted into his hand and thrust towards his chest. Ding! The spear came down like a mountain and landed directly on the blood-drinking sword, shocking Lu Chuan's jaw. What a strength! Die! The man's eyes flashed with surprise for a moment. Perhaps he was surprised that Lu Chuan could withstand his attack forcefully, but at the same time, he also increased his strength and pressed the spear to death. Pressed down hard. It was obviously not a wise choice to compete with him for strength. This guy looked like he was probably a strength warrior and he didn't run away. Lu Chuan found a gap in his pressure and stepped back. Bang! Since there was no obstacle, the man's spear fell straight down and hit the wooden steps directly, punching a big hole like a broken bamboo. Some of the guests who were still eating on the first floor were startled by the movement. When they looked up, they found a bright spear sticking out from the second floor. They were so frightened that they dropped their food and drinks and headed straight towards it. Run outside the door. The owner of the hotel was also frightened, but others could run away but he couldn't. He owned the hotel. Hey, can you two adults please do it? The fight has hurt the peace. The boss quickly ran to the stairs on the first floor and tried to break up the fight. But he didn't dare to go upstairs for fear of the man. If they don't agree with each other, they will be stabbed with a spear. Go away, it's none of your business here. I won't lose a penny from you afterwards. You'll pay as much as you deserve. The man gave a rough shout and told the boss to shut up immediately. Then he raised his head again and stared at Lu Chuan, who had retreated to the second floor like a hungry tiger. Are you just running away now? Where did the momentum of smashing the place go? What you have done has always been something you have to do. Returned. Then, he thrust the spear forward suddenly, and a fiery red wind rolled up from the spear, like a fire tornado, and swooped towards Lu Chuan. Wind and residual clouds. Lu Chuan raised his hand and flicked his fingers. A drop of water shot out from his fingertips and collided with the strong wind. Then the water drop exploded, as if the water plug had been opened. And a large amount of water sprayed out in all directions, extinguishing the fire on the strong wind without a trace. This is just a strategic retreat. I'm not so arrogant that I have to compete with a warrior at close quarters. Lu Chuan pinched his palm, and the water spray that was originally sprayed was instantly withdrawn. And transformed into he held out a long sword with spikes. He pressed down lightly with his fingers, and the sword tore through the air and fell towards the man. Judging from the fight just now, Lu Chuan estimated that this guy was also a gold-level warrior, and his power was indeed very domineering. But among so many Bushidos, the one Lu Chuan is least afraid of is the powerful warrior, because his skills have an innate advantage against the powerful warrior. If Lu Chuan was asked to describe himself, That is the sword samurai who attacks from a distance. It sounds incredible, but most of his skills are indeed long-range attacks, relying on the sword energy to generate huge energy fluctuations to suppress and repel opponents. And after learning the 5 elements of sword intent, every time he comprehends a sword intent, its elements will remain in his body. The water sword quickly rushed in front of the strong man. The strong man did not expect that the strength he had accumulated could be dissolved so easily, and the boy backhanded him in a very short period of time. It seems that those who dare to cause trouble do have some trump cards. Fearless struggle will only make you die a little later. The strong man sneered and tore Lu Chuan's water sword open with his bare hands. The water sword was broken and turned into a puddle of water and fell to the ground. The strong man stepped on the puddle with his feet, and then suddenly jumped up, holding the spear in both hands, aimed at Lu Chuan's head and slashed it down. This chop was like a giant axe cutting through a mountain, with infinite momentum. If the chop was solid, Lu Chuan would probably be split in half on the spot. Chapter 246. Lu Chuan looked up at the crazy and majestic offensive, and was about to make the next move. Bah! The door on the side was opened, and several heads poked out. It was Peggy, Sona and the others who were attracted by the movement outside the door. After opening the door, they found that Lu Chuan was blocked at the door of the house and forced to tremble in the corner. Of course, this is not the case for Lu Chuan. He is just retreating to defend himself so that he can take time to solidify a more powerful killing move. However, in the eyes of these two girls, Lu Chuan is like a frightened bird. Ordinary little rabbits made them overflowing with maternal love, and they jumped out one after another. Stop! Peggy stood in front of Lu Chuan and glared at the strong man. What are you doing? Wait a minute, you are a little too weird. Lu Chuan saw Sona first lifting up her skirt and running all the way to him, then she made a "please wait a moment" gesture to the strong man, and finally said on the paper wrote on the Swiss. If I had really waited for you to come to the rescue, with your writing skills, I would have been hacked to death, okay? Lu Chuan thought silently in his heart. However, he also glanced at the strong man strangely. The cold offensive that was about to fall seemed to disappear without a trace at this moment. Could it be that he couldn't do anything just because these two beautiful girls were standing in front of him? Lu Chuan glanced to the side, only to find that LeBlanc had walked to the door at some point and gently held his hand in the air. The strong man stopped in mid-air with a dull posture, and the fierceness in his eyes disappeared. Then, the strong man withdrew his attack abruptly and threw the spear in his hand towards the ground aside. Illusion? Lu Chuan glanced at LeBlanc suspiciously. Just now, the strong man made a series of strange moves. He first stopped in mid-air for a while, then withdrew his attack. And even dropped the weapon in his hand. Unless he was controlled, otherwise no matter what, he would not do such a thing. Are you surprised? LeBlanc seemed to have read through Lu Chuan's thoughts and replied lightly, I don't want you to die in an unknown way. You won't even have anywhere to go to get my antidote later. Do you even think I'm so useless? Lu Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. The co-authors, these chicks, all agreed that if they hadn't appeared in the scene just now, they would have been hacked to death. But this also saves a lot of effort. From now on, forget the scene just now, forget who we are. Where we come from, and where we are going back. LeBlanc walked up to the strong man, formed a strange spell with one hand, and then tapped it with his index finger. On the strong man's forehead. Buzz. The strong man shook his head as if he suddenly woke up from a dream, and when he came back to his senses, he was completely stunned. Where is this? Who am I? What am I doing? Did you exercise too much force? Lu Chuan kept wiping the sweat from his forehead. Looking at the appearance of this big man, LeBlanc seemed to have erased even his most basic memory. He chose to forget it. Fundamentally speaking, we illusionists have no way to control anyone's actions or force them to do anything. But we can confuse their minds and make them think that this is the right thing to do. I just asked him to forget the memories of what happened here, but his subconscious chose to forget all the memories. It seems that this guy has a very unpleasant past, LeBlanc said slowly. Then, under the watchful eyes of a man and 3 women, the strong man picked up the spear from the ground, and while slapping his head, he walked down while muttering, who is so unethical. The stairs will be broken into pieces. Lu Chuan now only feels that LeBlanc is getting more and more scary. Fortunately, he has a barrier imposed by the gods and will not be confused by any illusion she releases. But then again, she had helped him just now, although her excuse was, she wanted the antidote in order to survive. But a person with LeBlanc's personality may have already understood death. Even if he is forced to switch sides by God's means, he will still keep his bottom line and will not help himself easily. The fact that she was able to cast an illusion just now showed that she was showing her favor to herself and that she had made up her mind to join her side. Although she didn't know what she was thinking about, Lu Chuan was happy and relaxed about this situation. It would definitely be a lot easier to have a powerful illusionist to help. And even if she acted on purpose this time, Lu Chuan would keep it in mind. The strong man walked away with the spear, and Lu Chuan had no intention of catching up and finishing the attack. He had forgotten everything now. He was just an insignificant passerby, and he probably couldn't even tell the way back. Lu Chuan didn't have to kill a passerby who had nothing to do with him. He went downstairs and paid compensation for the damaged items to the shop owner. The boss's hand holding the gold coins was shaking. This was the first time he met a customer who directly demolished the shop. He was afraid that Lu Chuan would break his legs. But he didn't expect Lu Chuan to do it instead. He was even compensated, which made the boss a little flattered. Back in the room, Lu Chuan took out a box of roast duck from the storage bag that he had stored during the fight. He opened the box and a fragrant aroma suddenly appeared, causing several girls to look sideways. Sure enough, it is an eternal truth that women are foodies. Although many girls always clamor to stay in shape and just drink porridge a day. But in fact, they really put delicious food in front of them and then tell them if you can only watch but not eat, they will kill you. Peggy was not a girl who liked to pay too much attention. Seeing that Lu Chuan had bought back the roast duck, she picked up a duck leg and ate it happily. Sona carefully wrote on the side, "Do I really have a share in this?" "Really, you can eat as much as you like. If you don't have enough, I will buy more." This poor child must have been abused in that romantic place. He even ate a box of roast duck so carefully. I'm afraid he was completely reduced to a money-making prop when he was there, and all his income would not fall into the trap. Her pockets. Then, Lu Chuan glanced at LeBlanc again. "If you want to eat, you can also eat some." "No need." LeBlanc didn't seem to be interested. She just leaned against the window and lowered her eyes as if she was thinking about something. Cough cough. At this moment, Peggy suddenly slapped her chest desperately, as if she was being choked, her face turned red, and she looked like she was about to suffocate to death. "Tell me, you are still a child, how can you still choke like this when you eat something?" Lu Chuan sighed helplessly, stepped forward and patted her back to help her calm down. At this time, Lu Chuan felt his cuffs being pulled again. He turned around and found Sona blinking her big eyes and holding up a small notebook. There is a line written on it. "I was choked too." Lu Chuan glanced at Sona, who had a very calm expression, and saw that she was holding a duck leg in her right hand, leaving a row of small and neat tooth marks on it. "How about you pat your chest for me?" Lu Chuan swallowed and glanced at the pair of large-scale murder weapons on Sona's chest, which almost jumped out under the blue shirt. To shoot or not to shoot? This is a problem. Chapter 247. Of course, this thought only flashed through Lu Chuan's mind. If you touch a girl's breasts, you have to be responsible, even though they must be very soft. But wanting to touch her and being able to touch her are two different things. Even if a girl sticks out her breasts and touches you, as a man with integrity and responsibility, Lu Chuan will refuse without hesitation. Don't think that just because you have big breasts will attract me. Gudong, Lu Chuan stretched out his trembling hand. "I'll hit him." Peggy on the side slapped his hand away. "Humph, what are you doing?" "Hey, Sona said she was choking and asked me to help her calm down." Lu Chuan scratched his cheek. Peggy glanced at Sona's huge chest with displeasure. "Can you not choke?" "If I hang such a big pair, I would choke even if I don't eat." Women's jealousy always falls from the sky. Lu Chuan thinks that the fact that no one has bigger breasts should be a problem with his own development. I don't know why women always attribute this situation to, hers are too big. Not mine. I am at normal scale, she would fall to death sooner or later at such a big age. In short, this issue cannot be discussed any further. It is never possible to explain things clearly to a woman. Lu Chuan understands this deeply. Originally, Lu Chuan was wondering if eating just a box of roast duck would be too greasy, but at this time the hotel owner ran upstairs and personally brought several stacks of delicious-looking dishes into the room. Perhaps it was to express his gratitude to Lu Chuan that he chose to pay for the loss instead of taking the people away. In short, Lu Chuan accepted it with a smile. After the group had a full meal and tea, the two girls stayed in Lu Chuan's room with no intention of leaving. "What are you doing? Don't you think it would be better to have a good night's sleep at this time?" Lu Chuan hinted. "You want to sleep with us?" Peggy looked like she was a pervert. I just want you to go back to your room and sleep. Lu Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth. What he means is that he wants to sleep in our room. Sona wrote the final blow in handwriting. Sure enough, he's still a pervert. Peggy concluded. I just want to sleep in the middle of the day, but there's no one around. Sona continued to hit the target mercilessly. Lu Chuan discovered that Sona, this little girl, looked very quiet and sweet on the surface. Like a fairy descending to the earth and not eating the fireworks of the world. However, after getting to know her well, he could see the little devil in her heart. He is simply a scheming, complaining maniac. However, the two girls just teased him, and after staying in the room for a while, they went back to their rooms. I've also opened a room for you nearby. Lu Chuan glanced at LeBlanc, who had been leaning against the window, crossing his arms and looking out the window. Aren't you afraid that I will run away? LeBlanc smoothed her hair and turned to look at Lu Chuan. She always had a lazy aura about her, as if she didn't care about anything. It's just that when she was wearing heavy makeup, her laziness was completely covered up by her coquettishness. Now that her makeup has faded, LeBlanc's face is clear and she looks very charming. The moment you decided to help me, I thought you wouldn't run away again. Maybe you are tired of your old life, aren't you? Lu Chuan stared at LeBlanc's purple-tinged pupils. It seems that you have some background in becoming an illusionist, so you can understand people's psychology. LeBlanc's eyes slightly shifted, which was a guilty reaction of being seen through. No matter how calm a person is, they will become more or less panicked after being told something about their feelings. It's just that some people don't hide it, and some people hide it perfectly. Actually, it's not that I understand your mood. It's just that anyone who has been doing one thing for many years will feel bored. Right? People who have lived peacefully for too long for a happy adventure, and people like you who have been doing it all year round will feel tired, right? Does the murderous devil also long for the day when he can peacefully retreat into the mountains and forests? LeBlanc was silent. She would not tell Lu Chuan what she thought. People like her are like a coquettish rose with thorns, beautiful but poisonous, but inside she is lonely, and no one will be the one they talk to. Because once some words are said, it is equivalent to handing over the handle to others. The saying that too much words lead to mistakes is not just a decoration. I'm going to rest, LeBlanc said lightly and walked towards the door. Looking at her slender back, Lu Chuan did not stop her and insisted on forcing her to say something. Lu Chuan understood that the one who was most troubled now was herself. On the side of the martial arts faction, she was a traitor, and on her side, she would not gain the true trust of her group. When a person loses all trust and support, his life will not be very easy. So now LeBlanc looks very calm on the surface, but she is already very upset in her heart. At this time, there is no need for Lu Chuan to press her step by step. He can just let nature take its course and treat her with courtesy. At this moment when she is at her weakest. If she behaves more generously, she might win her favor, and then she might help him sincerely. After LeBlanc left, Lu Chuan calmed down and sat cross-legged on the bed. He must seize the opportunity to improve his cultivation level in this short period of time. The soul slowly peeled off the body, and then sneaked into the small bead. When I first entered, I found that in addition to the countless columns of equipment and skills, there was also a small nest in the self-contained space. Yes, there is an extra den that looks like a girl's room. The reason why it is called a den and not a small room is because that god arranged all kinds of furniture very casually, just placing 2 chairs and sofas wherever he went. At this time, the god was wearing a pair of headphones and placed 2 small white jade legs on the coffee table. He rested his head on the sofa with his hands and listened to music comfortably. You are living a comfortable life alone. Lu Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth. Where did you get these things? Have you forgotten that this is the spiritual world? God replied to Lu Chuan without even bothering to open his eyes. In other words, these things are all based on your imagination. Lu Chuan curled his lips, but when he saw that the god had no intention of talking to him anymore and was enjoying the music alone, he simply found someone. I was in a place with strong mental fluctuations, so I sat down, adjusted my breathing, and prepared to start refining my cultivation. At this time, the god said something faintly again. In just 2 days, if you improve again, how far can you improve? Jeju, you are paying attention to my actions all the time. The god pulled out the earplugs and spread his hands reluctantly. I can't help it. Who told me to be trapped here now? A person's life is always boring. So you choose to spy on others. Oh, you can't say it so harshly, can you? You are my successor. Let me see how you are doing at work. There is nothing wrong with it. The god girl waved her hand, obviously wanting to change the topic. By the way, I've always wanted to ask you a question. Lu Chuan paused and said. Huh? Question. Tianshan didn't know what he thought of. At this time, he suddenly became nervous and hesitated. I don't have a boyfriend. I was a little tired yesterday, so I didn't update. Sorry, I won't ask for leave again this month. Chapter 248. I admit defeat, huff, huff, the god fell weakly on the sofa, rolling his eyes and gasping for air. She just couldn't stand the itching anymore, but Lu Chuan's hand grabbed her ankle like a pair of pliers. Although she could easily break free with a little strength, she was afraid that at that moment, she would not be able to control her strength, and it would not be good if she was kicked to pieces by Lu Chuan. Why don't you just tell me everything obediently? Lu Chuan stood up and clapped his hands. After the god took a breath, she sat up again, but her delicate face was still flushed. She smoothed her long hair. And took out an elastic band from her pocket to tie it up. It turned into a single ponytail, revealing the white and petite ears, looking a little more capable and a little less childish. Ahem. He turned his plain hands into fists, put them to his mouth and coughed lightly. The god stared at Lu Chuan with his big round eyes. Listen up. The improvement I am talking about is mental improvement. In terms of field, but this requires you to pay some price. With your current strength, you can probably be promoted to around the platinum level. Only at the platinum level? It's not that Lu Chuan looks down on the platinum level. After all, he himself is only at the gold level. It's just a god-level guy who only raised him up a few star levels. This is a bit disappointing. Just be content, don't you know your current state of the spiritual realm? God was just about to despise Lu Chuan's greed, but suddenly thought of something, so he asked one more question. The realm of the spiritual realm? Isn't it the golden star? Lu Chuan was also confused. Please, do you know that your current spiritual realm is only at the silver level? The spiritual realm is completely separate from your own cultivation. I can help you jump from the silver level to the platinum level. What else do you want? The god rolled his eyes. The action is cute though. That's it, what price are you referring to? Washing the soul, your soul foundation is not stable. And you don't have particularly high talents. You can only reach the silver level by simply absorbing the spiritual power from the beads. Therefore, if you want to advance to a higher realm, you need to be reborn. Do you understand what I mean? God raised a finger and said seriously. Huh? Cleansing the soul. Reborn. Lu Chuan swallowed. This sounds like a rhythm that is going to cut oneself into pieces. The price must be paid. Even if I give you a backing, there is no good thing that can help you upgrade to a high level for free. After all, your spiritual field is too weak, and you can't even support the gold level. Mental power serves as accommodation. Let me tell you this, if your cultivation is like a bottle, then fill the bottle with water. When the water is full, it will overflow and seep out from the pores of your body, but you will. The spiritual realm is also compared to a bottle, but it is a sealed bottle. Now there is a strange power that can pour water into it without going through the bottle mouth. The bottle is sealed, and the water keeps applying pressure and keeps pouring. Sooner or later, one day the bottle burst, didn't it? Lu Chuan frowned. Anyway, it's up to you. I won't force you to do things you don't want to do like other bad masters. God saw the hesitation in Lu Chuan's expression. Hesitation is normal. She also hesitated at the beginning because her spiritual field capacity was not large, but she survived and could even survive on this continent without the help of a physical body. Approximately how much pain will the soul endure? Lu Chuan felt a little unsure. The soul's endurance is 100 times that of the body. If I had to use a metaphor to cleanse the soul, it would probably be 100 times as painful as gouging out the heart. Hiss, Lu Chuan gasped. It hurt 100 times more than having his heart cut out. What was that feeling like? And it is possible that your soul will dissipate directly because you cannot bear this kind of pain, because this in itself is putting pressure on your soul. There is only one thing I want to say. This cost sounds huge. But in fact it is only one point. Grit your teeth and push through it, and enjoy all the pain as happiness. Lu Chuan was silent and didn't say anything. He couldn't agree hastily or even think about it, as if it happened to someone else. When something really happens to you, just imagine, the pain is 100 times more painful than having your heart cut out. Ask yourself, do you really have the courage to agree? Actually, you didn't just agree like a fool by patting your chest. On the contrary, I felt very happy. After a while, the god slowly spoke. Her voice was much softer, although her voice was a bit lowly. No matter how soft her voice is, she can't be as gentle as an intellectual elder sister. Think about it, everyone is afraid of pain, and everyone is also afraid of death. Otherwise, why would people always avoid these things? Just now I was afraid that you would just nod and say okay without even thinking about it. Because like that there is no way for you to take over my class, and saviors will also die. The reason why I can appear here to talk to you is because my previous saviors have died. So I became their successor. Maybe one day, I will also, God said this, his tone was slightly lower. Lu Chuan smiled softly and said, thank you very much for talking to me so much and explaining the stakes clearly to me. However, this decision is also what I came to after thinking about it. Even if I don't bear this decision today, it's painful. But when facing more dangerous things in the future, this pain will come back sooner or later. Many times, just sitting and waiting for death is not the best choice. If it can be avoided, no one will wait for death, right? Alas. The god sighed faintly, it's all my fault for insisting on telling you what to say about improving your spiritual realm. If you didn't say it at the beginning, you wouldn't have known about it and would have had no choice. Of course, you don't have any choice now. You can pretend you didn't hear it, I pretend I didn't say it. Although she patted her small breasts and vowed when she said it at the time, until now, Lu Chuan was not afraid, but she felt guilty. She was afraid that Lu Chuan would not be able to survive this difficulty and his soul would be dispersed, and she would blame herself for a long time. Who does Lu Chuan mean to her? The only boy who has ever seen his own body. No, the god shook his head in his heart. I'm afraid he replaced the lonely guy. When he didn't show up, she was still the same as she had been for thousands of years. Because of her status as a god, she was not allowed to be exposed to anyone's sight. She is like a neurotic, nestling in this little bead every day, laughing loudly when she is happy, and crying loudly when she is unhappy. Occasionally she would sing very loudly, even though no one could hear her. She can conjure up all kinds of spiritual comfort products for herself to pass the time, but a person's loneliness cannot be filled with any comfort. If I have to find a reason worthy of working so hard. Lu Chuan paused, then looked at Tianxian with a smile. I want to go home. Chapter 249. If you're ready, come over here. Looking at Lu Chuan's determined expression, the god couldn't do anything to dissuade him, so he just nodded to him. This space is all transformed using mental power, so it is not difficult for the gods to open up another small space. I only saw the god's small palm waving, and it turned into a small pool not far in front of Lu Chuan. The water in the pool was very clear and crystal clear, as if there was a little golden light flowing in it. This is divine water, which is condensed from my bodily fluids. As soon as Tianxian's voice fell, Lu Chuan's face became a little embarrassed. Wait a minute, your gudong. He swallowed before finishing the second half of the sentence, your bodily fluids. As he spoke, he rubbed the top of the god's thigh. Condensed, how many times do you have to do this? How about you go to hell? This is just my bath water. God came back to his senses and knew that Lu Chuan was thinking wrong, and immediately stamped his feet angrily. You men are always thinking about these things. What, I am a noble god, even a hair of mine is worth thousands of gold. This god is not bragging, she is a real god, and her power has not been lost at all. It is just because of some special reasons that she cannot tell Lu Chuan that she has been unable to get out of this small bead. It is no exaggeration to say that a god-level warrior is full of treasures. Moreover, warriors who can be promoted to the divine level have all the dirt residue on their bodies washed away. The reason is very simple. Whether it is cultivation or spiritual realm. An unstable foundation cannot withstand more energy, so as early as before the god-level warrior stepped into the god level, she had washed both her body and soul. So even if the bath water is brewed by gods, it is no exaggeration to make tea and drink it to prolong life. When she reached this stage, her whole body was already full of treasures, and even the sweat and jade could improve her cultivation. And to put it more obscurely, even the bodily fluids discharged by gods doing such things are treasure-level existences. Of course, Lu Chuan would never express this idea. Otherwise, they will be beaten to death by the gods. Anyway, don't be too disgusted with it, because my power can neutralize the pain required to cleanse your soul, making your pain slightly less painful. And if you want to get my power, this is the only way at the moment. Although there is another way, but that way, Ken will definitely not leave it to you. How could it be so easy to leave it to you? At least you have to. Next the gods were all alone and mumbling, so Lu Chuan didn't hear what she said. So now I just have to soak in it. Well, then I will start to extract your soul. Do you want to take off your clothes? Nonsense. The god glared at Lu Chuan. Isn't this, not appropriate? I, a grown man, stripped naked in front of an underage girl. What's underage? I'm thousands of years old. Why do you have so many things to do? Take off your clothes quickly. The god who didn't say that just now suddenly changed his mind and took the initiative to pull Lu Chuan's pants. Okay, I'll take it off myself. Don't hold me back. I'll take it off myself. Lu Chuan smiled bitterly. What kind of thing is this? He had never thought before that one day he would be dragged by a cute girl to pull his pants off. When Lu Chuan took off all his clothes, the god still held his chin in a serious manner, nodded and said, "It's okay. The size is okay." "Where are you looking?" Lu Chuan only felt more and more awkward. This awkward feeling may come from the fact that he took off his clothes while the god was wearing clothes. "TCH, if I want to see you, I've already seen you inside and out. How can these worldly affairs of men and women be concealed in front of a god? Hurry up and soak in the pool." The god was impatient. He waved his little hand. Looking nonchalant, but his beautiful eyes still glanced at Lu Chuan's crotch a few times, and then his face turned slightly red. After Lu Chuan lay down in the pool, a warm and gentle force continuously penetrated his body from the pool. It was as if all the muscles in the body had relaxed, and even the bones had an itchy, numb feeling. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort. "Now that things have happened, I'll ask you one last time, have you really thought it through? This time is no different than before. No matter what danger you encountered before, I will watch you secretly and won't let you really die. But in many cases, I try to let you solve it by yourself, which is also very helpful to your growth, but this time," God pursed his red lips, "even I don't know what to do this time. You can only rely on yourself to grit your teeth and hold on. Come on, don't say it 3 times. Lu Chuan frowned and put on a serious expression. "That's it." The god knelt down next to the pool and began to make seals with his 2 small hands quickly. The mark made by the gods flashed away with a colorful light, followed by the traces of the next mark that stayed in the air. This kind of soul-cleansing technique seemed to require very cumbersome means. In short, Lu Chuan could tell that this technique was not simple when he looked at the thin beads of sweat on the god's smooth forehead. At the same time, Lu Chuan was slightly moved in her heart. This god had sacrificed a lot for her, including the fact that she had persisted for so long, including such a technique that was extremely troublesome to perform and very energy-consuming. Succession is one thing, but if she hates herself very much, she will definitely not be so kind to help her. Maybe if she dies, the next summoner will be ordered to come. Approximately dozens of minutes had passed, and the god was already dripping with sweat, and the sweat even rolled down his round and pretty face to his chin. Okay, let's start. The rest depends entirely on your own will. You," the god breathed out lightly, bit his lip again, and said hesitantly, "You don't want to die. You die. Well, I'm still a little sad. Of course, it's just a little sad, not too sad. In a few days, a few months at most, in a few years I'll almost forget it." Her eyes were evasive. "Don't worry, I'm very tough." Lu Chuan smiled and subconsciously reached out to rub her head, as if coaxing a child. The god calmed down and patted a faint colorful circle of light on Lu Chuan's forehead. "Holy light dispel." Shwa. The next moment, an extremely strong and dazzling light burst out from Lu Chuan's forehead, quickly covering his whole body in a spreading manner. Lu Chuan was completely enveloped by the bright light, and even the gods could no longer see half of him. Even a prophecy crystal ball can't see through your future. "What shape will your future be like, Lu Chuan?" she murmured as she sat on the edge of the pool with her knees crossed, staring blankly at the bright light.